At the start, struck by the heaven's thunder and granted a drop of blood to save your life, you almost cursed. Yet when that drop of blood merged into your body and the thunder of destruction fell, you found yourself dumbstruck. The shadow of death loomed as you watched the devastating thunder consume you. However, instead of the expected searing pain, a rush of power swept through you like the most enlightening shock. Ding! Mythic blood drop fusion successful. Underneath the dark serpent scales, red patterns flicker, awakening a wild power within you. ZZZZ. Thunder danced wildly over you, bringing only an exhilarating tingling sensation. Ding! Host is resisting thunder evolution points +1. Chapter 1, Transmigrated into a Snake. Sigh, I never thought I, Lee, would encounter something like transmigration. I can't believe I could die while playing a game, I'm really wasted. While feeling both constrained and frustrated, Lee realized that he had already died once and successfully transmigrated. He couldn't open his eyes, unable to see the outside world, and combined with being in a strange, warm, confined space, his body couldn't move. Ding! System binding in progress, host detected, starting binding. System? Even in transmigration, I get a system? What kind of good fortune is this? Ha, this can't be a dream, right? Hearing the voice, Lee secretly rejoiced this kind of cheat found only in novels actually exists in reality. And it ended up happening to him. This is a freebie of a cheat. Especially now that he was in another world, utterly alone, receiving the help of a system was simply incredibly lucky. Ding! System binding successful, super evolution system being generated, host is currently in egg form, breaking the shell will yield 1 evolution point. Ding! Since the host currently cannot undergo initial evolution, all conditions related to evolution will grant 1 evolution point. Ding! Once the host completes initial evolution, evolution points and EXP can only be obtained by defeating other life forms. An electronic voice that sounded intelligent appeared in Lee's mind, followed by a visual of the host's attribute panel. Host, Lee. Race, Monster Faction. Current state, Snake Egg form, lacks any abilities. Tier, none. Passive, a none. Active skill, none. Evolution points 1. EXP 110. What the hell, this is really not a dream. Wait, am I really a snake egg? What? I'm not even a human anymore? I've transformed into a snake? Looking at the attribute panel information displayed in his mind, Lee was dumbfounded at this moment, his heart was truly chilled. Why is it that when others transmigrate, they become geniuses or heirs of powerful sects, descendants of deities and demons, etc.? They all have illustrious backgrounds, while I have nothing and am still just an egg? Even if I turned into an egg, I can't just accept it like this. Absolutely not. Even if I reincarnate as a snake, I will stand at the pinnacle of this world. Since fate is unfair, I will make all races remember that I am their nightmare. My fate is in my own hands, whether I'm a demon or an immortal, I decide. Crack! Just as Lee was vehemently shouting, he suddenly heard the sound of an eggshell cracking, knowing he was about to break free into life. He understood that he had to face a new world and start anew, excitement bubbling in his heart. With the evolution system in hand, what do I have to fear from achieving great things? I will become a king, I will dominate this world. I will make the entire world tremble because of me, Lee. Ding! The host is breaking the shell to be reborn evolution points +1. Ding! The host is opening their eyes evolution points +1. At this moment, Lee struggled to open his eyes, gradually the clear world entered his vision and he laughed heartily. A new world, Lee is here. Are you ready to welcome the arrival of a new god? Boom! But before Lee could finish speaking, a purple-silver dragon suddenly descended from above, the raging thunder striking nearby, sending a tiny newborn snake flying. Lee's tiny body was thrown onto a scorched patch of earth. Looking around in panic, he saw the relentless thunder descending from the sky, causing the little snake to shiver in fear. Ding! The host was thrown away evolution points +1. Ding! The host suffered minor damage evolution points +1. Ding! The host has accumulated 5 evolution points. Initial evolution can be performed. Would you like to evolve? Faced with the system's cold voice, and combined with the terrifying scene around, without thinking, Lee shouted, "Evolve!" Ding! Initiating initial evolution for the host, please wait. In an instant, Lee felt his body begin to heat up. What was originally just a few inches long wriggling snake began to grow rapidly in mere seconds. Shiny, dark scales glistened under the sunlight. Strong and powerful snake body adorned with hard scales made Lee feel an outburst of strength throughout his entire body. Boom! Before Lee could revel in his excitement, he saw a silver thunderbolt shattering a nearby hard rock. Startled, he was left dumbfounded, staring at the environment ravaged by destructive thunder, and finally couldn't he help but spill some fragrant words. What the hell is going on? Did I just get reincarnated into a land of divine justice? This is so heartless and cruel, isn't it? I just came into the world. Is heaven deliberately messing with me? Chapter 2, Starter Pack. Boom! In a certain area of the Demon God mountain range, the magic trap zone is in chaos as a 3-meter-long pitch-black demon snake frantically dodges the silver lightning falling from the sky. The lightning seems furious, unleashing its draconic silver light to strike fiercely against the scorched earth, creating waves of violent turbulence. Lee swiftly navigates through the scorched earth, searching for an escape route, only to discover that he is trapped in a magic trap, leaving him both helpless and amused. Is heaven seriously messing with me? Even if I've just completed my initial evolution, I can't withstand heavenly thunder. This little body of mine can't even handle a few raindrops. Ding! Detected that the host is currently in a magic trap and must break this array to survive. Resisting the thunder is the best option. What? You want this little body of mine to choose to resist thunder? What kind of joke is that? Lee widened his snake eyes, staring at the torrents of unleashed thunder that can instantly penetrate even harder rocks than himself, feeling weak in the knees. Resisting thunder is no joking matter. If things go wrong, I could end up cooked in an instant. Ding! The host has evolved from a young snake into a black demon snake. Attribute panel updated. Host, Lee. Race, monster faction. Current status, black demon snake. Tier, level 1, tier 1 acquired stage. Passive, none. Active skill, none. Evolution points, shocked. EXP 100. Lee looked at his attribute panel, feeling a mix of wanting to cry and having no tears. This so-called initial evolution has no other use apart from upgrading the tier. Bang! Another thunderclap struck fiercely close to Lee. The thunderwave capable of crushing a tier 2 innate stage powerhouse scared him into quickly darting away, moving periodically, fearful of being hit by heaven-sent justice. This hard-earned chance of rebirth holds significant meaning for Lee. System brother, shouldn't you give your little brother a clear path? Even if it's just some auxiliary treasures, at the very least ensure I can break free from this magic trap. Lee stared apprehensively at the thunder core above the magic trap, attempting to strike the barrier surrounding the magic trap, only to realize it was impossible. Without absolute power, he couldn't shatter the surrounding barrier. It was basically futile. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the initial evolution. A starter pack is being included and is being distributed. Just as Lee was in a state of great anxiety, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind, the sound like a celestial melody. Starter pack? Upon hearing this, Lee's expression froze, and his previously anxious face broke into a radiant smile, almost making him jump for joy. Ha! I knew, system brother, you definitely have some tricks up your sleeve. Truly, there is no road that one cannot find. Even in dire circumstances, one can find life, ha! Perhaps it was because a certain snake made too much noise, causing a bolt of lightning to suddenly strike nearby, and the immense violent shockwave sent the black demon snake flying, ultimately crashing hard against the rocks. If it weren't for Lee having already attained level tier 1 acquired stage at this moment, that terrifying impact just now could have easily sent him away from this beautiful world. Ding! The distribution of the starter pack has ended. Wishing the host to soon become the new ruler of the ancient continent. As the system's notification faded, a brand new shiny small box appeared before Lee, who flicked his tongue with joy and promptly gave the command. Open the starter pack. The shiny little gift box opened its lid, and inside, a dazzling glow surged forth, filled with a violent and fierce aura, making Lee even more eager. It's probably an ancient artifact that will allow me to walk proudly across this unfamiliar continent. Or maybe a divine beast little brother that can follow me around? Could it be some long-lost supreme divine technique? No worries, I'm not greedy, just give me something to play with. As the gift box opened, Lee's face filled with joyful anticipation. But as the light within faded, he, with his mouth agape and flicking his tongue, suddenly froze. What the heck is this? Where is the promised artifact? Where is the divine beast? Where is the divine technique? Lee had expected something amazing, but when he saw a droplet of red liquid materialize in front of him, he was left dumbfounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mythic blood drop. Would you like to merge it? The system's notification sounded, and Lee's snake-like face twitched, nearly cursing. This is not a joke. Are you seriously giving me a drop of blood just to withstand lightning? Isn't this pancake a bit too large? Hey, system brother, are you there? Ding! The system is busy and cannot process any feedback. Lee widened his snake eyes, unable to contain himself, and roared, "Brother, are you joking with me? At a critical moment, you're busy?" Boom! As Lee's words fell, it seemed that the magic trap above detected Lee's presence. Amid the violent thunder at the focal point, there was a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy the world. After gathering power, it directly locked onto the only remaining black serpent on the ground and fell with a thunderous crash. Damn, how am I supposed to dodge this? Lee watched the thunder fall from the sky with a deafening roar, the impact range nearly encompassing the entire magic trap area. In the flash of lightning, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow a drop of red liquid before him. It's like trying a dead horse as a living horse, merging with the mythic blood drop, quickly. Chapter 3, Thunder Resistance Evolution. Ding! Merging with the mythic blood drop for the host, merging. As the thunder crashed down, Lee felt time slow down. He saw the drop of red liquid, filled with fury and ferocity, effortlessly enter his body. At that moment, a shock surged through him like a bolt of enlightenment. At the brink of life and death, Lee could only feel a flow of power coursing through his body in an instant. His entire jet-black scaled snake body became incredibly hot, and in such a brief moment, he was overwhelmed by the impulse to roll his eyes. Ding! Mythic blood drop fusion successful, proceeding with thunder resistance evolution. Oh, this is exhilarating. Lee completely ignored the system's notification sound, as he was enjoying the immense power and euphoric feeling brought by the mythic blood drop. To describe it in Lee's own words, it was a bit too overwhelming. Bang! In the midst of lightning flashes, Lee discovered that his black-scaled snake body displayed faint red patterns. A powerful mana fluctuation radiated outward despite being at level Tier 1 acquired stage, his physical defense had already reached peak levels. Bang! At the same time, the thunder fell from the sky, having locked onto Lee's position. The strike was incredibly precise, instantly engulfing the solitary long snake with the force of a tidal wave. The scorched earth around erupted with dirt due to the overwhelming destructive power of the super thunder, forming the early shape of a large pit. In this moment, facing such a massive and ferocious thunder, Lee could only describe his situation as precarious. But there are no absolutes. This furious thunder seemed not as powerful as he had imagined. Zap zap! Lee found himself at the center of the thunder strike, a force strong enough to shatter a Tier 2 innate stage expert, yet it failed to demonstrate such immense lethality upon him. On the contrary, Lee's black demon snake body was slowly absorbing the power from the thunder. The thunder's power was fierce as a tiger, yet it ricocheted off his hard scales without penetrating. Ding! The host is resisting the thunder, evolution points +1. Ding! The host's snake body is absorbing the power of thunder, evolution points +1. Ding! At this moment, Lee comfortably stretched his snake body in the thunder, almost like yawning. The previous anxious expression had vanished, replaced by a satisfying snake hum. Wow, this mythic blood drop is indeed impressive. Not only can it withstand this powerful thunder,
but it also allows me to increase my evolution points by resisting and absorbing it?
Lee watched as his evolution points on his attribute panel continued to rise, grinning from ear to ear. The exhilarating feeling was simply too great, and he even wanted to push it further.
Boom!
Perhaps seeing that there was no reaction from him, the core of the magic trap seemed to become angry. Amid the erupting thunder, it felt like he heard a trace of a dragon's roar, a wave of destruction suppressed downwards, accompanied by a massive silver dragon thunder rapidly crashing down on Lee. But in the end, after the thunder fell, Lee was still lively and bouncing, especially when he looked at his attribute panel with the evolution points continually increasing. He couldn't help but laugh wildly.
Ding! Detecting that the host's evolution points have reached 50, would you like to begin the first stage evolution?
The system's notification sounded again at the corner of Lee's mouth, and he looked up at the clear magic trap core above, his lips curling upward.
Evolve! Ding! Performing first stage evolution for the host, please wait.
As the system's voice faded, Lee felt his body heat up once more, but it wasn't too painful. Instead, there was an indescribable itch.
In an instant, Lee's black demon snake body underwent tremendous changes.
Originally a little over 3 meters long, it grew to double its size with the arrival of evolution. The gaps between the pitch-black scales were filled with a faint silver light, unmistakably the power from the thunder.
Wow, so strong?
As Lee felt his evolution, he noticed that both his strength and physical defense had far exceeded what they were a moment ago.
This obvious intuitive feeling made his combat power soar. Ding! The host's first stage evolution succeeded. Attribute panel updated. Host, Lee. Race, Monster Faction. Current status, Lightning Scale Snake evolved from Black Demon Snake.
Tier, Level 3, Tier 1 acquired stage. Physical defense, comparable to Level 5, Tier 2 innate stage.
Passive, a none. Active skill, Lightning Strike Mastery, 110. Evolution points, Shocked. 100. EXP, 1324.
Lee discovered a new entry for physical defense in his attribute panel, along with an update to his active skill. He knew this Lightning Strike active skill was awarded due to his resistance to lightning. As he raised the snake's head to look at the center of the magic trap, a grin spread across his face.
System bro, can I break the formation now? Ding!
This magic trap is no longer capable of stopping the host. Please break the formation immediately.
What if I wait a bit longer? If the host is unable to break the formation shortly, the outcome will be death. I'm on it.
Lee flicked his forked tongue and dragged his 7-meter-long body, climbing along the edge of the magic trap, eyeing the formation center with a malicious grin.
Did you enjoy your strike earlier? Now it's my turn.
I wonder if swallowing this formation center will level up my Lightning Strike active skill.
Chapter 4, Breaking the Formation. Ding!
The hostess' body strength now possesses resistance to lightning. This magic trap can no longer harm you.
Oh. So I can, haha.
Lee swaggered confidently up the barrier of the magic trap with his agile snake body. As the core of the magic trap realized that its enemy was invulnerable, it seemed to panic, unleashing bolts of lightning with great force. Even when bombarded in the harshest manner, the lightning scale snake remained unaffected.
Oh, this delightful, comfortable feeling is simply amazing.
Lee shook his body, wearing a thoroughly enjoying expression. The lightning energy unleashed by the magic trap hit him completely but could not break his defense, leaving him with an indescribably tingling and pleasurable sensation. That feeling was like having someone massage his acupuncture points, quite ethereal. Lee smoothly made his way to the center of the formation, gazing at the thunder ring, trembling in frustration yet completely helpless against him, a malicious smile creeping onto his face.
Let us see what you can do this time. ZZZ.
The magic trap's core had developed some level of sentience. It did not want to be devoured so easily. However, Lee's body had already gained the ability to resist it, and deprived of the power of heaven and earth, it was like a withered bough, bluffing.
Haha, stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Lee laughed exuberantly. Buzz.
The thunder ring panicked, flashing around helplessly but could not escape, conveying a hint of fear to Lee, who grinned at the ring.
System, if I swallow it, will my lightning strike active skill level up fully? Ding. Absolutely, and you will gain some EXP, but no evolution points. Lee smiled upon hearing this. He was aware he was in this strange world, and he was not exactly innocent himself, so he grinned wickedly at the trembling Thunder Ring core. Sorry, when I was weak, you didn't think to let me go, so, just die now. Remember my name, Lee, destined to stand as the king at the peak of this ancient continent. Bang! When the disaster-like magic trap vanished mysteriously, silence reigned around the mountain, and on the scorched earth, a wavering shadow gradually receded into the distance. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is me. I'm a little monster, carefree and at ease, killing without blinking, seasoning my meals with salt, burp. There should be a toothpick right about now. Lee strolled leisurely with his belly protruding, having just swallowed the core of the magic trap that had harmed him. With the magic trap broken, the crisis was naturally averted, and his strength was further enhanced. System, open my attribute panel. Providing the attribute panel for the host. With the system's voice fading, a display only visible to Lee appeared before him. Host, Lee. Race, Monster Faction. Current status, Lightning Scale Snake evolved from Black Demon Snake. Tier, Level 3, Tier 1 acquired stage. Physical defense, comparable to Level 5, Tier 2 innate stage. Passive, a none. Active skill, Lightning Strike Mastery, max level. Evolution points, shocked. 100. EXP 208,324. Nice, the Lightning Strike active skill is at max level, and there is now a section for physical defense. It's getting richer and richer. Although Lee had no hands, he controlled his agile tail to support his chin, just like a human pondering while stroking their chin. While he was examining his attribute panel, a sudden, eerie figure rushed out from behind not far away, swiftly opening its sinister maw and biting down harshly on Lee's snake body. Lee suddenly felt a tickling sensation in the middle of his body. He turned his snake head to look and was instantly stunned. At that moment, a much larger and longer cyan serpent than Lee was tightly biting into its opponent, refusing to let go. However, this cyan serpent wasn't unwilling to release its grip. Rather, it was convulsing due to the electric shock from Lee's serpentine scales, causing its entire eye to roll back, almost foaming at the mouth. Its jaws were stuck due to the intense electricity, leaving Lee astonished. Come on, big guy, we're of the same kind. Why would you go around provoking trouble? Isn't it a bit too much to say you're provoking trouble? I didn't do anything. You bit me yourself. Chapter 5, Passive Swift Shadow. Ding. Killed a level 2 acquired stage green ring snake, gained 10 EXP, evolution points +1. With the system's notification ringing in his ears, Lee found himself too full to move. He had already swallowed a thunder ring and now also consumed a green ring snake that had been electrocuted due to provoking trouble. His own lightning scale snake body was expanding, making it difficult to move. Burp. I'm full, just full, please don't come back. Lee completely swallowed the green ring snake, letting out a hearty belch, and after ensuring no other monsters were bothering him, he continued to examine his attribute panel. System, what are these EXP and evolution points for? Lee asked curiously while looking at his attribute panel. Ding. The EXP is to enhance the host's tier. Once the EXP reaches its peak, it will automatically upgrade, and the evolution points determine whether the host meets the conditions for evolution, which can provide significant benefits. So what are these significant benefits? Lee asked with excitement, clearly surprised by the prospect of good fortune. Ding. The benefits of evolution mean the host can gain substantial enhancements in various abilities, leading to an all-round improvement. Ding. Host evolution will depend on external factors, so please be cautious before evolving. Moreover, the host can only evolve in a serpentine form, and ultimately may become a dragon. I can even become a dragon? What do I need to do? Can I just evolve mindlessly? Lee's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Dragons are top-tier creatures in the food chain no matter where they are, so if he could evolve into a dragon, it would be incredibly impressive. Ding. Starting from the second level evolution, the host needs to meet two essential conditions. one is to break through a tier, and the second condition is that the evolution points for each tier must be sufficient.
Hearing this, Lee nodded slightly, grinned and said, "So, what you're saying is, if I want to undergo the second level evolution, I must break through from level 1 acquired stage to level 2 innate stage, and the evolution points must be fully accumulated."
Ding. Yes. Lee nodded his large serpent head and said, "System, refresh my attribute panel." Ding. Refreshed.
Just as the system notification finished, the attribute panel displayed before Lee shimmered and refreshed its data.
Host, Lee. Race, Monster Faction. Current status, Lightning Scale Snake evolved from Black Demon Snake.
Tier, Level 3, Tier 1 acquired stage. Physical defense, comparable to Level 5, Tier 2 innate stage. Passive, Swift Shadow.
Active skill, Lightning Strike Mastery, max level. Evolution points 100. EXP 218,324. Killing a green ring snake only gives me 10 EXP? How long do I have to accumulate for that?
Lee looked at his EXP and felt a bit frustrated at how little it had increased.
Is there any way to quickly level up and accumulate evolution points? Ding.
The host can only gain EXP and evolution points by hunting other life forms, and the creatures killed cannot be more than 2 levels below the host, or it will be ineffective.
Ding. It is recommended that the host hunt creatures of the same level or stronger to gain rich EXP and evolution points. That's basically saying nothing.
Lee sighed, noticing an oddly titled passive called Swift Shadow on his attribute panel. He became curious.
What on earth is this passive Swift Shadow? What is this Swift Shadow? Lee continued to ask the system. Ding.
The host has a chance to gain the passive of the killed creatures through hunting other organisms, and once obtained, the host can use it flexibly.
So what you mean is that by acquiring this Swift Shadow passive, I can stealthily attack other creatures like the green ring snake used to? Ding. Correct answer. Is there any benefit for answering correctly? Ding. No. Oh, really stingy.
Lee pouted, constantly using his tail to stroke his round belly, and suddenly thought of something, asking the system again.
System. Ding. Host, you are really annoying. Can't you ask all your questions at once?
Upon hearing this, Lee was astonished.
What the heck? This broken system actually despises me? Hee, the last question. Can you tell me whose blood the mythic blood drop I fused with actually belongs to?
Lee, having a request for it, naturally avoided conflicting with the system and chuckled lightly as he asked. He was very curious about this so-called divine blood. If he hadn't been busy since the beginning, he would have asked much earlier.
Chapter 6, The Abyssal Dragon God's Mythic Blood Drop.
In response to Lee's question, the evolution system paused for a few seconds before replying.
Ding.
The mythic blood drop obtained by the host belongs to one of the strongest ancient demon gods, the Abyssal Dragon God. It will grow alongside the host's level and attributes and will accompany the host until their demise.
Heavens! The Abyssal Dragon God?
Upon hearing this, Lee's snake eyes widened, and he stumbled over his words. He really hadn't expected the mythic blood drop he fused with to have such a grand origin.
Ding. Do you know what the Abyssal Dragon God represents, host? I don't know. Then why are you making a fuss?
Lee seriously suspected the system had an accent when it spoke, but he couldn't find any evidence, so he chose not to think about it anymore.
Since it's the mythic blood drop of the Abyssal Dragon God, it must be an extremely powerful existence.
As long as it allows me to become the ruler of this world, nothing else matters. Lee laughed uproariously, looking at his muscular body, with his armored scales protected by thunder that were unbreakable, and he was a full 7 meters tall. In this mountain range of demon gods, I can also be considered quite a fierce monster myself.
Boom!
Just as Lee was grinning foolishly with his mouth wide open, the ground around him suddenly shook violently, and the tremors intensified with time.
What the heck?
Lee withdrew his attribute panel, quickly using his Swift Shadow passive to reach the trunk of a giant tree. Looking around, he didn't see any living creatures. All he felt was the overwhelming tremor.
Ding.
Host, be careful, danger is above you, please avoid. As the system's prompt resounded, Lee instinctively lifted his snake head and watched a massive shadow descend, frightening him into using swift shadow to leave his position. He quickly teleported to a distant tree, while the giant tree he had just occupied was instantly flattened by a colossal figure.
What is that thing? Lee's snake eyes widened as he stared at the enormous figure in the distance.
Earlier, he had claimed to be a fierce monster, but seeing that vast body, which was many times larger than himself, he suddenly felt he was hardly a formidable beast.
Instead, he looked quite cute. Ding! Host, be careful, this is a Titan ape, strong and formidable in physique. Titan ape? Is that really its name?
Standing at a distance, Lee was taken aback by the familiar term that wasn't entirely unfamiliar to him, and he couldn't help but keep his gaze locked for a few seconds. Seeing this mythical beast he had only ever seen in movie theaters in his past life, he never expected to be fortunate enough to see it in reality this time.
How strong is this Titan ape? Ding! Just one drop of its saliva can crush its host. Next time, could you be a bit more subtle in expressing that? Don't be so direct. Do you think I don't care about saving face? Roar!
The pitch-black Titan ape let out a deafening roar, sending out massive waves that startled all the weak hidden monsters into fleeing, and those who couldn't escape were scared to death.
A Titan ape that can perform the lion's roar?
Lee poked his head out from the pile of shattered trees, looking at the colossal beast standing 10 stories high. If it weren't for his own strong physique, he might not have escaped unharmed. Lee originally thought he was powerful enough right after coming to this world, but comparing himself to the Titan ape, he realized he was just a novice, not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth.
Bang! Bang!
Just as Lee was reflecting internally, another thunderous noise came from the other side. As the sky gradually darkened, a silhouette as enormous as a rock appeared, and he widened his snake-like eyes, instantly recognizing the figure. With its gigantic claws stepping on flames, a bright red-scaled two-headed giant bird dived down, its loud cry reverberating in all directions.
Is that a divine beast, the Thunderhawk?
Lee felt his heart almost jump out of his chest. His instincts as a snake told him that flying monsters were his natural enemies, prompting him to use swift shadow to escape madly. Frantically fleeing, Lee's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief.
This divine beast is actually here? What kind of world is this? This is insane, isn't it? Chapter 7, A New World Where the Strong Are Respected. Ding! The host has hunted a level 3 arm monkey, EXP plus 100.
Evolution points plus 10 inch.
Ding!
The host has crushed a level 4 iron armored bull, EXP plus 300, evolution points plus 20 inch.
Ding! Detected that the host's EXP is full, will automatically level up. Ding!
Congratulations, the host has leveled up, physical defense increased, attribute panel updated.
Host, Lee. Race, Monster Faction. Current status, Stage 1 Evolution, Lightning Scale Snake. Passive, Swift Shadow. Active skill, Lightning Strike Max Level.
Tier, Level 4, Tier 1 Acquired Stage. Physical defense, comparable to Level 6, Tier 2 Innate Stage.
Evolution points, 31,100. EXP, 101,630.
Thank goodness I ran fast, or I would have lost my life. Lee perched on the top of a tree, glancing back nervously in the distance. The mountains were in chaos, and just listening to the roars of ferocious beasts sent shivers down his spine. Earlier, while Lee was fleeing rapidly, he came across a seriously injured long-armed monkey and naturally finished it off with a swift strike. As for the iron-armored bull that got crashed into later, that was purely an accident. Lee felt like he had bumped his head against something, and it wasn't until the system notification sounded that he realized he had gained something.
This world truly is terrifying.
Lee calmed himself and continued on his way, aimlessly wandering through the endless Demon God mountain range. As a newcomer, he was entirely in the dark, yet Lee found himself subconsciously moving in a certain direction, rather than by his own intentions. Lee stealthily climbed to the highest branch of a tree using passive swift shadow, confirming that there was no danger around, and finally relaxed, lying down and using the tree's height to survey the unfamiliar, primitive forest, his heart gradually calming. System, tell me about this world so I can gain a deeper understanding. Lee flicked his snake tongue, resting his head on his own snake body, with his tail dangling leisurely from the treetops.
Ding!
In response to the host's question, this is the Demon God Mountain Range, part of the eastern continent of the ancient wilderness, and also one of the territories of the monster faction. The cities surrounding the Demon God Mountain Range belong to the human world, and here. The evolution system meticulously explained this unfamiliar continent to Lee, who listened intently while flashing his cautious snake eyes. I have to say, the system is really patient and good-tempered, and Lee is learning more and more from it. It turns out this place is just like the fantasy novels he had read in his past life, where the strong reign supreme, numerous powerful beings coexist, and various races share the world. Here, everything is based on strength, whether it is beasts or humans. Only those with strong abilities can truly dominate. The weak can only seek survival in this chaotic and perilous world, either seizing an opportunity to rise dramatically or becoming prey to the whims of others. This world is an ancient one centered on practicing mana, where all living beings can cultivate according to their innate qualities, absorbing mana and progressing. Only upon reaching Tier 1 acquired stage does true cultivation begin. In the cultivation tiers, Tier 1 acquired stage is the most basic and crucial stage, where countless beasts spend their lives without ever crossing the natural chasm.
A saying goes around in the ancient world: 3 generations of poverty in cultivation, a lifetime ruined in advancement. After Tier 1 acquired stage, there is Tier 2 innate stage, and then, there are so many more?
Lee stared dumbfounded at the cultivation tier information provided by the evolution system. After Tier 2 innate stage, one takes the first step towards becoming a powerful being, the 2 instruments realm. Then, there are even more profound tiers like the 3 mysterious realms, the void realm, the dream realm, the celestial realm, the supreme realm, the sage realm, and the rebirth realm. Such a complex cultivation system made Lee feel overwhelmed. It seems that my Tier 1 acquired stage strength is at the bottom in this world, Lee said with a bitter smile. Realizing that there were such alarming tier classifications ahead, he shook his head slightly, feeling a bit distressed. It seems that cultivating truly goes against the heavens. If one is even slightly careless, dying halfway is quite normal.
Ding!
Host, don't worry, with the evolution system you have, you can hunt biological creatures endlessly to level up, and you won't face any bottlenecks. To quote a saying from your previous life, effort will naturally yield results.
Yes, I'm glad to have you around. Lee exhaled and smiled.
At this moment, the sun was setting, casting a gentle glow over this world, adding a touch of softness as everything around gradually settled into tranquility with the evening glow. People are all emotional beings. Even Lee, who had been reborn as a demon beast, felt this way. Looking at such a beautiful scene, he let out a slight sigh. If I hadn't been blown up, perhaps I would have reached the peak of my career by now. Lee was originally an ordinary working man in his past life, but due to his strong passive abilities in the game, he managed to stand out in my world, the most popular game at that time, and ultimately won the world championship. However, right at the moment of his victory, what awaited him was not the pinnacle of his gaming life but rather death from an explosion caused by a circuit failure. In the end, he crossed over into a perilous world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and became a snake.
Chapter 8, The Dark Marsh. No! Since the heavens are unjust, I will rise again. No matter how difficult this life may be, I will stand at the highest peak of this world and prove my own path.
Lee raised his snake body, gazing at the distant setting sun, his eyes resolute and determined. As the sun slowly set, Lee coiled up on a very hidden and stable treetop, but deliberately remained vigilant in other directions from time to time. When a person calms down, they often have worries.
Lee was no exception.
He gazed at the gradually fading glory of the sunset. Even if he had been reborn, there was still some unwillingness in his heart. Don't be fooled by his current transformation into a demon beast. Even if the system suggests he might eventually turn into a dragon, at his core, Lee is still human. He still yearns for the opportunity to transform back into a human someday. In this brutally bloody, inhumane world of demon beasts, he truly finds it impossible to have any interest in his kind. Where there's a will, there's a way. Sleep.
Believe that tomorrow will be better. System, keep a lookout for me. The next day.
After a night of peaceful rest, when the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth in the morning, the brilliant light shone like a golden veil, adding a touch of warmth to this dangerous and mysterious continent. It also signified that in this vast and boundless land, a brand new day has arrived.
In the monster faction's popular Demon God Mountain, beast roars are frequent, and a strong aura lingers, with chaotic battles between demon beasts occurring every moment.
Here, only the most brutal law of the jungle prevails, which is also the bloodiest and most unfair rule among demon beasts.
In the circle of demon beasts, strength means you can do whatever you want. My name is Lee, and today is the second day since I arrived in the ancient wilderness continent. Lee had long departed from his resting spot, along the way encountering numerous corpses of demon beasts.
Unfortunately, consuming the dead bodies of the demon beasts did not increase his EXP and evolution points, but at least it filled his belly. Even though he almost got sick the first time he consumed a demon beast corpse, he was too hungry to resist. But as the number of demon beast corpses he consumed increased, he found some of them actually tasted quite good. After all, Lee is now in a demon snake's body, not a human's, so both rotten flesh and cold dead bodies are acceptable. After living in this perilous world, Lee has learned some survival skills, as he used to enjoy watching survival shows in the wild in his past life, and now this knowledge is proving useful. Sigh, that wooden spirit sheep I ate before wasn't bad, it's just a pity there wasn't much of it. Lee was continuously weaving through the forest, wandering without any particular destination, essentially going wherever the path took him, but fortunately, he still retained some memories from his previous life, which are the recollections of the demon snake.
It seems I was abandoned? The reason being I was born to die.
As Lee quickly moved forward, he began to sort through the memories of the black demon snake from its past life, and he realized that the reason he had crossed over and possessed this snake was that it had originally died in the egg and was then abandoned by its kin.
Died in the egg, brother, that's quite a tragic fate for you.
Lee curled his lip. The view before him suddenly darkened, not because the snake's eyes were weak, but because he had no idea how he ended up in such a place. Gurgle, gurgle. The dark river surface occasionally bubbled, and the surrounding forest was extremely dense, preventing the sunlight from fully shining through. This was a vast swamp, giving off an eerie and oppressive feeling.
How did I inexplicably end up in such a desolate place?
Lee looked around in confusion, completely baffled as to why he had taken such a route. Lee stared at the swamp ahead for a long time, trying to discern something from it, but he found nothing.
Forget it, it's better not to venture deeper here. Ultimately, reason triumphed over curiosity.
Lee carefully scanned the dim swamp with his keen snake eyes, and in the end chose not to venture deeper and prepared to take a detour. Swish! At that moment, a primal instinct made Lee aware of an impending crisis. He swiftly straightened his snake body and cleverly dodged an attack from a thick shadow. Lee raised his snake body, his eyes sharp and clear, staring down the black snake shadow before him, which was like a roadblock, and exclaimed,
"Who?
Hiss, the lightning scale snake actually dares to breach the agreement and intrude into my clan's territory. Does it really think my black demon snake clan is afraid of you?" The massive black demon snake, which was a good 10 meters long and larger than Lee, stood in front of him, its cold scales shimmering with a chilling light.
The black demon snake tribe? Have I entered the territory of the black demon snake?
Lee paused for a moment, surprised that he hadn't anticipated this. It turned out that this dark, shadowy swamp was indeed the habitat of the black demon snake.
Chapter 9, A Fortuitous Encounter with Kin. I wondered how I ended up in this ghostly place.
So it turns out this is the territory of the black demon snake. Lee stared blankly at the enormous black snake blocking his path, feeling secretly astonished. To run into kin by chance like this is truly unexpected. Hiss. At this moment, the gigantic black demon snake was hissing as if facing an external enemy, staring at the somewhat smaller Lee with a fierce expression, ready to attack at any moment. "Brother, calm down, we're one of the same kind." Lee grinned and said, "Seeing how majestic and imposing you are, you must be a high-ranking member of the clan.
I've been wandering outside for so long and have finally found my home. You can't deny me."
Upon hearing this, the black demon snake sneered, revealing its forked tongue. As the snake commander of the black demon snake clan, if I can't even distinguish between my own kin and our enemies, then I might as well be dead. Before Lee could explain anything, the snake commander let out a hiss, and suddenly, several identical dark shadows sprang out from the calm swamp water, eager to surround him.
Enemies detected invading. The black demon snake guards will capture them.
Hiss 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 hiss.
All sizes of black demon snakes leapt out from the water, launching themselves toward Lee with incredible speed and agility. Snakes can jump?
Lee looked up at the black demon snakes diving down to attack him from above, and his perspective was instantly refreshed.
Isn't it impressive that even snakes can leap in this ancient continent, which is dominated by cultivation?
It seems that these days, if you don't have some skills, you feel embarrassed to make a living in this world.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Several black demon snakes displayed their shiny silver fangs, biting into Lee's body with lightning speed of fierce assault. It's not that Lee didn't want to dodge possessing passive swift shadow. He could easily evade these level 1 tier 1 acquired stage beings, but he chose to ignore them because he was very confident in his physical defense.
Crack, crack.
These black demon snakes' sharp silver fangs could instantly tear apart an armored cow, but they couldn't break through Lee's physical defense at all. Their teeth felt like they were gnawing on copper walls and iron bastions, and they shattered. Hiss 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 hiss.
These creatures didn't expect Lee's skin to be so thick.
One by one, they began to spasm and convulse in place, suffering greatly, and they were all paralyzed by the protective thunder that resided on Lee, losing all combat effectiveness. This is no joke. Lee's physical body is comparable to level 2 tier 2 innate stage. This was a battle with no suspense.
Coming out to bite people before even a full month, it must have been tough for you.
Lee let out a sigh, ignoring the turmoil around him, and turned to the stunned snake commander, saying,
"Let's talk things out calmly. Why resort to violence? I'm really not from the lightning scale snake clan."
Seeing his subordinates lose their fighting abilities one by one, Snake Commander glided over the surface of the swamp, looking down at Lee from above, his voice still chillingly cold.
"Dare to harm my kind? You're asking for death." Ding!
Friendly reminder, the Snake Commander you are facing is at level tier 1 acquired stage. Defeating it will directly elevate you by 1 level. The system's notification suddenly echoed in Lee's mind, but he chose to ignore it. Currently, Lee's defense below tier 2 innate stage is unshakable, not his attack power, so wanting to devour a tier 1 acquired stage beast that is 5 levels stronger than himself is undoubtedly laughable. I am indeed the Black Demon Snake, but I just happened to kill a young lightning scale snake and obtain some of its powers.
If you don't believe me, look.
Lee opened his snake mouth, retracting all the lightning between his scales, revealing the pitch-black scales that belong exclusively to the Black Demon Snake, and said,
"Now you should believe me, right?"
Having just arrived here, Lee knew he had to be prudent. Blindly drawing aggro would be unrealistic, especially since he possessed inherent advantages that beasts do not. That is to say, he naturally had the intelligence and strategies of a human.
Chapter 10, Entering the Snake Den. Hero. 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 Welcome back, hero. Is he the hero who previously killed so many lightning scale snakes?
At this moment, the depths of the dark swamp were filled with black demon snakes of various sizes, some large enough to be on par with the previous Black Demon Snake Commander, while others were so small they hadn't even begun to cultivate, yet were fiercer than ordinary snakes. They all seemed to be holding a welcome party to greet the arrival of their new partner, who was none other than Lee, forcibly brought back by the Demon Snake Commander. Though there was a misunderstanding before, it has now been resolved. However, Lee now wishes the previous misunderstanding had remained unresolved.
My name is Lee. I never expected that one day I would actually be entering a snake den.
Lee looked around, secretly sweating. This place may indeed be a dark swamp, but since this is the territory of the Black Demon Snake, one can imagine the scene where not only the swamp but also the dense forest is filled with black demon snakes, and numerous black shadows intertwine and swirl around in the swamp.
I can't believe I'm inexplicably seen as a hero? Am I supposed to say I was just passing by?
I really am not a hero, I confess. I'm just a lightning scale snake. Now, no matter how much Lee explained, the other black demon snakes couldn't hear him, engrossed in cheering. Having just escaped from a magic trap, now I've stepped into a snake den. This is too difficult. At this moment, Lee felt both amused and helpless. He had to force a smile on his face. Truly, they were a bunch of simple-minded folks. However, he had also given up on struggling,
because he knew that communicating with them using human wisdom and thought is incredibly hard. Feeling the friendly welcoming ceremony from his kindred, Lee couldn't feel any happiness inside. Sigh, curiosity really kills the snake. Originally, he just wanted to see how everyone lived, thinking it would be a life as orderly as that of humans, but he was wrong. Since being brought deep into the realm by the snake commander, Lee realized that this place was filled with black demon snakes darting about in chaotic throngs, which suddenly made him feel a bit uneasy. He felt that coming here was definitely the worst decision. But regretting it was no longer an option, he could only brace himself and continue forward. No! This is too troublesome, I must think of a way to leave here. Ding! A large number of prey suitable for gaining EXP have appeared around. Please host seize the opportunity to hunt. Ding! There are 3 Tier 1 acquired stage level 6 targets passing by the host, please seize the chance. Ding! Can you keep it down? I still don't know that there are moving EXP points all around? With the various prompts from the system ringing in his ears, Lee found himself struggling to hold back and feeling conflicted. He noticed that he was surrounded by moving EXP points and evolution points, and being born with a predatory instinct made it hard for him to resist such temptation. But this is a snake den. Hunting kindred here is unrealistic. He had already evolved into a lightning scale snake and had tricked the snake commander using human wisdom, and if he acted now, it would undoubtedly be suicidal. After all, it's still uncertain whether the black demon snake lineage has any beasts that surpass tier 2 and 8 stage. If there are, it would be too late to regret. Brother, you really got me. I misunderstood you earlier, and I owe you an apology. The fact that you were able to hunt a lightning scale snake is genuinely impressive, the snake commander, who was right next to Lee, said as it tossed the fresh meat offered by its followers to him. Lee didn't hold back and directly swallowed the fresh meat handed to him, curiously asking, Snake Commander, why did I become a hero just for killing a lightning scale snake? Sigh, it might be because, brother, you just returned to the clan and still don't know the situation of the lightning scale snake lineage. The snake commander took a big bite of fresh meat, completely disregarding the hungry gazes around him, and explained. Although our black demon snake lineage is numerous, unfortunately, we lack the strength to rival the lightning scale snakes, and coupled with the natural attribute conflict, we are not their match. But today, not only did you kill a lightning scale snake, but you also obtained its lightning powers. That's what makes you a hero. As he spoke, the snake commander wrapped its tail around Lee in the most friendly manner, proudly declaring, Today, we have all gathered to welcome our hero. Let us toast to the hero. Cheers to the hero. Cheers to the hero. All the black demon snakes excitedly cheered. As for them, Lee's ability to kill a lightning scale snake and gain its lightning powers was a true feat. Many black demon snakes occasionally used their tails to touch Lee's scales, a friendly gesture to show respect to a strong member of the clan, but Lee felt like he was getting goosebumps. Even more outrageous, some female black demon snakes were continuously throwing flirtatious glances at Lee, implying that they could do something more intimate at any time. Snake Commander, I have a few other matters to attend to, and I would like to leave for a while first. Lee was truly unable to bear it anymore and wanted to find an excuse to leave, only to see Snake Commander use his serpent tail to pull him close, refusing. Brother, that won't do. The snake matriarch has not yet appeared. Once Her Majesty shows up and crowns you, you'll be able to move freely like me. What? The snake matriarch is coming? Lee was taken aback at the words. He hadn't expected that this serpent nest actually had a leader. Her Majesty the snake matriarch has arrived. The next moment, accompanied by a sound, the surroundings suddenly fell silent, with all the black demon snakes looking respectfully in one direction. Lee turned to look with everyone else and was instantly stunned. Is this the snake matriarch? Lee gaped, unable to help but let out a wry smile. No matter how he looked at it, he never imagined that this so-called snake matriarch would appear looking like this. Chapter 11, Snake Matriarch. Snake Commander, you're not joking with me, are you? Lee looked up at the huge shadow that was gradually approaching, opened his mouth slightly, and with a bitter smile said, This is our snake matriarch? Do not be disrespectful, you must address Her Majesty properly. Snake Commander said with some dissatisfaction, The reason we can live here peacefully is all thanks to Her Highness's efforts. All of us are children born of Her Majesty. You need to be grateful, grateful that your life was granted by Her Majesty. As Snake Commander spoke, his cold, serpent-like eyes were clearly filled with reverence, almost as if he had been brainwashed. Understood, Snake Commander. Lee nodded non-committally, but deep down he understood. It seemed that the tier stratification here was more severe than he had imagined. It appeared that a so-called snake matriarch could indeed control the entire Black Demon Snake clan. Hiss. As the snake matriarch gradually approached, the surrounding swamp completely fell silent. Only then did Lee understand why they called her the snake matriarch. Her appearance far exceeded his expectations. She had a massive body as thick as a tree trunk, her serpent form radiated a faint black glow, and the hard, black, glimmering scales were clearly different from the other black demon snakes, appearing deeper and more fierce. The invisible, chilling waves emanating from her made all the black demon snakes in the dark swamp bow their heads in submission, each one respectful and not daring to make a sound. This snake matriarch was actually several dozen meters long compared to her. Snake Commander was simply like a younger brother. So big? Lee widened his serpent eyes to look up at her, then glanced at himself, secretly wryly smiling. His body was only about 7 meters long, and compared to her, he was nothing but a little baby snake. If this were on Earth, wouldn't he be treated as a prehistoric giant beast? Lee thought to himself. Beneath the snake matriarch, several black snakes respectfully supported her, showcasing her noble status as she looked down at the slightly smaller Lee with an air of superiority. So it's true you killed a lightning scale snake and have obtained its power? One must say, the voice of this snake matriarch was surprisingly enchanting, exuding a seductive charm that drew everyone in. Upon hearing her voice, all the black demon snakes were entranced. Especially Snake Commander, he looked utterly intoxicated. Wow, that voice is incredible. Lee was astonished. Since arriving at the ancient wilderness continent, it was the first time he heard such a beautiful voice coming from a snake. He seriously suspected that she was a charming woman clad in snakeskin, akin to a love song. Moreover, this snake matriarch's sultry voice carried a mysterious and captivating power that made one inevitably want to immerse themselves in it. Unable to extricate themselves, even he himself nearly fell into it. Lee shook his serpent head, trying to resist its influence, and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, it is I." He could sense that the power within her was even more ferocious than his own, so he chose to temporarily comply on the surface while secretly devising various escape plans. After all, this was not a place to linger. The snake matriarch, hearing this, flicked her tongue and commanded, "Show me the power you gained from the lightning scale snake." "Your Majesty, would this harm the clan members?" The leader of the black demon snake hesitated slightly, concerned because there were many weaker tribe members nearby, fearing this might cause harm. After all, the black demon snake clan was afraid of electricity. The black snake queen merely cast a faint glance at Snake Commander, scaring him into silence. Then she turned her serpent eyes back to Lee, her voice still enchanting and musical. "Go ahead and release it. There is no need to worry about anything else." "Yes, Your Majesty." Snake matriarch Lee nodded, and his dark scales were once again covered by the power of thunder. The surrounding black demon snakes, frightened, started to retreat, but ultimately, it was the aura emanating from the snake matriarch that suppressed them. "Indeed, this is the thunderous power of the lightning scale snake. You have done a great job." The snake matriarch's charming serpentine eyes glinted with an imperceptible color before she turned and left, her voice still mesmerizing as silk, leaving Lee in a state of shock. "Come to my spawning pool tonight, my little hero." Chapter 12, A Dark and Windy Night. As the snake matriarch departed, the entire dim swamp gradually became much more relaxed. Without the pressure from the snake matriarch, the other demonic snakes began to move around freely. After all, the intelligence of low-level demon beasts is still quite limited. It is not much better than a fish's 7-second memory. However, at this moment, Lee had his mouth open wide in surprise, unable to utter a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, he was still grappling with the shock from earlier. What does this snake matriarch mean? Why does she want me to go to her spawning pool? Is it not possible to go now? Why is it necessary to go at night? Could it be that she is enamored with my heroic stature? Infatuated with my dashing good looks? Lee was completely baffled, thinking hard but unable to understand what was going on with her. "Ah, brother, you really are lucky.
On your first day back to the clan, you get chosen by Her Majesty the Snake Matriarch. I might just be jealous of you now. Just then, the snake commander slapped Lee with his serpent tail, his face filled with envy. Those chosen by Her Majesty are all super warriors of our clan. My father was one. Even my position as snake commander was granted due to my father. I still don't have the qualifications to enter the spawning pool. You are incredibly lucky. Many surrounding demonic snakes cast excited and envious glances at Lee. In their eyes, being chosen by the snake matriarch was undoubtedly the proudest moment of their lives, something they could brag about forever. Commander, can you tell me what it means to be chosen? Lee said, somewhat speechless as he ignored the other black demon snakes that were like fervent devotees, turning his gaze to the snake commander. Sigh, since you've just returned to the clan, of course you wouldn't know about being chosen. Let me explain it to you. The snake commander raised its head proudly, looking like it was about to give a lecture, and explained, those chosen by Her Majesty are all candidates for becoming kings. As long as you survive tonight, it's very likely that you will be proclaimed as the new Snake King by Her Majesty. The more the snake commander spoke, the more excited it became, much like a fervent follower, because its father had once been chosen by the snake matriarch. Appoint a snake king? Lee was taken aback upon hearing this and couldn't help but ask, I just arrived in the clan. Since becoming a snake king is such a significant matter, why is the Majesty being so hasty? Brother, to be honest, even if you become the snake king, you still have to listen to Her Majesty the snake matriarch, because we are all her subjects, the snake commander said gravely, yet its voice was filled with pride and a sense of belonging. Lee had come to somewhat understand this peculiar clan. Suddenly, he thought of something and couldn't help but ask, but wait, where did all the former snake kings go? And your father was also a snake king, right? Haven't you seen him since? Upon hearing this, the snake commander's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness, but it replied proudly, it's true that my father was a snake king, but according to clan rules, every generation of snake kings must leave the clan for a period of time, and if they do not return, they are deemed dead, prompting the establishment of a new snake king. My father may not come back, but he has contributed to the clan. My goal is to also become a snake king. Lee looked at the snake commander in shock, feeling a solemn presence in his heart. In my past life, I was an orphan. I dreamed of having a father, yet you are excited because you lost yours. Truly, typical of a lowly-souled reptile. He found it absurd. Despite having lost his father, the snake commander still wore a proud expression. The so-called bonds of affection among these demon beasts truly felt quite cold. Tonight was dark and windy, with no clouds in sight. The dim swamp was silent, with many black demon snakes resting in the depths, while only a few patrolling demonic snakes were seen. At this moment, Lee was in a secluded and quiet place, not in the swamp but on a small island in the center of the swamp. He had arrived at the so-called spawning pool and stood in a daze. A tent? A human tent? At this moment, the huge tent was in front of Lee, and he didn't expect that the other side would actually use the tent to build its home. My name is Lee. I am currently outside the snake matriarch's spawning pool. What should I do now? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Lee had no other way at the moment but to let the system help. However, the response made him roll his eyes. Ding! The system does not handle any third-party events. Please solve it yourself, host. What good is that to me? Lee retorted irritably as he crawled back and forth outside the tent, realizing that this tent was not simple. It even had some fluctuations similar to mana, obviously stuff used by cultivators. And the so-called cultivators naturally referred to the cultivators from this world. What are you waiting for outside? At that moment, a charming and melodious voice came from inside the tent, sounding as if it were teasing, making one feel tingly. Come on in, my little hero. Chapter 13, Change of Expression. Come on in, my little hero. An extremely seductive voice came from inside the tent. Upon hearing it, Lee's snake body trembled uncontrollably, his tail brushed his face, and he found it both funny and helpless. Who could resist such a voice? Fortunately, Lee's sexual orientation was definitely fine. He would never be interested in a snake, but since someone had already called out to him, he decided to respond. It's just a female snake, why should I be afraid of her? Thinking this in his heart, Lee calmly walked into the tent. The inside of the tent was very spacious, and after Lee entered, he realized that the tent he had seen earlier was just to front. The area it covered was even larger than those royal yurts from his previous life. Indeed, if the tent were small, it wouldn't be able to fit such a large female snake. Lee clicked his tongue, looking around. As the cold winds flowed, he sensed a hint of eerie chilliness here, but the surroundings were decorated in a way that resembled human aesthetics, adorned with many warm little ornaments. This feeling was quite contradictory. "Little hero, come to me." As the extremely enchanting voice drifted out from inside, Lee couldn't help but shiver. He truly could not imagine that a snake could possess such bewitching tone, proving that the world is indeed full of wonders. "I want to see what kind of trick you have up your sleeve." After all, being on someone else's turf, it was unrealistic for Lee to slip away under their nose. He could only steel himself and move forward. If it weren't for the confidence provided by the evolution system, he would never have dared to enter here. As Lee continued deeper into the tent, he halted when he reached the inner room, finally understanding where the previously sensed eerie feeling came from. Heads. A considerable number of skulls had accumulated in the corner of the inner room, with obvious black demon snake skulls, as well as unnameable monster skulls, and even some clearly human skulls. A pile of skulls stacked in the inner room felt like there were restless souls howling in anger with a hint of cold wind passing by. It also made Lee feel a chill run down his spine. "Damn, stacking heads in your own room, that's really cruel." "Hiss, little hero, come here, don't be afraid." The bewitching voice suddenly broke in, pulling Lee's attention back. He looked ahead, appearing calm as a seasoned man, but internally he felt quite unsteady. At this moment, the snake matriarch's gigantic body coiled. Although the inner room was spacious enough, snakes preferred to position like this. Looking at Lee, who seemed small like a doll snake, she smiled seductively. "My little hero, come to me." Hearing the voice, Lee slowly moved forward, finally standing before the snake matriarch, which was many times larger than himself. Feeling the faintly cold vibe emanating from within her, his expression remained calm. At this moment, he was as tense as a bowstring. He understood that this snake matriarch was definitely not simple, so he had to employ his wits. "Hee, you really are the little guy just returned to the tribe. I love seeing those eyes of yours." The snake matriarch chuckled like a human, moving her body slowly toward Lee, her voice irresistibly charming. "The lightning scale snake clan is very strong, as they are born to restrain us, but today you have shown me hope against the lightning scale snake. Tell me, what reward do you want?" The snake matriarch slowly circled around, her tongue flicking over Lee's body, as if she were caressing him. While speaking, her robust body had inadvertently coiled around him, as if protecting her subject. "Reward?" Lee, seeming unaware of the danger, subconsciously asked, "I wonder what your majesty will give as a reward?" "What reward do you want, my little hero?" The snake matriarch enveloped Lee within her coils, resembling a loving embrace, her voice extremely seductive. "I can make any request?" "Of course, hee." The snake matriarch flicked her tongue, gazing at Lee, who was already immersed in her voice. Her serpent face instantly turned icy, her blood-stained maw suddenly opened wide, revealing two sharp and chilling fangs, lunging toward him with fierce intent. "But before that, why don't you hand over your abilities?" Chapter 14, Unmasking the Snake Matriarch's Trick. Crack! In the moment when the snake matriarch's sharp jaws bit down, the surrounding air froze instantly. It widened its snake eyes, staring at the Lee in its mouth. It never expected that its teeth would shatter, while the other party remained unscathed. Hisses. Due to its fangs being broken, the snake matriarch painfully flung Lee away. Lee, who came to after crashing into a pile of bones, looked back at the furious and no longer alluring snake matriarch, feeling a twinge of fear in his heart. "I swear, I thought my composure was good enough. If it weren't for my strong physical body, I wouldn't even know how I would die right now." Lee had just walked through the gates of death. Fortunately, with the help of the evolution system and his incredibly strong physique, he made the snake matriarch hit a wall. "Impossible. This guy is only at level tier 1 acquired stage, how can I not break through his defense?" The snake matriarch squinted its eyes at Lee, feeling utterly confused. After all, it was a powerful beast at level tier 2 innate stage, yet it couldn't break through the opponent's defense? This kind of thing had never happened to the snake matriarch before. What's the matter? Giving up on the act? Lee looked at the capricious snake matriarch and smirked coldly.
Just now, I was almost fooled by you. Luckily, I reacted in time. Are you mad?
Seeing Lee's extremely annoying expression, the snake matriarch endured the pain of its broken teeth, coldly staring at him and ominously saying, "How did you figure out that I wanted to kill you?
Come on, do you think I'm an idiot?
Look at this pile of bones around here, and there are even our people's bones mixed in."
I'm not blind. Lee couldn't hold back any longer and bluntly expressed his disdain, not caring that the opponent was much stronger than him. With your lousy acting, do you think you can trick me? Don't be silly.
When Lee entered and saw the pile of bones that included the remains of the black demon snake, combined with what Snake Commander said before, he immediately understood there's no such thing as a mission outside. They were all devoured by this cruel snake matriarch.
With such a trivial scheme, does the self-proclaimed genius of the monster realm think it can fool Lee? Dream on. Hiss.
The snake matriarch stared dumbfounded at Lee's verbal assault, suddenly realizing that the opponent's mental acuity was distinctly different from other low-tier black demon snakes, giving it the impression of facing a sharp-tongued old monster.
What are you looking at? Ugly freak.
Lee knew that a battle was inevitable tonight. Escaping was impossible now, and he was confident that his defense couldn't be broken, so he unleashed the power of thunder covering his body. His silver-white scales flickered with faint thunder light, turning the black demon snake into a lightning scale snake.
Ah! You dare call me an ugly freak? I will kill you.
The snake matriarch let out a furious roar, its enchanting voice now replaced by a cold, hoarse hiss.
In an instant, it pounced down, reopening its gaping mouth to bite down hard on Lee's tail.
It was previously not that angry because its trick was exposed, but upon hearing Lee call it an ugly freak, it exploded in rage.
Aren't you ugly? Really, you have a good opinion of yourself. You can't even break my defense, yet you still want to kill me? Lee sneered in response, still taunting, but he couldn't help feeling a mix of emotions.
It turns out beasts also care about their looks.
Zzz.
Lee's lightning power surged out at an astonishing speed, delivering a lightning strike directly into the mouth of the snake matriarch. Suddenly, a faint smell of burning filled the air.
Try my lightning strike, a little electric therapy for you? The snake matriarch suppressed the lightning power with its overwhelmingly strong mana. The next moment, it emitted a tremendous pulling force from its mouth.
Although it did not know why it couldn't break through Lee's mere Tier 1 acquired stage defense, it knew that as long as it devoured the opponent, it could still gain abilities.
Hiss, if I can't kill you, then I'll swallow you. Let's see how you resist. The snake matriarch coldly laughed as the pulling force from its mouth grew stronger. It seemed it was also getting desperate, trying to pull off a stunt of swallowing Lee whole. Damn, is this guy really going to swallow me whole?
Lee noticed that half of his small body had already been swallowed by the snake matriarch, and only then did he react. He hurriedly contacted the evolution system.
System, quick, help me. I can't hold on any longer.
In this urgent situation, Lee knew he could never be swallowed by the snake matriarch, but the opponent's strength was too overwhelming, especially the pulling force from its mouth, which made it impossible for him to escape. He could only seek help from his system.
Ding! The host only needs to remove the physical defense.
However, Lee originally thought his powerful system would instantly blow up the snake matriarch, but unexpectedly he received this remark. He paused for a moment, unable to help but spout noble words.
Remove the defense? Are you kidding me? Chapter 15, The Radiance of Purple Gold. You want me to remove my defense? Are you trying to speed up my death? It's already come to this, and you still have the energy to joke with me?
Lee struggled repeatedly, but compared to the snake matriarch, his body was like an insignificant child. He tried his best to create trouble for the opponent and even bit down hard on the last fang the opponent had left. The situation was extremely dire.
Let's see how long you can hold out.
Seeing Lee biting onto its fang and not letting go, the snake matriarch's gaze turned sharp, and the pulling force from its mouth grew stronger.
Lee's body was being swallowed in greater amounts. Ding!
This system considers the host's situation. This is currently the most appropriate solution.
Then you must have a reason for me to remove my defense, right? Ding! If the host doesn't trust me, then there's nothing I can do. Just have to change to another home. You are too heartless.
At this moment, Lee felt an urge to curse. He watched as his body was about to be completely swallowed by the snake matriarch and ultimately closed his eyes to remove his defense.
I can only trust you now, don't let me down. Ding.
This system will never betray the host, no deception.
ZZZ.
The moment Lee removed his defense, he clearly felt his body akin to a 6th-level Tier 2 innate stage, becoming extremely fragile inside the mouth of the snake matriarch. The latter noticed this phenomenon and directly drove its sharp fangs into Lee's body, grinning wickedly.
Can't hold out anymore? Then become part of my body.
Humph. Lee felt his body pierced by the opponent, and his condition became weak immediately. He bit down tightly on the snake fang, enduring it, as not only were the fangs poisonous, but with his body being torn, his vitality would naturally dwindle.
Even so, Lee still chose to trust the evolution system and remain silent. Put.
When the snake matriarch pierced through Lee's snake skin with its sharp teeth, it clearly sensed that the opponent's blood inside was warm, a faint burning sensation causing it some confusion. After all, no matter what type of serpent beast it was, their blood was supposed to be cold. When it felt that Lee's blood was actually warm, it instantly became more greedy. Whoosh! As the blood inside Lee flowed away, he felt a slight numbness, but his consciousness still fought to remain as clear as possible. In contrast, the snake matriarch continued greedily sucking the blood, completely oblivious to the purple gold light gradually taking shape behind it. This inexplicably appearing purple gold light surged in from all directions like ropes, swiftly binding the snake matriarch's massive body. Hiss! Upon finding its body suddenly bound, the snake matriarch immediately flung Lee's body aside and began to struggle uncontrollably, trying to break free from the purple gold ropes. However, the more it struggled, the tighter the purple gold light's bindings became.
ZZZ.
Not only did the purple gold light suddenly freely, it also securely bound the massive body of the snake matriarch. As the purple light flowed, the sounds of burning and evaporation echoed, and in just a few seconds, deep bloody marks had already formed on the body of the snake matriarch, and they grew deeper.
What is this?
What is this thing? Seeing this, the snake matriarch became like a startled bird, struggling back and forth.
As its struggle grew stronger, even such a huge tent was swaying uncontrollably.
Outside, the two powerful black demon snakes guarding the spawning pool felt the huge tent swaying behind them and recalled that previously only Lee had entered, causing them to envy and chat.
Ah, I really envy that brother, just returned to the tribe and can be with the Majesty. You and I have guarded the Majesty for so long, haven't he done that? Who could disagree? Truly a case of snake envy snake, infuriating. I just envy him. If I could be with the Majesty even once, I'd gladly die right after. Die once? If it could let me be with the Majesty even once, dying twice would be just fine. You are ruthless.
The outside chatter was filled with envy, while inside the tent, a tumultuous turmoil ensued, leaving devastation in its wake. The snake matriarch kept thrashing about, trying to break free from the ropes formed by the purple gold light. Unfortunately, the latter only became tighter with the passage of time. As its massive body was marked with deep bloody lines, the snake matriarch let out a heart-rending cry, and the extent of its pain could be imagined. Lee was coughing repeatedly on the pile of bones, and he, too weak, had witnessed the scene. Upon seeing the purple golden light tightly constraining the snake matriarch, he instantly understood that it must be the work of the evolution system, and he coldly smirked at the opponent.
Damn it, you little bear, now it's your turn to feel the pain. Chapter 16, Devouring the Snake Matriarch. Aren't you just little bear? Now you get to experience the pain of being unable to fight back.
Lee looked at the inexplicably formed purple golden rope that bound the snake matriarch and couldn't help but break into a cold smile. Earlier, the opponent had rendered him powerless, and now he wanted the snake matriarch to experience the same kind of pain. Come to think of it, system, you really have a way. How did you manage to do this? Lee felt satisfied on one hand but didn't forget to ask his golden finger.
Ding!
Replying to the host, you have the bloodline of the Abyssal Dragon God within you.
Any creature that covets your bloodline will be backlashed if their bloodline tier is too low. The earlier order to let you drop your defenses was to allow the snake matriarch to break open your body to let you bleed, which would enable your bloodline power to cause backlash against it. It is destined to die. Wow, so this is awesome. I guess that makes me a noble among the monster faction?
Lee was secretly astonished.
Ding. That's more or less the case, but it's not absolute.
Please use your advantages rationally, host.
Hiss.
As time passed second by second, the purple golden light surrounding the snake matriarch grew increasingly dazzling, and the huge snake matriarch was in immense pain, unable to break free. The blood marks on its body became more numerous, and it looked like it was about to be crushed.
Oh whoa! Meanwhile, a clear and resonant dragon roar faintly echoed from the void.
Following the source of the purple golden light, the snake matriarch looked over, its eyes filled with despair. Upon seeing the illusion of the purple golden heavenly dragon sweep by, the bloodline suppression from the enemy food chain caused the snake matriarch to lose its temperament entirely and repeatedly plead for mercy.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, let me go, I'll never dare again. Lee looked at the panicked snake matriarch, feeling quite pleased internally. The wound that was originally pierced by the opponent's teeth was visibly healing, and he moved closer to the snake matriarch, remaining silent. Because he too saw the fleeting purple gold dragon, for some reason, Lee's feelings were different from those of the snake matriarch. He felt a sense of familiarity and warmth.
Ha, now you realize your mistake? What were you thinking earlier?
Although Lee claimed he had a good heart, facing the snake matriarch that wanted to kill him, he felt no sympathy at all. Today, no matter what, he had to kill the opponent. On one hand, it could elevate his own tier, and on the other hand, it would eliminate future troubles. My lord, I am just a lesser being who failed to recognize great talents. If you spare me, I am willing to share a piece of information in exchange for my life. The snake matriarch begged repeatedly for mercy, and at that moment, the bloodstains on its body had already been deformed by the purple gold light. Even the previously eerie murderous tone of voice switched back to a seductive tone, all in an effort to save its own life. If this continued, it feared that the purple gold light would crush it to pieces. Moreover, having gone through all this, the snake matriarch understood that Lee was definitely not one of its kind. It knew its own kind too well, and they would never possess such bizarre yet powerful abilities. It suspected that the other party merely resembled the Black Demon Snake clan, but there was absolutely no blood relation.
Oh? What good news do you have? Tell me about it. Hearing this, Lee suddenly asked curiously.
This good news is extremely useful for you, my lord. The snake matriarch's voice was incredibly alluring. Seeing that this matter might hold potential, it quickly replied, My lord, have you heard of the Spirit Gathering Pearl?
The Spirit Gathering Pearl? What kind of thing is that?
Lee shook his head. The Spirit Gathering Pearl is the best tonic for someone at Tier 1 acquired stage like you. It can allow you to instantly reach the apex of Tier 1 acquired stage. This is a treasure of the Lightning Scale Snake Clan, the snake matriarch proclaimed, flicking its tongue to add to its charm, laughing softly. The purpose of saying this was twofold. 1, it wanted to ensure its own survival, and 2, it aimed to use the Lightning Scale Snake Clan to get rid of Lee for revenge. Truly, its heart was wicked and malevolent, typical of a demonic beast.
Oh? Is this Spirit Gathering Pearl really that good? Show it to me.
Lee was too lazy to waste words with the other party, while the snake matriarch let out what it believed to be a soft chuckle.
Hee, what you may not know, my lord, is that the Spirit Gathering Pearl is not with me, but with the Lightning Scale Snake.
However, don't worry. With your strength and the abilities of the Lightning Scale Snake, acquiring the Spirit Gathering Pearl will be a piece of cake.
Put.
However, before the snake matriarch could finish its sentence, it felt its life force rapidly dissipating. In an instant, the purple gold light, like countless sharp blades, crushed its massive body into pieces. The snake matriarch looked at it calmly, wanting to speak but found it impossible.
In the end, it could only unwillingly drop its complete head and die. TCH, really trying to compare?
You said a lot but achieved nothing. If I swallow you, I can still gain your memories. Saying this, Lee moved his body and swallowed the head of the snake matriarch, which was even larger than his own body.
Ding! The host has defeated a snake matriarch, EXP plus 3000. Evolution points plus 35. Ding. Host has comprehended a new passive, charm. Ding. Host has comprehended a new active skill, exploding fangs. Ding. Host's attribute panel has been updated. Host, Lee. Race, monster faction. Current state, lightning scale snake first evolution. Passive, swift shadow, charm. Active skills, lightning strike max level, exploding fangs max level. Tier, level 7, tier 1 acquired stage. Physical defense, comparable to level 6, tier 2 innate stage. Evolution points, 66,100. EXP, 3101 3630. Ha, I leveled up 3 times. Not only am I longer, but I also got new active skills and passive. This feels great. With a sound of system notifications, Lee let out a satisfied burp, feeling his body grow from 6 meters to 10 meters in length. He grinned widely but suddenly froze the next second, unable to help but complain. Wait, what is this passive charm? Do I need this when I'm already so handsome? Can I really make use of this passive? The evolution system did not respond to his words. Lee shook his head slightly and decided not to dwell on these matters. After the battle ended, he took a look at the messy surroundings, seemingly having thought of something, and then he chuckled. I want to see what valuable nutrients are hidden in the memories of this snake matriarch. Chapter 17, Wealth and Danger in Search of Fortune. Let me see what valuable memories are in this guy's head. Lee had previously swallowed the head of the snake matriarch, and with the processing of the evolution system, he could naturally gain its memories. However, he found that many of the memories were worthless, and what caught his attention was truly pitiably scarce. A map of the beast forces in the Demon God Mountains? At this moment, a massive image of mountains appeared in Lee's mind, with some markings in red zones indicating forbidden areas, while others indicated danger, extreme danger, and areas that were inviolable. The markings were quite detailed. Even the territory of the Titan ape he encountered before and the sky domain he had crossed were clearly marked. With this, at least I won't get lost here anymore, and I can also know which areas I can provoke and which ones I shouldn't. Lee secretly rejoiced. Since his rebirth in the Demon God Mountains, everything around him felt extremely unfamiliar, but with this memory distribution map, he could at least understand what treasures and crises were hidden here. It's a pity this guy's power is too low. The deeper areas are still blank, but this is enough. Lee wasn't greedy. He continued to sift through the snake matriarch's other useless memories until he found what he was looking for. The memory of the Gathering Spirit Pearl. Turns out it's here, though it's pretty hard to find. Lee's eyes brightened as he followed the remaining memories of the snake matriarch to see what this Gathering Spirit Pearl was all about. The Gathering Spirit Pearl can fundamentally transform Tier 1 acquired stage beings. As long as you consume it, you can directly upgrade to the peak level of Tier 1 acquired stage without any side effects. Lee looked at the introduction of the Gathering Spirit Pearl, taken aback, secretly amazed. So this thing is actually that strong, directly upgrading to the peak of Tier 1 acquired stage without side effects. No wonder it can be considered a treasure. It seems the snake matriarch has coveted it for a long time. After a moment, as Lee delved deeper into the Gathering Spirit Pearl, his expression shifted from relaxed to serious, and then to somewhat grave, ultimately sighing. Sigh, this thing is indeed in the hands of the Lightning Scale Snake Clan, but there's a Lightning Scale Snake over there that exceeds level 5 Tier 2 innate stage, so the Gathering Spirit Pearl must be on that snake. This is going to be tricky. The Gathering Spirit Pearl is an absolute treasure for Lee because as he continued to level up, he found that the required EXP only became increasingly higher. Although killing equally leveled demon beasts also yields EXP, the speed was somewhat slow. Moreover, the Gathering Spirit Pearl could save a lot of time and help him enhance his strength, so he had to get it no matter what. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If I don't give it a try, how will I know I can't do it? Lee devised a plan and ignored the chaotic surroundings, swaggering out confidently. I'm a little monster, leisurely roaming at ease, commanding as a little brother, and beautiful girls flocking to me. Hey, brother, you really are something. You weren't tired at all after spending the whole night with His Majesty? Lee halted in his tracks, surprised to find that there were still demon snakes guarding outside the tent at such a late hour. However, when he heard the guard's words,
the snake's face was filled with astonishment.
What did you just say? What do you mean by that? Come on, brother, we're all males here, why pretend? Was it comfortable? Was it enjoyable? Did His Majesty give you a good time?
The black demon snake guard poked at him with its tail, grinning lewdly and looking like it was enjoying the show, which made Lee's face grow increasingly awkward and surprised. He suddenly felt an impulse to punch the guard.
I suspect this guy is driving, but I can't provide any evidence.
Lee understood exactly what was being referenced, but as a virgin, he naturally couldn't speak much on the matter to avoid saying too much and losing face. He cleared his throat lightly and maintained a serious expression.
What are you talking about?
How can you be tired after spending the night with His Majesty? That would mean you're quite useless. Upon hearing this, the black demon snake guard looked at Lee with admiration, its tail waving rapidly as if giving a thumbs up, filled with envy as it said, "Brother, you're wrong. The fact that you could spend the whole night with His Majesty and still walk out is really impressive. Many brothers who went in before couldn't come out even after their shifts ended. If it weren't for His Majesty saying they left long ago, I would have thought they were worked to death. They are dead, but not from exhaustion." Lee looked at the envious and hopeful face of the black demon snake guard, sighed softly, then extended his tail to pat the guard's body seriously, saying, "Brother, there's a long way to go ahead. I'm just going out for a stroll, so please do not disturb His Majesty, who is tired." As Lee swaggered away, the two black demon snakes exchanged glances, and one of them asked in confusion, "What did that brother just say? What does it mean, a long way?" Thanks to his connection with His Majesty, Lee's departure was very smooth. Even the snake commander, upon seeing him, waved its tail with a face full of envy, signaling friendliness. "Unless something unexpected happens, I wouldn't be coming back." Lee arrived at a small peak, took a look at the dark swamp behind him, smiled with his snake mouth, and then vanished into the night.
Chapter 18, The Plan.
As night falls, the bright full moon casts its radiant glow, draping a layer of silver veil over the mysterious and deadly Demon God Mountains, bringing a quietude that hides the lurking dangers. Beneath the darkness of the Demon God Mountains, beautiful yet filled with peril, a deep, ancient voice occasionally echoes from within the mountains, sending shivers down one's spine. After all, the Demon God Mountains are the territory of fierce beasts. While the nights may be quieter, formidable beasts might still roam, moving with strong, powerful strides that shake the very ground.
Ding!
The host has devoured a level 1 acquired stage Firefly Lizard, EXP plus 50.
Evolution points plus 1. Ding!
The host has bitten to death a level 1 acquired stage Spike Stork, EXP plus 50.
Evolution points plus 1. Ding!
The host has used its tail to strike down a level 1 acquired stage Sawtooth Squirrel, EXP plus 60.
Evolution points plus 1.
As a series of system prompts rang out, Lee, lurking among the treetops, felt a slight surge in his growth. He shook his head comfortably, retracting the thunderous power within him, and the surrounding light vanished, plunging the forest into darkness. Since it was nighttime, Lee switched back to his black demon snake form after eating, which made it easier to hide. After all, the thunder lizard form is too conspicuous, like a splash of red amidst a sea of green, easily attracting numerous predators from the beast world. Although he had just used his form shift to lure some beasts as his dinner and targets. Sigh, so boring, there's not a single worthy opponent. On the huge treetop, Lee swung his body as he tightly gripped a green water baby with his powerful tail. It ended up being strangled to death, its eyes bulging in terror, a truly brutal sight.
Smack!
Lee flicked his tail, tossing the dead water baby's body into a dark corner, where several scavenger beasts quickly gathered, gnawing at the corpse yet seemingly getting poisoned. One by one they flipped over, foaming at the mouth and convulsing.
Ding!
The host has poisoned 6 level 1 acquired stage corpse rats using the water baby's corpse, EXP plus 60, evolution points, none.
Can I get a surprise harvest?
Lee whistled, confirming there were no more fish around to catch, and then leisurely continued to climb up the tree, admiring the beautiful scenery under the night sky. He also kept an eye out for any unfortunate passerby to snag some EXP. After all, snake-like beasts have eyes that serve as night vision, with thermal sensitivity. Now, even though Lee hasn't been in this world for long, his strong passive abilities are making him increasingly proficient in hunting.
Roar! Boom! In the silent night, Lee could even faintly hear the roars of beasts from afar, a spark of envy and anticipation flickering in his eyes as he whispered. I still need a few hundred EXP to reach level 8 acquired stage. I'm not strong enough. If I encounter a beast at the level of a snake matriarch, I could very well lose my life. Right now, I can only accumulate EXP by defeating weaker beasts, and it has to be done stealthily. This leveling up efficiency is way too slow. After saying that, Lee lay atop the tree, feeling very safe here and enjoying the beautiful view. As he looked up at the serene starry sky, his inner tension eased, and he sighed. The world of beastly creatures is truly brutal, with the law of the jungle where the weak are food. I need to get my hands on the Gathering Spirit Pearl as soon as possible. At the very least, I need to break through to Tier 2 innate stage to have a foothold. Saying this, Lee looked around, confirming it was safe, and then shouted to the system, "System, bring up the memory map." Ding! Retrieving memory map for the host, please enjoy. A clear map appeared before Lee. He looked at his planned route and nodded slightly. Right now, I'm in the Twilight Forest area. The planned route is correct. The Lightning Scale Snake Tribe is in the Silverstone Hill. I'll go there and get the Gathering Spirit Pearl. Easy. Lee's plan is simple. Since hunting low-level beasts is slow for leveling, I must get the Gathering Spirit Pearl. Only by growing into a powerful beast can I have the capital to stand firm. Oh, by the way, system, I have a question for you. Lee seemed to suddenly think of something and inquired with the evolutionary system. Do you know if there's a treasure that can turn me into a human? Chapter 19, Human Beings. System, do you know if there's anything in this world that can transform me into a human? Lee suddenly remembered something in his leisure and shifted the topic, to which the evolution system fell silent for a few seconds before responding. Ding! There are heavenly materials that can completely transform the host into a human form. However, that only changes the host's appearance. The essence remains unchanged, as the host's original self is still a demon beast. That sounds good. Lee's eyes lit up at the sound, feeling that this matter had potential. He eagerly asked, "Can you tell me how I can become human?" Ding! In response to the host's question, there is a type of grass in this world called transformation grass. It can permanently alter the host's appearance, changing in accordance with the form the host wishes to take. However, once a change in form is determined, the host can only switch between their demon beast body and the altered form. This is great. This is exactly what I wanted. Lee nodded repeatedly, filled with joy. What he wanted was this treasure, which allows him to maintain his powerful demon beast form while also transforming into a human, and with the ability to switch back and forth, it meant he could possess two identities. After staying enough time in the demon beast world, I can transform into a human and go enjoy myself in the human world. How delightful! When human girls see me, won't they be captivated by the unique charm I possess? Won't they swarm me, crying and calling out in my embrace? Lee scratched his chin with his serpent tail, grinning foolishly, looking as if he had already turned human. Ding! In response to the host's question, I don't know. However, the next line from the evolution system nearly made Lee pull a muscle. He steadied his body, which almost suffered from a disc protrusion, and with wide eyes exclaimed in surprise, "You don't know? You know about transformation grass, so how can you not know where it is? Are you kidding me?" Ding! In response to the host, this system always speaks seriously. I only know that the treasure the host describes is called transformation grass. As for where it is, I'm sorry, I don't know. With the evolution system's bland response, the fiery passion burning in Lee was doused with cold water. He knew he couldn't argue against the system, so he turned his gaze to the stunning level sky above. Under the quiet forest, Lee sensed the rich mana gradually rising around him. He took a deep breath, determination ignited in his eyes, his expression resolute. At the very least, I still have the hope of becoming human. Transformation grass is the clue, and I refuse to believe I can't find it. He straightened his serpentine body and looked towards the vast mountains, already having made up his mind. Transformation grass, Lee, must have it. The next day. After a night of hunting and resting, Lee had reaped decent rewards, bringing him a step closer to level 1 acquired stage tier 8. His body form also switched back to lightning scale snake form. After all,
during the day, the intimidation factor of lightning scale snake is much greater than that of black demon snake. Generally, demon beasts hurried to retreat upon seeing him, as he exceeded 10 meters in length, making him a little tyrant on the outskirts of this demon god mountain range. Whoosh! In the dense forest, a snake emitting a faint silver light swiftly weaves between the treetops, moving at incredible speed. There was no doubt it was Lee at this moment. His eyes were like sharp scanners, scanning the surroundings while also searching for something.
I'm starving. I need to find something to eat, otherwise, how can I make my journey?
As his strength grew, Lee found his appetite increasing as well. Despite having eaten plenty of meat the previous night, he was still hungry the next day. According to the evolution system's own words, it was the growth stage, and he must rely on hunting to maintain his current battle power.
System, when will I be able to cultivate like those practitioners, not needing to eat or drink for a long time, or even forever?
While on his way, Lee asked his system.
Ding!
The host only needs to advance to the 3 mysterious realm, and when the core absorbs the mana of heaven and earth, then you can cultivate without eating or drinking. Damn, I still need to reach the 3 mysterious realm. Lee was speechless, and as he moved quickly, he scanned the nearby vicinity. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, lingering on a tree branch, with a look of surprise.
Humans? Lee looked around.
When he discovered that several figures appearing not far ahead were actually humans, he was somewhat taken aback. After all, this was the first time he had seen humans since coming to the ancient continent. Especially when he saw one of them holding a lively, plump demon beast, he couldn't help but smirk with ill intent.
Truly, there's no need to search extensively, it came effortlessly. Chapter 20, The Disappeared Prey. Today I'm lucky I didn't expect to encounter humans.
They are radiating an internal wave that suggests they are not ordinary, they should all be practitioners. Faced with the suddenly appearing humans, Lee felt a bit restless inside. After all, he had also been human in his previous life. Seeing humans naturally brought a sense of familiarity, however, he held no fondness for these few humans, especially fixated on the plump demon beast one of them held.
1, 2, there are a total of 5 humans and 1 prey.
It seems this time I must act with precision and ensure success in one go. There won't be a second chance. On the treetops, Lee observed the human team preparing to descend the mountain, not rushing to make a move but habitually flicking his tongue, watching the changes.
Having not eaten in the morning, that prey was something he had to have.
On the flat mountain road, a brawny man with a large knife resting on one shoulder and holding a struggling, lively fire turkey in the other walked steadily, a beaming smile on his face, blooming like a chrysanthemum.
Today was a good catch. I actually caught a fire turkey. This is a high-quality ingredient that could sell for a fortune in those celestial restaurants.
The sturdy man wore a tiger skin coat, revealing a portion of his shoulder, marred by a haunting scar that seemed to have been left by a ferocious beast.
Bro Tiger is impressive.
This fire turkey is quite cunning. My brothers used all their effort but couldn't catch it.
You came and captured it effortlessly. You truly are a strong one.
The few subordinates following behind the burly man immediately began to flatter him. As his followers, they naturally had to please this moody boss, so they offered nothing but praise.
Yes, if it weren't for Bro Tiger's intervention, that 10,000 spirit coins would have slipped away. Our Bro Tiger is a Tier 2 innate stage powerhouse. How could we Tier 1 acquired stage folks possibly compare?
Hearing his subordinates praise him, the red tiger felt proud and gleefully shook the struggling fire turkey in his grasp, breaking into a wide grin.
Little guy, it's bad luck for you to run into me. I've been short on cash lately, and you just happened to come knocking. This must be fate.
Squeak. Perhaps understanding what Red Tiger said, the captured fire turkey struggled even more. Beasts like the fire turkey are born timid and unable to cultivate, destined to be prey, yet they have their merits. Their meat is extraordinarily tender and delicious. However, this advantage spells doom for the fire turkey. No matter how you struggle, it's useless. No one will come to save you. Just obediently wait to become a dish on the table, Red Tiger skillfully snapped the turkey's wings to prevent its escape, his smile tainted with a hint of lecherous cruelty.
Whoosh!
As Red Tiger swung the fire turkey back and forth, a flash of silver suddenly darted out from a dark treetop not far away. Swish! The silver shadow moved at incredible speed, and even for Red Tiger at Tier 2 and 8 stage, he could barely capture just a glimpse. The moment the silver light appeared created a blinding flash effect, causing him and his subordinates to instinctively cover their eyes. What the hell? When Red Tiger noticed the blinding silver light dissipating, he stood stunned for a few seconds, looking at his equally bewildered subordinates and asked, "Hey, did you guys see that? Was there something that zipped past?" "Back to you, Bro Tiger, that light was too bright, I didn't see clearly." "Bro Tiger, I couldn't see either, I was too busy covering my eyes." Hearing this, the others exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads. Red Tiger furrowed his brow, and since they didn't know what it was, he stopped worrying about it. However, he suddenly felt his left hand lighten. He instinctively looked down and his eyes widened in shock. "Huh? Where's the turkey? Where's my turkey?" The others looked at each other in confusion, dumbfounded that their prey vanished right before their eyes. At this moment, aside from the feathers on Red Tiger's left hand, the fire turkey's body had long since disappeared without a trace. His expression darkened instantly, his anger flaring up. "Who did this? Who the hell stole my chicken?" Chapter 21, The Man in the Red Robe. Who was it? Who stole my chicken? Red Tiger's anger was justified. Although the fire turkey might seem worthless to beasts, it was a valuable cooking ingredient for humans, not to mention its high worth. Seeing the money slip away and being left with nothing would explode anyone's temper. As Red Tiger's expression turned to one of ferocity, his subordinates became as silent as mice, not daring to utter a word. One of the lackeys, gathering his courage, cautiously said, "Boss, could it be that silver light?" Bang! Red Tiger raised his great sword, channeling immense mana to chop down a sturdy tree beside him to vent his rage. "Thief, remember this. I am Red Tiger, Vice Captain of the Blood Tiger Mercenary Corps. You stole my chicken, don't let me find out who you are, or I'll drain your blood to honor my chicken." Red Tiger's furious roar echoed through the dense forest around. Whoosh! After a brief flicker of silver light, the silver shadow arrived at a hidden branch on the opposite side, the silver light fading as Lee became visible. However, unlike before, he now had a fire turkey, already killed, in his mouth. Splash! Without saying a word, Lee directly swallowed the fire turkey whole and let out a satisfied burp. Ding! Host has devoured a Tier 1 acquired stage fire turkey, EXP points +1, evolution points, none. Blood Tiger Mercenary Corps? Red Tiger? Lee had naturally heard Red Tiger's furious roar earlier and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. All the others are Tier 1 acquired stage. Just one measly Tier 2 and 8 stage thinks he can float around? He was confident the other party wouldn't recognize him, which is why he dared act this way. Moreover, he didn't know anything about this world's so-called mercenary corps. Such threats meant nothing to Lee. This is interesting, I want to see how he intends to make me bleed. Since he had nothing better to do, Lee concealed himself in the shadows, watching the agitated Red Tiger, adding a little amusement to himself. Bang! Thud! Thief, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. I will definitely crush your bones to dust. At this moment, the Red Tiger, standing in a clear position, wielded a large blade that devastated the surrounding trees, yet he found it impossible to rid himself of the hatred in his heart. Despite being the vice leader of this mercenary group, he was not the one with substantial wealth. The spirit coins that could be exchanged for the fire-scorched chicken would be sufficient for several months of his expenses. If it were anyone else, discovering that their money had vanished would surely drive them mad. What are you shouting for? Do you want to attract those powerful monster beasts and bring along our brothers for a funeral? Just then, a suddenly cold voice came from behind. Despite its plain tone, it managed to completely suppress the roar of the Red Tiger. Upon hearing this voice, Red Tiger's subordinates stepped aside, their expressions filled with deep respect. Commander! Hearing his subordinate shout leader, Red Tiger quickly turned around to see a middle-aged figure in a red robe approaching with firm, powerful strides. The ferocity on Red Tiger's face instantly faded, he scratched his head and smiled, Big Brother, we were lucky to capture a fire-scorched chicken earlier. We wanted to improve the meal for everyone, but unexpectedly, it was snatched away halfway.
Someone stole the fire-scorched chicken from you?
The man in the red robe looked at Red Tiger, his voice still flat.
Are you sure it was a human?
Not sure, here's what happened. Red Tiger chuckled awkwardly and wanted to recount the process of losing the fire-scorched chicken. However, the man in the red robe moved swiftly, instantly grabbing Red Tiger by the neck, making the latter tremble more than the grip of his captor.
Big Brother, what are you doing?
Whether human or beast, Red Tiger, remember, the hunting target we've entered the Monster God Mountains for is extremely important. If you mess this up, don't think being my brother will save you, I'll still kill you.
Yes, Big Brother, you're right.
Red Tiger eagerly nodded, even a few beads of cold sweat visible on his forehead. He feared nothing in the Blood Tiger mercenary group, except for his older brother, who was reputed to be the most cold-blooded and ruthless executioner in the mercenary world of Jingguan City.
Let us go, it's dull and there is nothing useful to hear. Hidden among the treetops, Li yawned silently, about to leave.
However, one sentence from the man in the red robe immediately made him halt. A few days ago, the magic trap set by the brothers was apparently destroyed by some beast.
Therefore, this time we must ensure everything goes flawlessly.
If the target escapes deep into the mountains, we won't have any explanation to give to the higher-ups.
Chapter 22, Discovered. Yes, I understand, brother. Upon hearing this, Red Tiger quickly nodded and clasped his hands, his attitude reverent.
He only feared his older brother, who would not hesitate to kill even their own when provoked. According to the information I received previously, the one who destroyed the magic trap seems to be a monster beast. What exactly it was, your second uncle said he couldn't see clearly. However, I suspect that beast must have taken the target, so we should meet up with your second uncle first and then discuss the hunting target, said the man in the red robe. At the same time that Red Tiger was talking to the man in the red robe, Li, who had initially chosen to leave, had now moved to a different hidden treetop, clearly hearing their conversation, with his eyes occasionally glimmering and flicking out his tongue like a snake.
Well, I just thought I had just been reborn. How could I encounter such a dangerous situation?
I must have coincidentally been with the so-called target they mentioned. Li carefully studied the situation, realizing that it was rather suspicious. Firstly, the man in the red robe and Red Tiger were unaware that he was the one who had destroyed the magic trap, and secondly, their current understanding of the so-called target should logically mean that it was with him. However, he had never even seen the mysterious target, and he was quite unfamiliar with it.
Moreover, during the urgency at that time, surviving was the priority. Who would care about anything else?
Due to the current lack of clues, Li stopped overthinking, but when he thought about how close he had come to being killed upon his rebirth, a raging fire burned within him, and his eyes sparkled with fierce intent. Regardless of who they are targeting, just for nearly getting me killed, our feud has significantly escalated. Previously, Li had no idea who the master of the magic trap was, but today it all made sense. When enemies meet, they are always fierce.
But I need to plan carefully.
This guy in the red robe emits a much stronger aura than I do, even stronger than the snake matriarch. Li stared fixedly at the members of the Blood Tiger mercenary group, a cruel smile forming. My defense is adequate now, but I lack the power to break through them, so I still need to obtain the Spirit Gathering Pearl first. As long as I get the Spirit Gathering Pearl and then advance to Tier 2 innate stage, reaching second level evolution, then, haha. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too late. I will make them feel what it's like to be bitten by a snake once and be wary for 10 years.
Rustling.
The snake's instinctive trait is that its body is fluid-like, and it occasionally changes its shape on its own.
As Li's snake tail swayed unconsciously, the sound of scales rubbing against branches created faint rustles, sending tiny ripples into the air.
Seeing this, Li couldn't help but think this is bad. This operations plan is different from the previous one. Specifically, how we'll proceed next, your Uncle Red will inform you at that time. Just as the man in the red robe was about to leave, his words were not yet finished when he seemed to sense something. A cold and sinister smile formed at the corner of his mouth, and in his hand, sharp metal pieces appeared out of nowhere, which he threw forcefully towards a certain direction.
Whoosh!
The metal shards flew at an incredible speed, even producing a sonic boom in the air, aimed squarely at a concealed treetop where Lee was located.
Oh no, I've been discovered.
Seeing the 4 metal shards shooting toward him with a force that could wither away anything, Lee expertly dodged using passive swift shadow and leaped to another tree.
Creak! Bang!
The sturdy tree that had been struck by the metal shards came crashing down under Lee's wide-eyed gaze.
Who is it?
Red Tiger reacted quickly, noticing his elder brother suddenly attack a certain spot, which indicated that there were definitely others hiding in the shadows. He immediately got ready for battle alongside his fellow mercenaries. On the other side, after dodging the sudden metal attack, Lee found himself on a distant tree trunk, quietly feeling a bit of cold sweat.
What kind of strength is this? Lee was astonished, grateful that he had dodged in time, otherwise, he would be pinned to the tree right now, unable to get free.
However, after this brief yet distant encounter, Lee understood that this red-cloaked man was no pushover, and his strength was far beyond what Lee had imagined. This is no place to linger, I better leave first. Just as Lee was preparing to retreat, he suddenly heard a few faint creaking sounds.
Lee looked in the direction of the sound, and upon seeing it, he jumped in surprise.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He could see several glimmers of metal shooting out rapidly from beneath the fallen tree trunk, heading straight for Lee.
Chapter 23, The Triangular Iron-Headed Python.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the metal shards that had just toppled the tree reappeared, shooting toward Lee with speed, he widened his eyes and moved remarkably fast, activating passive swift shadow repeatedly. His figure darted through the dense forest like a fleeting shadow on a lake.
Is this a hidden weapon?
This is clearly a tracking missile. While Lee frantically navigated through the forest, he remained vigilant of the lethal threat behind him, with both parties locked in a death-defying chase.
Humph, has he escaped?
The red-cloaked man seemed to sense the distant, faint fluctuation fade away, a cold smile creeping upon his lips as he said, "That sly fellow is gone, no need for any fuss."
"Big brother, that guy overheard us, what about our plan?"
Red Tiger paused, a little worried, but the red-cloaked man gestured for him to be quiet and turned to leave. "It's fine, just a mere beast that likely doesn't understand human speech, and it probably can't evade my soul-reaping blade. We have bigger matters at hand, and if we encounter him again next time, he will undoubtedly die." Seeing that his big brother was unconcerned, Red Tiger merely shot a cold glance at the direction Lee had left, then followed the red-cloaked man away.
Oh ho, what a great day for a hunt.
Perched on the tree trunk was a massive silver snake, possessing a triangular snake head that shimmered with a faint metallic luster. Its peculiar appearance exuded an air of authority, and the surroundings became eerily quiet on its arrival. This was a triangular iron-headed python, an unseen killer. Hiss, hiss.
The triangular iron-headed python slithered smoothly, its forked tongue flicking out as its eyes glanced around.
In an instant, it fixed its gaze somewhere, sensing fluctuating signals through its scales, a smirk of pride forming on its face.
Hee hee, looks like prey has come right to my door, what luck today.
Swish, swish. Lee was dodging the sudden metallic assaults in the forest, and even though he was already far from the red-cloaked man, these guys seemed to haunt him like vengeful spirits, relentlessly pursuing their target, as if determined not to give up until they struck.
Damn it, the humans in this world aren't any better, they attack without even saying a word.
Using the tree trunks of the dense forest as cover, along with his clever mind, Lee perfectly avoided the onslaught of the metal shards. However, as time passed, the intensity of the assault showed no sign of letting up. Lee glanced back occasionally and noticed that the metal killing machines were divided into 6 segmented parts, and although each segment seemed mismatched, together they formed a surrounding encirclement. They were infused with a substantial amount of mana fluctuations, allowing them to autonomously pursue their prey.
Even he had to admit it was impressive. The human cultivators in this world really are no joke. Finally found it.
As time passed, Lee spotted a colossal tree ahead that could definitely withstand the soul-reaping blade. That tree trunk was so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. He smirked, activating passive swift shadow repeatedly to lure the pursuing 6 segmented metal shards there.
As long as I get behind that giant tree, these non-turning hidden weapons will be contained.
I refuse to believe they can pierce through such a massive tree.
However, just when everything seemed foolproof, unexpected events occurred. Whoosh! As Lee rushed past the giant tree, unexpectedly, a silver shadow zipped by, and at the same time, the triangular snake head that reflected sunlight opened its massive mouth, revealing its fangs, lunging at him with ferocity. What the hell? Lee didn't expect to have stumbled into a predicament with wolves in front and tigers behind him. But he realized he didn't have a choice but to charge forward, shouting to his fellow kind all the while. Brother, if you have any conscience at all, just wait to fight later. He hadn't activated the power of thunder before, hence the scales were not enhanced with lightning, leading the triangular iron-headed python to mistake him for prey. Talking about morality with a cold-blooded demon beast? Your flesh is mine for the taking, sneered the triangle-headed iron python. It was heedless of the consequences, especially when it discovered that its opponent was just an ordinary silver snake. It immediately used its proud, sharp fangs to bite down, but upon biting, it realized it felt like gnawing on a piece of iron, unable to penetrate Lee's scales. What kind of snake are you? Your skin is so thick. The triangle-headed iron python's sharp fangs got stuck in Lee's scales, hard to extricate. It wanted to retreat, but found the latter gave no chance. The wild speed made it feel like a pendant, spinning wildly. Bang bang bang. 6 metallic plates slammed into the giant tree, the immense shock inertia causing a multitude of leaves to rain down, but this was not the end. Damn it, you stupid snake, can't you see the time? Lee noticed that because the opponent was stuck to him, his speed was slowing down. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, but this was not the time to dwell on that issue. He knew he couldn't stop, especially when he looked back astonished. The metallic plates that had struck the giant tree earlier now blasted through it in the most aggressive way, like tearing the trunk apart, blowing out 6 large holes, shooting towards him as if to claim his life. Chapter 24, The Entangled Snakes. When Lee saw those menacing metallic plates breaking through the giant tree, shooting towards him without losing speed, he felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. He immediately roared at the demon snake clinging to him. You blind idiot, look back. If you don't let go, we're both dead. Lee was furious but still showed no signs of slackening. He kept using passive swift shadow to escape. However, now he had an extra pendant on him, which somewhat affected his speed. Luckily, the speed of those 6 chasing metallic plates had weakened a bit over time. Do you still have time to curse me? Move it. The triangle-headed iron python turned its gaze back upon hearing his voice, its snake face instantly turning more silver-white in fright. It hadn't realized how terrifying the situation was until it looked back. Watching the chasing metallic plates closing in, it could feel the thick scent of death among them. It wanted to struggle free, but it was impossible. Its teeth were stuck too firmly, only a forceful pull could remove them. But its fangs were the lifeblood of the triangle-headed iron python. It couldn't abandon them. You're so heavy, how fast do you think I can move? If it weren't for the death threat behind him, Lee would really want to have a barbecued snake feast. While escaping, his mind raced, and in the next moment, he used the continuity of the branches and various collisions to try to shake the opponent off. However, the results were unsatisfactory. Although the triangle-headed iron python wasn't very clever, it could see through Lee's intentions. It immediately said, "Don't waste your effort unless I want to, you won't be able to break my fangs." As it spoke, the triangle-headed iron python shamelessly coiled around Lee's snake body, and surprisingly, it increased their speed slightly. You're quite the entangler. Even though you're not human, you're truly a dog. Lee gritted his teeth in anger. The triangle-headed iron python replied seriously, I'm a snake, not a dog. Get lost. Lee suppressed his rage and gave up on shaking off the opponent, then vigorously coiled his tail and used the inertia to bounce off. Both of them launched into a leap in mid-air. This was surprisingly effective. Ah, I'm truly a genius. Lee couldn't help but laugh at the 6 metallic plates passing just below. Bro. Big brother, look ahead. However, the triangle-headed iron python couldn't laugh at all, its snake face full of horror as it frantically reminded him. Lee looked forward upon hearing this, and his eyes nearly popped out. In front was the edge of a high hill, and the hill led to a higher rock wall away from the plains, both having long since left the dense forest area. Facing the high hill rock wall with no landing points in sight, Lee struggled repeatedly,
trying to whip his tail to increase air resistance. After all, he was only at Tier 1 acquired stage, completely lacking the ability to fly. Whoosh! While the two entangled snakes avoided the pursuit of hidden weapons, they faced the danger of falling off a cliff, ultimately plummeting like a kite with its string cut, landing outside the rock wall behind the high hill. From this height, even if they didn't die, they would definitely shed some skin. Swish, swish. In the next second, Lee felt a bit dizzy until he collided with the triangle-headed iron python and both hung on a branch, finally coming to a halt. It turned out there was a long dead branch on the rock wall behind the high hill, and this branch happened to save the lives of Lee and the triangle-headed iron python. Hiss, I'm going to puke. The triangle-headed iron python opened its eyes, shook its dazed head, and forcefully pulled out its fangs that were stuck in Lee, looking at Lee, who hadn't regained his wits yet, with a vicious grin. This time, let's see who can stop me from feeding. As it spoke, it opened its massive mouth, its muscular body tightly coiling around Lee again, and directly lunged at his head to bite. Crisp. However, this time, the triangle-headed iron python never expected that Lee's head was even harder than its own. Its sharp fangs, which could tear through rocks, not only broke off instantly but left no mark on Lee. It was left stunned. What kind of defense is this? What a coincidence, I feel like having a roasted snake feast today too. As Lee snapped back to reality, faced with such a scene, his anger boiled over, and with a cold sneer, he coiled around the bleeding triangular iron-headed python, unleashing thunderous power that erupted from its scales. Chapter 25, Misfortunes Never Come Alone. Sizzle. Sizzle. Without saying a word, Lee unleashed his max-level active skill lightning strike, instantly covering his entire body in silver scales, as a powerful electric force exploded forth, stunning the triangular iron-headed python. Yaya! At this moment, the triangular iron-headed python was powerless against the sudden onslaught of lightning, mumbling incoherently, frothing at the mouth, its eyes nearly rolling back. Fortunately, its cultivation was at level 9 Tier 1 acquired stage, so it wouldn't be instantly killed by Lee. However, this unexpected lightning strike left the triangular iron-headed python unable to retaliate against Lee. My dinner today is going to be a roasted snake feast. Lee knew that this wouldn't have much effect, but just thinking about the misdeeds of this creature made him furious. If he didn't vent this anger, he would feel suffocated. Big brother, big brother. Although the triangular iron-headed python wasn't seriously harmed, the electric shocks were unbearable, and it struggled repeatedly, wishing to surrender. But Lee's grip was unyielding, keeping the creature from escaping his hold. After all, a snake's entangling ability is among the best in the animal kingdom. Crack! Just as Lee was electrically shocking the triangular iron-headed python, the dry branch supporting them emitted a series of faint cracks. Although subtle, both of them had sharp hearing and immediately halted their movements. Their eyes met. Lee also ceased his lightning strike, while the triangular iron-headed python stopped struggling. Their heads turned mechanically to look towards the end of the dry branch. It seemed to be bearing an undue weight, and coupled with years of exposure to the elements, its inside had grown quite fragile. After Lee had been wrestling with the triangular iron-headed python, it finally began to crack. Lee and the triangular iron-headed python exchanged glances and swallowed hard. Big brother, hold on, they both exclaimed. Crack! However, as if in response to their call, the thick dry branch began to crack further, until it inevitably broke apart, and Lee along with the triangular iron-headed python fell rapidly amid screams. Having just evaded an ambush from human projectiles, now they faced the peril of falling. Talk about being unfortunate. Bang! Bang! Fortunately, the dry branch wasn't too far from the plains below when Lee hit the ground. He only felt dizzy, with a violent urge to vomit. At that moment, the triangular iron-headed python even used him as a soft pillow. Ha! I'm actually okay? The triangular iron-headed python looked at itself, filled with surprise. You're on top of me, get off! Lee flipped over and flung it off, stretching his body, and a series of crackling sounds accompanied his motion. Big brother, you saved my life, I'm eternally grateful. The triangular iron-headed python hurriedly used its tail to comb Lee's back, but before it could finish, Lee silenced it with his tail. Stay quiet. Lee shot a warning look to be silent, releasing his tail.
With a serious expression, the triangular iron-headed python followed his gaze and immediately widened its eyes in shock.
Huff! Huff!
Not far ahead, a group of massive beasts surrounded them, all resting and snoring deeply.
This is... The triangular iron-headed python was so shocked it couldn't speak, while Lee calmly surveyed the surroundings and said in a low voice, "I never expected to encounter a group of demon lantern tigers."
Truly, just as one wave has not settled, another rises. Calamity does not come singly. Chapter 26, Sneaking Over Quietly.
Huff, huff. At this moment, the group of demon light tigers was resting around, and this was indeed their usual lair. Not far away, there were even quite a few skeletons of demon beasts. Faced with a group of 20 or 30 demon light tigers, the strongest of which had already reached level 2 innate stage, even with Lee's confidence in his defense, he felt his scalp tingling. This is it, we're finished. The triangular iron-headed python curled its head and lay helplessly on the ground, looking resigned and giving up the struggle. The preferred prey of the demon lamp tiger is none other than snake-type demon beasts in the eyes of the triangular iron-headed python. The other is an invincible archenemy. The natural enemy, established in its bloodline and bones, made it feel powerless and shake uncontrollably with fear. Lee couldn't help but shake his head slightly. That guy was just boasting and showing off, and now he looked scared like a little lamb. The triangular iron-headed python, being a low-tier monster, has a significantly lower level of intelligence. Feeling the powerful aura surrounding it, it has even stopped considering hunting Lee, as it understands its own situation. As long as the demon lamp tiger wakes up, it's time for the triangular iron-headed python to become a feast.
What's wrong? Weren't you pretty impressive just now? Feeling scared now?
Lee shot a glance at it. As a beast with a human soul and wisdom, he was naturally much calmer than the triangular iron-headed python.
As if you could walk out alive. The triangular iron-headed python sneered.
In its eyes, Lee was merely talking tough right before death.
What if I can walk out alive and bring you with me?
Lee scoffed, filled with confidence.
Just keep bragging, the triangular iron-headed python scoffed. What if I actually manage to take you out? Lee adopted a superior posture, as if everything was under control. Upon hearing this, the triangular iron-headed python looked at Lee seriously.
Seeing the confidence in his eyes, it felt that maybe he wasn't just boasting and suddenly had hope for survival.
If you can bring me out alive, I'll do anything you ask. It's a deal. Follow my lead, and do exactly what I do. Lee proudly flipped his head and took the lead.
At that moment, he retracted the luster of his silver scales, transforming them into pitch-black scales like a black demon snake. He hesitated as the background was a tall rock wall, leading to a greater shadow area, and he maximized his concealment with the black scales. This change in detail left the triangular iron-headed python stunned, its eyes gleaming as it followed closely behind Lee.
Impressive. You can actually change your body according to the environment. How do you do that? What species of snake are you? Stop asking useless questions, let us quietly sneak over.
Lee continued to advance cautiously, while the triangular iron-headed python remained puzzled.
What does sneaking over mean?
Shoo! If you don't want to die, keep quiet. Lee turned back and tapped the triangular iron-headed python with his tail, his eyes sharp enough to scare it into silence as it closely followed behind. At this moment, two large figures slithered through the group of demon lamp tigers, both keeping close to the ground, minimizing noise to the point where even the wind couldn't be heard.
Ding!
Detecting nearby monster life below the host's level, consuming them can increase EXP and evolution points.
These are valuable EXP.
Lee looked at a lion with antennae resembling small lanterns on its head, swallowing nervously, but he had no intention to act. Hunting in someone else's lair is either madness or plain foolishness. The two did their utmost to avoid the demon lamp tigers resting on the ground, cautiously seeking a path through the cracks, fearful that a wrong move would alert them. Huff, huff. This group of demon lamp tigers was sleeping soundly during their afternoon rest, completely unaware of the two uninvited guests in their lair. Lee noticed that he was about to walk out of the demon lamp tiger territory, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Crack! Just as Lee was about to exit the demon lamp tiger group, his tail was suddenly bitten, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He quickly turned his head, ready for a desperate struggle, only to find that it wasn't a demon lamp tiger that bit him.
It was the triangular iron-headed python.
Hiss hiss. The triangular iron-headed python did not dare to make a sound, only conveying a message to Lee through the frequency of snakes, and Lee understood immediately. As he turned back, he saw the predicament it was in and his expression became strange.
How did you manage to do this? Chapter 27, Hypnotic Lullaby. You tell me how you did it?
When Lee looked back at the triangular iron-headed python, his face twitched slightly, and his expression was peculiar.
Bro, save me.
The triangular iron-headed python frantically signaled for help from Lee, afraid to make too much noise, which turned its snake face pale with fear.
It was close to crying as it realized that at the end of its body, there was a pair of sharp little claws gripping tightly, clearly the claws of a demon lamp tiger.
Lee noted that the only reason it was held was because it had just rolled over, unintentionally wrapping around the triangular iron-headed python's hindquarters. Just as they were about to escape, such an incident happened. It must be said that the triangular iron-headed python was indeed quite unlucky. Lee saw the tiger paw resting on the triangular iron-headed python's tail belonged to a young demon lamp tiger, which relieved him. He quietly said, "It's okay, this is just a juvenile tiger cub." Slowly pull out without making a sound. The triangular iron-headed python cautiously crawled in response, using its smooth scales to escape the grip of the demon lamp tiger's claw, but just as its tail was almost free, that little guy suddenly rolled again. But this time it wasn't flipping over, rather, in its sleepy subconscious, it sensed something cool in front of it and, during its adolescence, began to hug the tail of the triangular iron-headed python, unintentionally stirring.
This is also possible?
Lee watched, stunned, as he observed that the minor demon lamp tiger was making such bold moves towards a snake, internally sweating profusely. Indeed, only a monster could do anything such a crafty move, with a rhythm to it. It was simply filled with philosophical vibes.
I was actually caught by a tiger cub.
The triangular iron-headed python also understood what the little one behind it was doing. It was furious, its face turning red, yet it dared not make large movements, fearing to wake the other fierce adult demon tigers, and was utterly humiliated. It is now both shy and angry, also a bit scared, and even feels a little special.
Don't worry, I'll help you.
Lee suppressed a laugh, carefully walked up to the triangular iron-headed python, gave it a glance, and whispered, "In a moment, I'll count to 3, and you just pull your tail out without asking anything.
If you want to live, you have to listen to me."
The triangular iron-headed python nodded vigorously upon hearing this.
Its biggest regret today was its impulsiveness in trying to hunt Lee.
If it had known all this would happen, it wouldn't have dared to do so.
Huff! Ha!
The young monster tiger still moved mindlessly, and at that moment, Lee seized the opportunity and signaled to the triangular iron-headed python.
3, 2, 1.
Pull your tail out. Without hesitation, the triangular iron-headed python quickly wriggled its tail out from the monster tiger's claws. Due to the excessive speed, a loud crack was heard, and its tail unexpectedly hit the little guy's face.
Oh no!
The triangular iron-headed python knew just how forceful that pull had been.
Forget the young monster tiger, even a fully grown fierce tiger would be startled awake in an instant.
Woo! Just as the triangular iron-headed python had feared, the monster tiger, which had just been struck, indeed opened its dull eyes wide, leaving the latter too frightened even to breathe, thinking to itself that it was done for.
This is it.
At the same time, Lee moved quickly, taking the place of the triangular iron-headed python with his own tail. But this wasn't to let the young monster tiger cling on, rather, he used his tail like a human hand, continuously stroking the tiger's fur while softly singing. "Good baby, go to sleep, the night is dark and the wind is blowing."
Bro, what are you doing?
The triangular iron-headed python listened, utterly confused. It didn't understand what Lee was singing, and it didn't think it would have any effect. However, to its astonishment, Lee's song actually worked. In the next moment, the young tiger cub, muddled by Leah's soothing voice, gradually fell asleep.
Wow, luckily I'm clever, I remembered some lullabies for hypnosis.
Seeing that everything around him calmed down, Lee sighed in relief, nearly breaking out in a cold sweat. He gently withdrew his tail and swooped out from the tiger group, coming to the bewildered triangular iron-headed python, and gave it a light whip with his tail.
"What are you still dawdling for? Let's go."
As he said this, Lee left without looking back, slipping through the tall grass on the plain. When the triangular iron-headed python saw Lee leave, it finally reacted, staring in disbelief, its jaw nearly dropping.
Is this really possible? Chapter 28, Silverstone Hill, Here I Come.
Bro Dow, ahead is the Green Valley Plain, and Silverstone Hill is right there. At that moment, the triangular iron-headed python pointed to the green plain that stretched like a flat surface, asking, "Bro Dow, but Silverstone Hill is the territory of the lightning scale snake, which is extremely troublesome to deal with."
You? What? Do I not look like a lightning scale snake?
Lee turned to look at it, distancing himself from the monster tiger group. He infused a bit of lightning power into his scales, which instantly took on the appearance characteristic of the lightning scale snake, leaving the triangular iron-headed python dumbfounded.
Bro Dow, you're amazing. I really don't know what kind of snake you are, being able to switch between the black demon snake and lightning scale snake like that. The triangular iron-headed python looked at him wide-eyed with admiration.
Especially since Lee had saved its life, the triangular iron-headed python agreed to be his subordinate. All of this was voluntary on the part of the triangular iron-headed python. It believed that with such a big brother looking out for it, life would surely be good.
Of course. I, Bro Dow, am the only one of my kind in the world.
Lee smiled proudly, then paused slightly in expression, asking, "I need to go to Silverstone Hill for something."
It might not be good for you to follow, but since you can't return to your place now, what are you planning to do?
Upon hearing this, the triangular iron-headed python also hung its head, somewhat troubled, but quickly grinned at Lee and said, "No problem, Bro Dow, you go on to Silverstone Hill.
I can survive anywhere."
Oh, right, take this." As it spoke, the triangular iron-headed python suddenly bit down on its own scales, which made Lee wonder.
Hiss.
When a shiny scale was ripped from the triangular iron-headed python's body, it visibly weakened slightly, and then slowly handed it to Lee.
"Bro Dow, this is my reverse scale. I will be around the forest area near Silverstone Hill. If you need anything, just come find me.
I can sense it within 10 miles around.
As long as I can help, your little brother will never refuse because my life is given by you, Bro Dow."
The triangular iron-headed python's gaze was extremely firm. It was determined to consider Bro Dow as its big brother, a relationship that wouldn't change even unto death. Lee took the triangular iron-headed python's reverse scale, slightly stunned. He noticed that even though the world of demon beasts was bloody and brutal, the kind of sincere and steadfast friendship here was often stronger than that of many humans. This is the world of demon beasts. It's straightforward, with clear distinctions between love and hate, and no pretense.
All right, you be careful. Once I finish my business, I'll come look for you, and then we can roam the world together.
Lee accepted the reverse scale, responding earnestly,
"I trust Brother Knife." Borrowing a phrase from humanity, I'd like to wish Brother Knife all his endeavors succeed.
With that, the triangular iron-headed python didn't wait for Lee to respond, and transformed into a shadow, swiftly weaving through the tall grass of the plain until it vanished from sight, leaving no trace of its presence. Lee held the scale in his tail and remained still for a long time. This was the first friend he made after arriving in the ancient wilderness. "System, put this scale in my space."
Ding. Processing.
The evolution system took the inverse scale of the triangular iron-headed python. Lee gazed into the distance, his eyes flashing with brilliance.
That was a glow of confidence and determination. "Don't worry, I keep my word."
Lee flicked his tongue, confirming the direction of Silverstone Hill. He knew there would be some risks in his next endeavors, yet even so, he had never felt fear. "Fortunes favor the bold, and I must have the gathering spirit pearl." After saying this, he transformed into a silver swift shadow, rapidly weaving through the tall grass of the plain.
Silverstone Hill, here I come, Lightning Scale Snake Clan. Chapter 29, The Lantern Tiger and the Moonshadow Wolf. Silverstone Hill.
Although this is a green plain, it is famous for the enormous silver rocks that grow naturally everywhere. There are precious silver or resources here, but unfortunately, the extraction difficulty is extremely high, and humans do not like to come to this remote area. In addition to the vast silver ore resources, other rare resources are scarce in Silverstone Hill, which is home to countless ferocious beasts. Besides, with powerful local forces like the Lightning Scale Snake Clan, it is difficult and unwise for humans to invest financial and labor resources in mining here.
Ding! The host has hunted down a yellow phosphorus pangolin, EXP plus 30. Evolution points plus 0. Ding! The host has killed a spiked groundhog, EXP plus 18. Evolution points plus 0. Ding! The host has slain a venomous-tailed fox, EXP plus 11. Evolution points plus 0. Ding! The host attribute panel EXP has been updated, please check. Host, Lee. Race, Monster Faction. Current state, Lightning Scale Snake First Evolution. Passive, Swift Shadow, Charm. Active skills, Lightning Strike Max Level, Exploding Fangs Max Level. Tier, Level 7, Tier 1 Acquired Stage. Physical Defense, comparable to Level 6, Tier 2 Innate Stage. Evolution points, 66-100. EXP, 32-91-36-30. On a huge shining silver stone, Lee burped as he looked at the silver-covered plain ahead, sighed slightly, and rested his head. I still haven't reached Level 8 Tier 1 Acquired Stage, and while I don't have constraints on leveling up, this has been a bit too slow, not to mention, evolution points are given out so sparingly. Ding! The low-tier beasts you've killed are far below your own level, so it's normal that the rewards are minimal. You will only receive evolution points when the system deems you eligible to earn them. Hearing the evolution system's words, Lee smirked slightly. He had spent countless times listening to this notification, and he was genuinely getting tired of it. If I could kill a ferocious beast similar to when I took on that giant, I might, haha. Lee merely thought for a moment and fell silent again. With his current strength? The beast could easily spit him to death. Sigh, when will I reach the pinnacle? Roar! Just as Lee was questioning his life as a serpent, a deep and ferocious beast roar interrupted the tranquility, and he stealthily moved toward the source of the sound. Lantern tiger? Lee looked at an adult tiger-shaped beast ahead, which was now growling lowly in a warning manner towards some direction, full of ferocity. This is interesting. I want to see who dares to provoke such a creature. Lee's expression became animated, eagerly wanting to know who was bold enough to challenge the king of beasts. At that moment, the lantern tiger was glaring angrily towards the front, its fluctuations at a solid level 7 Tier 1 acquired stage, clearly powerful. Coupled with its over 2-meter tall powerful physique, it exuded a kingly aura. Unfortunately, to Lee, it looked like moving EXP and evolution points. Hiss! At the same time, behind the massive silver rock formation that the lantern tiger was facing, a wolf-shaped beast shadow appeared, its physique nearly identical. Lee's expression slightly changed upon seeing this, and a smirk crept onto his lips, looking like he was at a spectacle. This is interesting, very interesting. This guy is a tough character. I wonder if the lantern tiger can win. Lee looked at the wolf-shaped beast shadow covered in hard fur, and a hint of surprise appeared in his smile. Wait a minute, isn't the moonshadow wolf a nocturnal beast? Why is it out in the day? And isn't it known for ambushing? Is it going to engage in a direct confrontation? Just as Lee thought, the grim-looking moonshadow wolf was currently staring at the lantern tiger with its fierce eyes. A mark resembling the moon prominently appeared on its forehead, reminiscent of a certain birthmark. Fierce, nocturnal, hunting enemies like a shadow, this is the origin of the moonshadow wolf. Meanwhile, the lantern tiger also stood firm on the ground, waves of mana rippling outwards, declaring its strength and ferocity. The moonshadow wolf moved slowly, seemingly looking for openings in its opponent, waiting for the right moment. Both sides had reached a standoff, full of murderous intent. Let the fight begin. Let the fight begin. Hiding somewhere, Lee quietly cheered for both sides, looking like he was just enjoying the spectacle, while secretly having already calculated everything, just waiting for the two sides to engage in a life-and-death battle. Chapter 30, The Tiger Drives the Wolf Forward, Brother Knife Hunts from Behind. Who? Who?
The demonic lantern tiger stomped its front paw, and the ground instantly burst with a large amount of soil, taking the initiative to attack. The kingly aura combined with the powerful mana of 7-level Tier 1 acquired stage, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, rushed towards the Moonshadow Wolf.
Sizzle!
The Moonshadow Wolf let out a deep growl upon sensing the danger, its figure swiftly dodging like a shadow, its sharp claws gliding across the demonic lantern tiger's body. The latter roared in pain, and in their first exchange of attacks, it was the demonic lantern tiger that suffered the loss. The demonic lantern tiger's eyelids twitched slightly, as if it was enduring pain. Its side had 3 prominent bloody claw marks, with drops of fresh blood dripping from them.
In contrast, the Moonshadow Wolf was unscathed, although it had consumed more mana in its dodging than the demonic lantern tiger did.
It was panting slightly, yet its eyes remained fierce and menacing.
Yes, that's it, fight it out. Lee watched intently from the shadows, observing the two moving EXP, without feeling any urgency. A snake's nature is inherently patient.
What he hoped for now was for both the demonic lantern tiger and the Moonshadow Wolf to inflict mutual destruction, so he could then step in and reap the rewards.
The plan was perfect. Roar! The demonic lantern tiger seized the opportunity, still attacking the Moonshadow Wolf in the most ferocious manner. The latter revealed a cold smile that approached human-like cunning. However, this smile was even more chilling as it skillfully dodged the demonic lantern tiger's strike, its sharp claws viciously slashing. Put! This time, the Moonshadow Wolf showed no mercy.
With intelligence surpassing the demonic lantern tiger's, it chose to attack the same spot, slashing along the previous wounds on the demonic lantern tiger's body and directly digging into its belly. Such a method of attack left Lee astonished.
This Moonshadow Wolf can actually reach back and dig? Oh whoa!
The demonic lantern tiger's body shook, and the excruciating pain made it let out a mournful cry before collapsing. Its body convulsed and twitched, as its copper-like belly was directly gutted by the Moonshadow Wolf, blood spilling everywhere and staining the surrounding verdant grass.
The Moonshadow Wolf did not approach the fallen demonic lantern tiger.
Its inherently cruel nature meant it would never place itself in danger, instead waiting for the opponent to completely perish. The demonic lantern tiger struggled desperately on the brink of death, trying to survive because it had cubs at home that needed feeding and growing, so it did not want to give up. But contrary to its wishes, the demonic lantern tiger ultimately stopped moving in despair, its life force fading away. The Moonshadow Wolf approached cautiously. To assure itself, it viciously bit into the opponent's body to confirm the demonic lantern tiger's death, before howling to the sky. This is the instinctive trait of wolves after victory in battle, they celebrate with a howl.
Put! However, in the next moment, the Moonshadow Wolf's howl abruptly stopped.
It felt its breathing becoming increasingly difficult, even unable to breathe.
Not dead?
Seeing this scene from the shadows, Lee was taken aback as the supposedly dead demonic lantern tiger suddenly lunged, biting into the Moonshadow Wolf's neck. No wonder it's a monstrous beast. If you don't kill them completely, you might face a backlash.
Clearly, the Moonshadow Wolf had miscalculated.
The demonic lantern tiger and the Moonshadow Wolf both fell to the ground, their blood flowing profusely, staining the surrounding grass. The Moonshadow Wolf's body convulsed repeatedly, and in its once ferocious eyes, there was now only despair and unwillingness. Meanwhile, the demonic lantern tiger's gaze, seeing its counterattack coming to an end, appeared much calmer, as if experiencing a sense of satisfaction from revenge. Hiss! At that moment, Lee seized the opportunity to dart out, reaching the spot where both had collapsed, opening his mouth wide, his fangs formed from converged mana viciously biting down, ending the critically injured Moonshadow Wolf's life.
Ding!
You killed a level 8, Tier 1 acquired stage Moonshadow Wolf.
EXP plus 100. Evolution points plus 1.
I have to say, this Shattering Fang's active skill is pretty good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bite through the Moonshadow Wolf's skin. Lee was quite satisfied with the active skill he acquired from killing the snake matriarch. This Shattering Fang's active skill has built-in armor penetration. As long as the level difference isn't too great, he'll have no issues. The tiger drives the wolf forward, Brother Knife hunts from behind. Hey, it feels great. Lee heard the system's prompt tone, looking satisfied.
He turned to the severely weakened demonic lantern tiger, approaching it.
The demonic lantern tiger, seeing the lightning scale snake nearing, seemed to see its own fate, closing its eyes and waiting for death.
Ding!
The host has killed the level 1 acquired stage demon lantern tiger, gaining 90 EXP and 1 evolution point. Lee reaped the benefits, having killed both the demonic lantern tiger and the moonshadow wolf. He climbed onto the silver stone, gazing at the two already cold monstrous beast corpses, feeling a slight shiver inside. This is the survival rule of the monster world: the weak are food destined for elimination, while between strong beasts, only the distinction of life and death remains.
A slight mistake could lead to eternal doom.
Hiss. Just as Lee was lost in thought, he sensed something approaching him. He quickly straightened up and swung his tail out, knocking back and pinning down the figure behind him. Lee looked at the silver snake beneath him that he had pinned down, which had an expression of admiration towards him, and appeared stunned.
Another of my kind? Chapter 31, Little Guy Mori.
Please don't kill me, I'm also from the Lightning Scale Snake clan. The Lightning Scale Snake, pinned beneath Lee, trembled in fear as it sensed the overwhelming pressure emitting from both Lee's aura and the mana fluctuations within his body, creating an almost suffocating sensation.
Of the same kind?
Seeing this, Lee moved aside, and the other snake flipped over and got up, scrutinizing Lee with a confused expression, saying, Why have I never seen you before?
Which part of the clan are you from? Is there even a division within the Lightning Scale Snake clan?
Lee replied, taken aback. He thought of countless ways to respond to the other's question, but he never considered this possibility. The little guy's expression froze for a moment, then its snake face changed instantly, as if it had transformed into another snake, filled with hostility.
You are not one of my kind, who are you?
As it spoke, this small lightning scale snake was already gearing up for a fight, looking ready to go all out against Lee.
You brat!
Lee looked at the smaller snake, which was more than twice his size, and felt speechless. The other clearly belonged to the juvenile category, with even the evolution system indicating it was only at level tier 1 acquired stage. Though its level was low, in terms of presence, this little one was indeed very assertive.
Speak! Who are you? This is the habitat of my Lightning Scale Snake clan. Outsiders must leave, or else our clan's experts will come, and you won't be able to escape. The little one stood tall. Although it felt the invisible pressure from Lee, just thinking of him as an enemy somehow allowed it to convince itself to overcome its fear. Seeing this, Lee wanted to calm its emotions, smiling as he said, Little buddy, I'm not your enemy. Don't be too agitated, listen. Crack!
Before he finished speaking, the small lightning scale snake leaped up and clamped its sharp fangs onto his neck.
Lee glanced, dumbfounded, at the little one hanging from his neck, saying, Could you let me finish speaking, please? Wow, Brother Knife, you're amazing.
You can take down both the demon lantern tiger and the moonshadow wolf at the same time. And I didn't expect you, Knife Brother, to be a wild member of the tribe. No, I was just abandoned. I'm not wild, because we belong to the same clan.
Brother Knife, you must have suffered a lot out there, right? Earlier, I misunderstood you. I'm really sorry I even bit you.
One large, one small, the two snakes ventured deeper into the Silverstone Hill, with the little lightning scale snake, more, following closely by Lee's side, flicking its tongue and looking quite embarrassed.
It's fine, you did the right thing. If it were me, I'd probably not be as brave as you, Lee said with a smile, secretly relieved inside.
Fortunately, I had the presence of mind to fabricate a backstory earlier, which helped me evade suspicion.
After all, I couldn't just say that my lightning scale snake form evolved after being struck by lightning, could I? Oh, isn't this little more? What's up? Are you bringing along a bodyguard? Just then, an unfriendly voice came from not far away.
Upon hearing it, Moore glared sharply, staring at the massive Silverstone ahead, his expression darkening with anger. Behind the Silverstone, two lightning scale snakes crawled out, both larger than Moore in terms of aura and size, but they looked somewhat bizarre. One of them had many clear scars all over its body, clearly a seasoned hunter, while the other had a tail bent at an amazing angle, appearing as if it had been broken by someone, presented at an unnatural angle. However, they shared one thing in common: their eyes held no semblance of camaraderie typically found among kin. Rather, they seemed to exude disdain and mockery, along with a hint of resentment. Lee remained silent, choosing to observe the situation. In his view, the internal relations within the Lightning Scale Snake Clan were not as peaceful and harmonious as those in the Black Demon Snake Clan appeared to be.
"Do you two dare to come out and talk to me?" Suppressing his inner rage, Moore sneered, "One almost got killed by my brother, and the other ended up crippled due to my brother's beating. What gives you the courage?" Chapter 32, Taking Action. "With you losers who were defeated by my brother, you still have the face to talk to me?"
Moore saw that the two snakes stronger than him showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, their words dripped with disdain, causing the others to keep baring their fangs.
Lee looked at Moore in surprise.
He did not expect that even when facing two level Tier 1 acquired stage lightning scale snakes, he remained completely unafraid, which was quite unexpected for him.
Still talking about your brother?
Go back and check. Your brother was wrecked by our clan brother during the match, one of the scarred lightning scale snakes scoffed. If nothing else happens, he should be in recovery now.
You guys are talking nonsense. My brother won't lose.
Upon hearing this, Moore's snake face twisted in anger, shouting, with Moshi's strength, how could he possibly be my brother's opponent?
A competition? Lee stood silently beside Moore, secretly surprised. It seems that the Lightning Scale Snake Tribe must be holding some kind of martial arts ceremony somewhere at this time. Even among monsters, there is talk of competitions? Still not realizing the danger?
We brothers are here because Moshi ordered us to capture you and bring you back. No matter how many guards you have, it won't help.
The lightning scale snake with a broken tail grinned at its companion and said, "Let's finish this quickly, capture Mori alive, and take care of that guard too, just in case things change."
Having said that, the broken-tailed lightning scale snake stood upright, ready to pounce with a fierce attack, and the scarred kin around it also rose to their feet, their smiles chillingly grim. This is the basic hunting posture of snakes, standing tall for easier pouncing and to create a sense of pressure.
"I just passed through, and you want to kill me?"
Seeing the situation, Lee secretly rubbed his temples. This was the scenario he least wanted to encounter, sighing inwardly, they're going all out. It seems the Lightning Scale Snake Clan is quite unfriendly. His original plan was to steadily obtain the Spirit Gathering Pearl and then disappear into the night. However, considering the current circumstances, the plan was evidently falling apart.
"Brother Dao, you should head back to the clan first. This has nothing to do with you. I'll hold them off."
Mori also stood up, ready for battle, with a fierce light gleaming in his eyes. Even though its size was a generation smaller than the opponent's, it truly exuded the aura of a strong fighter.
Upon hearing this, Lee was taken aback, looking surprised. "You want to hold them off?"
He noticed that this little guy was quite interesting. Even though he was already in deep trouble, he still thought of a way to help him escape. However, it was precisely because of this that he began to feel a hint of affection for this little Mori. Hiss, no one is leaving today. Surrender now.
The broken-tailed lightning scale snake flicked its forked tongue, exuding overwhelming pressure to intimidate Mori. "Mo-san, Mo-lu, your opponent is me."
Not feeling the slightest fear, Mori charged forward with a fierce look on his face, launching a swift and decisive attack without the slightest hesitation, remarkably skilled.
Bang!
However, while Mori's attack might succeed against some weaker beasts, it was nothing but a joke against the much stronger Mo-san, who mercilessly swung its tail and sent Mori flying away in the most brutal manner.
With your half-baked mana level, do you really think you can resist?" sneered Mo-lu, watching from the side, filled with disdain.
Despite Mori's fierce offensive, he could not withstand Mo-san's powerful counterattack. His barely 3-meter-long body flew uncontrollably, ultimately caught by Lee's tail.
Cough, cough.
Mori coughed violently a few times, a trickle of cold blood oozing from the corner of his mouth.
He looked at Lee, who had caught him, surprised. "Brother Dao, why haven't you left yet?" "I'm fine, you should go back to the clan. I can't let you get dragged into this."
Lee gently placed him on the ground, looking at the little guy and couldn't help but smile, but before he could speak, a sharp wind swept past, accompanied by a ferocious snake's mouth and a chilling cold snicker.
"I said, no one is getting away today." Bang!
Just as Mo-san's vicious mouth was about to pounce on Lee, the latter activated his passive skill Swift Shadow, moving so swiftly that it was untraceable. Emo-san felt a sudden sharp pain in its face and, like Mori before it, was sent flying. Everything happened so fast that even Emo-san didn't react in time. It felt a shadow flicker past, and then it was abruptly sent flying. Looking more pathetic than Mori, it lost a tooth at Lee's tail, which struck mercilessly. What? Originally scoffing at his opponents, Emo-Lu, upon seeing his companion brutally struck back, hurriedly caught Emo-san, glaring at Lee. Brother Dao. Though Mori felt a rush of excitement within, he couldn't bring himself to celebrate, looking at Lee weakly. Brother Dao, there's no need for this, it has nothing to do with you. Lee simply patted the other's head with his tail, smiling. There's no helping it, I've always been unable to stand them, so you don't have to worry about it. As he spoke, he turned his attention to the disheveled Emo-san caught by Emo-Lu, nonchalantly stating, two big ones bullying a little one. You really don't take me seriously, do you? Chapter 33, You are just moving EXP. Not only are two big ones bullying a little one, but you really don't take me, Dao, seriously, do you? Lee pulled Mori behind him, staring at Emo-san and Emo-Lu, unfurling his forked tongue, his aura suddenly turning ferocious, surpassing that of the latter. Brother Dao. Mori felt some of his strength returning, wanting to fight alongside Lee, but was stopped. You just stay behind me and watch. Lee didn't look back but instead stared at the enemy and asked a question that surprised Mori a bit. If I kill them, will I be punished? Upon hearing this, Mori was taken aback and quickly replied, No, Brother Dao, you killed them with strength. Even if the Snake Queen knows, she won't punish you. Brother Dao, you may not know since you just returned to the clan, but our Lightning Scale Snake Clan is a martial tribe. As long as you're not killing weak clansmen indiscriminately, killing clansmen of the same level in battle will not only avoid punishment but may even earn rewards. Very good. Lee nodded slightly upon hearing this. This was the answer he wanted. After a short recovery, Emo-san also managed to rid himself of the remnants of Lee's previous attack. He coldly said to Emo-Lu beside him, Don't waste time talking to him, let's take him down together. Emo-Lu realized that Lee was not as simple as he appeared, and joined forces with Emo-san to attack from both sides, targeting Lee's vulnerable spot. Their attack was ruthless and formidable, not to be underestimated. Haha, to me, you're just moving EXP, Lee said, shaking his head as if he were stretching. He then activated his passive skill Swift Shadow, transforming into a robust shadow and launching an assault with incredible speed. Seeing Lee planning to confront two lightning scale snakes head-on at the same time, Emo-Lu also started to show a hint of worry on his face. Be careful, Brother Dao, they are really strong. Put. However, before Emo-Lu could finish his sentence, a terrifying sound of a neck snapping rang out. It wasn't the sound of Lee's neck breaking but rather the most arrogant of the bunch, Emo-san. With your level of strength, you're only fit to bully the younger ones. In a flash, Lee bit into the back of Emo-san's head, and his active skill Explosive Fangs activated simultaneously. Using the common knowledge that you should strike at a snake's weakest point, he instantly severed his opponent's neck. In that moment, Emo-san's eyes widened in horror, unable to utter a word. He didn't even have time to react before being decapitated by Lee, leading to an instantaneous death. Ding! The host has killed a level 6, Tier 1 acquired stage lightning scale snake. EXP plus 80, evolution points plus 1. At the same time, the evolution system's notification sound echoed in Lee's mind. Emo-san. Emo-Lu felt a blur before his eyes. When he looked back at his partner, he found that the other had been decapitated, and his own eyes instantly filled with dread. What kind of speed is this? So fast that even he couldn't see it. Especially when he saw Emo-san's head in Lee's mouth, his body suddenly went cold. This is too strong, right? Emo-Lu exclaimed in shock, thinking that it would be the limit for Lee to be able to contend with one of them. Yet he did not expect that even while facing two powerful enemies at once, Lee could still manage to kill one of them in an instant. What kind of powerful force and skilled combat techniques must this be? Realizing this, Emo-Lu also understood that his previous worries were completely unnecessary. There's still one left. Lee spat Emo-san's head aside and turned his gaze towards the panicked Emo-Lu. At this moment, he did not pause. Having dealt with Emo-san, his own thick tail quickly coiled around Emo-Lu's body, tightening around the crucial point of his neck so he could not move. Sizzle, sizzle. Seeing that he was at an absolute disadvantage, Mo frantically unleashed a thunderous attack between his scales, but he forgot that Li was also a lightning scale snake, so that thunder power proved ineffective, merely futile effort.
Playing with electricity in front of me?
Li sneered, tightening his grip on the critical point while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of thunderous power from his scales. Hiss. Mo, covered in the highly penetrating force of lightning strike, couldn't say a word at that moment. His entire body twitched uncontrollably from the electric shock, racked with pain, and his eyes turned from fear to sheer terror. Li felt no pity at all. Instead, he intensified the output of lightning strike. The max-level lightning strike active skill could even penetrate the defenses of a 9-level Tier 1 acquired stage.
I told you, you're just moving EXP in my eyes. Li gripped Mo tightly and sneered. Chapter 34, Level 8, Tier 1 acquired stage. Ding!
The host has electrocuted a Level 6, Tier 1 acquired stage lightning scale snake to a crisp.
EXP plus 80. Evolution points plus 1. Ding! Host EXP is full, leveling up automatically. Attribute panel updated. Host, Li. Race, Monster Faction. Current state, Lightning Scale Snake First Evolution. Passive, Swift Shadow, Charm. Active skills, Lightning Strike Max Level, Exploding Fangs Max Level. Tier, Level 8, Tier 1 acquired stage. Physical defense, comparable to Level 6, Tier 2 and 8 stage. Evolution points, 7,100. EXP, 42,000. Hidden main quest, currently in an unknown state. The host can unlock and view it upon completing the second-level evolutionary transformation.
After dispatching Mo, Li felt a surge of violent power filling his body, as if enlightenment coursed through his very blood, with scales shimmering in silver light, dazzling and captivating. Even his original form became more robust, a result of the enhancements and upgrades from leveling up mana. Level 8 Tier 1 acquired stage, this feeling is wonderful. Li wanted to sing joyfully, nothing felt more real than the boost in power. In his excitement, Li noticed a hidden main quest list had appeared on his attribute panel. However, upon seeing the subsequent content, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly.
Complete the second stage evolution to unlock? Well, I wouldn't think about that for now. At that time, Li approached Mo, watching the little guy's dazed expression and couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? Don't you recognize your brother Dao?
Upon hearing that, Mo finally snapped out of it, leaping up and hugging Li's neck, his eyes sparkling with excitement.
Brother Dao, you're amazing. You managed to kill those two disgusting guys in one go. Even my brother couldn't do that. In its eyes, among the powerful young serpents of the clan, Li was an extraordinarily rare type.
Young, humble, and very strong.
You can praise me, but we're all tough guys here, can we not act all manly? Li felt uneasy looking at the little mori hanging around his neck. He pulled it down, glanced at Nemo-san and the electrocuted corpse of Mo, and smiled. The crisis is resolved, take me back to the clan first.
Of course. Mori nodded eagerly and said excitedly, Brother Dao, you are already a member of the Lightning Scale Snake Tribe.
I'll take you back right away.
Saying this, Mori happily led the way ahead. Li silently followed behind, watching the little guy so cheerful. A slight smile appeared on his lips. The reason he chose to help Mori was that he had another goal in mind, which was to use Mori's identity to secure his safe entry into the Lightning Scale Snake Tribe. Having someone from within to introduce him would also reduce a lot of trouble. After all, he feels that this little guy, Mori, definitely holds an unusual identity, otherwise, 2 level 1 acquired stage demon snakes wouldn't have come to catch him. At that time, as Li followed closely behind Mori, he found that the area around Silverstone Hill had also grown eerily quiet. Because here, there is only the lightning scale snake. Hiss 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 hiss. Gradually, as Li heard more and more hissing sounds around him, he realized he was already in the territory of the lightning scale snake's lair. Especially when he saw the dark places piled with Silverstone Hills, there was almost always a lightning scale snake lurking in every shadow of the Silverstone. They stared with pairs of silver serpent eyes fixed on Li and Mori as they moved forward, yet surprisingly did not reveal themselves to obstruct. This is the outpost of the clan, arranged for the sentinels to prevent foreign intrusions. Brother Dao doesn't need to worry about it. Moray walked alongside Lee, smiling as he explained, I am the second prince of the Eastern Serpent clan, so they won't question me. Plus, Brother Dao, you are also a lightning scale snake, so they consider you my personal guard. Lee nodded slightly, then asked in surprise, is the lightning scale snake clan divided into subclans? What surprised him even more was that the little guy he had casually saved was actually a prince of their clan. Of course. Our lightning scale snake clan is very powerful. In the boundary area of the Demon God mountain range, we are the rulers. Moray proudly raised his serpent body, his words full of pride and excitement. The lightning scale snake clan is divided into the eastern and western serpent clans. If the elder knew that Brother Dao doesn't have a clan identity yet, he would definitely invite you into our eastern serpent clan. Lee smiled without speaking, walking side by side with Moray until they quickly reached an area resembling a fissured gorge. Moray excitedly said, Brother Dao, the outside world only knows that our clan is in Silverstone Hills, little do they know, this is the real nest of our lightning scale snake clan. Lee looked down the fissured gorge at the rushing waterfall, his expression one of astonishment. We live in water? Chapter 35 The Elder of the Lightning Scale Snake. We don't live in water, Brother Dao, follow me. Moray smiled mysteriously, expertly leading Lee to the swift waterfall, pointing his tail at the interior side of the waterfall and saying, we enter from here. Lee followed silently, and the two of them moved along the rock wall inside the waterfall, soon arriving at a dim cavity. As he entered this dark, damp cave with Moray, he was a bit surprised to see the clean and odorless pathways around them. Having been to the nest of the Black Demon Snake clan before, thought of that muddy and chaotic scene made Lee feel a shiver down his spine. I hope this lightning scale snake clan isn't like them. Lee prayed inwardly while silently following Moray. Brother Dao, just pass through the cave ahead, and we'll be there. Moray said excitedly. Lee nodded with a smile, watching the light streaming in from ahead, growing ever brighter as they moved forward, his heart filled with a hint of anticipation. As they passed through the dark and damp cave entrance, when Lee stepped into the interior of the lightning scale snake nest, he was stunned by the scene before him. He had imagined countless scenarios of a snake nest, but none looked like what was before him. Warm sunlight streamed in through a fissure above, illuminating everything here. The surrounding rock walls were adorned with comforting green vegetation, exuding a refreshing fragrance. There was absolutely no pungent smell that belonged to snakes here, countless small worlds built from silverstone, with green accents and sunlight shining down, creating such beauty that Lee almost forgot this was the territory of a demon snake. To him, it seemed like a marvelous fairyland, aptly named Water Curtain Cave using a term from the previous life. Is this truly our snake nest? Lee exclaimed as he looked around in disbelief. He had even mentally prepared himself to face a scene as dreadful as that of the Black Demon Snake nest, and never expected to encounter such beauty. It was no wonder the Lightning Scale Snake clan was stronger than the Black Demon Snake clan. This place could even be described as clean. Everything here was tidy and uniform, devoid of any foul smell, even cleaner than some human training caves. Truly, he had no idea how they managed it. Of course, Brother Dao, it's only natural not to know since it's your first time back to the clan. Moray seemed to anticipate Leah's astonished expression, and promptly chuckled, our clan values rules above all else, especially concerning the environment. The Lightning Scale Snake ancestral monarch has strictly prohibited any actions that would damage the cleanliness of the nest. The snake nest must be kept clean and tidy, any pollutants defiling our habitat will be met with death. Lee looked at his surroundings and nodded inwardly, but felt a strange mix of emotions that made him want to laugh and cry. A snake, yet with such high standards for the environment. Could it be that the Lightning Scale Snake monarch was a demon snake with OCD? Little Moray. At that moment, several snake figures crawled out from the eastern tunnel, with the foremost being a robust lightning scale snake whose voice was deep and powerful. Lee looked towards the sound, his gaze revealing a note of solemnity. That is definitely a formidable being, far surpassing the black demon snake in both aura and mana level. Just the sight of its bulkier body compared to the black demon snake gives one an overwhelming feeling of unmatchable strength. However, the lightning scale snake appears somewhat aged, especially with that tuft of white whiskers under its jaws, which gives Lee an unsettling feeling.
This old fellow should be the lightning scale snake's elder that Moriai mentioned before. Ding.
Host, be careful, this snake's strength has surpassed your physical defense strength, please handle with caution. Coupled with the prompt sound from the evolution system, Lee became more convinced. This old fellow is actually a powerful demon snake that has surpassed the level of Tier 2 innate stage. If even an elder level demon snake is already a Tier 2 innate stage powerhouse, then the strength of this lightning scale snake is indeed unfathomable.
Great Elder.
Seeing this, Moriai excitedly jumped up and quickly came in front of the lightning scale snake elder, wrapping around its neck and bursting into tears.
Great Elder, boo-hoo, little Moriai almost didn't get to see you again.
Silly child, what are you talking about?
Who would dare harm you on our turf?
The elder smiled upon seeing this, his eyes devoid of the ferocity typical of demon snakes, more resembling the kind and caring gaze of an elderly human.
It's true, Great Elder, before, Mo-san and Mo-lu came to catch me, and they wanted to imprison me.
Moriai said with grievance.
The West Snake Clan actually went to catch you?
Upon hearing this, the originally gentle and kind lightning scale snake elder squinted his eyes slightly, and a fierce, violent aura radiated out in invisible waves, shaking the green foliage on the rock walls. The fury in the atmosphere caused the several lightning scale snake guards behind to quietly retreat, not daring to confront it. Just that hint of murderous intent startled Lee.
This old fellow's strength is undoubtedly among the best in the lightning scale snake clan. How did you come back?
The ferocious light in the elder's eyes faded, and with a gentle curiosity, he asked, "Did they show mercy and let you go?"
"No, Great Elder, it was Brother Dao who saved me."
Moriai wiped his tears and immediately pointed his tail at Lee not far below, happily saying, "If it weren't for Brother Dao killing Mo-san and Mo-lu, little Moriai would never see you again, Great Elder."
Brother Dao?
Upon hearing this, the elder's expression froze, and he looked in the direction Moriai pointed, his face gradually becoming calm.
Chapter 36, Trouble Approaches.
Young friendly saved our second prince, this kindness I shall remember. As they made their way forward, the lightning scale snake elder smiled at Lee, his deep voice filled with gratitude. Especially that somewhat aged snake face when he smiled, it was as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum.
"Sure enough, if it weren't for Brother Dao's presence, I wouldn't have seen you, Great Elder."
Moriai closely followed Lee, his eyes filled with admiration. "You exaggerate, Great Elder. I merely passed by and encountered this matter. It was just a small convenience, nothing to dwell on." Lee repeatedly shook his head and smiled back. He felt a bit overwhelmed by their warmth and found it hard to bear. "No, perhaps you feel it's nothing, but to our East Snake Clan, this is a great favor." The elder suddenly stopped his body, looked at Lee seriously, and said, "Currently, our East Snake Clan is in a dire situation.
The first prince has been severely injured and can't fight anymore.
Our second prince is still young, but he has great potential. If given enough time, he will definitely surpass the first prince. Therefore, the second prince's status to our East Snake Clan is equivalent to mine." Lee nodded slightly upon hearing this. He finally understood why little Moriai, despite not having high strength, held such a high position in this so-called East Snake Clan.
"Great Elder, my brother really can't fight anymore?"
As soon as Moriai heard the words first prince, tears welled up in his eyes, and he looked at the elder with deep worry. The elder also slightly shook his head and sighed, which made him feel even more heartbroken.
"I want to see my brother."
Saying this, Moriai quickened his pace and disappeared from the sight of the other snakes in an instant.
"Young friend, you still don't have a clan identity, right?"
Suddenly, the elder looked at Lee with a smile and said, "I heard little Moriai say that you killed the West Snake Clan Mo-san and Mo-lu, is that correct?" "That's the case," Lee nodded, and the elder couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. "Ha, that's satisfying. You killed two princes of the West Snake Clan. They must be in an uproar over there. How delightful."
"The two snakes I killed were princes?"
Lee was incredibly surprised upon hearing this. He hadn't been told about their identities by Moriai, and upon thinking carefully, suddenly felt an unsettling sense of dread. Though he saved Moriai and gained the East Snake Clan's recognition, he had unknowingly offended the West Snake Clan, and it was a grudge that could not be reconciled. "Do not be afraid, young friend. Regardless of who dies outside, as long as it is not a life and death battle between clans with a huge disparity in strength, the higher-ups in our clan will not intervene. However, young friend, since you just returned to the clan, you urgently need an identity within the clan, and our Eastern Snake Clan will assist you. Moreover, you don't need to worry that the Western Snake Clan will cause you trouble in the clan. As long as I'm here, they won't dare. The old elder smiled smugly and tapped Lee's head with his snake tail, his grin as bright as a chrysanthemum. This cunning old fellow. Lee nodded with a smile, but inwardly grumbled. He originally intended to smoothly acquire the Gathering Spirit Pearl from the Lightning Scale Snake Clan and then leave, not expecting to encounter this trouble. Moreover, Lee knew very well that causing such trouble so soon after arriving at the Lightning Scale Snake Clan was not a good sign. The Western Snake Clan and the Eastern Snake Clan are evenly matched. If they find out that Imo-san and Imo-Lu died at his hands, they will certainly not let him off easily in the future. And this elder, seeing that he couldn't enter the Western Snake Clan, chose to shelter himself with the Eastern Snake Clan, thus balancing the debts of gratitude between both parties. This little scheme was indeed quite clever. The old ones are truly cunning. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it. When the cart reaches the mountain, a road will definitely appear. I will definitely acquire the Gathering Spirit Pearl. Lee narrowed his eyes slightly and silently followed everyone's pace. At that moment, as Lee followed the other snakes through the winding narrow paths, he arrived at a wide green cave scene. Welcome, Elder! Countless lightning scale snakes, winding around the circular rock walls, respectfully bowed to the highly esteemed elder of the Eastern Snake Clan. Young friendly, from today onward, you are a member of our Eastern Snake Clan, and this place is your home, the elder smiled. Lee looked at the snake nest, which was much larger than the watery cavern he had entered earlier. Here, there was no chaotic scene of snakes swarming like in the Black Demon Snake Clan, but rather an orderly and neat arrangement, resembling a human army. Snakes maintained a slight distance from each other. Although there were many, it did not feel overwhelming. Brother, you must cheer up. Lee heard Imo-Lei's voice. He followed the sound and came to Imo-Lei, looking at the tall giant snake on the stone platform, which was covered in scars. Feeling the powerful fluctuations equivalent to 9-level Tier 1 acquired stage in it, he couldn't help but sigh. This Lightning Scale Snake Clan is indeed much stronger than the Black Demon Snake Clan. Little Imo-Lei, don't cry, I'm not dead yet. Just take some time to recover. The giant snake was covered in visible wounds from bites, and little Imo-Lei looked at his brother's injuries, feeling extremely sad. Elder. As Imo-Lei's elder brother and the great prince of the Eastern Snake Clan, Imo-Don wanted to rise and pay his respects but was pressed down by the elder. You are badly injured, so don't move. This is young friendly, your brother's savior. The elder explained the background of the situation. After hearing it, Imo-Don moved his snake head with difficulty to look at Lee and solemnly said, Brother Dao's kindness, I, Imo-Don, will remember it in my heart. Lee smiled and nodded, not saying much. After all, his primary purpose this time was the Gathering Spirit Pearl, and he wouldn't be concerned about anything else. Bang! Suddenly, a violent wave of mana burst forth from the cave entrance. Several lightning scale snakes were hurled out with cries of pain, causing Lee and the elder, along with the other snakes, to turn and look. They saw a dozen aggressive lightning scale snakes appearing at the entrance, with the leading giant snake, scarred and hissing, announcing its presence with a booming voice. Where is that new brat? I want his life to avenge my brother. Upon hearing this, Lee looked at the scarred giant snake that was about the same size as Imo-Don, narrowing his eyes. The speed at which trouble arrived was indeed quite swift. Chapter 37, Standoff. Where is that new brat? I want to skin him alive. At the entrance, the scarred giant snake was roaring madly, its silver scales flickering with sparks, and the furious mana swept out, causing the surrounding space to become anxious and restless. Adding to this was its noble bloodline strength that imposed pressure, making the nearby guarding snakes hesitant to step forward. Lee looked at the arrogant scarred giant snake and couldn't help but internally marvel. The speed at which trouble descended was even faster than he had anticipated. This is the Eastern Snake Clan's territory. Prince Emoshi, please conduct yourself appropriately. As one of the two major clans of the Lightning Scale Snake, the Eastern Snake Clan's strength was unquestionable. A robust middle-aged giant snake spread out the guards and came before Emoshi, saying in a deep voice, If you continue to shout here, Prince Emoshi, as the snake commander of the Eastern Snake Clan, I have the right to keep you here. Keep me? Ha ha ha,
the snake commander of the Eastern Snake Clan wants to capture me.
Hearing this, Emoshi widened his eyes in feigned disbelief, continuously laughing loudly, while his accompanying guards echoed him. In an instant, many capable snakes from the Eastern Snake Clan revealed their fangs, full of hatred and hostility. Lee saw the Eastern Snake Tribe's snake commander blocking Emoshi and was surprised to find that the other party's strength was at the level of Tier 2 innate stage, which left him quite astonished. This level of strength is comparable to that of a snake matriarch.
Don't be amused, my young friend. Although both our tribe and the Western Snake Tribe belong to the lightning scale snake family, we are sworn enemies.
The elder stood beside Lee inside, saying, "If it weren't for the overwhelming power of the Snake Queen, I'm afraid our two tribes would have already been at each other's throats." Lee nodded silently at this, but he was quite surprised at the situation.
Indeed, the lightning scale snake tribe, despite the deep-seated enmity between the two tribes, could still maintain its dominance along the border of the Demon God mountain range. Its profound heritage is evident.
"Guards, obey my orders, take him down." The Eastern Snake Tribe's snake commander commanded fiercely, and the surrounding demon snake guards rushed in, with a dozen lightning scale snakes pouncing forward. Even though they felt restrained by Emoshi's high-ranking bloodline, once they were given a command, they became fearless.
"You dare!" Emoshi roared angrily upon seeing this. Though proud of its high bloodline, it was still cautious.
Behind it, the guards of the Western Snake Tribe protected their prince, each one glaring sharply, with a battle on the verge of breaking out. "I'll see who dares to touch our prince." At that moment, a powerful surge of mana rushed toward Emoshi from behind, striking down fiercely upon the attacking demon snake guards. The Eastern Snake Tribe's guards struggled to resist the overwhelming impact, and along with the snake commander, they ultimately fell back. The powerful aftershocks swept across the territory of the Eastern Snake Tribe, and the elder snorted coldly at the sight, swinging his thick snake tail to disperse the oncoming shockwave, and sneered.
"Second elder, don't you feel ashamed of behaving this way over the grievances between juniors?"
"Ha, our prince has been killed by your tribe Esprat, and I haven't done anything about it yet. You really don't take my Western Snake Tribe seriously."
The second elder of the Western Snake Tribe moved his massive body, staring at the elder with a sinister expression.
"Old fool, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Our prince has been killed. This matter cannot be settled just like that.
Hand over that newcomer brat, and we will leave.
You Western Snake Tribe are the most shameless.
It was Emo-san and Emo-lu who tried to imprison me. They deserve to die."
Emo-lei, shaking with anger, came to Lee's side, clearly taking a stand which made the second elder of the Western Snake Tribe's eyes sharp. "Little brat, you are a prince, yet you still need to be polite when speaking to me."
The second elder of the Western Snake Tribe turned his gaze to Lee beside Emo-lei and coldly said, "You are the one who killed Princes Emo-san and Emo-lu?" "That's right." Lee calmly nodded, standing firmly against the accusation.
Even knowing that the so-called second elder was stronger than him, he remained unafraid.
"A mere outsider at Tier 1 acquired stage dares to act tough in front of me?"
The second elder of the Western Snake Tribe shot him a sharp look and ordered Emoshi, "Take him down.
I'll see who dares."
At that moment, the elder of the Eastern Snake Tribe stepped forward, blocking Lee and Emo-lei, and shouted, "Young Friendly is a member and benefactor of our Eastern Snake Tribe. If anyone dares to touch him, our tribe will not hesitate to go to war." For a moment, the tension between both parties was palpable. If there was even a slight spark, it could ignite a raging inferno. One must say that as soon as the elder's imposing presence rose, Emoshi found it hard to speak, and the second elder, witnessing the situation, twitched an eyelid, his voice turned cold.
"You dare to go to war with my Western Snake Tribe for an outsider? Are you not afraid that the Snake Queen will find out and bring down punishment on you?" Chapter 38, A Declaration of War. "You dare to wage war against my Western Snake Tribe? Aren't you afraid of the Snake Queen's wrath?"
Faced with the domineering elder, the second elder of the Snake Tribe was momentarily stunned, his expression turning even more sinister, with an aura that was aggressive.
"Don't forget, that brat is merely an outsider. For such a Tier 2 innate stage outsider, you dare to risk the entire Eastern Snake Tribe?"
"Indeed. Young Friendly is a benefactor of our Eastern Snake Tribe. If you dare to harm him, I will fight you." The elder stood his ground against the second elder, placing himself in front of Li and Mole, with a frigid gaze. If you don't believe me, you are welcome to try, and besides, my eastern snake tribe is not necessarily weaker than the western snake tribe. Hiss 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 hiss. See, a large number of lightning scale snakes from the eastern snake tribe began to gather under the elder's influence, each of them ranging from the low tier 1 acquired stage to the elder, gradually forming a protective formation around Li and Mole, like an unstoppable force. Everyone stood united against the outside, sending the most dangerous message to the western snake tribe. Their actions seemed to convey to Emoshi and the second elder of the western snake tribe that the eastern snake tribe was fully prepared for war. You guys. Emoshi was so shocked by the scene that he couldn't find the words. Though he was a prince, his aura wasn't strong enough, so he could only stay behind the second elder's body. He was also somewhat intimidated by the East Snake Clan's imposing presence. Li looked around. He was also shocked by the unity and strength of the East Snake Clan, and it was a soul-stirring kind of shock. At this moment, he didn't know what to say and murmured softly, "I'm just an outsider." You all offended the West Snake Clan for me. Don't worry, Brother Dao. Since you're one of us in the East Snake Clan, you absolutely won't be bullied in our shared home. Mori leaned close to Li's snake form and chuckled, "If they dare to come, we'll accompany them to the end." Faced with Mori's innocent smile, Li could only nod with a silent smile, but his heart was actually complicated. His purpose for coming to the lightning scale snake was to obtain the spirit gathering pearl, yet after going through all this, he discovered that his heart was actually stirred. This stirring felt as if Li had been lonely in this world, only to suddenly be told that he had a place called home. This strange feeling was brought by Mori. No, I can't be influenced. Li suddenly shook his head vigorously, clearing the distractions from his mind, his gaze unusually resolute. His inner purpose was very clear, no one could shake it. As they confronted each other, the second elder and Mashi were intimidated by the unity of the East Snake Clan. Mashi gritted his teeth and roared at Li, "Kid, hiding here is nothing. You killed my brother, and you'll pay the price. I, Mashi, challenge you to a one-on-one death duel, where we leave our fates to heaven and earth. Do you dare? If you still have the heart to become stronger, you should accept the challenge." In response to Mashi's questioning and duel proposal, many lightning scale snakes of the East Snake Clan still coldly confronted him, baring their fangs. As soon as the Grand Elder gave the order, they would attack en masse. That's not fair. As Mashi's older brother, he raised his weak body and glared coldly at Mashi, huffing, "Mashi, you're about to enter Tier 2 innate stage. How can you bully a level 8 Tier 1 acquired stage clansman? Have some face." The lightning scale snake clan has always upheld martial strength, survival of the fittest, and respect for the strong. What qualifications does you, MOU, have to judge me? Mashi's snake face twisted with a cold smile as he turned to look at the infinitely calmly, grinning menacingly. Hey, Li, right? Do you dare to face me? Or are you just a cowardly little critter born afraid of death? Li, don't act impulsively. The Grand Elder turned his head to remind, "Young friend, you can simply refuse. Here, besides His Majesty the Snake Empress, those guys from the West Snake Clan have no right to make such demands. Mashi is just trying to incite you into battle. Brother Dao." At this moment, Mori also looked tense, hoping Li Wun-Ti agree. After all, Mashi's strength is not something Emo-san and Emo-Lu's half-baked skills can compare to. He is truly powerful. In contrast to Li, who had remained calm throughout, he shook his head gently at Mori beside him, signaling that it was okay, and then slowly approached the Grand Elder's side, smiling, "Grand Elder, if I win this death duel, can I see Her Majesty the Snake Empress?" The death duel is the highest combat mode in the clan. Combat starts and continues until one party is dead. Her Majesty the Snake Empress will personally observe. The winner will receive Her Majesty's rewards. Before the Grand Elder could finish, he suddenly turned his gaze toward Li, whose mouth corners were gradually curling up, as if he had thought of something. "Sorry, Grand Elder, his provocation worked." Li smiled lightly. "Li, young friend." The Grand Elder's expression changed upon hearing this. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Li's confident gaze, he swallowed back what he had wanted to say. "So, Mashi, right?
Li stepped forward, gazing calmly at Mashi at the cave entrance with a faint smile. I'm quite interested in that death duel you mentioned. Li, accept. Chapter 39, After the Lightning Scale Snake. Sigh, Li, young friend, you're too impulsive. Mashi has already reached the pinnacle of level 9 in Tier 1 acquired stage cultivation. Combined with his noble bloodline suppression, your chances of winning are almost zero. In the preparation area, the Grand Elder side, and like other lightning scale snake attendants, began outfitting Li with metal armor. Meanwhile, Mori was filled with nervousness and worry, not knowing what to say. Li quietly watched the Grand Elder equip him with battle gear, smiling subtly. These armors were clearly human in design, indicating that the lightning scale snake's inventory also had quite a bit of human items, just like the snake matriarch preferred to reside in human tents. And the reason he chooses to battle is not out of impulse, but because he has some clever schemes. Little friend, this armor was obtained when we hunted humans. Although its material may not be as good as our own scales, an extra layer of protection is still welcome, the Grand Elder sighed, shaking his head slightly. It didn't want to say much more, as if it could already foresee Li's impending fate, feeling a quiet sense of pity for him in its heart. Death combat is the highest martial ceremony of the Lightning Scale Snake Clan. This rule was established by the Lightning Scale Snake Queen when grudges between individual demon snakes cannot be resolved, death combat may be initiated. It's okay, he might not necessarily win, Li said with a smile as he noticed that not a single lightning scale snake believed in him. Mo wished fervently that he had two small claws to grasp tightly, unable to hold back his shout, Brother Blade, you're the best. Emoshi is definitely no match for you, absolutely not. Let us hope so. After inspecting Li's equipment, the Grand Elder approached him and said solemnly, once death combat is initiated, it can't be rescinded. Once the battle starts, both sides will engage in a deadly fight, with no room for surrender. Only one side may die, and the battle will end when the victor bites off the defeated opponent's head. Li nodded at these words and flicked his tongue. Thank you for the information, Grand Elder. Everyone, I have an exciting announcement. After 6 years, the death combat ceremony is being reopened. The supreme battle will be personally overseen by Her Majesty the Snake Queen. At the same time, outside, a voice reminiscent of a commentary could be heard, accompanied by a loud round of applause and cheers, creating a lively atmosphere. After 6 years, this she really thinks highly of me, Li said with a shake of his head and a smile. The Lightning Scale Snake Clan's death combat, after 6 years, has actually been initiated by an outsider who has been in the clan for less than 6 hours. Now, let us welcome two of the main participants in this death combat, Prince Emoshi of the Western Snake Clan. And the outsider from the Eastern Snake Clan, Li. Once again, a voice echoed outside, and Mo, upon hearing it, became even more anxious. Looking at the calmly, he whispered, Brother Blade, you have to win. Before leaving, Li turned back to look at everyone, gazing at the Grand Elder whose expression was complex, at the other lightning scale snakes who were all skeptical, and at little Mo, who had been whispering earlier. He smiled. Don't worry, Mo, I'll be back. Having said that, Li turned and left without waiting for a response. Mo watched until Li's figure disappeared, still showing concern on his younger snake face. Now that things have come to this point, whatever we do is meaningless. Let's go to the viewing platform. The Grand Elder sighed and pulled more in another direction. As Li reached an extraordinarily vast open area where light gradually streamed in from the entrance, he was also astonished by the structure of the lightning scale snake's nest. It was as if a massive boulder had been hollowed out, creating a vast space filled with dense snake pits around it, as countless lightning scale snakes chanted. Is this the martial arts arena? Does it have to be this official? Li was surprised to see that the combat arena resembled a human training ground. If he hadn't turned into a snake, he might never have seen this in his lifetime. Opposite the martial arts arena sat Prince Mashi, who had been waiting for a long time, wearing a cruel and confident smile as if he was destined to be the victor. In response, Li chose to ignore him. Her Majesty, the Snake Matriarch, has arrived. All clan members, pay your respects. Countless lightning scale snakes, including Mashi, gazed with utmost reverence at the most prominent viewing platform. Li looked around, and following the sound of narration, he turned his gaze there, his eyes widening in astonishment.
A massive silver serpent had coiled up on the colossal viewing platform at some point, its scales shimmering like mithril. It occupied the best position in the venue, surrounded by countless smaller snakes serving it, frequently bringing in an abundance of delicious food for this unique silver serpent. Whether in terms of its demeanor or presence, or even its size, it told Lee that this snake was extraordinary. Lee stared in shock at the viewing platform in the center, contemplating that this lightning scale snake was considerably larger than the snake matriarch, and thought, this is the snake matriarch of the lightning scale snake clan.
Chapter 40, Killing You Takes Just One Move. This is the snake matriarch of the lightning scale snake clan.
Lee gazed at the largest silver scale serpent in the venue, secretly astonished. Perhaps sensing Lee's gaze, the lightning scale snake matriarch elegantly flicked her tongue in response, showing a hint of allure. This overwhelming sense of pressure made Lee absolutely believe that she was far stronger than the snake matriarch, feeling that if he faced this lightning scale snake matriarch, he might not even have the desire to fight.
Ding! Danger alert, this is a level 2 lightning scale snake, extremely dangerous. Ding! Please don't provoke it, host.
The two system prompts echoed in Lee's mind, and he stared blankly at the lightning scale snake, smiling wryly. Level 2. The level 2 realm is a tier above tier 2 innate stage and is also the first step for the strong to prove themselves. No wonder the lightning scale snake clan could establish a foothold in the demon realm border where beastly monsters roam. Their leader is a powerful level 2 warrior. Moshi, Lee, my newly arrived clansmen, your deaths are already known to me. Regardless of who wins, I will give you both a chance to fight.
Go for it, kids.
The melodious voice of the lightning scale snake echoed throughout the venue, intoxicating countless lightning scale snakes.
Yes, my queen.
Moshi replied excitedly, bowing. Lee also performed a bowing gesture but said nothing. The piercing gaze of the lightning scale snake swept across Lee, revealing a barely perceivable expression, and gently said, my people, fight.
Only through the baptism of death can you grow. The queen has issued an order. Please have Prince Moshi and Lee come to the center of the combat arena. A demon snake beneath the lightning scale snake, acting as a referee, declared loudly.
Lee moved forward at the call, soon arriving at the massive combat arena made of silver stone. Looking at the various fierce marks on the ground, he knew this place had endured countless battles.
I'm going to make you regret your decision to accept this deathmatch.
Moshi quickly arrived at the arena, looking down at Lee with a sneering grin, relying on its slightly larger build.
Don't think that just because you killed Mo-san and Mo-Lu, you can compete with me.
I'm going to make you understand the consequences of offending the Western Snake Clan. Lee looked up at the opponent, smiling calmly. Your strength is average, but you sure are loud. Hearing this, Moshi was momentarily stunned, its eyes twitched, and a sinister smile spread across its face, sending chills down people's spines.
Hiss, you won't have much time left anyway, so it's better to let you dance a bit.
It practically wanted to rush over and tear the opponent into pieces immediately. Clearly infuriated by Lee, having his brother killed and his own strength insulted was a tremendous humiliation for Moshi. In the stands, Moriai was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his tail. He looked at Lee in the arena, then at the elder beside him, whispering, Elder, Brother Dao will be okay, right? Conversely, the elder remained silent, coiled all the way without a word. His piercing snake eyes were locked onto the combat arena, not even responding to Moriai's question. I announced the commencement of the deathmatch after 6 years. With the announcement from the referee's stand, the previously silent stands erupted into excited cheers. Whether it was the people of the Western Snake Clan or the Eastern Snake's lightning scale snake, they were all anticipating this life and death battle between the outsider and the prince. After all, snake-type demon beasts are somewhat cold-blooded. Even when they know they are in the same clan, they still have to distinguish between life and death at some point. As the battle began, Moshi's sinister snake face twisted in a terrifying grin, choosing to strike first with lightning speed. Die, thief! Despite its enormous body exceeding 10 meters, it did not slow down. On the contrary, Moshi's assault was very fluid and seamless. Even Lee had to admit internally that its experience was impressive. It's a pity that the two sides are now mortal enemies. Even when facing Moshi, who came crashing in like a ferocious tiger, Lee still stood his ground. He seemed to be waiting for something, leaving the many lightning scale snakes puzzled. At this moment, Lee was exceedingly calm. After carefully observing Mashi's attack moves, suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly.
To kill you, one strike is all it takes. Chapter 41 Ding, EXP plus 1000. Die.
Mashi laughed maniacally in its eyes. Lee appeared to have been intimidated by its rapid and fierce assault, and with its bloodline suppression, Lee didn't dare to fight back. To avenge his brother, to elevate his reputation to greater heights, and to earn favors from the lightning scale Snake Queen, Mashi would end this seemingly boring battle in the most brutal way.
Wow! Prince Mashi has launched an astounding offensive right at the beginning of the fight. I wonder how Lee plans to respond to such a swift and ferocious attack from the prince. Will he choose to withstand it and retaliate, or evade its sharp edges? A deathmatch between demon beasts can even have an official commentary that's impressive. Shoo!
In the stands, many members of the Western Snake Clan deliberately released derisive hisses in their view. This battle was bound to have no suspense. In contrast, the Eastern Snake Clan was much quieter. They were all quietly observing. After all, even if Lee was a returning member from outside, he was still one of their own. Although many members of the Eastern Snake Clan secretly shook their heads, feeling that with Lee, a newcomer from the outer sect, it would be impossible to compete with Mashi. Faced with numerous doubts, amidst the violent mana shockwaves around the dueling arena, the scattered rubble moved with the waves, yet Lee remained unaffected. Lee's calm demeanor caught the attention of the lightning scale snake in the stands, who couldn't help but stare a moment longer. It elegantly flicked its tongue, and in its sharp, clear eyes, a hint of imperceptible color flitted by.
This little guy is quite interesting.
In the fight, as Mashi lunged forward with its sharp fangs bared, Lee slightly tilted his lips. He gathered power in his tail and fiercely struck forward, using the mighty whip-like momentum of his tail to gracefully pull his body away, causing Mashi's biting attack to miss. His movements were smooth and aesthetically pleasing, just as described by the commentators earlier. He chose the latter.
Phew!
In the stands, Molly let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Lee dodge a deadly strike, her heart racing.
Bang!
Mashi's attack was so swift and fierce that after witnessing Lee skillfully avoid its killing blow, it couldn't stop in time. With wide eyes, it found its large fang stuck in the ground, and it struggled significantly to pull it out. "You're a bit slow." Lee turned around, looked at Mashi, and smiled nonchalantly.
"Is that all you can do?" Lee's taunt hit the mark.
Although Mashi was the prince of the lightning scale snake, its intelligence was limited, and it was naturally angered by the opponent's dismissive words.
"You will pay for everything you just said." Mashi roared and launched an even more brutal assault. In its view, being mocked by an opponent weaker than itself was a humiliation. "TCH, the same move won't work on me," Lee said, once again invoking Swift Shadow to avoid the attack.
Although his level was inferior to Mashi's, he had an advantage in terms of speed. Mashi couldn't catch up. Thus, a chasing game unfolded, where one side chased and the other dodged. As the primary attacker, Mashi's strikes were impressively lethal, and its attacking skills packed a punch. Had it been an ordinary foe, they would likely have already fallen. Unfortunately for it, it ran into Lee, who was on a roll. Lee floated like a leaf in the wind, unpredictable and fluid in its movements, always leaving everyone wondering where he would land next. Compared to Mashi's brutal attacks, he resembled a passerby untouched by the chaos.
"Are you going to keep dodging? Come at me head-on if you dare."
After fighting for a while, Mashi felt like he was about to explode with anger every time he took pride in his attacks aimed at biting off Lee's head. He found that he was always just a little short, as if his opponent was as slippery as an eel.
Bang!
With one powerful swing of its tail, Lee deflected Mashi's biting attack and landed steadily at the edge of the arena, smiling nonchalantly. "Alright, let's have a head-on clash then." Saying this, Lee performed a move that all the lightning scale snakes had never seen before. He chose to straighten his body but bent it like a bow, curling his tail around in a circle, leaving everyone puzzled. Even the lightning scale snakes couldn't help but let out a soft "oh" upon seeing Lee's actions. "Ha, in a direct confrontation, you're dead for sure." Mashi, seeing his goal achieved, didn't care about Lee's actions. With the mana level disparity and the pressure from bloodlines, he was confident that he would win as long as he attacked head-on. Whoosh! Mashi pounced fiercely once more, using its tail to strike the ground hard, leaving a distinct mark on the surface.
clearly demonstrating the force of this strike. Seeing the situation, Lee slightly grinned. Just as Mashi was about to pounce, he activated Swift Shadow again, while his coiling tail propelled him forward, nearly pressing against Mashi, using a special wrapping technique to trap his opponent firmly in mid-air. "What?" Mashi exclaimed in shock, having not even had a chance to see clearly before being tightly controlled by Lee. It was only reasonable that after the earlier chase, where it was the main attacker and consumed a lot of mana, Lee's counter was expected. Bang! The two massive serpentine figures crashed to the ground. Lee skillfully locked Mashi's vital spot using the wisdom and combat techniques he had imagined from his past life, observing the terrified expression on Mashi's face with a cold smile. "I told you, killing you only takes one move." Crack! Lee gave Mashi no chance to resist, directly biting down hard, the sound of cracking ringing out, causing the entire arena and all the spectators to fall silent. In the utter silence of the crowd, a clear prompt sounded, but only Lee could hear it. Ding! The host has killed a level 9 peak tier 1 acquired stage lightning scale snake. EXP plus 1000, evolution points plus 10. Chapter 42, Come to my palace tonight. Crack! Snap! Lee, utilizing all his skills, along with the activation of the explosive bite active skill, finally succeeded in biting off Mashi's head. "I told you, killing you only takes one move." Lee gazed calmly at the snake's head in his mouth, his voice serene. He knew he had one, but he hadn't expected Mashi's defenses to be so strong. If it weren't for the explosive Fang breaking down defense active skill, he might not have been able to take Mashi down so quickly. As a pinnacle tier 1 acquired stage demon snake at level 9, Mashi conveyed a message to Lee. The level gap can sometimes be an insurmountable chasm. However, Mashi was also quite unfortunate. If he had faced another weaker lightning scale snake, Mashi's chances of winning would have been over 90%. Unfortunately, it was stubborn and chose to recklessly confront Lee, coupled with its pride and contempt, which led to its head being severed. Moreover, the outcome of this battle was not unexpected. Lee had long since prepared his battle plan, continuously using his evasion active skill to wear down Mashi while observing the opponent's attacking flaws. As the saying goes, the battlefield is ever changing. When Lee chose to attack, he had to do so with the might of thunder to secure victory. The final result proved he was right. At the center of the viewing stand, the lightning scale snake watched Lee, a glimmer of surprise passing through its clear, shining eyes, the corners of its mouth slightly curling into an enchanting arc. "Oh, this little guy is quite interesting." At this moment, the entire arena was deathly silent. Lee clenched Mashi's head firmly without letting go, while the severed head of Mashi seemed to possess a flicker of instinctive awareness, its mouth widening in disbelief. This is impossible. I cannot." But before the word defeat could leave its mouth, Mashi's consciousness fully dissipated. It had effectively died the moment its head was severed. Its obsession with survival and struggle had kept it alive until now. "Hello?" Lee looked at the stunned female commentator on the platform, spat Mashi's head onto the ground, and said indifferently, "Isn't it time to announce the results?" On the commentator's platform, the lightning scale snake looked at the head of Mashi rolling on the ground, and the disbelief in its eyes was soon replaced by awe and respect as it announced in a loud voice. "In the deathmatch, the victor is Lee." With the announcement of the results of the deathmatch, like the final hammer of an auction, it jolted all the stunned lightning scale snakes awake. Countless lightning scale snakes exchanged glances, ultimately erupting into a thunderous cheer. "Lee, I belong to the East Snake Clan." "Ha, this time we've dampened the arrogance of the West Snake Clan, it feels great." "I didn't expect Mou Prince to be severely injured by Lee, how satisfying." Countless lightning scale snakes began excitedly shouting Lee's name. They had thought the battle would end quickly, but they could never have imagined that the ultimate victor would not be the infamous king of hunts from the West Snake Clan, Mashi, but Lee, who had just recently returned to the tribe. Such an upset caught everyone off guard. Lee? 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 Yet none of that mattered now. The sound of cheers and shouts from everyone made it clear that in the world of demon beasts, the victor would always be the focus. As for the loser? No matter how strong or honorable it had been in life, in the end, it would be just a fleeting memory, unremembered. Elder, Dao Gu won. Dao Gu 1.
Xiao Mo Lei, who had previously looked so nervous that he dared not breathe, was now jumping for joy, cheering, while the elder nodded with a smile, knowing that his worries had been unwarranted after this death match. As they say, some snakes rejoice while others mourn. The West Snake clan looked like they had swallowed a dead child, their faces somewhat grim, but the ordinary clan members mostly respected the strong, reveringly. As for the second elder? Humph. She is such a waste. At this moment, the second elder ground its teeth in anger, snorting as it turned and flicked its tail to leave. The successive deaths of the princes had enraged it to the extreme. Before leaving, it shot a glance at Li on the platform, its eyes flashing with a sinister light. It seems I need to recommend other princes to Her Majesty the Serpent Queen. Li, right. I will remember you. One day, you will pay back this grudge tenfold. On the arena, Li glanced at Moshi's corpse, about to leave when a beautiful voice caught his attention. Little guy, you've won and are qualified to receive my rewards. Upon hearing this, Li finally came to his senses, turned around, and bowed, saying, Your Majesty the Serpent Queen. He, an interesting little fellow. The lightning scale snake queen's enchanting eyes sparkled. She didn't even need to step down, just lightly moved her body to stand in front of Li, sizing up the little snake, which was more than twice her own size, and flicked her tongue over Li's body. My warrior, you have slain a prince, so you shall be the new prince of the East Snake Clan. Prince Li. Prince Li. Countless members of the East Snake Clan shouted Li's title, truly acknowledging the arrival of this new prince from their hearts, as this was earned by Li's own strength. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty the Serpent Queen. Li responded. He felt the overwhelming aura ripple, combined with the undeniable charm emanating from the lightning scale snake, which made him somewhat uncomfortable, just wanting to wrap things up quickly. This is what you deserve, you interesting little guy. My reward isn't just this, you know. The lightning scale snake said with a flirtatious smile, then leaned her large head closer to Li, gently blowing a breath that made his snake face flush. Little guy, come to my palace tonight to collect your reward. After whispering softly, the lightning scale snake turned her body, leaving Li with a highly suggestive wink before departing. Chapter 43, Drank It. Go, to the palace? In the arena, Li felt somewhat petrified, staring dumbfounded at the lightning scale snake as she left, suddenly feeling a flash of fear inside. What did that look from her mean? It was completely different from the vibe of the snake matriarch, right? Do all snake demons act the same? Can't they just give rewards on the spot? Why do they have to go to that so-called palace? Does she also want that? Li shook his head, which felt ready to explode. He was extremely overwhelmed. The previous snake matriarch had used this same tactic to lure him to her lair, only to ultimately be backstabbed due to her nefarious intentions, but this time the situation was different. This isn't comparable. The lightning scale snake is a powerful figure at the 2 instruments level, someone 10 snake matriarchs can't compete against. Li thought, pouring with cold sweat. If the lightning scale snake had the same intentions as the snake matriarch, he might not even have the chance to resist. If that's the case, Li would rather endure her just wanting that from him. Although that would be quite humiliating, at least he would still be alive. If alive, he can take revenge for the humiliation. But all of this was just his speculation. Who knows what kind of deep and unfathomable schemes the lightning scale snake has? I refuse to believe I'll be so unlucky to run into someone who wants my life. Li shook his snake head, no longer dwelling on this complex situation. A way will surely open on its own. Can a living person really die from being too anxious? Bro Dao, you were so cool just now. Suddenly, an excited childish voice rang out. Li suddenly felt something wrapping around his neck. Looking down, he saw Lei had unknowingly appeared in front of him, coiling herself around his neck, her little snake face filled with excitement. Bro Dao, you're now also titled as a prince by Her Majesty the Snake Queen, that's amazing, hee. Upon hearing this, Li was suddenly dumbfounded. Right, I am now a prince too. Does this mean that the status of prince in the lightning scale snake clan is not restricted to direct lineage but is based on strength and potential? But that is not right. Moshi's bloodline suppression does indeed exist, and Lei has it too. Both impose certain suppressive effects on my lightning scale snake form. How to explain this? Bro Dao?
Bro Dao. Mo Lei looked at Li, who had fallen into contemplation, and couldn't help but pout her snake lips and murmur. Li said with a smile as he looked at the little Mo Lei hanging around his neck, I suddenly thought of something else. Bro Dao didn't lie to you, that Mo she can't win. Of course. My Bro Dao is the best, Subsequently, Li celebrated with many lightning scale snake clansmen in the eastern snake tribe, including the elder, little Mo Lei, and her brother Mou. The celebration banquet quickly ended, and Li left the eastern snake tribe's territory alone. Under the guidance of the snake tribe's subordinates, he soon arrived at the lightning scale snake's palace. Rather than a palace, it was more like a rather beautiful snake cave. Your Highness Prince, I can only take you this far inside is Her Majesty the Snake Queen's palace. I take my leave. The young lightning scale snake servant respectfully retreated. Before leaving, she stole a glance at Li, her snake face slightly flushing, before quickly disappearing. It was apparent that this snake servant was a little female snake. Li looked at the snake cave passage in front of him, took a deep breath, and slowly stepped inside. The passage was tiled, which in Li's eyes resembled human craftsmanship. Looking around, he also noticed that the illuminating stones at both ends of the passage had a similar quality, confirming his suspicions. It seems that demon beasts also appreciate human crafts. Soon, Li exited the passage, and what greeted him was a treasure trove of gold, silver, and jewels. Unlike the snake matriarch, there were no piles of severed heads. This place was vast, odorless, clean, and tidy. You're here, my little prince. At that moment, a delicate and charming voice came from the shadows, and instantly the surroundings became brightly lit, illuminating this vast rocky space. Li turned to look and saw a huge lightning scale snake gracefully coiled on a pile of gold and jewels, like a human woman, flicking its tongue at him with seductive, silky eyes. I have met Her Majesty the Snake. I have come to claim my reward. Li performed a snake-like bow, but before he finished speaking, he was elegantly interrupted by the lightning scale snake. Now, let's not rush into rewards. Since you are already a prince, you must naturally possess the identity and status of a prince. As it spoke, the lightning scale snake flicked its tongue and then closed its eyes, biting down. A drop of silver-red blood floated from its mouth and slowly drifted towards Li, a gentle sound accompanying it. My little one, my prince, drink this first, and you will become the true prince of the lightning scale snake clan. Chapter 44, An Ominous Foreboding. Seeing the blood of the lightning scale snake fall before him, Li felt his throat tighten and began to sweat slightly. Is it asking me to drink its blood? What? Are you worried that my blood is poisonous? The lightning scale snake, noticing Li's hesitation, chuckled softly and said, Don't worry, this is my mythic blood drop. It can strengthen the bloodline power within you, completely harmless. Go ahead and drink it. Once you do, you won't have any rivals among your peers, not even the elders will dare disrespect you. Splash! Li swallowed hard, drenched in cold sweat. It had already been unfortunate enough to end up in this perilous world, and now he was expected to drink blood. It felt like it was going to cost him his life. Ding! Host has consumed the blood. The lightning scale snake is correct. Its mythic blood drop can enhance your bloodline power and also indirectly nurture the divine blood of the Abyssal Dragon God. It's a twofold benefit. The system's prompt sound suddenly rang out, causing Li to be taken aback. Since the system said so, and it could indirectly strengthen his Abyssal Dragon God bloodline, it seemed like it was worth it. That's right, as long as it's not asking me to share a bed, drinking blood can strengthen me. Why not? Li took a deep breath, slowly opened his mouth, and under the gaze of the lightning scale snake, he drank the mythic blood drop. I must say the lightning scale snake's mythic blood drop has a strangely sweet taste, melting in the mouth like a cool trace gliding down the throat and into the body. Ding! Devour mythic blood drop, enhance lightning scale snake form, nurture and boost Abyssal Dragon God divine blood, EXP +0, evolution points +0. Who? Li's eyes suddenly widened, and his body involuntarily began to curl up. At this moment, he felt an intense heat coursing through his body, so hot that he even wanted to shed his outer scales, but that was utterly impossible as the burning sensation stemmed from his blood. Ding! Host, this is a normal reaction.
The Abyssal Dragon God divine blood within you is currently absorbing the lightning scale snake's mythic blood drop.
Please endure. I can barely hold on anymore.
Lee gasped heavily, his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, and eventually fainted, his body still trembling unconsciously.
The
lightning scale snake, puzzled by Lee's reaction, looked on in surprise, harboring unspoken doubts.
When did my blood become so hard to integrate?
The lightning scale snake extended its tail and gently touched the curled up, trembling body of Lee, but as soon as it made contact, it jerked back as if electrocuted.
So hot.
The lightning scale snake gazed intently at Lee, her thoughts a mystery to everyone.
Why did I fall asleep?
After an unknown amount of time, Lee's consciousness gradually returned from the haze. He slowly opened his eyes, only to find a pair of clear, transparent eyes fixated on him, instantly waking him up.
Your Majesty the snake? Lee's eyes widened.
He realized he was in the embrace of the lightning scale snake, and he instantly recoiled in shock, nearly jumping away like a startled creature. He looked at himself, then at the calmly gazing lightning scale snake, and thought about how he was wrapped up by a maternal snake for some reason. He felt an inexplicable rush of embarrassment.
I actually got flirted with by a female snake. My little prince, you've woken up.
The lightning scale snake flicked her tongue and looked at the strongly with sultry eyes.
I've noticed that your bloodline has already been enhanced. How do you feel? Ding.
Please rest assured, host. Although this mythical snake's mythic blood drop contains controlling abilities, they have already been eliminated by the system, so don't worry. The system's prompt sounded. Hearing this, Lee felt a significant surge in his bloodline, a strange sense of power coursed through him, and he bowed respectfully to the lightning scale snake.
Thank you, Your Majesty the Snake Empress, for the gift. If there is nothing else. How do you know this is my gift? The lightning scale snake looked at Lee with great interest, her voice entrancing.
Upon hearing this, Lee's heart sank, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition.
He tried to steady himself, forcing an awkward yet polite smile. Isn't this a gift from Your Majesty the Snake Empress?
In the next moment, the lightning scale snake slowly extended her head, coming to Lee's side, gently blowing a fragrant breath.
The mythic blood drop is the reward you earned from the death fighting combat, but what comes next is my gift. Chapter 45, I can't do this. So, what comes next is truly a gift from Your Majesty the Snake Empress. Lee struggled to face it with a smile.
For some reason, at this moment, Lee felt a chilling sensation in his heart, and he silently prayed with desperation. Please, not the bedchamber, please, not the bedchamber. Because of the previous precedent with the snake matriarch, he felt a twinge of unease.
Although the snake matriarch didn't succeed, it still left him in a cold sweat afterward.
Don't be nervous, my little prince. The lightning scale snake lightly blew fragrant breath towards Lee, her beautiful voice captivating. This gift is extremely difficult for all our kind, consider yourself fortunate. Whether it was the deceased snake matriarch or the current lightning scale snake, the enchanting sound made it difficult to associate it with coming from a snake. According to Lee's past life, that would imply the snake has become sentient.
Then, Lee will humbly comply.
Lee's eyelids twitched, forcing a smile. He increasingly felt that things were heading in a bad direction, but he had no choice now. He could only take it one step at a time. If he could, he would even want to knock out the lightning scale snake and make the soul-collecting pearl disappear, but his strength wouldn't allow for it. Such a well-behaved child, that I won't keep you guessing. As she spoke, the lightning scale snake extended her thick tail and slowly pulled the trembling Lee back into her embrace, blinking her eyes, her voice gentle. Tonight is a beautiful time that belongs only to you and me. You can do as you wish, but do take care of your health.
That awful implication, those scenes that trigger one's imagination. Do as I wish?
Upon hearing this, Lee's expression suddenly froze. The very thing he prayed wouldn't happen ultimately came to pass.
Aren't you happy? The lightning scale snake looked at Lee with concern. And no, not at all. Thank you for the gift, Your Majesty the Snake Empress.
Lee repeatedly shook his head, his heart sinking, feeling utterly helpless, while trying to maintain a facade of excitement despite the storm of emotions brewing inside.
Do all you snakes have no shame? Why are you always wanting that kind of thing? I'm breaking down here, please just be a good snake. My pure heart. This situation is trampling all over it. If it weren't for your beauty, I would genuinely want to crush you. Ding. Clearly, the host is too weak, and you cannot match the lightning scale snake. You can only temporarily capitulate. System. Are you just going to watch? Abandon me in my time of need? Ding. This system detects that the lightning scale snake is not like the previous snake matriarch with ulterior motives. Under no dangerous circumstances, this system will not intervene. After angrily roaring inside, Lee's face still bore an expression of excitement. Not giving up, he weakly asked, "May I ask, Your Majesty the Snake Empress, as I am still young, what exactly do you mean by release?" Hearing this, the lightning scale snake was stunned, its serpentine face blushing slightly as it looked at Lee and shyly laughed. "Hee, you are really interesting. I'm starting to like you more and more." What a great opportunity! Seeing a moment of negligence from the lightning scale snake, Lee seized the chance to quickly escape from her embrace, only to realize with dismay that he had been overly optimistic. For at that moment, the tail of the lightning scale snake was tightly wrapped around his, like lovers holding hands. There's no chance of escaping. The lightning scale snake flicked her tongue, which brushed across Lee's face, and gently said, "Come on, my little prince, tonight will be the happiest night for you." Lee did not want this at all. He was sweating profusely. Although he was reborn as a demon, he was still human at heart. How could he, with a snake? I can't do that. Sensing the rising temperature between them, Lee noticed he was getting closer to the lightning scale snake and suddenly had a bright idea. He said, "Your Majesty Snake, I have another request. Could you grant it?" Request? Hearing this, the lightning scale snake paused, looked at him with interest, and nodded lightly, saying, "It's rare that I'm happy today, so go ahead." There's a chance. Lee secretly rejoiced, took a deep breath to calm himself, and then looked at the lightning scale snake, saying, "Does your Majesty have a soul-gathering pearl? I heard from my clan that it's a family treasure. May I have a glimpse of this precious item?" Before Lee could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt the warm atmosphere around him turn icy cold. He looked towards the lightning scale snake, stunned. The gentle expression on the lightning scale snake's face had vanished, and she now regarded him with coldness. It felt like a prey staring at a mouth-watering meal, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 46, Turning Hostile Faster Than Flipping a Book. At that moment, the tenderness of the lightning scale snake was entirely gone, replaced by a sharp, sword-like aura. She fixed her gaze on Lee, her tail slowly wrapping around his body, a smile dancing on her lips. "I've never mentioned the soul-gathering pearl to anyone in my clan. How did you know I have it, little prince?" Seeing the lightning scale snake's expression suddenly turn cold, Lee inwardly chastised himself. He had originally thought it would be easy to get the information about the soul-gathering pearl, but he had underestimated the situation. "Well, if I say I guessed it, would you believe me?" Lee grinned awkwardly. "Oh? That's quite an accurate guess, little prince. Do you have mind-reading abilities?" The lightning scale snake leaned her enormous snake face closer to Lee's, her voice soft yet accompanied by a deadly intent. "Then take a guess, do I want to kill you now? Or do I want to kill you now? Do I even need to guess that?" Upon hearing this, Lee froze for a moment, his facial muscles twitching slightly, and he forced a laugh, saying, "Your Majesty, is there a possibility of a third option?" He realized that the lightning scale snake turned hostile faster than flipping a book, confirming a certain fact. This woman can turn on you regardless of species. No. However, the lightning scale snake was not buying it. With a powerful flick of her robust tail, she threw Lee away, who crashed against the wall like a cannonball, a trickle of blood oozing from his mouth as he fell to the ground. Lee struggled to prop himself up, only to see a flash of silver light approaching. He found that all his escape routes had been blocked by the massive body of the lightning scale snake. Moreover, the image of a large snake blocking a small snake had a profound meaning. Lee secretly broke into a cold sweat, frantically calling out to the evolution system, "This is bad. I messed up. System, it's an emergency, you need to act now.
At this moment, he realized he had been cornered by a snake, but the lightning scale snake now wore an expression full of nobility.
Ding!
Don't panic, host, this system has already devised a strategy for dealing with the enemy.
In a moment, you'll do this. Ha! You want me to use that? I'm a big guy, using this?
Lee felt a cold sweat break out, as he had thought the evolution system would directly intervene and subdue the lightning scale snake, forcing her to hand over the soul-gathering pearl and call it a day. He never expected such a bad plan to be suggested.
Ding!
Because you possess this condition, this system adheres to the laws of nature. Unless you truly have no hope left, will this system take action? The evolution system was also temperamental, explaining once and then logging off without saying another word.
Little prince, shouldn't you have something to confess to me?
At that moment, the lightning scale snake flicked her tongue and licked Lee's head, her voice still soft but laden with hidden murder. I had doubts about you before, believing that someone from outside could kill Moshi. If it weren't for the fact that you truly are the lightning scale snake, I would have chosen to eliminate you on the spot. As the words fell, a surge of mana pressure suddenly erupted from the lightning scale snake, filled with the yin-yang power of the two-phase realm, forcing Lee tightly against the wall, unable to break free. The absolute difference in levels made it impossible for him to physically contend with the opponent.
Wait, Your Majesty, the snake matriarch, if I tell the truth, can you spare me?
Lee hastily intervened, his mind racing. Because he really didn't want to use the strategy given by the evolution system, it was just too humiliating.
I'm all ears.
The lightning scale snake nodded, dispersing the furious mana around, yet still pinning Lee against the wall. Lee took a deep breath, looked seriously at the lightning scale snake, and said, "It was the snake matriarch who told me this to save her life, but as a member of the lightning scale snake tribe, the black demon snake tribe has always harbored ill intentions. Even after receiving this news, I still chose to kill her, fearing there would be changes in the future."
Silence, a dead silence.
The lightning scale snake lowered her head. She didn't look at Lee and softly asked, "Was it you who killed the snake matriarch?"
Yes, it was me. Lee nodded.
Suddenly, he felt a surge of violent power around him again, his face startled. "Your Majesty, the Snake Queen, what is this?" "The snake matriarch's sister is a member of my clan. I was very sad when she died some time ago." "So it was you who killed her, then you have no reason to live, you will undoubtedly die today." The lightning scale snake suddenly turned ominous, with a fierce killing intent, clearly ready to get serious.
"Your sister?"
Lee's jaw almost dropped upon hearing this, but upon reflection, he noticed they did share some similarities, especially in certain aspects.
Am I digging my own grave?
Lee silently thought, realizing he had completely messed up. His actions were akin to directly rushing into the barrel of a gun. "You are doomed. I will swallow you whole to avenge the snake matriarch's sister." The lightning scale snake opened her blood-filled mouth, attempting to swallow Lee with overwhelming force.
"Damn it, your sister tried to toy with me, and didn't succeed. You think you can toy with me? Just because I don't show my power, do you really think I'm just a junior?"
At this moment, Lee was also filled with rage, and to survive, he no longer hesitated and directly used the strategy suggested by the evolution system. At that time, within the chamber of the Serpent Empress, the wild turbulence vanished in an instant, and everything returned to tranquility.
Chapter 47, Gathering Spirit Pearl.
Dear, this is top-quality red dragon fruit, which has significant benefits for your body, helping you maintain long-lasting combat stamina.
Ah. Oh.
Dear, this is the freshest red fox meat. You must eat it right after it dies, as the flesh is the most tender. The lightning scale snake commanded her subordinates to tear apart a once lively red fox. Dear Prince, let me feed you. The lightning scale snake placed the red fox meat in her mouth and offered it to Lee, her attitude making a complete 180-degree turn. Compared to the murderous lightning scale snake from before, she now resembled a gentle and charming pet, entirely obedient to Lee.
It's like two different snakes. Well, you don't need to be so enthusiastic. I'm feeling fine. And I'm not hungry either. Lee's face reddened. He really couldn't handle the other person's playful demeanor.
But he knew very well why the lightning scale snake had become like this, and couldn't help but smile wryly. I never thought that the active skill I said I would never use in this lifetime would actually be released for the first time under such circumstances. What a slap in the face. And this active skill was the charm he had obtained after defeating the snake matriarch. Lee saw this charm active skill as a rather useless existence, but after seeing its effects today, he found them surprisingly remarkable. Because the two sides were extremely close before, it was impossible for the lightning scale snake to dodge Lee's gaze, which gave the latter an opportunity to use the charm ability. Thus, he now had this obedient lightning scale snake. Since the prince isn't hungry, we'll wait to eat. The lightning scale snake set the meat down and quietly stayed beside Lee, constantly gazing into his eyes, full of happiness and satisfaction. This is the effect of charm, allowing the caster to issue various commands to the target, who cannot refuse. Lee's eyes were now tinged with a faint pink, as if an invisible and untouchable force was permeating the soul of the lightning scale snake. This power was indifferent to strength. Dealing with stronger enemies or those with strong defenses would incur a significant drain on his own mana. Fortunately, amid such an unguarded situation against the lightning scale snake, there was no resistance at all, and Lee could easily maintain the charm for a considerable duration. At that moment, Lee found it hard to withstand the intense gaze from the other party and directly got to the point. "Your Majesty, the snake." "Call me Little Silver, my dear prince." The lightning scale snake licked Lee's cheek and chuckled mischievously. "Little Silver. Where are you small? Your teeth are almost bigger than my head." Lee was drenched in sweat as he shuddered subconsciously, instinctively distancing himself from the other. Clearing his throat, he asked, Little Silver, no matter what I say, you'll agree, right?" "Absolutely, my dear prince. As long as it's your command, I will certainly do it." The lightning scale snake laughed, her eyes turning crescent-shaped. This adorable sight of her stirred something in Lee's heart. "Ahem, since that's the case, do you possess a treasure called the soul-gathering pearl?" Lee was well aware that his charm active skill couldn't last long, and he needed to act quickly. Soul-gathering pearl? Upon hearing this, the lightning scale snake was momentarily taken aback, then thoughtfully nodded. She slightly parted her lips and produced a teal pearl that floated into view, placing it before Lee with great joy, saying, "Prince, look, this is my treasure, the soul-gathering pearl." Lee examined it closely and found the glowing orb truly magical. The mana it emitted made him feel as if his level had slightly increased just by taking a breath. He nodded repeatedly and exclaimed, yes, this is it." There was no mistaking it. The soul-gathering pearl contained a vast amount of gentle mana waves, and combined with the previous description from the evolution system, he recognized it without a doubt. The lightning scale snake smiled again. As for her, receiving Lee's approval brought her immense joy. Lee looked at the lightning scale snake, gathering his courage to say, could you give me this soul-gathering pearl? I really like it." "Of course." The lightning scale snake smiled and nodded. "Ha! Aren't you worried about it?" Lee exclaimed. Previously, he nearly lost his life over this very thing before activating his charm active skill. The lightning scale snake shook her head and replied softly, "As long as it's something the prince likes, I will agree. This soul-gathering pearl will benefit you and can directly elevate you to the peak of Tier 1 acquired stage." Lee placed the spirit-gathering pearl into the system space. His purpose for this was exactly that. Now that the goal was achieved, what he was thinking about next was how to extricate himself. Lee pondered for a moment, then raised his head to look at the lightning scale snake behind him and smiled, saying, "By the way, Little Silver, how about we play a game?" Looking at Lee's sunny smile, the lightning scale snake paused for a moment before happily nodding. "Sure." Chapter 48, The Furious Lightning Scale Snake. "Yes, just turn your back to the wall and count. When you reach 1,000, come find me." "Why do I have to count to 1,000? Just do it that way, be obedient." "Alright, I'll do it right away, 1, 2. As the lightning scale snake obediently faced the rock wall and started counting, Lee took the opportunity to glance around and quickly left the area. To figure out a way to escape, an idea popped into his head. He recalled the game of hide and seek he played during his childhood. Although it's a bit cliché, as long as it works, that's what matters. Lee quickly left the core lair of the lightning scale snake clan and arrived at the Silver Stone Hill outside the waterfall. Breathing in the fresh air, he gazed at the beautiful plain and the dawnlight appearing in the distance, feeling quite delighted.
Ha, I've got the spirit-gathering pearl. I just need to find a place to refine it. As long as I reach tier 2 innate stage quickly, my physical defense will improve, and I won't have to fear the lightning scale snake anymore. Lee disappeared into the night on Silverstone Hill, coming and going without a trace, as if he had never been there. 555, 556, 55, huh? What am I doing? In the Queen's chamber, the lightning scale snake looked bewildered at the wall in front of her, full of confusion. Didn't I want to kill that little guy? Why am I suddenly counting?
After the lightning scale snake realized that her memory seemed to have gaps, she settled down and began to recall carefully. But recalling was one thing, and when the lightning scale snake learned about Lee's actions, she let out an enraged roar, her violent mana surging like thousands of sharp blades, leaving the surrounding rock walls scarred. Because she found out that her spirit-gathering pearl had actually been stolen by that scoundrel, and she had fallen into a trap, which made her so furious that she wanted to tear her home apart. As a mighty beast of the two-instrument realm, how could I, lightning scale snake, be humiliated by a mere tier 1 acquired stage junior?
Unforgivable. With a fierce glare, the lightning scale snake shouted coldly towards the cave entrance. Guard! Your Majesty, the snake matriarch, you called for me. Two female lightning scale snake guards quickly swooped in, standing respectfully.
When did that guy named Lee leave? The lightning scale snake asked coldly.
Reporting to your Majesty, Prince Lee said he was going out for some fresh air and asked not to disturb you.
He has been gone for over an hour, and also. The guard felt the fury of the lightning scale snake and stammered as he spoke. He seemed to struggle to continue.
The lightning scale snake glared at her subordinate and snorted, I command you to say, what did that guy say?
The guard, feeling the pressure, hesitated briefly and replied, the prince said, Your Majesty, we have plenty of time.
Boom!
At that moment, the raging mana surged forth once more, tearing apart the surrounding brilliant treasures into dust. Unable to endure anymore, the lightning scale snake screeched in fury, Tell the entire clan to capture that Lee. I want him to know what tomorrow is another day really means.
Yes, yes.
The guard, frightened by the display, quickly left. The lightning scale snake trembled with rage, looking at the ruined gold and silver treasures, her snake-like eyes filled with ferocity. The spirit-gathering pearl can be replaced, the snake matriarch's sister can die, but she will never tolerate being deceived and humiliated by Lee. This is a provocation and desecration of a powerful beast's dignity. Thus, she declared that no matter what, she would capture Lee and make him wish he was dead, yet unable to die. The lightning scale snake coiled back on the ground, flicking her tongue, her eyes sharp and filled with rage.
Lee, I admit you have some skills.
I hope you don't get caught by me, or I will make you taste the bitterness of being devoured by 10,000 snakes. After Lee left Silverstone Hill, he quickly arrived at the Red Maple Forest. For him, this forest was the best hiding place. The plains were too exposed with no cover, and if captured by the Lightning Scale Snake clan, it would not be a trivial matter. After all, the Lightning Scale Snake was not a mere subpar strength like the Snake Matriarch, she was a genuine powerful beast of the two-instrument realm. Lee sprinted for 3 full hours. The terrain within the Red Maple Forest was particularly complex, making it very hard to be discovered due to the abundant cover.
Moreover, there were even more complicated areas like the Absolute Dragon Tomb behind it.
Starting from the Red Maple Forest, this was also part of the median region of the Demon God Mountain Range. Although the Lightning Scale Snake clan ruled fiercely at the borders, here, they would not have such an advantage. After all, this place was mixed with dragons and snakes, and even two-instrument realm experts wouldn't dare to walk boldly.
Whoosh! After careful selection, Lee chose a very concealed tall tree as his resting point.
After confirming that there were no dangers around, he finally took out the soul-gathering pearl from his spatial system.
Heh, peak level 9. Here I come. With no hesitation, Lee swallowed the spirit-gathering pearl. Chapter 49, Pursuit. Night often falls quietly without notice.
At the moment the moonlight rose, the forest filled with red leaves was illuminated, revealing an eerie blood-red hue, oppressive and terrifying. The night in the Red Maple Forest was truly a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. Every step was fraught with danger, and with a slight misstep, one could face annihilation.
Whoosh!
Between the maple trees, a jet-black snake's shadow quickly broke through, swift as the wind, darting rapidly between the trees. As he swiftly maneuvered through the dense forest like a wraith, he kept an eye on his surroundings, secretly distressed. I didn't expect the lightning scale snake clan to react so quickly. They caught up in less than a day. I was too careless. The solitary shadow darting swiftly was undoubtedly Lee, who had previously consumed the spirit-gathering pearl in the red maple forest to break through to the peak of level 9 Tier 1 acquired stage, only to lose consciousness due to overwhelming mana. When he woke up again, it was already evening, and by that time, the area was swarming with lightning scale snakes. Lee knew he shouldn't stay long, so he began to stealthily escape. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. The number of lightning scale snakes was simply overwhelming, and despite Lee's efforts to hide, he was still discovered along the way. Quick, that guy is over there. Let us catch up. This traitor Lee killed his own kind and deceived His Majesty. He deserves to die. All warriors, show no mercy. If you encounter him, try to capture him alive and deliver him to His Majesty. If that's not possible, kill him on the spot. He must not escape. All beasts, do not interfere with us. We are only after a traitor. Please do not obstruct us. A large number of lightning scale snakes followed the trail left by Lee as he fled. However, the latter was too fast, and his escape route was very convoluted, making it difficult for them to pursue. That night in the red maple forest turned into a bloody storm, as countless lightning scale snakes conducted a carpet search. All for the sake of capturing one traitor. A snake swarm of such enormous size was incredibly daunting just to look at. They zipped through the pitch-black night like silver streaks of light, both splendid and ferocious. Many powerful Tier 2 innate stage beasts also inhabited the area, and when they saw such a massive gathering of lightning scale snakes, they felt a chill run down their spines. If they encountered just 2 or 3 ordinary lightning scale snakes, these powerful beasts might have acted directly, but they couldn't understand why the opponent had mobilized their entire clan tonight. Though they were strong, they couldn't handle being outnumbered and decided to avoid confrontation. We've searched carefully. This traitor must still be in the red maple forest. As long as we seal off this area, he can't escape. The elder commanded from the back, and all the Eastern Snake Clan members united to search with fierce expressions, leaving no stone unturned. Brother Dao. Standing next to the elder, Mori felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. He had never imagined that his idol, Lee, would turn out to be a traitor. Mori looked at the elder, wanting to say something, but hesitated. The elder, being the leader of the Eastern Snake Clan, of course, had no problem leading the members into pursuit. However, their pursuit speed was slightly slower than that of the Western Snake Clan. Little Mori, you need to remember one thing. The elder, looking ahead, said in a deep voice, regardless of the kindness Lee has shown you or the Eastern Snake Clan, that's personal affection. Now that His Majesty wants him dead, we must obey. Mori lowered his head, feeling somewhat sad, and said, but he did save me. Prince Mori. Hearing the elder's formal title, Mori shuddered. He wiped away the tears in his eyes, then put on a fierce expression and said earnestly, I understand, elder. I won't show any mercy. Now that you say that, old man can rest easy. The elder looked kindly at young Mori and affectionately rubbed his head with his tail to comfort him. At the same time, he glanced in a certain direction and let out a silent sigh. What a pity for such a good seedling. Why did he have to deceive His Majesty? In the dim forest, Lee transformed into a black demon snake to sneak around, better concealing himself in the environment. This lightning scale snake really thinks highly of me, sending the whole clan to hunt me down. I've really stirred the hornet's nest. Lee sighed inwardly as he carefully surveyed his surroundings, confirming there were no issues, before continuing to sneak away. System, have you finalized the escape route? Lee asked. Ding. The route has been finalized. Please follow this path to the Dragon's Rest, so the lightning scale snake clan won't dare to pursue further. To the Dragon's Rest. Lee pondered for a few seconds and then nodded slightly. Though the Dragon's Rest is more perilous than the red maple forest, those are matters for later. As long as he can escape the current predicament, even if the path ahead is fraught with danger, he must forge ahead. Let's do it this way, system. You better not let me down. That last route nearly had me run into those guys. Li continued to move quickly, but before he finished his sentence, he bumped into 3 lightning scale snakes head-on, feeling utterly speechless and rolling his eyes.
System. I seriously suspect you're playing me. Chapter 50, Doubt.
When Li collided directly with the 3 lightning scale snakes, he couldn't help but roll his eyes.
System. I genuinely feel you're messing with me. Ding. The host has wronged me. I truly don't know anything.
Li let out a quiet sigh. His snake-like eyes glimmered with a sharp light. He noticed that the others were all at level tier 1 acquired stage, and thought that if it could be avoided, it was best not to fight. After all, there were lightning scale snakes all around. If a fight broke out here, it would be like throwing himself into a net. Hiss 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 hiss. 3 lightning scale snakes sized up Li, and the leading one stepped forward, saying, "Black Demon Snake, have you seen a lightning scale snake around the peak of level 9 tier 1 acquired stage?" Li's expression froze at these words, and he suddenly realized that he had already transformed into the form of a black demon snake. He slightly shook his head and smiled, saying, "I haven't seen it, but I have encountered quite a few brothers from the lightning scale snake clan on my way here. Are you all looking for him?" "That's right, that guy is a traitor of our clan. His Majesty the Snake Queen has ordered us to capture him alive." The leading lightning scale snake flicked its tongue, then stepped aside, saying, "As an affiliate of our clan, you are obligated to help us. If you discover that suspicious fellow, report to us immediately." With that, the 3 lightning scale snakes moved slightly aside, clearing a path for him. "Rest assured, I definitely will." Li felt relieved when he noticed they didn't figure out who he was, and he slowly made his way past the lightning scale snakes on both sides. "Wait. That little fellow from the affiliated clan, I have something to ask you." Just as Li was about to leave, a somewhat aged yet familiar voice called out from behind. He inwardly exclaimed that it was bad, because he didn't even need to turn around to know whose voice it was. "Salutations, Elder, greetings, Prince Mashi." The 3 lightning scale snakes bowed respectfully upon seeing the arrivals. Upon hearing these 2 titles of respect, Li's heart sank even deeper. Because the last people he wanted to face right now were the Elder and Mashi. He would rather encounter pursuers from the Western Snake Clan, as he could still force his way out. The Elder slowly ascended to a higher position, gazing down at the black demon snake's silhouette that turned its back to him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said lightly, "You turned your body around. Why do I notice a familiar aura about you?" "Of course, you don't need to be nervous. If I have wrongly suspected you, I will certainly apologize to you." Mashi quietly followed beside the Elder, who usually joked around cheerfully but at this moment had not said a word. Faced with the Elder's words, Li fell silent, silently lamenting that experience truly speaks volumes. He had transformed into the black demon snake form, but the sound of his voice, as well as the aura and scent about him, could not be changed. Furthermore, he had been in close contact with the Elder and Mashi, so it was only natural for them to be suspicious. A hint of coldness flashed in Li's eyes. It seemed he had no choice but to force his way out. "Hey, brother of the subordinate tribe, our Elder commands you to turn around." The lightning scale snake guard blocked Li's way, shouting. Bang! However, just as the guard finished speaking, a thick, dark tail suddenly swung toward him, and before he could react, he was swept away by the black tail. Whoosh! Li directly knocked aside the obstruction in front of him and, without a word, activated passive swift shadow and disappeared into the dark thicket. Seeing the situation, the Elder's gaze sharpened, and he commanded, "Order the Eastern Snake Tribe to pursue that black demon snake." "It's Li." "Yes. Pursue the black demon snake." The remaining guards took orders and directly chased after the direction Li had fled while simultaneously relaying the pursuit command to their kin. Mole did a double take at the direction Li was fleeing, biting his lip as he turned to the Elder, gathering courage to ask, "Elder, are we sure we're not mistaken? What if it's just a frightened subordinate tribe black demon snake? I also hope this is false, but he seems far too guilty." The Elder sighed, then swung his tail to lift Mole onto his head before quickly leaving the area, clearly heading to pursue Li. On the way of pursuit, the Elder saw countless lightning scale snakes from the eastern and western snake tribes aggressively encircling in one direction, and he internally sighed. "Li, my young friend, the bond between us has ended. If you can escape my blockade, then that is your skill.
If not, it can only prove that you are still too weak, and you can't blame me for that. Chapter 51, Battle with the Elder. That traitor is ahead, let us surround him. Ah! He's too strong, we can't hold him back, we need more tribesmen. We have already formed the second blockade line, we must intercept him in the red maple forest. At this moment, the red maple forest was fraught with danger. Li, who had just transformed back from the black demon snake to the lightning scale snake form, was calmly making a quick escape. Although there were many lightning scale snakes crazily pursuing him along the way, most of them only had the strength of Tier 1 acquired stage ranging from level 5 to 7. In front of Li, who was at the pinnacle of level 9 Tier 1 acquired stage, they were like a mantis trying to block a car, utterly useless. Ding! I'm curious as to why the host doesn't kill them? With a flick of his tail, Li sent the lightning scale snake that had just pounced towards him flying, saying seriously, they are of the eastern snake tribe, I don't want to kill them. Besides, my EXP is already full, I just need some evolution points, so there's no rush. Ding! Host, did you not know that you can continue to gain EXP even when it's full? The evolution system said in surprise, even if the host slaughters beast demons, although the EXP is full, once the host advances to Tier 2 innate stage, the overflowed EXP will transform into new EXP. In human terms, it's like piling up energy to unleash it later. Oh? Hearing this, Li paused, flicked his head and knocked away the attacking lightning scale snake behind him, astonished, is that so? After that, Li looked around and coldly smiled, then it's settled, I can't kill the snakes of the eastern snake tribe, but that doesn't mean I can't kill the western ones. Li, surrender! At the same time, a somewhat juvenile and fierce voice rang out. Li didn't need to turn around to know it was Mole. Not wanting to make things awkward for both sides, he continued using passive swift shadow to stealthily leave. Li, my young friend, you can't escape. Just as Li was stealthily escaping, an aged voice sounded in front, causing waves of mana to surge like a tiger descending the mountain, shattering nearby fallen branches and leaves. Sensing the danger, Li used his tail to whip up a dry tree branch and hurled it forward violently. Bang! In the darkness, the dry branch that Li had hurled was tightly bitten by a thick black shadow, ultimately crushed under its fangs. Hiss 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 hiss. It was also because of this brief pause that Li noticed the area around him was filled with lightning scale snakes, all intently watching him and ready to strike at any moment. Behind him, Mole also caught up, his fierce little appearance oddly endearing. Knife brother, just surrender, you have no chance. Come back with me to the tribe, I will plead with His Majesty for your life. I have to say that Mole truly possesses a certain leadership quality. Even when facing someone stronger like Li, he maintains a calmness and composure that surpasses his peers. At this moment, the Great Elder was also blocking in front of Li, as the Eastern Serpent clan had surrounded him with no escape route. Li glanced around and then looked at the Great Elder, calmly smiling as he greeted, "Oh, Great Elder, you're here too, what a coincidence." Hearing this, the Great Elder glared at Li with slight anger and said in a deep voice, "Why? Why does young friend Li deceive His Majesty and betray our Eastern Serpent clan? Do you understand that what you are doing will lead to a very tragic outcome?" Upon hearing this, Li stood tall, ready for battle, and smiled as he said, "Words are pointless. Come on, Great Elder, let me see the power of Tier 2 innate stage." Brother Dao! Mole couldn't help but shout, wanting to pull Li back, but given the situation, it seemed impossible. Li turned to look at little Mole and smiled indifferently, saying, "Don't worry about me. We are not on the same side, I am determined to break through today." There was no way back the moment he fully refined and devoured the soul-gathering pearl, it was already proven. "Everyone, clear the area," the Great Elder said in a deep voice, causing all the fierce lightning scale snakes around to retreat silently, clearing the battlefield. Li felt the Great Elder's imposing presence growing more robust ahead, and his gaze sharpened like a blade because he knew that the next moment would be a fight to the death. "Brother Dao, I misjudged you." Mole endured the disappointment and pain in his heart, ultimately retreating with a cold expression. He no longer harbored any illusions about Li since Li was determined to leave, he could only try to capture or kill him on the spot. Boom! The Great Elder took the initiative, using his serpentine body to leap into the air, pouncing down with overwhelming force,
creating cracks in the ground due to the sheer power of his jump. Lee's gaze narrowed. He chose not to confront head-on but activated his passive skill Swift Shadow to dodge behind the Great Elder, shouting, "Exploding Fangs!" Creak! Although the Exploding Fangs had strong penetrating ability, Lee knew that his mana level was still somewhat low. He could only leave bite marks on the Great Elder's tail, with neither side gaining any advantage in the first round. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and vigorous. The two figures intertwining fell, with Lee crouching up straight, taking a combat stance, and the Great Elder doing the same, preparing for their second round of combat. Lee's peripheral vision glanced at Mole. His pupils narrowed slightly as he shouted, "Mole, watch out behind you." Chapter 52, Triangle Poison Lizard. Mole, watch out behind you. At this moment, Lee landed in the position where the Great Elder was before. Just as he was about to prepare for a second attack, he caught a glimpse of Mole out of the corner of his eye and immediately shouted, "Back off!" Facing Lee's sudden warning, Mole was taken aback and couldn't help but look back, instantly feeling a tremor run through his body. Huff! Huff! At that moment, a tremendous dark shadow was panting heavily. A foul, oppressive aura spread out, targeting little Mole first. When he saw the incoming figure clearly, his small frame of only 4 or 5 meters began to shake uncontrollably. "Gee, Great Elder, save me!" Mole suddenly screamed, startling all the lightning scale snakes around. The Great Elder turned back in response, and upon seeing the massive figure in front of Mole, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. "Triangle Poison Lizard, Prince Mole, hurry and evade!" After saying this, the Great Elder no longer targeted Lee and instead turned around to rush wildly toward Mole. With its thick, robust body of over 10 meters, it quickly reached Mole's side, wrapping its tail around him and tossing him back. Lee saw the situation and caught little Mole, his gaze sharp. Ding! Host, this is a Triangle Poison Lizard, with strength at the level of Tier 2 innate Stage 7. You are no match. It's advised to escape. The system's alert sounded. Lee said nothing and quietly observed, while Mole stood nervously beside him, full of worry. Roar! The Triangle Poison Lizard, with its 3 sharp horns and purple skin, roared in anger as it saw its meal rescued by the Great Elder. Not waiting for the latter to react, it charged violently, crashing the Great Elder's body hard against the trunk of a giant tree. Bang! The enormous tree trunk bore the immense mana impact, and the Great Elder's body was pinned down by the Triangle Poison Lizard's sharp horn, unable to resist. Due to the fierce piercing force from the opponent, it couldn't help but spit out blood. Great Elder! Mole shouted in concern at once, knowing that the Elder was injured while saving him. This attack from the Triangle Poison Lizard contained an extremely violent mana impact. If the Great Elder had also been a strong figure at Tier 2 innate Stage 7, he would have been dead by now. Kill! Support the Great Elder! Seeing this, a large number of lightning scale snakes rushed to attack, as in their eyes, the Great Elder was the leader of the Eastern Serpent clan. They were not afraid to sacrifice. If anything happened to the Elder or the Prince, they would still die. Hiss 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 hiss. Hundreds of lightning scale snakes wildly pounced on the gigantic Triangular Poison Lizard, but their strength couldn't even break through Lee's defenses, making their efforts futile. Roar! The Triangular Poison Lizard didn't care about these weak lightning scale snakes. It violently shook its body, flinging many of them away. Although the lightning scale snakes were strong when united, they appeared weak in the face of absolute power. Seeing this, Moore yelled angrily and lunged forward, "Let go of the Grand Elder." Moore jumped onto the Triangular Poison Lizard's head, desperately biting at its tough skin, but it had no effect at all. The Grand Elder, witnessing this, shouted furiously, "Moore, retreat! You're no match for it!" Roar! The Triangular Poison Lizard seemed somewhat irritated. It firmly stomped down on the Grand Elder's body, preventing any movement, and raised one of its front claws to viciously swat him away. Put! The mere level 3 acquired stage Moore couldn't withstand this blow. He spat blood as he flew through the air. The Grand Elder's eyes turned blood red as he roared, "Child!" Roar! The Triangular Poison Lizard watched the Grand Elder with a cold sneer, seemingly calculating where Moore would fall, and without needing to turn around, its long lizard tail whipped up a furious wind, striking towards Moore's weak body. Little more, the Grand Elder cried out bitterly, using all its strength to struggle, but couldn't escape the triangular poison lizard's massive foot.
Bang! Put!
In the blink of an eye, a silver figure quietly appeared beside Moore, using its body to protect the little guy in its arms, but took a brutal hit from the triangular poison lizard, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood.
Damn it, with my high physical defense, I still got knocked bloody. Lee cursed inwardly.
He endured the blow to save Moore but didn't have time to comfort him, instead tossing him into the protective circle of other lightning scale snakes before turning in mid-air and wrapping around the triangular poison lizard's tail. In a flash, Lee, ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, climbed onto the triangular poison lizard's body, wrapping its neck tightly, and smirked, "Let's see what you can do this time." With that, Lee activated the Shattering Fang active skill, using the strength of his fangs to fiercely pierce the triangular poison lizard's eyes.
Chapter 53, Let Go. Put.
Lee activated Shattering Fang to pierce the triangular poison lizard's eyes, causing it to instantly enter a blinded state.
His attack was precise and vicious, achieving exceptional damage.
Roar! The creature let out a crazed roar due to the excruciating pain in its eye sockets, abandoning control of the Grand Elder, and frantically clawed at Lee, trying to tear him apart. However, Lee wouldn't give it that chance. He wrapped tightly around the triangular poison lizard's neck, continuously tightening his grip, aiming to suffocate it to death.
Cough, cough.
The Grand Elder, having received a moment of respite, coughed violently as it looked at Lee, who was risking everything to save Moore, with complex emotions in its eyes.
Roar! The pain of blindness, along with Lee's relentless grip, made the triangular poison lizard utterly enraged.
It roared angrily, and several spikes suddenly emerged from its back, piercing Lee's snake body. Lee felt the tremendous pain coursing through his body, a sharp ache drilling into his blood. He was forced to loosen his grip on the triangular poison lizard, suddenly feeling weak.
Ding!
Host detected to be poisoned with paralysis venom.
Please find a safe location and immediately use Abyssal Dragon God's divine blood to purge the poison.
The system alert suddenly rang out, and Lee fell weakly to the ground, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. He knew he couldn't afford to collapse.
Roar!
However, the triangular poison lizard was now just a stone's throw away. Although its eyes had been gouged out, its sense of smell was still sharp, and it quickly caught the scent of the one responsible for its blindness, charging forward to stomp it into mush.
Whoosh!
Seeing this, Lee once again activated the passive skill Swift Shadow, seemingly exerting all his strength to evade the beast's frenzied stomps.
Kids, everyone attack together.
Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, fully recovered, angrily shouted and was the first to once again wrap around the triangular poison lizard's head, continuing to tighten its grip on its neck, gradually producing the sound of cracking bones. The triangular poison lizard endured the severe pain around its neck, revealing spikes on its back once more, trying to paralyze the Grand Elder, but this time, it didn't succeed. The Grand Elder was much larger and sturdier than Lee, with incredibly strong defenses.
The triangular poison lizard's deadly poison spikes, although formidable, couldn't penetrate the Grand Elder's defenses, rendering their attack ineffective.
Hiss 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 hiss. Once the Grand Elder had the triangular poison lizard under control, countless lightning scale snakes, regardless of their strength, attacked frantically, clinging to the triangular poison lizard's body, 10 or 20 at a time. In the blink of an eye, the massive triangular poison lizard was buried beneath countless lightning scale snakes.
Oh whoa!
Although the triangular poisonous lizard is powerful, it can't withstand the bite of the Elder and countless lightning scale snakes. It let out a painful wail but could not resist, only feeling its flesh and blood being devoured step by step amidst the agony. In just a moment, a triangular poisonous lizard, towering over 10 meters tall, was left with only a bloodied skeletal frame. All the lightning scale snakes feasted to their heart's content. Lee endured the weakness spreading throughout his body, trying to take advantage of the situation to depart quietly, but several lightning scale snakes sneered and blocked his path.
Traitor, you dare to leave after offending His Majesty?
Lee clenched his gums. He even went so far as to use his own fangs to stab his mouth to force himself to regain consciousness because he knew that the upcoming battle would still be brutal.
Let him go.
Just when Lee thought he would have to fight desperately, the Elder suddenly spoke, catching the intercepting lightning scale snake warriors off guard with this unexpected order.
This was a traitor ordered to be captured and hunted down by Her Majesty. Why would their elder let him go? Elder.
Mori felt a glimmer of joy in his heart upon hearing this, but his face remained puzzled.
Li turned to the elder and said flatly, "What do you mean? It's meaningless. You saved Mor and me, it's just a snake sentiment. You should leave."
The elder spoke calmly, saying, "Before I change my mind, it's better for you to get as far away as possible and not come back.
The Western Snake Tribe is approaching quickly. Eastern Snake Tribe, listen up. Let Li go, no one is to obstruct or pursue."
Everything unfolded just as the elder had said. He ordered Li to be released, and none of the members of the Eastern Snake Tribe dared to defy the command, even clearing the way.
Li didn't put on airs. He glanced at the stubborn and fierce little Mor, catching a glimpse of the concern in the young snake's eyes, and silently nodded slightly at the elder. Whoosh! Li gritted his teeth and activated his passive ability Swift Shadow, disappearing from the view of the Eastern Snake Tribe in an instant. Sigh.
The elder shook his head slightly, coiling down to absorb the surrounding mana to heal himself. He was giving himself a chance and buying time for Li to escape.
Heh, quite lively here. Is the Eastern Snake Tribe holding a gathering?
At that moment, a voice that was equally old but laced with a hint of sarcasm echoed from the darkness behind. The elder opened his eyes at the sound, his gaze sharp.
Humph. The Western Snake Tribe sure arrived quickly. Chapter 54, The Pursuers of the Western Snake Tribe.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the second elder arrived with a large number of members from the Western Snake Tribe, he looked at the battlefield filled with devastation, then at the massive skeletal remains stained with dried blood, and chuckled, "Wow, the Eastern Snake Tribe has quite a feast here." The elder led all the warriors of the Eastern Snake Tribe without pursuing the traitors, instead gathering for a feast together.
Impressive. Ha 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 ha.
Countless members of the Western Snake Tribe burst into loud laughter, while the Eastern Snake Tribe suddenly stood tall in morale, their cold and angry gazes fixed on the former, ready to go to war at the slightest provocation. Faced with the second elder's mockery, the elder remained unmoved and replied flatly, "The triangular venom lizard blocked my path. It helped the traitor escape, which is a crime of equal seriousness.
Am I not allowed to command its execution?"
Hearing this, the second elder was momentarily taken aback, his cold eyes narrowing as he sneered, "Since it's the great elder's words, I naturally won't doubt it. It seems that your East Snake clan has experienced quite the battle with the triangle venom lizard, and it doesn't look too optimistic many of your clan members are injured." At this moment, all members of the East Snake clan were, to some extent, injured. Fortunately, they managed to break down the corpse of the triangle venom lizard, allowing them to recover a bit, but their combat strength was not at the peak level they had when they arrived. As for internal matters of the East Snake clan, there is really no need for the second elder to worry about them, the great elder replied in a neutral tone. The second elder walked by the great elder, his large head leaning closer as he whispered, "Great elder, the overall combat strength of your East Snake clan has declined. How about you tell me the whereabouts of that traitor? This way, I can also speak a few good words for you in front of His Majesty later." The great elder shot him a cold glance and countered, "Are you threatening me?" "Ha ha ha, but you are the great elder, His Majesty's trusted confidant. How could I possibly dare to threaten you?" The second elder laughed heartily, his insinuation clear. If the great elder didn't inform the second elder about Li's escape, there was a strong possibility that the second elder would report him for negligence upon returning, leading to the lightning scale snake's wrath, which could result in the great elder's execution. Great elder. Moray looked at the great elder with concern, as he worried not only about Li but also about the future of his clan. The great elder glanced at Moray, pondered for a few seconds, and replied solemnly, "That traitor ran eastward. If you chase now, you might still catch up." "Ha, many thanks for the information, great elder. As for the West Snake clan, let's go." The second elder laughed heartily and promptly led a large number of West Snake clan members to quickly pursue the direction Li had left. A large number of West Snake clan members moved through the East Snake clan's ranks, creating an atmosphere that was momentarily silent and cold. "Great elder. Daogu was poisoned while trying to save me." Moray finally couldn't help but ask the great elder as the West Snake clan cleared out, looking sullen. Hearing this, the Great Elder turned to the prince beside him, smiling kindly. Little Moray, you must remember, we are first the lightning scale snake, and only second is Lee our benefactor. Upon hearing this, little Moray shook, realizing the meaning behind it, his little mouth tightly shut as he continuously prayed within. Daogui, you must be safe and sound, get out of the red maple forest quickly, and don't come back. Whoosh! On the edge of the red maple forest, a silver snake shadow darted swiftly between the trees, not daring to pause for a moment. Ding! Detecting that the paralysis toxin in the host's body is becoming increasingly severe, please find a safe area nearby to purge the poison. Otherwise, the divine blood of the Abyssal Dragon God will be ineffective, and the paralysis toxin will cause the host to lose the ability to move. The evolution system kept a close watch on Lee's physical condition, while he moved forward, pale-faced, knowing the seriousness of the situation, but unable to afford a moment of complacency. I can't let my guard down. The East Snake Clan let me go, but the West Snake Clan hasn't appeared yet. I've killed 3 of their princes. That's a significant grudge. Evolution system. System, how much stamina do I have left to make it to the dragon's grave? Lee cautiously weaved through the dense forest as he asked. Ding! Replying to the host, you have 12% stamina remaining. It should be fine to reach the boundary of the dragon's grave, but do not go too deep. Understood. At this moment, Lee did not activate his passive Swift Shadow, but instead relied on his own mana to move quickly. After all, the passive consumes a lot of stamina, and every little bit counts right now. There is no room for waste unless it's absolutely necessary. Ding! Detecting a large number of monsters approaching from the south of the host. The leading one has 6 level tier 2 and 8 stage tiers. At this moment, the sudden alert from the evolution system made Lee's pupils tighten slightly, and he gnawed his teeth in anger. These beasts sure are fast. He knew that the pursuers were definitely not from the East Snake Clan, so there was only one possibility. The second elder brought the West Snake Clan soldiers. Chapter 55, Trapped in Desperation. Under the moonlight, the red maple forest looked scarlet and eerie. Tonight was destined to be an unusual night. When countless silver snakes were chasing down a silver snake, the scene was particularly thrilling and spectacular. Ding! You killed a level 5, tier 1 acquired stage lightning scale snake. EXP plus 20, evolution points plus 0. Ding! You killed a level 7, tier 1 acquired stage lightning scale snake. EXP plus 60, evolution points plus 1. Ding! Put! Lee spat out the severed snake head he had just bitten off, surveying the area around him where countless corpses of lightning scale snakes lay. His expression showed no signs of happiness. Despite the large amount of EXP gained, the paralysis toxin was getting stronger, making his complexion and spirit weaker. Moreover, these corpses of lightning scale snakes belonged to the West Snake Clan, so Lee felt no pity or mercy. He killed 1 snake for every one he encountered. Ding! Host, be careful with your body. It has been detected that you still have 6 stamina remaining, and the paralysis rate is at 94%. I know, no need to remind me. Just focus on finding a way out. Lee once again wrapped his tail tightly around the snake's vital spot, twisting it to snap its neck, resulting in an instant kill. At this moment, Lee had exhausted a tremendous amount of both mana and stamina. He could have smoothly broken through if he hadn't been affected by the paralysis toxin from the triangle venom lizard. Hiss 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 hiss. Lee felt the chilling silver shadows of the sinister snakes lurking in the dark depths of the surrounding forest, and a sense of dread gripped his heart. Although he had slain many beasts of the Western Snake Clan before, the numbers on the other side were overwhelming, and he had barely hurt them at all. If this continued, even if he didn't die from their bites, he would exhaust himself to death. Hee hee, kid, you may not be strong, but your life is quite tough. In the dark, the second elder gradually appeared, looking at Lee, who was gasping for breath, and coldly sneered, "Don't resist, it's useless. You can't escape my blockade, give up." Lee tried to calm himself as much as possible. He looked at the second elder, who was a bit more robust than him, with glinting eyes. Level 6, Tier 2 and 8 stage, huh? Even though his physical defense was no longer afraid of them, it didn't mean he was invincible. My physical defense is stronger than theirs, but when I fought the triangular toxic lizard earlier, I realized that while my body could block its tail strike, I couldn't dissipate the powerful shock within, so I still can't confront it head-on. Lee recalled the battle from before, combining some combat experience, while his brain raced. Moreover, he was currently trapped in a desperate situation. All the escape routes nearby had been blocked by the Western Snake Clan, and he was still in a poisoned state, adding insult to injury. If he chose to force his way out, it would only speed up his own death. So how is it? If you give up resisting, I might even plead with the king to spare your body. The second elder stared at Lee with a sinister smile, his words dripping with malice. Earlier, the opponent had killed 3 princes of the Western Snake Clan and slapped the second elder's face in front of so many snakes, making this enmity irreconcilable. What the second elder wanted to do now was to torment him to the point of wishing for death before handing him over to the lightning scale snake for disposal. So consider it, I really thank you, Lee sneered. Suddenly his pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but cough violently, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the paralyzing toxin had begun to attack his vital organs, and the situation was dire. Ha, scared to the point of spitting blood? The second elder couldn't help but coldly laugh upon seeing this, but was suddenly stunned. Because it seemed to have smelled a scent that was boiling its blood from the trace of the bloody wind that just blew by. This blood scent, so sweet, so comfortable, just smelling it makes my blood boil? The second elder knew where this blood scent came from. It turned sharply to Lee, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming, "K kid, whose blood is flowing within you? Tell me. What kind of snake are you? Why does your blood drive me wild?" At this moment, the second elder's unusual behavior and sudden expression also astonished many members of the Western Snake Clan. They had never seen their leader exhibit such a frenzied side. Blood? Looking at the overly excited second elder, Lee was also taken aback for a moment. He calmly thought for a while and suddenly understood. His blood contained the divine blood of the former ruler of this world, the Abyssal Dragon God, who was also evolved from serpent-like demon beasts. The blood that flowed from his mouth earlier had led the second elder to smell its sweetness. "What's wrong? Are you interested in my blood?" Lee slightly curled his lips, looking at the second elder, and said with a sneer, "If I give you a bit of my blood, will you spare my life?" Chapter 56, Falling into the Abyss. In the still forest, facing Lee's negotiating terms, the second elder had recovered from its earlier slightly frenzied state, greedily scanning Lee and smiling. "Ha, it doesn't matter anymore, your whatever. I just suddenly want your blood. Give me your blood, and I'll let you go." At this moment, the second elder was completely immersed in the lingering bloody scent that wafted from Lee's blood, unable to free itself. It seemed to hear a voice. That was the thought of obtaining blood from Lee's body, which might give it the possibility of transformation, and perhaps it could even surpass the ever-dominant lightning scale snake. It seems this method is effective. Lee saw the second elder's snake eyes filled with desire and coldly chuckled. It seems that the emotion and word greed is something that neither humans nor demon beasts can withstand when driven by desire. Faced with the second elder's sudden change in attitude, many warriors of the Western Snake Clan were also shocked, not expecting their leader to become so unfamiliar and even feel a tinge of fear. "Second elder, the queen has ordered us to capture or kill the traitor Lee. What you're doing?" A lightning scale snake, roughly at the second level innate stage, hesitated for a moment before wanting to express what was on its mind. "Put." However, before the lightning scale snake could finish its words, the second elder immediately severed its head in the most brutal manner. Its bloody visage terrified all the warriors of the Western Snake Clan into silence, scared to utter a sound. "With the queen not present, I am the king. If you dare not obey my orders, your fate will be the same as its." The second elder scanned its kin fiercely, screeching ominously. "Die." The haunting winds rose fiercely with the second elder's words, ominous and terrifying, making countless warriors of the Western Snake Clan lower their heads in reverence, not daring to disobey. Seeing the people being suppressed, the second elder raised the corners of his mouth with a sinister arc, then turned towards Lee, smiled ominously, and slowly approached. "Kid, give me your blood, and I'll let you go." Lee nodded slightly upon hearing this, slowly moving forward as well. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on this scene, silent beyond measure.
quietly advancing Li. The second elder, grinning greedily as he approached.
As long as I obtain his blood, I can instantly take his life, and the body can be given to His Majesty the Serpent Queen, a win-win situation. The second elder chuckled confidently, already having calculated his plan. He never intended to let Li go. As both sides approached, the second elder's greedy expression was laid bare, his twisted, cruel smile instilling fear.
He struck first, launching a swift attack aimed at Li's neck.
Humph! I knew that old reptile had bad intentions.
Seeing the situation, Li bit back in the direction of the attack.
At such a short distance, he activated the passive Swift Shadow, making him a notch quicker than the second elder, and in an instant, he bit down viciously on the second elder's neck.
Fractured Fong.
In that moment, Li, desperate to survive, disregarded everything else. He knew that activating the active skill twice in quick succession would instantly drain 2% of his stamina, yet he chose to ignore it.
You little beast!
The second elder screamed in agony as Li's fractured Fong broke through his defenses, causing him to struggle wildly.
The two rolled on the ground, entangled, until they crashed into a tree, separating. Bang! The second elder's powerful serpent tail swept fiercely at Li, sending the latter flying. Hee, thank you for your assistance, second elder. Li laughed coldly in mid-air, then used the force of the attack to fly farther away.
He grabbed onto a tree branch with his tail, swinging like on a swing, using the momentum to dash into the sky.
You wretched thing, you won't escape.
The second elder roared, unable to tolerate the escape of delicious blood, determined to capture him no matter what.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
As the second elder pursued madly, all the warriors of the Western Serpent clan followed closely behind. Li felt the fierce wind blowing in mid-air, gradually calming his inner turmoil. However, it was precisely because of this that he began to cough violently.
Ding!
The host's stamina is below 5%, please find a safe place to dispel the poison.
This is your last death warning.
Li smiled bitterly and shook his head upon hearing this.
Has it really come to the end?
When the impact he received reached its limit, Li gradually began to glide downwards. Bursting out of the dense forest, a hint of ease appeared on his face, but this feeling of relief lasted only a moment, interrupted by shock. Ahead of the dense forest was a massive cliff, leading into an abyss that seemed as narrow as the sky. Seeing this, Li gritted his teeth and desperately twisted around, finally landing on the ground, but due to inertia, skidding a long distance.
Stop!
Li shouted at the edge of the cliff, using every ounce of strength he had, and finally managed to halt himself with half his body hanging off the cliff.
Whoa! I almost left this beautiful world.
Using his teeth to grip the ground, Li managed to avoid falling, letting out a small sigh of relief.
Hee, so you're not dead after all, my dear delicious prey.
As the saying goes, no good fortune comes in pairs, nor does disaster come alone. Before Li could relax completely, a sinister, cold laugh echoed from within the forest, sinking his heart. The second elder and many warriors of the Western Serpent clan slowly appeared from the dense forest, the former approaching Li with a crazed, sinister smile.
Ha, let me save you. Dying in my mouth is better than being smashed to pieces by falling. It would benefit my clan too.
Li looked at the ugly and disgusting face of the opponent, his expression turning quite grim. He felt he had been pushed into a complete dead end, with no possibility of survival, a trace of helpless self-deprecating in his eyes.
Hee, have I really reached the end?
Ah, delicious prey, Li, I'll remember you.
The second elder seemed to sense Li's will to survive, wanting to pull him up.
After all, he didn't want the opponent to be crushed to pieces. In that case, he would gain nothing. Watching the second elder's greedy, sinister serpent face rush towards him, Li's heart was remarkably calm. It seemed he had made a decision, ultimately releasing his grip.
What? Are you crazy?
The second elder saw Li slip and fall towards the cliff, his eyes turning bloodshot, wanting to pull him back, but it was too late, watching Li plummet into the abyss. As Li fell into the abyss, he saw the second elder, who was heartbroken for not getting blood, and roared.
Western Serpent Clan, Li will remember this. If I survive this calamity, I will destroy your clan. I will be back. Chapter 57, From Despair to Hope, then Back to Despair. No. Why would you rather be smashed to pieces than die in my mouth? Dying at the hands of a tier 2 innate stage expert, can't you feel the glory?
The second elder watched as Lee fell into the abyss until he could no longer see him, his heart pained. Heartbroken, he howled, smashing his serpent tail against the ground, the furious mana waves leaving pits on the ground, with dust flying everywhere. He was heartbroken at not being able to obtain Lee's blood. The second elder felt he had missed the greatest opportunity for self-transformation in this lifetime, his expression crazily ferocious. All the members of the Western Snake clan involuntarily retreated to safe ground, fearing that the eccentric second elder would suddenly unleash his wrath on them. After a long while, the second elder resumed his usual indifferent demeanor, slowly retreating from the cliff and finally returning along the path cleared by his clansmen. Before leaving, he glanced back at Lee's direction as he fell, scoffing, "You have been shattered into pieces, yet you still want revenge, how laughable." With that, the second elder turned and led the way, not looking back. Western Snake Clan, listen up, retreat to the clan. Yes. Retreat to the clan. Countless warriors from the Western Snake Clan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, each one looking forward to returning to the clan quickly. They had come in a rush, but left silently, as if nothing had happened. Ding! Detecting that the host's remaining stamina is at 3%, about to enter shock state. Ding! Detecting that the host is currently in an irreversible deadlock, with little power left within you, system intervention is powerless, good luck. After the system prompted, it directly cut off contact and stopped responding. As Lee plummeted towards the abyss, he felt his consciousness becoming blurred, gazing up at the now invisible clifftop, giving a bitter smile. Has even the system started to abandon me? I didn't expect that after just being reborn in this world, I would have to leave again. How ironic, I was just thinking of becoming the ruler of this world, and now I face the fate of being shattered to pieces. During the rapid descent, Lee had already given up on thinking he knew there was nothing he could do, but inside, he felt remarkably calm. Maybe it was because he had died once before that he was able to see through life and death again. Suddenly, Lee felt as if he had stopped in mid-air. He struggled to open his eyes, and what met his gaze was a rope like mana binding him. Saved? At that moment, a spark of life reignited in Lee's previously hopeless eyes, for he realized that he might have been rescued. The mana, transformed into a spirit rope, slowly pulled Lee upward. As time passed, he gradually started to see the other end of the spirit rope. However, upon seeing it, Lee's pupils suddenly shrank. He stared blankly at the massive shadow reflecting on the cave wall and his expression turned grim. Because of this, he understood that this hard-won hope of survival was instantly crushed by the beast's shadow reflected on the wall. From despair to hope, then back to despair, it truly left Lee smiling wryly in helplessness. Death didn't even grant him a quick end. His life was quite the roller coaster. Monstrous beast. As his body slowly rose, Lee looked at the enormous beast shadow reflecting on the rock wall and smiled self-deprecatingly. Forget it, if it's a monstrous beast, then so be it. After all, I am destined to die regardless. I suppose this amounts to delivering food to someone else. Dying at the jaws of a strange beast is better than being devoured by the second elder and shattered to pieces. With these thoughts in mind, Lee once again slowly closed his eyes, entering into a completely self-protective state of feigned death. Chapter 58, Consciousness Returns. Lee suddenly opened his eyes wide. He found himself surrounded by a pure white spatial world, feeling somewhat dazed. Have I gone to heaven after dying? I didn't expect to be so honored. So this is heaven. Lee took a few steps forward but suddenly froze in place. He instinctively looked at his hands and feet. This grounded feeling caught him off guard. Have I turned human? Finally free from the body of a monster. Being in a human body feels so comfortable. This sensation is amazing. Lee touched his face, unconsciously rushing to a river that had appeared up ahead, gazing at the water surface where he had transformed back into his youthful self, filled with excitement. Returning to human form after death, I suppose that makes my death worthwhile. The young man stood up and looked ahead. He discovered a special wooden house in a manor across the river where a figure holding a golden trident was admiring the flowers. Is someone there? Seeing this, Lee quickly ran over. When he reached the manor gate, he politely did not step inside but greeted courteously. Excuse me, hello, I am someone who just arrived in heaven.
Are you here to guide me?
After all, this place was an entirely white world, with only a river, a manor, and one person. Relying on his limited knowledge left from Earth, Lee dared to assume this.
Guide you?
Upon hearing this, the young figure holding the trident turned around, slightly stunned, his level gaze seemingly containing the universe's myriad rivers. The black robe gently swayed in the breeze at that moment. Time seemed to freeze. Lee suddenly felt as if every part of him was seen through by those clear, level eyes, making him somewhat uncomfortable, yet his face still bore a sunny smile. Because he couldn't sense any fluctuation from the black-robed youth, even though he was right in front of him, he would have never discovered him without looking. What kind of existence could this be? As the black-robed youth examined him, Lee was secretly observing the other as well, especially when he looked into those unfathomable level eyes, nearly falling into them helplessly, filled with trepidation and whispering softly.
This person is absolutely much stronger than the fierce beast Dango from the Beast God Mountain. Fierce beast Dango?
The black-robed youth was taken aback upon hearing this, unable to suppress a laugh. He said, Dango doesn't qualify to be compared with this monarch.
Of course, sir, you must be a god, right? Lee quickly reacted and politely offered compliments.
In your world, I can be considered a god, the black-robed youth laughed heartily as he approached with the trident adorned with golden dragon patterns. As the trident touched the ground rippled like a lake, radiating golden circles. Lee looked down at the ground, where golden ripples were spreading, his eyes nearly popping out of his head.
He knelt respectfully and asked, God, have you come to guide me? Am I already dead?
You are not dead, but how did your consciousness suddenly appear in my world? The young man in the black robe radiated a soft power that prevented Lee from kneeling, and he appeared somewhat confused.
Could it be that Brother Jiang made a mistake? Wasn't it said that I should wait until this kid shatters the void before returning to my position?
Facing the mutterings of the young man in the black robe, Lee was also left in a fog. He couldn't help but ask, God.
You don't need to call me God, you will eventually stand on equal footing with me. But for now, you must return.
The young man in the black robe calculated with his left hand, his expression becoming serious as he said, If you don't go back, the primordial world will collapse in the future.
Don't ask why, because you are not dead, or rather, you will never die. Never die?
Lee was even more perplexed. Before he could ask anything further, he noticed the young man in the black robe swing his trident, and a powerful tearing force suddenly enveloped him, leaving him startled.
What are you going to do?
Now is not the time to talk.
You can see that I have already violated certain rules, so go back.
After the young man in the black robe swung his trident, he suddenly jabbed it into the ground, causing the ground to ripple out a majestic golden circle once again, but this time, it swallowed the very spot where Lee was standing. Lee had no time to speak before he was instantly pulled into the void by the golden circle. He lost consciousness in a daze. After completing this, the young man in the black robe furrowed his brow, leaving no one to know what he was thinking.
I have a fear of heights, don't drop me again.
With a sharp scream, Lee suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up. Cold sweat poured down his body as he gasped for fresh air. Filled with dread, just now he felt as if he had been pulled into an endless abyss, unable to resist. The scene he had just witnessed instilled a deep sense of fear in him, from his bones to his soul. Who exactly was the young man in the black robe from that mysterious world? He felt that if the man wanted to kill him, it would probably be as simple as just having the thought. And that overwhelming sense of fear made Lee realize that even the fierce beasts he once encountered, like the Yu Hua and the Titan ape, were nothing compared to this opponent's strength.
This place is.
As his thoughts and consciousness gradually returned, when Lee saw that the surrounding rock walls were real, he froze in shock as he caught sight of his snake body through the comparatively smooth rock surface.
It's all real, am I not dead yet? So who was that guy just now? Where did he have a conversation with me?
Clearly, there was no one to answer the questions he pondered. Calming down, Lee looked at his still serpentine body and recalled his human form in that mysterious realm. He sighed softly. Forget it, just surviving is already a blessing. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee suddenly looked up, as if he had thought of something, turning to scan his surroundings, his eyes narrowing in confusion. Wait! I was clearly pulled up by some monster, how did it not eat me?
Chapter 59, The Little Demon Beast with Big Eyes. That guy actually just pulled me up without eating me right away?
In the quiet stone wall space, no one could answer Leah's questions. He had clearly been pulled up by a huge beast but surprisingly had not become its meal.
Is my meat not tasty? Did this guy spare me out of kindness? Could it be that this guy is stockpiling food? Keeping me for a feast later?
Lee's eyelids twitched, then he slightly shook his head, decisively stopping all his wild thoughts, as the more he thought, the scarier it became. Since he couldn't come up with an answer, he simply chose not to pay attention to these things, because there was nothing better than just being alive.
Ding! Host, you're still alive, that's great. This system was about to give up on you. Hearing the evolution system say this, Lee's facial expression twitched slightly in anger, sneering as he replied, "What? Have you already thought about finding your next host?" Ding!
The system is confident that the host will definitely survive, which is why it has always been here.
Oomph, you just know how to say nice things. Bring up my attribute panel.
Lee grinned and gave a not-so-friendly smile as he commanded. Ever since he refined the spirit gathering pill, and having killed quite a few demon beasts on his escape, he now had time to check for any changes.
Ding! Attribute panel has been retrieved, please review, host. Host, Lee. Race, monster faction. Current state, lightning scale snake first evolution. Passive, swift shadow, charm. Active skills, lightning strike max level, exploding fangs max level.
Tier, level 9 peak, tier 1 acquired stage. Physical defense, comparable to level 6, tier 2 innate stage.
Evolution points, 99,100. EXP, 8677 7000. Hidden main quest, currently in an unknown state. The host can unlock and view it upon completing the second level evolutionary transformation. As Lee looked at the attribute panel, he nodded slightly, thinking, so EXP can indeed accumulate excess portions. The main quest is still not accessible, but that's fine, leveling up is the way to go. Ha! Evolution points 99? So close? System, are you doing this on purpose?
Lee looked at the attribute panel, his eyes widening in shock, somewhat annoyed.
Ding! This system is absolutely fair and just the host is indeed just shy of evolution points. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you.
Lee pouted, unable to resist the urge to peek out of the hole he had been pulled up through. He accidentally bumped into a small stone, which tumbled down into the abyss below without a sound, revealing how deep it was.
Splash!
Lee swallowed hard, pulling his head back, feeling a chill of fear. If he had fallen down, it would have been disastrous.
What a warm feeling, what is this? Gradually calming down, Lee felt a warm temperature coming from not far away.
He looked in the direction of the warmth, his pupils contracting. There, a campfire quietly burned, although the flames were black, making them less noticeable in this dim cave. The emergence of the campfire slowly made Lee's eyes widen in surprise.
Fire? Do demon beasts know how to start a fire as well? Although this black campfire seemed quite bizarre, the warmth it provided was undeniably real.
Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time that Lee was surprised by the appearance of the campfire, a low breathing sound from a beast echoed from the long passage on the other side of the cave, becoming deeper as time went on. Especially when the shadow of the beast gradually enlarged on the rock wall, it was obvious that it was getting closer.
Is the demon beast returning to its lair?
Lee's alertness peaked, prepared to confront the gradually enlarging shadow of the beast on the wall, ready to strike first. He would never choose to sit back and wait for his demise since he was still alive. Lee would not give up on his hope for survival. When the dark shadow of the beast grew to its fullest size, Lee knew it was close. He peered through the light of the black campfire and was momentarily stunned. Especially when he finally saw the beast's true form, the momentum he had built up to fight for his life dissipated completely. Lee looked at the little squared demon beast across the campfire, at the fluffy creature with black and white fur and big watery eyes, unable to help but exclaim, "It was you who pulled me up?" He truly couldn't imagine that the fearsome and hulking shadow he had seen on the rock wall was actually a cute demon beast the size of a human head.
Chapter 60, Black Daylight. In the quiet cave, looking through the black campfire at the little demon beast with big eyes opposite him, Lee couldn't help but ask in surprise, "It was you who pulled me up?" "Yes, it was I who saved you, but you really are quite heavy, I almost couldn't pull you up." Upon hearing this, the black and white little demon beast nodded seriously, then tossed the wood it was holding into the campfire and slowly approached Lee, examining him carefully. At the same time that Lee noticed the little creature scrutinizing him, he also observed it closely and realized that it was a demon beast he did not recognize. Its head resembled that of a tiger, yet it had the black ears of a panda. Its body was more like a small lion, but its limbs were strong and powerful like a kirin's arms and claws, with a long black and white tail resembling a spear, sharp yet incredibly soft, extremely resilient. A pair of seemingly new moon black little wings were folded quietly on the little creature's back, appearing unable to spread out yet. Ding! Host, be careful, this is the nemesis of all demon beasts, notoriously known as the ancient fierce beast, harbinger of disaster, Haixianzhao. Ancient fierce beast Haixianzhao? Li thought to himself, looking at the little creature before him that was many times smaller than he was, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Such a small thing actually has such a prestigious identity, it truly is intriguing. Ding! The host need not worry too much, this Haixianzhao is merely in its juvenile stage and does not pose a threat. Killing it would promote you directly to level 2E realm. As the system's prompt sound echoed again, Lee was astonished. This time, the system's tone was significantly more serious, clearly because of the little creature's identity. However, what amazed him was not the serious tone of the system, but the fact that killing this little creature could actually allow him to directly break through to the E realm. This could be considered a gift of EXP from the heavens, just free. In that instant, his gaze towards Haixianzhao changed, and his breathing became a bit rapid. Calm down, calm down. Lee steadied his mind. He didn't rush to take action but instead quietly observed. Though the allure of this EXP was immense, if he were to kill this little creature now, it would mean he had the means to contend with the lightning scale snake. If it were an ordinary demon beast, he would have acted immediately. It's just a pity that Lee's innate disposition remained human. Such a cute little thing truly made it hard for him to develop a killing intent. Rather than that, he decided to first observe and see how things developed. Big brother, don't you feel cramped being so big in here? Do you want to shrink down a bit? Haixianzhao looked around at Lee, its big eyes forming crescent moons, appearing naturally adorable and not at all shy, even showing some surprise. Lee also felt that this cave was indeed somewhat difficult for his several-meter-long body to stretch out in, so he simply shrank himself down to about 4 or 5 meters in size, making the cave feel much more spacious. Lee suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He didn't know what this ancient fierce beast mentioned in the evolution system wanted to do. Was it friend or foe? That remained uncertain. Moreover, in his eyes, Haixianzhao didn't seem fierce at all. If anything, it was quite cute, entirely unrelated to the word fierce. In contrast, Haixianzhao maintained a friendly smile and chattered on, saying, "You don't know, big brother, I've been so lonely in this place. Just a moment ago, I was praying to the heavens for someone to talk to, and then you arrived. Big brother, I sensed your presence was very familiar and warm. Have we met somewhere before? But none of that is important. The main thing is that you came to keep me company, which is truly wonderful. I'm so lonely." "Stop, that's enough." Lee hurriedly interrupted it, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He looked down at it and asked, "We aren't of the same kind, so why do you feel a sense of familiarity with me?" Upon hearing this, Haixianzhao seriously pondered for a moment. Its cute earnest expression was quite endearing. "Big brother, I don't really know how to answer that, but my feelings can't be wrong. I've definitely seen you before. Moreover, the aura on you doesn't change. I won't mistake it. And also..." "Alright, you need not say more." Looking into Haixianzhao's watery big eyes, Lee secretly pinched his brow with his tail. This little guy was quite the chatterbox. "Big brother, you speak, I'm listening." Haixianzhao very obediently ceased its chatter and instead passed the conversation back to Lee, quietly waiting. Lee looked seriously at Haixianzhao, took a deep breath, and said, "Where is this place? And why are you the only one here? What about your family?" Upon hearing this, Haixianzhao's previously bright smile began to fade gradually, shaking its head slightly,
its voice tinged with a sense of grievance. I have no family when I was still an egg. I only knew that getting struck by lightning hurt badly, and then I escaped here, only to fall into this god-forsaken place. I don't really know where this is, but after a long exploration, I feel it's a cave.
What do you think? You need me to sense it? Do you think I'm blind?
Lee secretly pinched his brow and decided to give up on the inquiry. However, as he listened to the other's background, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Poor little thing, having to flee before it even hatched. Lee shook his head slightly upon hearing this. Understanding the fate of the other stirred up some resonance within him. He also experienced several lightning strikes while in his egg state.
Wait a minute, struck by lightning?
Just as Lee was about to offer comfort, he suddenly seemed to recall something and stared down at Haixianzhao, repeatedly asking, "Lightning? When you were still an egg, were you also caught in a lightning magic trap?"
Chapter 61, Every Debt Has Its Creditor.
When you were still an egg, were you still in a magic trap? Although Lee knew the possibility of that was low, he, unwilling to give up, still wanted to inquire.
Black Sky Photo, hearing this, seriously tried to remember.
It nodded its head thoughtfully and said uncertainly, "I remember Uncle Shion went to catch some bad guys, and I was put in a safe place, but there was a magic trap set up by someone.
I was terrified at that time."
Upon hearing this, Lee was taken aback, and even his expression changed slightly as a faint smile appeared.
"Go on."
Black Sky Photo continued to think innocently, completely unconcerned about Lee's expression, and said, "You were right about one thing. I really was in the magic trap at that time."
"So it was indeed a magic trap."
Lee remained silent at this moment, continuing to listen to the little one elaborate. Moreover, the situation was extremely dangerous at that time. I was afraid of being struck by lightning, and in the confusion, I saw that there was also an egg outside the formation. I pulled a trick and brought it in, while I took the brunt of the lightning's power and flew out.
I'm pretty amazing, right,
Big Brother? Black Sky Photo turned its gaze to Lee, about to happily continue its story, when suddenly it felt the temperature around it drop several degrees. It blinked its big, watery eyes and saw an indescribable dark fluctuation coming from Lee, which startled it. Big Brother, what is this?"
Black Sky Photo sensed Lee's somewhat dark side and was so scared it didn't know what to say.
"It's just too unfair.
I knew I couldn't be this unlucky. Turns out it was because of you."
At that moment, Lee's eyes glowed with dark light, and he wore a sinister smile, approaching Black Sky Photo with ill intent, hissing as he growled.
"Do you know whose egg it was that you pulled in back then?"
At this moment, Black Sky Photo was still unaware of the danger and naively replied, "I think it was a snake egg, but that egg was really unlucky." Hee, I don't care whose egg it was, just tell me how amazing I am." Upon saying this, Black Sky Photo looked at Lee, who seemed ready to devour it, and finally realized. It swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "Big Brother, that snake egg, could it be yours?" Lee stepped closer, slowly approaching Black Sky Photo, and sneered, "Guess."
Splash.
Upon hearing this, Black Sky Photo swallowed hard again, gazing into Lee's predatory eyes, bearing a row of bright white teeth, and showing an awkward yet polite friendly smile.
Big Brother, if I say it was unintentional, would you believe me?"
"Believe?" Lee nodded seriously, his slightly dark smile not diminishing but rather intensifying as he said emphatically, "I really thank you."
Clap, clap.
"Brother Knife.
I was wrong, please stop beating me."
Smack. At this moment, Lee was using his tail to wildly lash at Black Sun, with a satisfied dark smile on his face, looking very tsundere. "You did nothing wrong. You were already so clever when you were still an egg, knowing to find a substitute."
"How impressive."
"Fortunately, I'm destined to live, otherwise, I'd die without knowing it was you who caused it. I've been looking for you for a long time. I really searched high and low." Originally, Lee was quite grateful for Black Sun's life-saving grace, but now that he knew the truth about his rebirth and magic trap, all he wanted was to hit the other party.
"Brother Knife, it's all a misunderstanding, please stop hitting."
Black Sun curled up pitifully, letting Lee's tail lash him.
He knew the other wasn't using much strength, it was just an outlet for frustration.
He didn't dare to say anything since it was his own fault and could only endure in silence. At that moment, Li stopped what he was doing, coiling his tail around the little guy and examining him closely. He really thought about swallowing him to level up. At this moment, Black Sun looked helpless, so scared that he closed his big eyes. That pitiful appearance made people unable to help but feel sympathy. Phew! It seemed the fiery frustration in his heart had dissipated. Li softly snorted and quietly set the other down, then leaned against the rocky wall to lay down, resting his head and closing his eyes. Feeling the surrounding storm had subsided, Black Sun cautiously looked at the lightning scale snake coiled next to him and chuckled, "Big brother, have you calmed down?" "Li, no, you are my brother, just call me Little Knife. Don't tease. I'll just call you Brother Knife from now on." Black Sun patted the snake scales of the other playfully while Li lazily ignored him, turning his head to the other side. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Black Sun scratched at each other with his two little claws, then hopped onto Li's head eagerly, using his little claws to give a comforting head massage. Feeling this special care, and thinking about the little guy's naturally cute appearance, the anger in Li's heart dissipated completely. He enjoyed the service provided while asking, "Little Black, why do you want to survive here? With your abilities, you should be able to go outside." Through the map provided by the system, he learned that this is exactly the position directly below the dragon's tomb. As long as he proceeds along the other end of the tunnel, he should be able to find a way out. "Brother Knife, to be honest, I also want to leave, but my strength won't allow it." Haik Tianzhao forced a bitter smile and said, "There's a creature blocking the entrance that I can't defeat. It keeps trying to eat me." Upon hearing this, Li opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise, "What creature? Even you are afraid of it?" Chapter 62, I Have a Plan. Huff, huff. When Li and Haik Tianzhao were in a concealed position, the former looked outside the cave at a pig demon lying on the ground, frowned slightly, and asked in astonishment, "Is that a gluttonous pig demon?" This guy is notoriously known as a staple food in the demon realm. "You actually can't defeat it?" If it weren't for the evolution system proving Haik Tianzhao's identity, Li would truly doubt whether the other party was an ancient ferocious beast. "That's right, Brother Knife, that's the one. Don't be fooled by its status as food in the demon realm. This guy has somehow become immensely powerful." Haik Tianzhao looked at the gluttonous pig demon, which was sound asleep, and said through gritted teeth, in a direct confrontation, "I can't even break its defenses. If it weren't for my bloodline suppressing it, you wouldn't be seeing me here." The more Li listened, the more unbelievable it felt, but seeing Haik Tianzhao's expression, he knew that the other party absolutely wasn't lying. However, he wasn't observing the gluttonous pig demon. Instead, he was surveying the terrain around them. This was the opposite side of the abyss tunnel entrance, which seemed a bit more spacious, yet still retained an underground scenery. The lush green grass and vines extended along the rock walls, leading up through the fissures, clearly way up to the surface. However, wanting to go directly to the surface from here was nothing short of a pipe dream, as this place was too deep underground. Ding! Detection indicates a level tier 2 innate stage gluttonous pig demon ahead, with a moderately high danger level. If the host manages to kill it, they can directly advance to tier 2 innate stage and also initiate a second level evolution. As the system's prompt rang out, Li was stunned. A level tier 2 innate stage pig demon? What on earth has it eaten to grow so strong? It's no wonder Li was astonished. He had previously learned from the beast encyclopedia provided by the system that creatures like this gluttonous pig demon, deer demons, and others at the bottom of the food chain could be described as beings that could trip over their own feet. Summary: weak to the extreme. Yet, while an ordinary gluttonous pig demon may be slightly stronger than the typical utterly defenseless demon beasts, a tier 2 innate stage pig demon like this one, which was soundly asleep right now, was certainly quite rare. "Brother Knife, you're so strong. How can you tell what level that creature is?" Haik Tianzhao looked at Li with astonishment, his face filled with admiration. To him, it seemed like Li could do anything, as if he were a savior sent down to rescue him. "Brother Knife, this guy is tier 2 innate stage while I am at the peak of tier 1 acquired stage. What about you?" Haik Tianzhao asked eagerly, his eyes brimming with hope. "Li, peak tier 1 acquired stage." "Ah? We're the same level? How can we defeat it then?" Upon hearing the other party's response, Haik Tian Zhao's little face suddenly fell, looking somewhat disappointed, and Li couldn't help but chuckle.
What? We're both at the peak of Tier 1 acquired stage, and yet we can't even take down a mere level Tier 2 innate stage demon? But that guy is really strong, its defenses are outrageous. It's a pity that I can't sneak attack it from behind. The moment I get close, it automatically wakes up. Haik Tian Zhao drooped his little head and sighed. Otherwise, with just one of my active skills, I could take it down instantly. The little guy looked utterly helpless, with a gnashing teeth expression complemented by his big cute eyes, making him seem endearing rather than dangerous. Are you saying that if you sneak up on it, you could kill it instantly?
Li asked, surprised.
Of course.
Haik Tian Zhao patted his little chest proudly, a look of confidence on his face. As long as it dares to turn its back on me, I can take that guy down. Upon hearing this, Li didn't respond, but instead stared at the sleeping giant boar demon in front of them, who was still facing away.
Suddenly struck by inspiration, he said, "No problem, I actually have a plan. In a bit, you just need to do this." After a moment of hearing Li's plan, Black Sky stared at him in shock and asked, "Brother Dao, will this really work? How about I go distracted instead?
I have bloodline suppression, so this guy wouldn't dare to make me bleed.
I'm worried about your physical defense, Brother Dao. I'm not sure if you can handle it. Trust me, you won't regret it. Just wait for me to give the signal."
Li dismissed any further explanations, as he knew his physical defense better than anyone. This mere level Tier 2 innate stage giant boar demon may pose a slightly higher difficulty, but does it really think it can hurt Li?
That's just absurd.
Hiss. Li habitually flicked his tongue like a snake and used the innate stealth abilities of serpents to quietly move along the ground without making a sound. His silent approach left Black Sky stunned. Because it couldn't move likely, its claws only made metallic sounds as they struck the ground. Moreover, this was an underground cave, and it was terrifyingly quiet, while Li was able to approach the giant boar demon without a sound, which made Black Sky even more convinced of him.
Huff, huff.
At this moment, the giant boar demon seemed unaware of the approaching danger, still sleeping deeply with its mouth wide open and drooling. Li even questioned how it could grow to Tier 2 innate stage in such a clueless state.
This guy is completely wasting its passive abilities.
Li quickly arrived next to the giant boar demon, turned back to give Black Sky a proud look, and signaled to follow the plan. However, Black Sky's expression changed slightly. It stretched out a small claw and pointed ahead, sounding somewhat anxious.
"Brother Dao, it seems to be waking up."
Li paused, turning to look in the direction Black Sky was pointing, his pupils suddenly constricting. The giant boar demon, who had been sleeping soundly, was now staring at the unexpected guest that had suddenly appeared beside it, equally stunned. The two of them were just a stone's throw away from each other, one snake and one pig locked in an awkward gaze. Li, however, remained calm, even extending his tail to pat the boar's head and forced a laugh.
"If I said I was worried about you getting cold and wanted to cover you with a blanket, would you believe me?"
In the next moment, the now aware giant boar demon finally stood up, its massive body roaring angrily at Li, sending a gust of foul wind and droplets of drool flying everywhere.
Chapter 63, Life or Death Claw Extraction. Bang!
With the giant boar demon's roar and powerful forelegs slamming against Li, the latter realized he couldn't dodge in time and, at that moment, drew on the power of lightning coursing through his scales, delivering a fierce shock to the boar's strong foreleg.
Li was knocked back several meters before coming to a stop. "Brother Dao!"
Black Sky wanted to rush forward but was stopped by Li's glare, looking somewhat worried.
This is interesting, he is quite strong."
Li straightened his body, looking down at the giant boar demon from a high position, then immediately activated his passive ability Swift Shadow to dash close to it, sneering.
"Let us see how you defend against this time."
The giant boar demon's eyes turned bloodthirsty. Even with its left foreleg scorched by lightning, it continued its ferocious assault, ready to pounce like a stallion, awaiting Li to enter its hunting range. Li's attack speed didn't decrease. Instead, he quickened his pace, seemingly having predicted the demon's actions. A confident smirk appeared on his snake mouth.
"It's either defense or counterattack. The intelligence of low-tier beasts is just that low."
The giant boar demon unhesitatingly sank its body down, a fierce wind rushing towards Lee. Its hefty frame, weighing over 300 pounds, would crush him if it came down hard. Whoosh! Seeing the giant boar demon coming down on him like a small mountain, Lee remained unfazed. He twisted his body into the most flexible position to envelop it, aiming to coil around it as the demon's powerful forelegs stomped down, reversing and entangling itself around the demon's body. Lee's body, initially about 4 to 5 meters long, now morphed into 8 meters, skillfully fitting into the underground space. First, he tightly coiled around the demon's belly, then its forebody, and finally around its neck. Regardless of the species, the neck is always a critical point. Humph! The giant boar demon, seeing Lee tightly entwining it, became furious and tried to shake him off. However, it found itself unable to move, clumsily falling to the ground, momentarily unable to get back up. Wow, this actually works? Black Sky watched Lee's adept wrapping technique, thoroughly impressed. That giant boar demon, even bulkier than Lee, was subdued after just a few rounds of combat. It was truly defeated. Stick to the original plan, quickly, Lee commanded after subduing the giant boar demon. Only then did Black Sky snap out of his previous amazement, grinning before quickly rushing forward. Brother Knife, I'm coming. Black Sky was aggressive, and its 2 black Qilin claws were also stealthily changing. The sharpness of its nails was even more lethal than before, as if they could slice through rock in an instant. Roar! As the Black Heavenly Sun launched a ferocious attack, the ferocious boar demon seemed to see its long-desired delicacy. Its already ferocious eyes grew even more violent. With a roar, the majesty of Tier 2 innate stage surged forth, momentarily halting the Black Heavenly Sun's attack. Ha! Lee clearly sensed a change in the opponent. His eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't come any closer." In response, the Black Heavenly Sun stopped its attack, just about to speak when it was interrupted by a deafening roar. At this moment, the boar demon was acting as if it had been injected with adrenaline. All it could see was the delicious Black Heavenly Sundae. Its body began to thrash violently, crashing around like a ball, causing Lee, who was entangled with it, to collide hard against the rock wall, producing a deep thudding sound. Be careful, Brother Knife. Such a frightening aura startled the Black Heavenly Sun, which looked at Lee with some concern, as it was the first time it had seen the boar demon so crazed. What the? Lee, knocked about, couldn't he help but curse. Even though he was tightly wrapped around the boar demon, he couldn't control its wild thrashing. He was also knocked against the rock wall with each of its chaotic movements. The intense impact was hard for anyone to withstand. Stop it, you little brat! Lee roared back, and at that moment, sparks flashed between all his silver scales. After charging up, a massive bolt of lightning struck down on the boar demon with great power. Boom! The boar demon let out a wretched scream. It couldn't withstand Lee's mighty electric force and collapsed, its body convulsing violently. Lee smirked, still acting tough? I'll fry you. Though he said this, Lee knew his strength was still insufficient to instantly kill a Tier 2 innate stage beast. However, at that moment, the boar demon was immobilized, giving the Black Heavenly Sun a chance. Brother Knife, I'm coming. This time, the Black Heavenly Sun silently followed suit, darting to the back of the boar demon at its fastest speed. It then let out a roar under Lee's astonished gaze. After you've bothered me for so many days, taste my ultimate move, Deadly Claw of Destruction. Lee, entangled with the boar demon, was taken aback by the name. It seemed he hadn't heard it clearly. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Deadly what?" Ah! In the next second, the Black Heavenly Sun's expression turned fierce as it used its incredibly sharp Qilin claws and struck into the boar demon's rear with a rapid attack. Without any hesitation, the assault was swift, accurate, and fierce, directly piercing inside. The previously convulsing boar demon, upon feeling its backside assaulted, miraculously gathered strength from somewhere and shot towards the rock wall like an arrow, its skull shattering upon impact. The boar demon slowly fell to the ground, its fierce eyes flashing with deep humiliation, ultimately succumbing with a weak mournful cry. It never occurred to him, even until death, that he would meet such a shameful end. Chapter 64, A Strange Feeling. With the death of the spine-back boar demon, the entire area fell into silence. Li released his grip from the body of the spine-back boar demon, and he smoothly moved to stand behind it. Looking at the black sky demon breathing heavily, at that moment one of its claws was still embedded in the body of the spine-back boar demon, and Li was instantly petrified. You killed this guy? Li's forehead was drenched in sweat. He never expected that the black sky demon would have such a godly technique. Moreover, this kind of skill targeting the enemy's rear area, in his memory, only appeared in an anime he watched on Earth in his past life. That active skill was called Millennium Kill.
But that's an anime.
It's virtual. Yet this scene before him is a true reality. And it was even more visually shocking than Millennium Kill. Once this active skill is unleashed, it's either death or serious injury. Who can withstand that?
Put.
Upon hearing this, the black sky demon seemed to recover quite a bit of strength. It pulled its claw out, leaving no trace of blood or gore on its claw, and the little guy nodded at Li with a grin. That was really close, wasn't it, Blade Brother?
My ultimate technique can take out enemies in 1 second.
Li's eyelids twitched wildly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a forced smile. Was this active skill also part of your inherited memories? He has now completely misunderstood the term ancient ferocious beasts. The black sky demon shook its head and laughed proudly. Blade Brother is joking. This is a new move I pieced together from some techniques in my inherited memories. I created it myself. It's called the Fatal Anal Digging Claw. Isn't it pretty deadly?
That's just deadly.
Li's facial muscles twitched violently, and his mind was filled with black lines. He was utterly defeated by the little guy's innocence and could only awkwardly nod in agreement. Then he checked the body of the spine-back boar demon and sighed inwardly. What a pity for such a powerful Tier 2 innate stage monster, to end its life in such a shameful manner.
Encountering the likes of the black sky demon, I guess it's your bad luck.
After saying this, Li suddenly snapped back to reality, turning to the smug-looking black sky demon, his expression growing increasingly unfriendly. Being stared at like that made the black sky demon feel a bit agitated. It grinned widely and said, Blade Brother, what orders do you have? Li glanced at the other party with a gloomy smile, standing tall and looking down at Haixianzhao, saying, in my plan just now, if I'm not mistaken, it should be to spare it a breath, right?
That.
Haixianzhao then remembered the previous plan, feeling a bit uneasy inside, and awkwardly chuckled. At that time, my little brother acted urgently, so I had no choice but to strike hard. I was also thinking about Brother Dao's safety.
I really thank you for that.
Li roared like a devil, swinging its tail to furiously lash out at Haixianzhao, who was covering its little head. After a while, Li approached the long-dead spike boar monster, letting out a deep sigh. His original plan was to use his resilient body to control the actions of the spike boar monster, then collaborate with Haixianzhao's chest-thumping active skill for a surprise attack, dealing heavy damage, and finally collect it for his own evolution. What a perfect plan! The effect was very significant, but because Haixianzhao had struck too hard, it left Li temporarily hopeless for evolution. Although Haixianzhao wasn't quite sure what the other was thinking, he knew he seemed to be in the wrong, standing aside with a silly smile that made Li both amused and angry. I seriously suspect you were sent by the heavens to increase my difficulty in surviving. Li covered his face with his snake tail, feeling both helpless and amused.
Sizzle.
Time slipped by, and the black campfire had already been kindled in this clearing, occasionally emitting crackling sounds from the flames. Li used his past life's cooking methods combined with Haixianzhao's innate flames, setting up a frame over the campfire to cook the already eviscerated spike boar monster.
Wow, it smells so good. Brother Dao, what do you call this?
Haixianzhao's eyes sparkled as he stared at the spike boar monster over the campfire, inhaling the aroma of meat wafting up and watching the oil dripping onto the flames, salivating and unable to take his big curious eyes away. This is called roasted meat. It's much tastier than eating it raw, Li said proudly with a smile, continuing to turn the makeshift grill with his snake tail to ensure the meat was evenly heated.
Roasted meat? I've never heard of it. It must be delicious.
Haixianzhao was already getting a bit impatient, his little paws fidgeting restlessly.
It's definitely delicious,
Li said with satisfaction, his gaze wandering over the roasted meat.
How long had it been?
After eating raw for so long, he had developed a pretty awful habit. Now with the flames present, he no longer had to eat raw meat, and his mood instantly brightened. Li tore off a steaming piece of meat and handed it to Haixianzhao, who grabbed it with his mouth, cautiously tasting a piece before getting stunned.
Delicious.
Haixianzhao murmured, his adorable little tiger face now gaping wide like a ferocious beast, beginning to indulge himself.
Don't rush, there's plenty more.
Li chuckled at the sight, tearing off a large piece for Haixianzhao, and he also took a piece for himself, nodding slightly.
Next time, we could roast it a little longer. It's a pity there are no seasonings. When we get out of here, let us see if we can get some seasoning recipes from this world.
This barbecue was the first time since arriving in the ancient world that Li had eaten something so fragrant. In this lifetime, although he was a monster beast, his soul still belonged to a human. The snake and beast quickly finished off the robust spike boar monster under the wind swirling around.
Burp! Brother Dao, your meat is absolutely perfect, 100 times better than those prey I ate raw before.
Haixianzhao lay back on the ground with a round belly, his eyes full of satisfaction.
From now on, I'll stick with you, Brother Dao. I get to eat roasted meat.
You glutton, all you know is to eat, Li scolded with a smile.
At that point, Li surveyed the surrounding landscape before turning his gaze towards the passage at the other end of the clearing, asking, Little Black, have you been there? Do you know where it leads?
That place? Upon hearing, Haixianzhao followed Li's gaze, shook his head slightly, and bitterly laughed. Brother Dao, you also know that before you came here, the sky has been blocking the way, so I couldn't go there at all. Li nodded slightly, but Haixianzhao was scratching his chin with his little paw, pondering. However, I also have one thing I find puzzling, which is that although I haven't been there, I have a strange feeling about that place.
A strange feeling?
Li turned to look at Haixianzhao in surprise, saying, Be more specific. I can't tell what it is specifically, but it feels very strange. Haixianzhao shook his head slightly, his big eyes staring into the dark passage ahead, seriously saying, It feels like there is something over there, very strange, but I can't describe it.
Chapter 65, Complex Suspicion. What strange thing is there?
Li looked at the little guy in surprise. Haixianzhao pointed at his little head, answering earnestly, I can't really say, but based on my inherited memories, I have a passive ability that seems to make me naturally sensitive to certain things, allowing me to sense them within a certain range.
Sensitive to certain things?
Li fell into thought, and suddenly a light dawned on him, thinking, could it be that this little guy is sensitive to some so-called treasures?
Could it be that he possesses an innate treasure hunting ability? If that's the case.
When Li looked earnestly at the big-eyed, adorable Haixianzhao again, his brows lightly furrowed, and his mind cleared up, the individual puzzles began to resolve themselves. It's likely that the reason the Blood Tiger mercenary group wanted to capture Little Black is to capitalize on his passive. Thinking of this, Li connected some of the questions in his heart from the beginning until now. Indeed, some time ago when he had just reincarnated and was merely a snake egg, he had been ambushed by the so-called Blood Tiger mercenary group's magic trap. This was something that shouldn't have happened, yet it coincidentally happened to him, and now he has run into the very person who should have been ambushed by the magic trap, Haitianzhao. If he hadn't been pulled into the magic trap while still in his egg form, the ensuing dangerous situation wouldn't have occurred.
The Demon God mountain range is vast, yet Li didn't expect to encounter the opponent again. Is it a coincidence? Or is it fate?
It seems there's a thread connecting all this, as if it were deliberately arranged by the heavens. Li stared at the little creature, and thought to himself, though I have resolved the puzzle of why I was born in the magic trap, there are still some complex points of confusion.
Although this little creature is the ancient fierce beast Haitianzhao, if it doesn't reveal its identity, ordinary practitioners wouldn't have the right to know.
Besides, at that time, Haitianzhao is just an egg like him, albeit a spiritual egg with consciousness.
The Demon God mountain range is vast, yet the Blood Tiger mercenary corps can recognize Haitianzhao's identity just from an egg and even know the opponent's passive? That seems highly improbable.
If it weren't for the evolution system revealing it, even he, Li, wouldn't have recognized the little black one's true identity at once. Moreover, he wouldn't believe that the Blood Tiger mercenary corps, which is only at Tier 2 innate stage, could coincidentally know about Haitianzhao and successfully set up an ambush.
After connecting all the dots, Li's eyes sparkled with an inscrutable luster.
The situation is likely far more complicated than it appears at first glance. There must be other reasons behind all this.
Seemingly sensing Li's gaze, Heitian Zhao blinked its water drop like bright eyes and grinned, saying, "What's up, brother Dao?" Li came to his senses, looked at the little one, and shook his head slightly, saying, "I was thinking, thankfully you had me by your side back then, otherwise, you might have actually died." Heitian Zhao scratched its head and chuckled shyly, sticking out its tongue. "Sorry, brother Dao, I was really terrified back then, please don't blame me." "I promise I won't do that again." "It's all right." Li gently shook his head, then a smile appeared on his face as he asked, "Little Black, why are you here in such a dangerous place? What about your family?" Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful and innocent little black beast's expression dimmed, sadness crept into its demeanor, and it lowered its head, voice choked. "According to the inherited memories, my family abandoned me right after I was born." "Your family abandoned you?" Li was taken aback. He felt that whether human or beast, there should be a familial bond connecting them. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its cubs, yet this Heitian Zhao, being an ancient fierce beast, acts in ways that are hard to comprehend. "But I do have a relative, Uncle Bear." Heitian Zhao suddenly lifted its head, eyes shining with excitement. "It was holding me before, and it felt warm and safe." Once it said that, Heitian Zhao's expression shifted from excitement to confusion and grievance. "But I don't know why, Uncle Bear suddenly threw me down and told me not to wander off and to hide. Then it left and never came back." "Uncle Bear?" Li was startled, his mind suddenly clarifying. Right, this little one must have had other demon beasts around it at the beginning, and the Uncle Bear it mentioned must have run into some trouble and suddenly left the little black one while telling it to hide. This suggests that Uncle Bear didn't deliberately abandon it but had other reasons. As to why it has never returned, it's too late to investigate in this magic trap now. "Little Black, do you trust me?" Li moved to Heitian Zhao's side, gently patting its little head with his tail, and asked. The little creature nodded vigorously, seriously saying, "Brother Dao, Uncle Bear doesn't want me anymore. You are my last family, I definitely trust you. As long as you don't abandon me, I'm okay with anything." Hearing the grievance in Heitian Zhao's voice, Li felt a jolt in his heart. This little one seems to be afraid of losing itself. Although they had known each other for less than a day, its feelings were genuine. Li smiled and gently tapped the little one with his tail, saying, "What are you thinking? I'm not the best snake, but I'm not bad either. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Moreover, your Uncle Bear definitely has his reasons. Perhaps he is also looking for you somewhere in the Demon God Mountain range right now." Heitian Zhao lifted its little head, the light in its big eyes flickering, its voice slightly timid. "Really, Brother Dao?" Li nodded. "Really. I must say, young beings, whether human or beast, have an unfathomable speed of emotional transformation." Heitian Zhao instantly smiled brightly, rubbing against Li affectionately as if it found a sense of belonging. "Hee, I absolutely believe Brother Dao's words, you're the best." Li chuckled upon hearing this, saying, "What am I the best at? We've only known each other for a day, and you can be so sure? You make the best roasted meat. Plus, you treat me really well, and..." Heitian Zhao seriously responded, going back into verbose mode again. "Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted, you don't have to say anymore." Li shot a silent glance at this creature. All the emotional atmosphere he had worked hard to create was instantly shattered. He even started doubting if his decision was the right one. Now is not the time for sentimentality. We need to figure out how to get out of here first. Perhaps we will encounter your Uncle Bear. Li straightened up and said. He jumped up onto the head of the former, nodding happily and said, "Brother Dao is right, Uncle Xiong must be looking for me too." Being young is easy to deal with. Just moments ago, there was a look of worry and sorrow, but now he is lively and energetic. It seems that if we want to get out, we can only take this one path. Li looked at the sprawling dark tunnel ahead, a slight smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. Then let's set off now and see what it is that feels strange to you. Chapter 66, The Grand Hall. In the dark and lengthy rock wall tunnel, Li emitted a bright silver light that illuminated the surroundings. As for why he didn't use the dark fire of the black sky? The essence of the dark fire is darkness, and the light it projects is still black, which is of little use in the dim space. It's so long we've already been at it for this long. Xiao He the dark sky sighed in boredom,
with its head propped up looking in the direction they came from, appearing quite cute. Lee, meanwhile, kept moving forward while a few black lines flashed behind his head, saying, "You haven't even let me walk, you still can't keep quiet on my head. Based on your sensing, are we getting close?" Although our sensing has gotten closer. The dark sky looked seriously at the dark tunnel ahead, nodding and saying, "But the prediction might still be some distance away." Hearing this, Lee frowned tightly. This tunnel really was troublesome. As he observed the traces around, it was obvious that it was forcibly breached by some kind of power, not excavated. It seems that the end of this tunnel should hold the secret answer. After a while, at the edge of a wide open space, the faint silver light gradually flickered and strengthened. Lee and the dark sky were both stunned as they gazed at the vast, brightened scene. This place looked like the core of a mountain that had been hollowed out, a broad activity area that felt somewhat ancient. Directly in front of them stood a grand hall quietly. The grand hall soared into the sky, resembling a pillar supporting the unknown mountain, as if to prevent it from collapsing, with level after level of wide steps covered in moss, like a thread of life lit up in the dimness. On the rock walls, resilient green vegetation grew under the sunlight streaming through the gaps, making the originally dim space feel less eerie and terrifying. More so, it created a tranquil visual sensation, as if someone here was in a deep sleep, not wishing to be disturbed. Such a wondrous sight also surprised Lee. He guessed that this place should belong to some sort of ruins. How spectacular! The dark sky exclaimed excitedly while looking at the huge grand hall ahead, saying, "Brother Dao, I know this according to my legacy memory. This is a building from the human race. It seems to be called some sort of palace." "You have quite a bit of useful knowledge in that legacy memory of yours," Lee said with some surprise, knowing what the grand hall was, but not expecting that the dark sky would know too. He suddenly became a bit interested in the so-called legacy memories of this Little Black. "Little Black, what kind of things are recorded in your legacy memories?" Lee asked while climbing up the wide steps. "A lot. There are records of battles, family trees, history, taboos, and more." Little Black struggled to count with its tiny claws, but eventually shook its head vigorously, saying, "There are just too many, I can't possibly list them all. Anyway, I know a lot of things because the legacy memories contain the heritage passed down through my clan over generations, and there are so many records." "Memories passed down through generations?" Lee paused, his gaze lifting to Little Black, suppressing his inner turmoil, and asked, "Then can you check your legacy memories and see if there's any record of the transforming grass?" Perhaps Little Black might know. He had been concerned about this matter for some time, but the evolution system was clueless about the details, so he had no choice but to take a chance with the legacy memories. Ding! Please do not slander this system in your heart. Be careful or this system might go on strike. Come on, dear system, don't make a fuss. Transforming grass? Let me take a look. Little Black thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously, happily saying, "There really is, Brother Dao. The transforming grass can turn demon beasts into human form, and because the conditions for its formation are extremely harsh, it's also known as the divine herb in the demon beast world." Lee's eyes lit up at these words, excitedly saying, "Yes. That's the transforming grass. Do you know where to find it?" Little Black immediately searched its legacy memories again. In the next second, its expression slightly changed, and a hint of barely noticeable fear flickered in its big eyes. It looked down at Lee and asked uncertainly, "Brother Dao, are you really sure you want to pursue that thing?" "Absolutely. I'm sure, certain, and definite." Lee nodded seriously. At that moment, their eyes met. Little Black sighed helplessly, then extracted a strand of spiritual light from its tiny paws, which then entered Lee's mind. Lee felt a rush of coolness enter his head, and then suddenly, a scene appeared in his mind. In the scene, the environment was beautiful and serene, with a towering mountain peak reaching into the clouds. The scene quickly transformed, revealing a crystal-clear green spiritual grass with 3 leaves quietly growing on a rock face, impervious to the wind and rain. The scene rapidly vanished, causing Lee to freeze for a moment, then he exclaimed excitedly, "Where is that scene you showed me?" "That's right, this is the transforming grass. I want to obtain it." Indeed, it looked exactly like the transforming grass pattern given by the evolution system before. The legacy memories of the Black Sky Lighting Clan were indeed impressive. Little Black sensed Lee's excitement and didn't want to dampen his spirits, but out of concern, decided to speak the truth. "Brother Dao, you might not be able to get that transforming grass that places a death trap for us." Lee's smile gradually faded at these words, and with a slight frown, he asked, "What do you mean?" Little Black sat atop Lee's head, his small head leaned in, and his big eyes were filled with fear as he cautiously said, "The memory image I just retrieved from the inheritance is from one of the most dangerous areas of the Demon God mountain range." "This shape-shifting grass is right in the Demon God mountain range?" "Great, that's good news," Lee said, visibly relieved, smiling as he added, "This cursed place is dangerous everywhere, I'm used to it already." With that, Lee continued forward, nearing the Grand Hall. In the next moment, Little Black finally mustered the courage to leap down from Lee's head and rush to stand in front of him, anxiously saying, "No, Brother Knife, that place is one of the forbidden areas of the Demon God mountain range. Kunlun's Sacred Mountain." In an instant, the originally tranquil, vast underground space became even quieter, only a cold breeze whispered by. Lee stopped moving, looking at the little creature blocking his path, and exclaimed, "Kunlun's Sacred Mountain?" The four characters Kunlun's Sacred Mountain were not at all unfamiliar to him, in fact, they were quite familiar. Exactly. It's Kunlun's Sacred Mountain. Brother Knife, you must not act rashly. That place has a sacred beast guarding it, it's a super forbidden zone. That sacred beast, according to my inherited memory, is a Kunlun Snake King that has lived for who knows how many years and whose strength is unfathomable. Little Black felt both anxious and worried. He really feared that Lee might charge in impulsively. Lee looked down at Little Black, who cared for him even more than he cared for himself. For some reason, a warm feeling suddenly flowed through his heart. He understood that Little Black was worried about him. He treated him as if he were a true family member. Little Black clenched his teeth, his stubborn yet adorable tiger face refusing to give in even slightly. The two stared at each other for a long time, and finally, Lee smiled and shook his head. He picked Little Black up and placed him back on his head, saying, "I understand, don't worry Little Black, I won't act impulsively. I know the shape-shifting grass is still far away, and am self-aware." Brother Knife. Upon hearing this, Little Black stared at him in a daze. Looking into Lee's determined and sunny eyes, he saw no intention to deceive him, and the little creature was deeply touched. "Let us go, we need to find a way to get out of this godforsaken place." Lee continued up the wide stairs, soon arriving at the entrance of the Grand Hall. "Brother Knife, I feel that strange thing, it's right inside," Little Black said earnestly, stretching out his Qilin paw and pointing toward the hall door. "All right. Let us go in and find out." With that, Lee pressed the ancient hall door with his snake head, and with a low rumbling sound, the door slowly creaked open. The two exchanged glances and gradually disappeared through the entrance, stepping into the pitch-black darkness. Chapter 67, Tomb of the Pill Master. Upon entering the Grand Hall, a darkness so thick that one couldn't see the hand in front of their face spread around, and the deadly silence drove the introverted mad. Even in such deep darkness, Lee's eyes possessed a night vision-like effect. He glanced around and found what appeared to be a lever mechanism and used his head to push it to the other side. Roar! As a low, mechanical chain-like sound of friction occurred, the huge hall doors, which had been pushed open, slowly began to close with a roaring sound. The already dark space felt even more like an abyss, sending chills down one's spine. However, in that moment of darkness, it vanished completely as the doors shut. Replacing it were bright lights suddenly illuminating the walls on either side, like little suns, dispelling the darkness within the hall, revealing everything perfectly and anciently. Wow, so amazing! Little Black, perched on Lee's head, stared with wide curious eyes at the lights radiating from the wall, and the shadows in his heart were also dispelled. What caught their eyes was a giant cauldron, towering over a person's height, rusted and unclear in detail, looking like an ancient artifact that had been sealed away for a long time. Behind the cauldron stood a stone statue, depicting a human. Although it was an inanimate object, the carved eyes had a sharpness to them that made the entire statue appear majestic. It was vividly lifelike. Below the statue, there was an equally long sealed coffin. It was evident that this place resembled a tomb of some kind, meant to bury ancient and powerful humans. Is that a sunstone? So many? Little Black curiously looked around, quite interested in shining things. Sunstone is a top-notch lighting material. While it may not be a treasure, it's rare due to its non-renewable nature, capable of maintaining a permanent glow without dimming. Compared to that, Lee was more concerned about the coffin ahead. Thus, in front of that seemingly ordinary coffin, there were several characters that left Lee utterly stunned.
Tomb of the Pill Master, Feng Huang. Pill Master?
Lee stared at the silent coffin behind the cauldron, his heart a static sea of emotions. In the ancient world, those bold enough to refer to themselves as masters were among the top existences at the pinnacle of the pyramid. The title of master is not something to be said lightly. It represents the position and symbol of a peak strength.
It seems that the one buried here must be some powerful human.
I, the junior Lee, do not intend to disturb you.
I hope the senior will forgive me.
Lee suddenly grew solemn and slightly bowed to the cauldron and the statue. Although he understood that there were no other life fluctuations here, being cautious was definitely advisable.
Brother Knife, I feel it. That strange thing I sensed is right ahead.
The chilling crack sound of friction made Little Black feel a shiver down its spine, causing it to hurriedly hide behind Lee, its small body trembling.
Brother Dao, did I touch something I shouldn't have? Little Black asked fearfully. It's already happened, there's no use in saying more.
Lee, with a solemn expression, stared at the large cauldron and slowly retreated with Little Black.
Clang clang.
In the next moment, the cauldron's lid, like a high-pressure steam pot, began releasing gas incessantly, slapping against the edge of the cauldron and producing a loud thumping sound.
It seems like something is about to come out.
At this moment, Little Black was so frightened that it curled up tightly, pressing itself against Lee's back, filled with fear. Just as Little Black predicted, it appeared that something was indeed about to burst out from the cauldron, with the leaking aura being a forceful and violent surge of mana, continuously attacking the lid from within. Seeing the situation, Lee brought Little Black to the edge of the grand hall, watching the lid of the cauldron violently swirling and feeling the wild mana leaking out, his expression growing more serious. He knew that this leaking mana wave was definitely not something he could withstand at this stage. It seemed that there was certainly an extraordinary being sealed inside. Could it be that this respected alchemist sealed some kind of monster within this cauldron before their demise? Or perhaps some ferocious beast? With questions swirling in his mind, Lee used his body to encircle Little Black in the very center, completely protecting it, while remaining vigilant of the strange cauldron.
Bang!
When the internal buildup of force finally reaches its limit, it would erupt like a volcano, surging out, and the massive lid would be unable to suppress the thing inside, getting flipped over. What followed was a violent wave akin to an explosion rushing toward the ceiling of the grand hall, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Lee looked at the golden beam shooting up from inside the cauldron. Its momentum, its fluctuations, were as magnificent as a deity descending from the heavens. The golden beam was like a restrained dragon, crashing against the ceiling of the grand hall with overwhelming force, attempting to break free and soar into the sky. Little Black was shaken by this wave, crying out repeatedly, while Lee gritted his teeth to protect it, his body also suffering burns from the ascending golden light. Gradually, the column of light seemed to lose its previous fierceness. The blinding radiance began to dissipate, allowing Lee to regain his vision, and when he turned his gaze back to the cauldron, he was stunned. There, he saw a slender and graceful figure crouching on the edge of the cauldron, holding a massive golden sword adorned with dragon patterns in her right hand, looking fierce. Her golden hair swayed gently in the breeze, but it couldn't hide her stunning beauty, with a delicate nose and skin as smooth as jade. In such an unexpected scene, Lee shook his head and opened his eyes again, his expression one of surprise.
A girl? Is it a girl? Chapter 68, Blasting Out a Young Girl.
Within the grand hall, after the chaos, everything around became tumultuous, dust swirling everywhere. Only the coffin and statue behind the cauldron remained intact, as if they were protected by an invisible barrier, sheltering the deceased. Lee stared in astonishment at the golden-haired girl crouching on the cauldron. He never expected that what was sealed inside was not some terrifying beast, but rather, a beautiful young girl.
To blast out a girl from the cauldron was simply astonishing.
But none of that was the main point. As Lee gazed at the girl's profile, a colossal wave erupted within his heart.
She was so beautiful, undeniably flawless.
She lacked the youthful innocence typically found in girls. With her long golden hair cascading like silk, she complemented her skin that radiated a glimmer of jade.
She was simply a rare and stunning beauty. Brother Dao, how's the situation?
Little Black also sensed the quietness around them and agilely hopped onto Lee's head, looking toward the cauldron, eager to find out more. At this moment, both Lee and Little Black felt their faces gradually reddening, and it wasn't due to the heat.
This girl.
Lee suppressed the surge of blood within him, his facial muscles twitching slightly, breath growing heavier, his tone deepening. This girl's clothes.
This big sister really came out from the cauldron?
Little Black also looked at the golden-haired girl with a flushed face, suddenly at a loss for words. Then, the golden-haired girl crouched on the edge of the cauldron stood up. Her clothes were tattered, her skin as smooth as jade made one's heart race, blood coursing through their veins. She seemed to have noticed the issue with her clothing but didn't care much, instead raising her right hand with the dragon-patterned sword, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, she dispatched the cauldron at her feet.
You can die, but you still want to refine me. When I return, I'll smash this place.
With one sword strike sending the cauldron flying, the golden-haired girl glared at the alchemist statue, letting out a cold snort. With one hand resting the massive sword on her shoulder, the dragon-patterned sword, comparable to her height, combined with her slender and tall figure, portrayed a special kind of contradictory beauty.
Not a trace of oddness, everything was just perfectly contrasting. Brother Dao, this girl is so strong. Little Black was once again shocked into silence by the golden-haired girl, murmuring quietly, but noticing Lee didn't respond, it looked down into his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "Brother Dao?"
At this moment, Lee seemed oblivious to Little Black's voice, his gaze fixed on that graceful and slender figure, his heartbeat gradually quickening. What a beautiful girl! Could there really be such a perfect girl in this world? Even if she were placed on the earth of the last life, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty, unmatched and extraordinary.
Brother Knife.
It wasn't until a high-pitched reminder from Xiao He that Lee snapped back to reality. He hurriedly covered the other person's mouth with his snake tail and gritted his teeth, saying, "You idiot!
Are you trying to attract her here?" Sure enough, the blonde girl turned around upon hearing the sound and saw the inconspicuous snake and beast against the wall.
In her beautiful, clear golden eyes, a barely perceptible gleam flickered.
"Oh no, we've been discovered."
Lee couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's not the opponents like gods that scare him, but teammates like Xiao He.
Whoosh!
In an instant, the blonde girl appeared in front of Lee with a fleeting charm, giving him a serious look. Her exquisite face gradually revealed a beautiful smile, her willow-like eyebrows arching into a crescent shape.
"It must be you who saved me, right?" You.
In such close proximity, Lee suddenly found himself at a loss for words, just staring blankly at her.
Xiao He was even more astonished, mouth agape.
Because, the clothes of this stunning girl were still in tatters, making it hard to look away. Lee and the other both stared in shock, unable to tear their eyes away. The girl thought the others couldn't understand her words, but she showed no displeasure. Instead, she extended her delicate, fair hand and gently rubbed Lee and Xiao He's heads with a gentle expression.
"Thank you.
Thanks to your help outside, I was able to escape. This is a token of appreciation. I hope you don't dislike it." As she spoke, the girl sheathed her huge sword and then reached up to remove a beautiful jade pendant from her snowy neck, slightly bowing her slender figure to hang it around Lee's neck. When the girl hung the jade pendant around Lee's neck, she turned around and didn't change into new clothes immediately, instead observing the entire great hall with a slight frown.
"This cursed place, who knows how long I've been trapped here. I need to find a way out to go back, or they will worry." Put. Put.
Just as the girl turned around, her gentle fragrance swept over Lee and Xiao He, causing both of them to bleed from the nose, unable to withstand it any longer. Lee could only smile wryly and shake his head. In such a situation, with such a beauty, at such a close distance, and such a gentle fragrance, who could possibly withstand it?
No one could withstand it. So fierce.
Lee looked at the girl's profile, feeling his heart race so much that it could leap out of his throat.
"Yeah, she is quite fierce." Xiao He chimed in, glancing at Lee.
"We're not talking about the same thing, bro, you're still too young.
This fierce is not the same as that fierce."
However, their conversation made the girl, who was still looking for a way out, suddenly turn around. Her sparkling golden eyes now glimmered with a hint of sharpness, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed.
Can you two actually speak human language? What language? Li instinctively rolled his eyes and replied, if I don't speak human language, do you think I'm speaking ghost language? Before he finished speaking, Li realized something was off. He was currently a demon, not a human. Right, I can also speak human language. We are not ordinary demon beasts. Xiaohei was still quite proud, but Li's tale quickly shut him up. Li looked at the girl's increasingly gentle gaze and forced a laugh, saying, forget what my friend said, we're just passing by. You can treat us as if we don't exist, you go on with your business. Upon hearing this, the blonde girl's lovely face showed a brief moment of surprise. She looked at herself, then glanced at Li and Xiaohei. The girl's face began to show a hint of shy red, and the gentle, crystal clear golden hue in her eyes was momentarily overshadowed by a faint sharpness. Seeing this, Li inwardly panicked. Just as he was about to change his words, he felt a flash of light before his eyes, blinding him, and a violent gale rushed past, scattering stones everywhere. When Li and Xiaohei opened their eyes again, they were confronted with a razor-sharp sword. The snake and the beast were startled by the sword's aura, and they pressed against the wall, while Li quickly said, Miss, sister, heroine. Let's have a good talk. Isn't it a bit beneath a strong person to draw a sword against the weak? Seeing that the blade of the giant's sword was less than an inch from his neck, his strong desire to survive made his brain race. It was unrealistic to resist. She could probably kill him with a single slap. He didn't want to just disappear like this. That would be too suffocating. Seeing Li's very scared appearance, the girl, holding the giant's sword, looked at him and the startled Xiaohei with a calm expression, her sweet voice eerily calm. Since you can speak human language, your intelligence must not be low. If that's the case, doesn't that mean you've seen everything? Immediately, Li and Xiaohei surprisingly acted in unison, shaking their heads furiously and simultaneously exclaimed, no. Absolutely not. I didn't see anything. Seeing the two like this, the girl glanced at them, then she sheathed her giant sword, snorting, I don't believe you two have the guts to look. With the threat of death lifted, Li finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Xiaohei, a bit scared, leaned closer to Li and muttered quietly, this lady is fierce, but she is really beautiful. I can't believe you stopped talking. Li scolded his teammate inwardly, truly feeling the urge to punch him. In contrast, the blonde girl raised her delicate eyebrows, then revealed an enchanting smile and said, beautiful? Li looked at her kind smile and forced a grin, saying, beautiful. In the next second, the girl waved her right hand and, with an unstoppable force, pressed down on Li and Xiaohei's heads, rubbing them fiercely against the wall. Her gentle smile was like a little demoness with an angelic appearance. Saying I'm beautiful is equivalent to seeing it. You all really can pretend. Chapter 69, Dan Zun Feng Wang. Don't touch me, we get it wrong. Inside the grand hall, the girl pressed Li and Xiaohei's heads against the wall, rubbing them furiously. Both of them were on fire, and if it weren't for their tough skin, they would probably be meeting death by now. Facing Li's pleas for mercy, the blonde girl sneered, you all have seen it. Punishing you is not too much, right? I'm going to ask you a question. If you answer it well, I'll let you go. Li, heroine, please speak. The girl paused her actions and asked, am I beautiful? Li, who had stopped, took a deep breath and said seriously, beautiful. Thus, the two were pressed against the wall again, rubbing furiously. Li was nearly rolling his eyes in despair. Then, heroine, what should I say? The blonde girl narrowed her golden eyes, her tone becoming increasingly sharp, am I beautiful? Li quickly replied, you're not beautiful. The result remained unchanged. The two were still pressed against the wall and rubbed furiously. By this time, Xiaohei was completely out of it, foaming at the mouth, while brave Tiger shed tears. Li, at this moment, was also at a loss, wailing, then what should I say to the heroine? Don't you know how to answer in your heart? The girl coldly snorted. Li lamented, I'm so conflicted. At that moment, the girl's golden eyes shone with an incomprehensible glimmer. No one knew what she was thinking. Li realized that no matter what he said now, it would be wrong. Since that's the case, he and Xiaohei could only choose to remain silent, subject to her whims. After a long while, the girl seemed to cool down. The sharpness in her golden eyes gradually faded as she let go of the snake and beast that had been tormented for half a day. Brother Dao. I'm still alive.
At this moment, Xiaohei was foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes, trying hard to convey information to the other. On the other hand, Li was not much better off. He lay sprawled on the ground, his brain like mush, also replying with all his strength, I'm still alive too. He initially thought girls would be easy to deal with but didn't expect it to be so dangerous. He couldn't understand why this girl couldn't be reasonable. Buzz. At that moment, the blonde girl turned around, clenched her right hand in the air, golden light surged, and the dragon-patterned giant sword appeared in her palm again, causing Li and Xiaohei to huddle together in fear. Don't worry, I've calmed down. I won't harm you anymore. The girl stared at the top of the grand hall, and with a burst of golden light from the giant sword, she swung it violently. Bang! The golden blade of the sword surged like a storm, crashing into the top of the grand hall. Given the grand hall's majestic size and perhaps due to being sealed for so long, its hardness seemed low. Finally, with a loud bang, the golden light broke free from the shackles of darkness and surged toward the blue sky. As the dust dispersed, a hole appeared in the ceiling of the grand hall, and warm light shone in, adding a bit of life to such a cold and silent place. It turned out that the girl had actually pierced a hole through the grand hall with a single sword, the opening leading straight to the ground. My gosh! Xiaohei watched the hole the other had made with one swing of her sword, scared to death as he clutched Li's head tightly. Li also swallowed hard, smirking bitterly inside. Fortunately, this blow wasn't aimed at him, otherwise, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. The girl looked at the path she had cleared, a satisfied smile appearing on her pretty face, while Li gazed at her with a sense of shock. A dead end that originally had no exit was forcefully broken through by her. This is the strength of absolute power. With great strength, one can create conditions even when none exist. Ding! Host, be careful, this person's strength is extremely high, completely beyond your bearing. The system, which had been dormant for a long time, finally powered up. Did I not know she was strong? Li replied with annoyance in his heart, looking at the blonde girl with curiosity, unable to help but ask the system. What level is this guy? Ding! In response to the host, this person is a user at the 9 level of the celestial void realm. Don't provoke her, she cannot be trifled with. Listening to the system's words, Li was once again stunned, waves of emotions rising within him, his eyes wide. This seemingly very young blonde girl was actually a strong being in the celestial void realm. Celestial void realm, such a distant level that is both desirable and unattainable. At that moment, the blonde girl unknown from where got a new white trench coat and put it on. With a gentle breeze blowing from above, the ends of the trench coat fluttered slightly, making her appear heroic. Li took a deep breath. He looked at the magnificent side profile of the beautiful girl, his heart still swirling. That breathtaking beauty was truly rare in the world. It was a kind of powerful beauty, different from gentleness. She was like the brilliant sun in the sky, illuminating the heart. Whoosh! The blonde girl leaped to the top of the opening, sunlight shining on her buttery smooth side profile, resembling a battle goddess. Still, thank you for helping me get free. We are even now. My name is. The girl paused and continued, let's skip the name. If we are fated to meet again, that jade pendant can unleash an absolute defense once, consider it a token of thanks. After speaking, the girl sprouted golden wings made of mana behind her. With a gentle flap of her wings, her stunning silhouette swiftly vanished at the opening. Li stared blankly at the opening she left through, his eyes shimmering with sparkling light, suddenly feeling a sense of loss in his heart. He seemed to want to talk to that girl more, but unfortunately, he was a demon now, and she was human. No, I must get the transformation grass. I have to see her again. Absolutely. At this moment, Li's obsession with the transformation grass was stronger than ever. For no other reason, he had to turn into a human to search for her, whom he met today. Even if it's just to see her once more. At this moment, Li felt fortunate to have arrived in this ancient world. That fierce guy finally left. Little Black sighed, weakly climbing onto Li's head. Just now, it didn't dare to breathe as a descendant of the ancient fierce beast, Heitian Zhao. Little Black could clearly sense that the golden-haired girl could definitely crush it with a single slap. After a long time, Li shifted his gaze elsewhere, staring at the statue of the Danzun, his eyes flashing with determination and resolve. In order to obtain the transforming grass, one must improve their strength. Only by becoming stronger oneself can there be a chance to get close to her.
I must become stronger. Heh, just having the determination to grow stronger is not enough, little one.
A strange voice suddenly interrupted Li's thoughts, his eyes instantly turning from resolute to sharp, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. He shouted, "Who?" Little Black stood on the head of the former, searching the surroundings as well, but this time the strange feeling in its heart disappeared without any feedback.
At that moment, the mysterious strange voice sounded again, coming into my grand hall and disturbing my long slumber. Do you still want to know who I am? Upon hearing this, Li instantly came to his senses. Looking again at the Danzun statue, he exclaimed, "You are Danzun Feng Huang?"
"Correct, you got it right. I am the renowned Super Danzun of the ancient continent, Feng Huang." The mysterious voice clearly carried a hint of pride.
In contrast, Li was no longer calm upon hearing this. Although the other party was so candid, he was still filled with wariness.
Because he never expected that this super powerhouse, who had long since fallen for who knows how long, was still alive.
Chapter 70, Inheritance. Li took a deep breath, calming the astonishment in his heart, and said calmly, "Senior, are you still alive?"
Although since he arrived at the ancient continent, he had encountered a series of bizarre events, now meeting a person who was supposed to be dead yet alive was no longer surprising.
"Don't be nervous, I have long since fallen. Put away your wariness."
The mysterious voice suddenly sounded a bit aged, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Sigh, thinking back to years ago, I was still the prominent Danzun. Countless strong people came to curry favor with me. Now thinking about it, all just fleeting clouds. In the next moment, a wave of soul energy suddenly appeared before the Danzun statue, transforming into an elderly man with white hair. Wearing a clean, elegant white robe, his long white hair was tied at both ends, cascading down in front of him. Though the old man was aged, he radiated vitality, and his appearance still bore the hallmarks of a handsome man in his youth. It's a pity that now he was merely an image condensed from a wave of soul energy, not a real person.
Damn, just sent away a fierce one, and another ghost shows up. If Little Black didn't possess a strong mental fortitude, it would have been scared to death.
In contrast, Li examined the elderly man in white robes earnestly, and he was surprised to find that the other party couldn't sense the slightest bit of mana fluctuation. Standing face to face, he still couldn't feel the other's presence. This was the transcendent level of a powerhouse, turning the virtual into the real, and the real into the virtual. Even the golden-haired girl from before was overshadowed.
Old senior, shouldn't you be resting comfortably in your coffin? Are you planning to come out and stretch your legs?
After saying this, Li felt a bit awkward, but he truly didn't know what else to say. Being able to remain calm was already commendable. Ordinary monsters or humans would have probably wet themselves by now.
This is interesting, you actually aren't afraid of me. Feng Huang sorted his long hair in front of him, looked at Little Black, and his expression changed significantly before he smiled. "Hey Tian Zhao? Interesting. I wonder what kind of expressions the high and mighty will have if they see this little one grow up.
I'm suddenly looking forward to it, a harbinger of disaster, haha." Little Black looked at the elderly man in white robes with a face full of cuteness, not saying a word. Li was not surprised that the other could discern Little Black's identity. He asked, "Old senior, we unwittingly trespassed, please forgive us, we will leave right away." This place was not suitable for long stays. If the one claiming to be the Danzun suddenly changed his mind and wanted to keep him and Little Black, the consequences would be disastrous.
"Don't be in such a hurry to leave, I haven't fulfilled my promise yet."
Seeing Li was about to leave with Little Black, the elderly man in white robes floated over to block their path, repeatedly saying, "If you leave, I will truly be unable to rest in peace." Li, seeing the other block his way, maintained an exceptionally calm expression, but inside he was quite helpless. He was truly afraid the other might suddenly change his mind, making them both accompany him in not being able to rest in peace.
"May I ask what your promise to Senior Feng Huang has to do with us?"
Li took a deep breath and asked. Feng Huang also took a deep breath, nodded seriously, and solemnly said, "This matter is crucial. Before I fell, I swore that whoever found this place would be taught the art of alchemy.
After waiting for many years, finally there is life coming. You are bringing hope to me." "Alchemy?"
Hearing this, Li's eyes lit up. He had learned about it from the encyclopedia provided by the evolution system. In the ancient continent, besides the practitioners who could easily manipulate the elements, there was another profession that received the support and admiration of countless strong individuals.
Alchemists.
Alchemists are a special profession among the human race in the ancient continent, requiring extremely high innate skills and a keen sense of fire, in order to refine pills favored by all the strong. Alchemists are graded from 1 to 10, corresponding to cultivation tiers. The higher the grade of an alchemist, the more formidable their strength and the greater their respect and pursuit from the strong. It is said that the pills refined by high-tier alchemists possess sentience. The higher the grade, the higher the sentience. High-tier pills can even move like practitioners, traversing the heavens and earth, conquering mountains and seas, and can battle with the strong, capable of anything. There is a saying that circulates in the ancient continent: you can provoke a supreme-level powerhouse, but never mess with a supreme-level alchemist. Because a powerful alchemist has a terrifying network of connections across the continent. To dare to provoke a strong alchemist is akin to poking a hornet's nest, attracting endless trouble. Alchemists are renowned for their rarity and power, and they are the shining emblem of the ancient continent. Little one, think it over? Once you miss this village, there won't be this shop again. The Phoenix Emperor looked at the Dazely, thinking that the other party was stunned by him, letting out a chuckle. Regaining his senses, Li looked at him and asked with confusion, "But I'm not human after all, I'm a beast. Can I still become an alchemist?" The Phoenix Emperor shook his head and said, "What's wrong with being a beast? There are beasts who can also craft pills, and not all beasts are good or bad. I'm not so old-fashioned. Moreover, you don't have to worry about not being able to become an alchemist. I've observed you. The essence in your body is lightning, and the pinnacle of lightning is fire, which gives you a foundation for alchemy." Hearing this, Li felt as if the other party had seen through his heart, and he smiled wryly, saying, "Then why didn't you impart it to that girl earlier?" Hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor couldn't help but twitch his mouth, speechless. Unfortunately, that girl stubbornly refused to learn. If she hadn't infuriated me, I would have locked her in the furnace to cool off. But it's a good thing you came along. Since keeping her would be useless, I let her go. Otherwise, how could you two little ones, who aren't even tier 2 innate stage, open my alchemy furnace? Li's eyes lit up, and he felt a bit restless. Becoming an alchemist admired by everyone was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This was equivalent to him gaining a golden emblem, and his identity and status would significantly rise. Although Li was excited, reason overcame his impulse, and he asked, "Elder, I have a question, and I hope you can enlighten me. Am I still an elder now?" The Phoenix Emperor glanced at him and said nonchalantly, "Master Phoenix, I bow to you." Li suddenly knelt in front of the Phoenix Emperor. The sudden action startled the little black beside him. Just for that, Master, feel free to ask any questions you have," the Phoenix Emperor said with a smile, combing his long, white hair with his right hand. Li raised his head and looked at the floating figure of the Phoenix Emperor in white robes, asking, "Master, why are you willing to pass on your heart's blood? Every person's way of alchemy is different, and alchemy is rare. How could you bear to give it away?" The Phoenix Emperor laughed heartily at this and replied to Li, "To ask how I can bear to? Ha! Your words are quite amusing. However, I like it. I have already passed away, and I don't want my unique skills to fall into oblivion, so I wish to find a successor to pass it on. I just want my unique skills to not become obsolete, to have someone continue to pass them down, that's all." Hearing this, Li no longer had doubts or guard, and he said seriously, "I understand. I will study everything my master gives me diligently and aim to carry it forward in the future." The Phoenix Emperor nodded with a smile, then suddenly turned serious and said solemnly, "Disciple, you must remember always to stay true to your heart, never be greedy, and don't let the devil cloud your mind." "Disciple will remember." Li knocked his head again. "That's right, close your eyes, disciple. I will now entrust the legacy to you." Saying this, the Phoenix Emperor laughed heartily and stretched out a finger of Tsanglan, and a peculiar wave began to flow into Li's mind like water. Faced with the sudden influx of massive information, Li didn't have time to speak before he fainted instantly, startling the little black beside him. "Brother Knife, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Your brother Knife is fine, he will wake up soon." After imparting all this knowledge, the spiritual shadow of the Phoenix Emperor began to grow increasingly transparent. With a wave of his sleeve, unseen power lifted Li's body. He looked at the disciple he had just accepted, his eyes filled with satisfaction and relief. My legacy will continue on. Those who covet me will surely regret it if they find out. He suddenly burst out laughing heartily, as if all the years of silence and repressed feelings had finally erupted. After a long time, the Phoenix Emperor looked at Li, who had received the legacy, with satisfaction, his body gradually fading until he finally vanished. Like a shimmering point of light, drifting away with the wind.
Chapter 71, 9 Dragon Profound Fire Technique.
When Li woke up again, he sat up straight and looked around, realizing this was still the Hall of Alchemists, and he secretly let out a sigh of relief, shaking his head with a wry smile.
Fortunately, I woke up. I thought I would never awaken again. Brother Knife, you're awake.
At that moment, the delighted voice of Little Black reached Li's ears. Li looked at the big-eyed, adorable Little Black who had been watching over him, instinctively rubbed his head with his snake tail and asked, "What time is it now?"
"It's dark now, look."
Little Black pointed its little head towards the top opening outside the hole. The sky had completely darkened, only the pearls of light shone brilliantly.
Li silently thought, I actually fainted for a whole day.
No, you've been unconscious for 3 days.
Little Black's serious demeanor startled Li for a moment, and then he suddenly shouted, 3 days?
In the quiet hall of alchemists, Li lay on the floor, digesting the legacy left to him by the Phoenix Emperor. Although the amount of information was massive, fortunately, the evolution system sorted it out, discarding the useless parts and retaining the core aspects, quickly updating his attribute panel.
Host, Li. Race, Monster Faction. Current state, Lightning Scale Snake First Evolution. Passive, Swift Shadow, Charm. Active skills, Lightning Strike Max Level, Exploding Fangs Max Level.
Tier, Level 9 Peak, Tier 1 Acquired Stage. Physical Defense, comparable to Level 6, Tier 2 Innate Stage.
Special Profession, Alchemist no rank yet. Alchemist Basics, Alchemy Max Level.
Alchemist Active Skill, 9 Dragon Mystic Fire Technique level increases with the rank of Alchemist. Each level up can control an additional type of flame, theoretically allowing control over up to 9 types. The more flames controlled, the better the alchemy efficiency and success rate. Prescription, various quantities if the host needs it, they can search the system's prescription database.
Evolution Points, 99,100. EXP, 8677 7000. Hidden Main Quest, currently in an unknown state. The host can unlock and view it upon completing the second-level evolutionary transformation. The panel has added a section for the alchemist profession. I don't have a rank yet, which is normal.
As for the prescriptions?
We'll talk about that later. The alchemy skill has reached maximum level? Give a thumbs up to the system.
Moreover, this 9 Dragon Profound Fire Technique should be the renowned ultimate skill of my master on this continent. Looking at the updated attribute panel, especially the alchemist section, Li felt a surge of joy. He raised his head to gaze at the open sky outside the cave, sighing, I never thought I would have such an opportunity myself.
Master, I have completely mastered it. Where are you? Master.
As Li shouted everywhere, however, there was no response in the silent alchemist hall. He listened to the echo coming back, his expression momentarily stunned, and then he looked towards the nearby black celestial figure.
Xiaohei, do you know where the master is?
Upon hearing this, Xiaohei shook his head slightly and said, Since you fell unconscious, that old man has not appeared for the past 3 days. He seems to have vanished completely.
Vanished?
Hearing this, Li was stunned. He suddenly turned and dashed towards the alchemist statue, carefully examining the 10 zhang tall statue, and his heart sank. The worst result he had anticipated had indeed occurred. At that moment, the alchemist statue, aside from its appearance remaining unchanged since Li entered, had lost the luster in its eyes, as if the very essence of the statue itself was devoid of any fluctuation.
Everything seemed like true lifelessness. Master.
Li slowly stepped forward. He arrived at the coffin beneath the statue. Looking at the words grave of the alchemist Feng Huang, his heart was filled with mixed emotions, and he chose to bow again. Disciple, it seems you have completed the inheritance of my teachings, taking half the time I expected. At that moment, Feng Huang's voice suddenly resonated. Li looked around and hurriedly said, Master, where are you? Silly disciple, your inheritance requires a vast amount of soul energy as a medium. If you finish the inheritance, it also means my soul is completely exhausted, and I can leave in peace. Feng Huang's voice was ethereal, as if he were everywhere, making it impossible to discern the direction.
Li's expression changed upon hearing this. He clenched his teeth and said deeply, "Master, is there any way to save you?" To him, the grace that Feng Huang had bestowed was immense. Though he was not a good person, he would never forget his gratitude. "Ah, my time has long since passed. Now I am just a wisp of residual soul. Do not dwell on it. Life and death are common occurrences. Also, the teachings I previously entrusted to you include alchemy skills, fire control techniques, and many recorded prescriptions. Keep them in mind and do not neglect them. Moreover, do not easily trust anyone, no matter how worthy they seem." Feng Huang's voice was carefree, devoid of any sorrow. As if death was not so terrifying to him. Disciples will remember the teacher's teachings. Li bowed his head earnestly, mimicking a human bowing gesture. "Ha ha ha, who says that beast spirits are heartless? Sometimes, they're more reliable than human hearts. The true fear lies in the human heart. The oath is completed, the master departs. Remember your words, little one. I hope that in the future you can stand atop this world. I am the alchemist Feng Huang, known across the continent in life, and will pass on my techniques to future generations even in death. With a hand plucking level Chen feather and transforming into wind, there will be no one like me in this world. Ha ha ha, how delightful." In the end, Feng Huang seemed to be watching Li with satisfaction from the shadows. He could leave in peace, and that carefree, proud voice gradually faded away at that moment. "Master, travel well." The sadness in Li's eyes was a mix of regret and gratitude for the departed. Although Feng Huang left so carefree, who could understand the reluctance and loneliness hidden behind such a facade? Perhaps only Li himself understood this now. Roar! The next moment, the ancient cauldron that had been struck away by the golden-haired girl suddenly soared into the air, and once the lid was placed back on the cauldron, its body suddenly shimmered with a patterned glow. The ancient cauldron flickered in the air for several seconds before finally shrinking into a miniature version, landing in front of Li. The Chen Kuan cauldron is an ancient alchemy tool. The user must be at least at the level of the sky realm, if not strong enough. Forcing its use will result in being suppressed by the ancient tool. Treasure life, do not seek death, remember. Feeling the information emanating from the Chen Kuan cauldron, Li understood that this must have been the ancient tool used by his master in life. He carefully placed it in the storage space of the evolution system. Its threshold requirement is extremely high. If encountered by someone knowledgeable in the outside world, it could lead to disaster. Thus, Li decided to keep it quietly in the system's storage space until he truly had the strength to control the Chen Kuan cauldron. At this moment, Xiao He stepped forward with a slightly low voice, saying, "Brother Dao, I'm a bit hungry." Hearing this, Li looked down at the little fellow sticking close to him, his mood gradually lifting as he smiled and said, "Alright, let's go out now and I'll make you some roasted meat." "I love roasted meat, hee, you're the best, Brother Dao." Upon hearing the words roasted meat, Xiao He leapt up with excitement as if revitalized, returning to Li's head, filled with joy. "Brother Dao, it's great to have you. I find you quite good at flattering," Li said with a laugh and a scold, suddenly pausing as he was about to move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, several beams of red light shot out swiftly and silently, like a deadly pursuit. Using his instinctive sense of danger, Li suddenly leapt up onto the statue, dodging the red beams. His jump startled Little Black. "What's wrong, Brother Dao?" However, Li did not respond to the other person's words. He perched on the shoulder of the Maple Emperor statue, gazing down at the several red darts firmly embedded in the statue, his snake-like tongue flicking as his eyes glinted with a sharp light. He shouted, "Who? Come out." Chapter 72, Snake and Tiger. Hee, not only is there a strong one's tomb here, but I also encounter a beast that can speak human language. This truly surprises me. Suddenly, a faint cold laughter came from afar. Li turned his gaze towards the entrance of the main hall. The large door, unknown when, had already opened. His brow furrowed slightly. This voice was both strange and familiar. It seemed he had heard it somewhere before. In that instant, he suddenly remembered something, looked down at the familiar concealed weapon lodged in the statue, and recalled an earlier encounter, sneering, "So it's the Blood Tiger mercenary group. I didn't expect this world to be so small." Not long ago, the owner of this voice had nearly taken his life with the soul-seeking dart. How could he forget? "Brother Dao, who is the Blood Tiger mercenary group?" Little Black asked curiously. Li did not hide it and replied, "They are the culprits who set the magic trap to capture you. I have some scores to settle with them too."
As he spoke, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Originally, he had planned to wait until he broke through to Tier 2 innate stage and completed his second evolution before settling accounts with the Blood Tiger mercenary group, but he didn't expect to encounter them at this place ahead of time. Upon hearing this, Little Black's expression turned a bit angry. He said, "So it's them. If it weren't for these guys, Brother Dao wouldn't have been harmed, and I wouldn't have ended up trapped in this damn place." Overall, both of them held deep resentment towards the Blood Tiger mercenary group. In the next moment, dozens of burly figures gradually approached. Leading them was the Red Tiger, who had been robbed of the melting fire turkey not long ago. They looked at the snake and beast on the statue, all wearing cold smiles. "A beast that can speak human language, interesting. I thought this strong one's tomb would be an unexpected gain, but I didn't expect there to be an unexpected surprise within the surprise." At that moment, the Red Tiger and the others made way, and a figure in red robes stepped forward. An icy, eerie wind began to blow, yet with each step the figure in red took, the atmosphere settled into a chilling silence. Lee silently watched everything unfold. He hadn't expected to encounter members of the Blood Tiger mercenary corps here by such coincidence. Meeting in such a secretive place as the tomb of the Dan Zun is indeed an unexpected coincidence. Fortunately, I arrived early, otherwise, this inheritance might have slipped away. Lee remained calm and stole a glance at the opening above, his mind racing. Brother's sword. Xiao Hei lay on the other's serpent head, feeling the powerful aura of the red-robed figure ahead, and at this moment, a tremor arose in its heart, causing its little legs to weaken. Earlier, it had wanted to settle scores, but when the leading red-robed figure appeared, sensing the Tier 2 innate stage mana fluctuations within, it instantly lost the courage to fight. Although the little one is a descendant of the ancient fierce beast Koro Tenzo, it is essentially still a young beast with limited intelligence, akin to a child. Naturally, a child would instinctively feel fear upon seeing an adult. "Don't be afraid, I'm here," Lee softly reassured the other, gazing at the members of the Blood Tiger mercenary corps with a cold smile, saying, "It is quite surprising you belong to the Blood Tiger mercenary corps, so state your name." Upon hearing this, the red-robed figure paused, looking somewhat surprised at the lightning scale snake perched on the statue's shoulder, then smirked and said, "I didn't expect you to recognize us as the Blood Tiger mercenary corps. It seems we've met before. But why do I have no impression of you? Can you give me a hint, Serpent Tiger?" As the leader of the Blood Tiger mercenary corps, the snake tiger revealed its chilling pale face, resembling a sickly figure that seemed to lack blood, something no one could fathom. This would actually be a Tier 2 innate stage powerhouse. "Big brother." At that moment, the Red Tiger suddenly reached out his right hand, exclaiming in shock, "The spirit exploring jade has lit up." The snake tiger turned its head to look at the black jade in the Red Tiger's hand, its eyes narrowed, then turned to fixate on the position where Lee was, finally locking onto the small black beast on its head, its pale face twitching slightly, as if it were smiling. This place is simply a land of fortune, the inheritance of a strong person's tomb, the speaking thunder-scaled serpent, and even the target that escaped earlier. It truly is a case of finding treasure without any effort. It seems the heavens are assisting me today. Marks the day I, the snake tiger, rise to dominate Tianguan City. The Red Tiger stepped forward, arriving beside the snake tiger, the three-board axe in his hand, eager to strike, coldly sneering, "Big brother, this beast is merely Tier 1 acquired stage, let's leave it to the brothers, you can rest over there." Hearing this, the snake tiger gave a faint nod, "Be quick about it. That useless snake can die, but don't harm the target, or we won't be able to explain ourselves to that adult." "Don't worry, big brother. Brothers, go." With the big brother's command, the Red Tiger led his little brothers forward, wielding the three-board axe, as mana surged beneath their feet, stirring up a huge cloud of dust, their momentum fierce. Lee watched as more than a dozen ferocious and powerful figures surged towards him. He didn't rush to make a move but calmly leaped upwards, using the force from his tail to propel himself away, springing up with force. Though he wanted to eliminate this group of thugs, he opted for caution, choosing to avoid confrontation for now. He decided that when he reached Tier 2 innate stage in the future, he would settle the score. Do you think you can escape in front of me?" Standing his ground, the snake tiger smirked disdainfully. He quickly recognized the opponent's intent to flee, so he waved his sleeve, unleashing several sharp metal beams of red light that shot towards Lee with incredible force, aiming to strike him. "Damn!" Seeing the danger, Lee cursed under his breath and had to halt his upward leap. With a subtle shift, he narrowly avoided the snake tiger's hidden weapons, landing again on the shoulder of the statue.
Ha, do you really think you can run in front of my big brother? It's truly laughable.
Meanwhile, the red tiger, wielding a three-bladed axe, had also approached Lee's vicinity. He leapt fiercely, his presence commanding as wild mana enveloped the axe blade, striking down forcefully towards Lee.
You really think you're my big brother?
Lee said with a disdainful laugh, completely unfazed. He first tossed the little black creature onto the top of the statue. Once he had enough room to maneuver, his originally 4 to 5 meter long body suddenly expanded, radiating silver light, revealing a robust figure measuring 14 to 15 meters. At the same time, Lee's majestic mana, peaking at level 9 tier 1 acquired stage, suddenly burst forth.
What?
Confronted with the sudden blast of silver light, the red tiger instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand. As soon as he opened them again, his pupils instantly contracted.
Bang!
In the next second, an incredibly powerful silver scale tail came crashing down, rapidly slamming down from the silver light, unleashing a violent mana that pushed the red tiger back.
Bang, bang, bang.
Immediately after, Lee swung his mighty tail left and right, toppling the other members of the Blood Tiger mercenary corps. Each seasoned mercenary, having faced countless life and death situations, was smashed against the wall like cannonballs. In an instant, the sounds of shattered bones mixed with screams, and blood splattered everywhere.
Brother Dao is so awesome.
Little Black watched, blood pumping with excitement, especially when the scene turned bloody. Its black pupils also took on a hint of red, seemingly thrilled.
And you?
This wasn't the end. Lee locked onto the stunned red tiger, slamming down his silver-scaled serpent tail.
Big brother, save me.
The red tiger felt fear overwhelming him, his legs turning to jelly as he couldn't dodge in time.
Even with his robust physique, he couldn't withstand the strike.
Before he could finish his plea for help, he was instantly turned into mush.
Chapter 73, Meeting Ironhead Again.
Red Tiger. Seeing his brother being killed right in front of him, Snake Tiger's expression changed drastically. He shouted, even he didn't expect this situation to arise. He never thought that this mere tier 1 acquired stage lightning scale snake could possess such lethal methods to instantly kill others. When it comes to vengeance, there are always heads and debts to pay. You have no one to blame for your death. As soon as the battle began, Lee had already completed the extermination of the ants. He threw a cold remark at the mangled corpse of Red Tiger, retracted his tail, and his body shrunk from around 15 meters back to 4 or 5. After all, the opening above wouldn't allow his body to be too large otherwise, forcing his way through would definitely get him stuck. Whoosh! In the next moment, Snake Tiger returned to his previous sickly appearance. He coldly gazed at the lightning scale snake, gripping a blood-red curved knife, and said in a deep voice, "Since you have intelligence, you must have a name, right?"
"I am called Lee. Remember it. I will come back for you."
Lee sneered. He had no intention of clashing with the other. After all, this being was a tier 2 innate stage powerhouse. Whether it was in terms of strength or intelligence, he was quite difficult to deal with. He needed to find a training spot to rapidly break through to tier 2 innate stage. Only then would he have the chance to eliminate Snake Tiger.
"Brother Knife, you're amazing, taking on more than a dozen."
Little Black exclaimed excitedly on the head of the alchemist statue, but Lee pulled him back onto his own head again.
"Save the praises for when we're safe."
Lee tied the statue's head with his tail and used it to catapult himself and Little Black outward, racing toward the upper opening.
"Want to leave? Stay and accompany my brother in death."
Facing Lee's attempt to retreat without a fight, Snake Tiger's expression turned even darker. He roared in fury, his figure bursting forward, the blood-red curved knife in his hand radiating a bloodthirsty aura.
"Brother Knife, that guy is coming."
Little Black held onto Lee's scales tightly, exclaiming in shock.
"Don't mind him, let us get out first."
Lee was well aware that the enemy was charging at them. He just wanted to retreat for now. However, the speed of Snake Tiger's eruption was even faster and more ferocious. The blood-red light from his curved knife surged forth, and as it neared Lee's body, he swung down. A burst of red light flared up. Lee remained utterly composed, making no attempt to dodge as he continued to soar upwards. With the crimson blade getting dangerously close, Little Black was too scared to open his eyes, while Snake Tiger couldn't believe that the opponent dared to ignore his attack, letting out a grim laugh.
Do you really think that with your peak Tier 1 acquired stage body, you can withstand the power of a Tier 2 innate stage? What a dreamer! Ding!
When the blood-red curved blade struck Lee's body with force, the sharp sound of the collision swept across like sound waves. As the dust settled, the originally sneering serpent tiger froze upon seeing that his attack did not break through the silver scales. The serpent tiger's eyes widened in that moment. He never expected such a result. This clearly exceeded his understanding. He had thought that his full force strike, equivalent to level Tier 2 innate stage, would do more than just leave a mark on the scales. The attack strength of level Tier 2 innate stage couldn't break through the defenses at Tier 1 acquired stage. It was simply absurd. Lee's face only slightly changed. He let out a cold snort and turned toward the serpent's head, activating the active skill Exploding Fawn and lunging to bite at the stunned serpent tiger.
Put!
In an instant, Lee tore away the serpent tiger's left arm. The latter stared at his severed limb, his eyes wide in disbelief.
After finishing this, Lee's tail sent the serpent tiger flying.
Seeing the opponent's body fall, he activated the passive skill Swift Shadow once more, aiming toward the nearby cave entrance.
Crack!
In that moment, Lee felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart. His consciousness wavered as he looked at the cave entrance so close at hand, barely needing to exert much effort to reach it. However, this brief distance of less than a meter had completely drained his strength.
Go, Knife Bro!
Little Black was still cheering him on, as it was currently of no use.
Sorry, Knife Bro is going to disappoint you.
Realizing this situation was dire, Lee forced a smile. He exerted all his strength to surge forward, but was interrupted by the serpent tiger's attack, freezing in mid-air before both fell down. In that electric moment, Lee's hazy vision seemed to see a metallic tail wrapping around him, preventing him and Little Black from plummeting back to the hall. In the blur, Lee finally saw clearly. When he spotted the owner of the tail, a familiar triangular serpent head with a concerned expression, he couldn't help but grin. Sometimes, luck really is part of strength. The unexpected figure that had just pulled them back was undoubtedly the triangular iron-headed python. When Lee and Little Black were pulled back to the ground by the giant python, they collapsed beside the entrance of the cave, basking in the moonlight and breathing deeply.
Knife Bro, what's up with you?
I sensed you were here days ago but couldn't find you.
I only found you when that cave appeared. What were you doing underground?
Faced with the triangular iron-headed python's rapid-fire questions, Lee forced a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "It's a long story, but thanks."
What's there to thank for?
We're brothers. You've saved me more than once, the triangular iron-headed python chuckled, flicking its tongue.
Where's Little Black?
Lee looked around, his expression changing slightly.
Knife Bro, I'm under you.
Suddenly, a gasping sound came from beneath him, and Lee tilted his body.
Huff! I'm alive.
After struggling out, Little Black took a few deep breaths. His adorably dazed expression made the triangular iron-headed python's eyes light up.
It laughed. Knife Bro, is this your new little brother?
Sort of, Lee nodded and said to Little Black, "This is Ironhead, we're all family here."
Oh, hello, Brother Ironhead.
Little Black nodded, then stretched out his Qilin claw and grinned. When the triangular iron-headed python saw Little Black's true form, it suddenly felt its blood trembling, and the innate powerful bloodline suppression made it shiver uncontrollably, quickly hiding behind Lee. "I forgot this guy is Heaven Shadow, which suppresses your bloodline a bit," Lee said with a smile. Little Black, somewhat confused, walked around Lee to the side of the triangular iron-headed python, frowning and saying, "Brother Ironhead, why are you hiding?"
No. You're my brother. I beg you to stay away from me.
The triangular iron-headed python was almost crying, causing both to burst into laughter. At that time, Lee felt that the injury inside him had mostly healed thanks to the Abyssal Dragon God's divine blood. Once he could move again, he looked at the nearby cave and found a rock to push over and firmly seal it. Lee placed Little Black on his head, surveyed the surroundings, and said, "This place is not safe, we need to leave." "Knife Bro, let us go to my territory, it's very safe there."
The triangular iron-headed python smiled widely, its sharp fangs gleaming with confidence. Under the emerald waves of the level sky, the two snakes and one beast quietly disappeared into the plains beneath the silent night, leaving behind a cave sealed off by rocks. Chapter 74, Caught Off Guard. Absolute Dragon Tomb, Dark Night Forest. As the largest forest within the Absolute Dragon Tomb, it is filled with ancient giant trees. This area marks the middle region of the Demon God mountain range, and its danger level is not comparable to the peripheral areas. Here, the number of demon beasts is even scarcer, but each one that resides here is far from easy to deal with, displaying immense strength and having large territories. In a vast underground rock hollow, a black flame roasted a giant horned rhinoceros that had its limbs removed, the aroma gradually wafting through the air, causing Little Black and Ironhead to drool. "Brother Knife, is it ready yet?" Little Black rubbed its small claws back and forth, watching the oil from the grilled meat drip onto the flames, already unable to contain its eagerness. At that moment, Lee used its tail to pull down a large piece of charred meat, took a quick bite, and immediately handed it to Little Black, then pulled down another large piece for Ironhead. Only in front of delicious food did Little Black reveal its ferocious appearance of being a dark sky. Its eating style was like a whirlwind, and it was truly not something to be praised. Ironhead looked at the cooked meat before it, first took a small bite, and instantly its eyes bulged, then it began to gulp it down, mumbling, "Ah, so this is what they call grilled meat, it's just too delicious." It was the first time it had tasted such delicious grilled meat. Its gluttonous appearance resembled that of someone who hadn't eaten for 3 days, and its table manners were no better. "It's just grilled meat, look how you're all drooling." Lee sighed with a helpless smile upon seeing this. Having eaten grilled meat countless times in its past life, it would certainly not be as disgraceful as they were. In the end, Lee pulled a piece of meat for itself as well, but when it took a bite, Lee's eyes instantly lit up, and it began to eat heartily without caring about appearances. "Wow, it's really delicious." Just a moment ago, Lee was advising others to eat slowly, but now it too was devouring the food frantically, unable to escape the truth of how good it was. After all, Lee overlooked one thing: although it had eaten grilled meat countless times, it was clear that the meat from the ancient world was of far superior quality. On the black bonfire, the crispy and juicy dripping grilled meat, the three of them devouring it frantically, each more terrifying than the last. Though the huge horned rhinoceros had a large body, it was no match for the three gluttons' fierce consumption, and soon only a skeleton remained. Burp! I can't eat anymore. Little Black lay on the ground with its round belly sticking out, using its small paws to pick its teeth, its little face radiating happiness and satisfaction. "I can't eat anymore either. Brother Knife's grilled meat is truly incredible." Ironhead also rolled over, lying down, grateful to have met Lee for the first time to taste such delicious grilled meat. Burp! Look at the two of you, so accomplished, just a meal of meat has satisfied you. Lee also burped, not forgetting to scold the others, only to receive 2 disdainful glances in response. Their expressions seemed to say, "You're not doing any better." The three of them rested with their big bellies propped up. As the gentle breeze passed by, Lee looked at the level sky above and sighed, "It's so quiet here, lacking the noise of the dark dense forest." The triangular iron-head python nodded and said, "This is the dark night forest of the Absolute Dragon Tomb. It originally belonged to the blue ants, but I saved one once, so it allows me to survive in its territory. It's very safe here." Lee exclaimed in surprise, "You're quite capable." "It's all thanks to Brother Knife, heh heh." The triangular iron-head python chuckled, then rolled over onto its feet and leapt onto a huge rock, laughing aloud, "Brother Knife, I'm now already at level tier 2 and 8th stage, much stronger than you now." They stood up to look at the proud creature on the rock and also smiled, "You're no weakling to begin with, but I won't let you catch up to me." "That's right, my brother Dao definitely has the aura of a strong warrior." The triangle iron-headed python laughed heartily and said, "From now on, this will be our territory. I'll handle the hunting, and Brother Dao, you can roast the meat, and I'll protect you." "You rascal!" Lee laughed and scolded, the atmosphere cheerful and friendly. "By the way, Brother Knife, I have something to say." On the giant stone, the triangle-headed python pondered for a moment and said, "How about we go see the human world together in the future?" Lee extinguished the black bonfire and said in surprise, "The human world? Why are you suddenly longing for the human world?" The triangle-headed python shook its head excitedly and said, "This has been a dream I've been longing for since childhood. I've heard that the human world has a lot of new things, and it's livelier than the demon god mountain range. It is rumored that there are also individuals from the monster faction mixed in the human world, very lively. Humans are all evil." Little Black resisted. No, there are good humans too, just like there are kind demonic beasts, for example, Brother Knife. The triangle-headed python displayed its confident fangs and said firmly. Little Black understood instantly upon hearing this, nodded slightly. "Hearing you say that, I actually want to see the human world." Hearing this, Lee also fell silent. He looked up at the level sky, knowing in his heart that he really longed for it. What is the human world of the ancient continent like, after all? Seeing Lee suddenly fall silent, the upright triangle-headed python also remained quiet, while Little Black blinked its big, dark eyes and said nothing. The human world. At that moment, Lee took a deep breath, looking at the somewhat anxious triangle-headed python on the rocky mountain, and smiled slightly. To be honest, I want to see it too. The triangle-headed python immediately became extremely excited and jumped up somewhat exuberantly. I knew Brother Knife would think the same. We'll go see it together with our 3 brothers then. Does the human world have barbecue? Little Black was still thinking about food. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be tastier than what I make. Lee nodded. The little guy suddenly got excited, its eyes sparkling. Apparently this fellow just cares about food. The triangle-headed python raised its tail, mimicking the gestures humans make when calculating, pondering. We can't go to the human world right now, we need to grow stronger first, at least to have the ability to protect ourselves. The 2 instruments realm should be enough, and then we can travel through the human world. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, time seemed to come to a halt. The triangular iron-headed python, which had been excitedly plotting, now wore a frozen expression, its snake eyes wide in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lee's previous smile gradually faded with the onslaught of red light metal, quickly replaced by shock and astonishment as he shouted, "Get out of the way!" He swiftly coiled his tail to pull the Little Black behind him, activating passive swift shadow at once, narrowly avoiding the deadly attack of the red light metal. "Is everyone okay?" After dodging the attack, Lee shouted, first glancing at the Little Black, and upon confirming it was unharmed, he turned to the triangular iron-headed python on the boulder, his pupils sharply contracting as he cried out, "Iron Head!" At that moment, the triangular iron-headed python remained with its eyes wide open. It saw the blood splattering before it, as well as the severed part of its body, whispering, "I can't move." In the next second, the triangular iron-headed python, reduced to only half of its body, fell from the boulder like a kite with its string cut. Lee caught it as it fell, urgently shouting, "Iron Head! Don't sleep, keep your eyes open." What had been a fine scene suddenly turned into this: whoever it was, they would be caught off guard. "You killed my brother, so I will kill your partner." A man in a blood-stained robe with a severed arm appeared on the boulder, indifferent to the blood running from multiple wounds on his body, brandishing a curved knife at Lee, laughing maniacally. "You bastardly, I will tear you apart to pay tribute to my brother's spirit in the heavens." Chapter 75, The Death of Iron Head. Weren't you supposed to be tough? Why are you running? You can't escape my grasp, bastard. Come and take your life. In the quiet dark night forest, a life and death chase was unfolding. The one-armed snake tiger relentlessly threw deadly hidden weapons, aiming to pierce through the fleeing silver snake shadow ahead. At this moment, Lee had Little Black on his head, surrounding the remaining half-body of the triangular iron-headed python. With its 15-meter-long restored body, carrying them didn't seem burdensome. "Little Black, how is Iron Head doing?" Lee asked as he ran. "Brother Dow, it's been bleeding and mumbling about feeling tired, it just won't stop." Little Black looked at the triangular iron-headed python with pain, repeatedly tapping on its head with its tiny paws, urgently saying, "Hey! You can't sleep, keep your eyes open, you haven't been to the human world yet." At this moment, the triangular iron-headed python, now just the remaining half-body, had its snake eyes slowly losing focus, clearly unable to recover. "System, think of something, kill that damn guy." Lee screamed furiously in his heart. Ding! The system is under maintenance, please wait a moment. Damn it! Lee wanted to explode after hearing this. The situation was extremely urgent. The pursuing snake tiger behind was strong despite having lost an arm, still at level tier 2 innate stage. Lee was confident it couldn't break his defense, but Little Black and the triangular iron-headed python were in great danger. If it were just him, he would have found a place to fight the snake tiger to the death already. You think you can escape my sight? Accept your death. The relentless snake tiger behind had locked onto the silver snake shadow, madly fleeing ahead, forcefully throwing his curved knife. The red curved blade flickered with a scarlet glow, like a spirit weapon, silently cutting through much of the vegetation in its way, and it was about to strike Lee. Brother Knife, be careful. The disoriented triangular iron-headed python saw this and seemed to make a decision. The snake's body, which had only been wrapped around Lee's 7-inch mark, suddenly loosened, wanting to lighten the burden on him. Ironhead, are you trying to get yourself killed? Lee shouted angrily upon seeing this. He used his tail to secure it but was too late to dodge the red-bladed curved knife thrown by the snake tiger, which ultimately struck him down from the branch, and the three tumbled down the landslide. Brother Knife! There's a hole over there. Little Black leaped up, pointing at the dark cave ahead not far from the landslide. Lee gritted his teeth tightly, wrapping his tail around a tree pole to prevent himself and the triangular iron-headed python tangled around him from rolling down the steep slope. He quickly followed Little Black's direction, burrowing into the dark cave. Whoosh! The approaching snake tiger coldly surveyed its surroundings, retracting its curved knife while flying back, locking onto the cave not far ahead, its grim white face resembling a fierce ghost. Do you think hiding underground will save you? Come out and die. Bang bang. The snake tiger violently hurled out hidden metallic weapons concealed within its blood-stained robe. They exploded like bombs, tearing up the ground around the black hole. With the ground within 100 meters in ruins, the entire area was in chaos, shaking violently. Underground, Lee brought Little Black and the triangular iron-headed python to a pitch-black dead end. Feeling the surface above shaking violently, Little Black overcame its fear at that moment, baring its teeth and growling at the top. It was as if it was venting its anger. Ironhead, how are you doing now? Lee carefully set down the triangular iron-headed python, his gaze landing on its shocking wounds, seeing that only half of its body remained, the silver-eyed snake flashing with ferocity. Brother Knife. I can't see. Where are you? Suddenly, the triangular iron-headed python seemed to regain its senses. It suddenly raised its head, its featureless eyes looking around anxiously, speaking in a flustered tone. It was clear that the severe injury had left it blind. Lee suppressed his raging anger, closely pressed against the already cold body of the triangular iron-headed python, struggling to keep his voice calm. Don't be afraid, Ironhead, I'm right here with you. Upon hearing this, the triangular iron-headed python's anxious emotions slowly settled down. It chuckled self-deprecatingly. What a twist of fate! Just a moment ago, I was planning to explore the human world with Brother Knife. Stop talking, conserve your strength, and you can't fall asleep. Lee used his own body to block the rapidly bleeding wound, his voice trembling as he said, "You will see the human world." Ha ha ha. Brother Knife, I know very well what my situation is right now. The triangular iron-headed python shook its head with a weary sigh. I knew that killing too many living beings would eventually lead to retribution, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. I haven't even fully explored the Demon God Mountain range yet. I'm so unwilling. Don't worry, Big Ironhead Brother Knife can do anything. I will definitely save you. Little Black turned around, its big eyes shimmering with tears as it looked at Lee, urgently saying, "Brother Knife, Big Ironhead won't die, right?" Lee fell silent upon hearing this. In reality, they all knew very well that if the triangular iron-headed python had not reached Tier 2 innate stage, the severed body injury would have already claimed its life. Even though I want to eat barbecued meat one last time, it seems I won't last to that point now, said the triangular iron-headed python, its eyes hollow and gradually dimming, struggling to say, "Brother Knife, I have one more request, cough cough. Please give me a quick end, it hurts too much." Hearing this, Lee narrowed his eyes sharply. He could feel that this creature had reached its limit.
Now it was either to leave in unbearable pain or, as people say, give it a quick end. Everyone understood the situation, but when it really came time to act, Lee found it hard to do.
Big iron head.
Little Black sat down heavily, looking at the triangular iron-headed python twitching slightly in pain, its trembling little paw reaching out to stroke its head. Lee stared blankly at the triangular iron-headed python lying on the ground. He wasn't a miracle worker, he couldn't do anything, only watch helplessly. This feeling of powerlessness, knowing he could do nothing, was something he understood best.
Brother Knife. I'm begging you, I'm in so much pain. The triangular iron-headed python seemed to use its last bit of strength to shout.
That cry of pain pierced Lee's heart like a needle. He looked at the triangular iron-headed python, tears instantly shimmering in his eyes, as he bit his gums until they bled. In a moment of helpless despair, he finally activated the Shattering Fang's active skill, breaking through the scales on its 7-inch mark.
Ah!
Lee's eyes were bloodshot as he fiercely pierced the triangular iron-headed python's 7-inch mark with his fangs, deciding to kill it instantly to spare it any more pain. His low and weak cry mixed feelings of heartbreak and helplessness.
In an instant, the triangular iron-headed python felt its body lighten.
In that moment of death, it suddenly recalled all the exhilarating and perilous experiences since meeting Lee, which had also been quite touching. In the end, the triangular iron-headed python smiled slowly, closing its hollow and dim eyes.
In the dark cave, the lightning scale snake fiercely bit through the triangular iron-headed python's 7-inch scales, its enraged cries echoed through the entire intricate cave passage.
Ding!
System maintenance completed, can run normally.
Ding!
System maintenance compensation, rewards EXP plus 15,000.
At the same time, accompanied by Lee's furious shouts, the long-awaited calm system notification echoed in his mind.
Ding!
The host has killed a Tier 2 innate stage triangle-headed python, EXP plus 3,000, evolution points plus 11.
Ding!
The host has met the advancement conditions for both EXP and evolution points. The surplus EXP has transformed into a corresponding level upgrade, and the host has been upgraded to Tier 2 innate stage.
Ding!
The host has met the second stage evolution conditions and is currently evolving.
Chapter 76, Crimson Flame Refining Snake. Boom! Bang!
As the snake tiger fired off the last of his soul-chasing hidden weapon, the landslide surface had already crumbled miserably, with large amounts of earth splattered everywhere, creating countless pits. There was hardly a single intact spot.
The snake tiger looked at the silent ground without any tremor, and his pale complexion tensed, roaring, "You scum, beast, if you're brave enough, don't hide underground, come out and die.
I'll tear you into pieces to honor my brother's spirit in heaven."
Boom!
The next second, as if the snake tiger's words were coming true, an explosion suddenly erupted somewhere in the devastated landslide. The searing shockwave turned all the dark, damp air around it into steam, an astonishing scene that drew the snake tiger's gaze.
"Beast, come face me."
The snake tiger unceremoniously threw his red blade again, the curved blade radiating a chilling killing intent, spinning rapidly, and instantly disappearing into the vast steamy domain. However, the anticipated sound of tearing flesh did not occur, nor did the red curved blade return. The snake tiger frowned, his sickly pale face darkening with an ominous smile.
"Posturing, let's see what you can do."
Having suffered from a severed arm before, he, of course, wouldn't recklessly charge in, wanting to see what kind of commotion a mere Tier 1 acquired stage monster could stir up. Hiss, hiss. Time ticked away, and as the steam gradually dissipated, the snake tiger saw within the dispersing vapor a massive red serpentine shadow flickering, his sinister face momentarily stiffening with a chilling sneer.
"Did you think changing color would scare me?"
Whoosh! Just after the snake tiger finished his words, he suddenly found himself unable to move, feeling his body gradually tightening, his gaze shifting downward. Unbeknownst to him, a completely crimson-scaled serpentine tail had quietly tied him up, with no warning whatsoever. Everything happened so suddenly, it caught the snake tiger off guard. He never imagined he would be completely controlled by this unexpected visitor. Squeak! As the mighty crimson serpentine tail continued to exert force, the sound of breaking bones gradually came from the snake tiger's body.
"Ah! You're not that beast, who exactly are you?"
The excruciating pain was unbearable, and he cried out in agony.
Haha, injuring one of my brothers, and wanting to capture another, you even wanted to annihilate me to offer to your brother. And now you ask me who I am? Interesting.
Who am I? What a sarcastic question, ha ha ha. Slowly, as the owner of the crimson serpentine shadow emerged from the steam, it had an entire body of fiery red scales, stunningly transparent. Between the red scales, flame-like lines spread constantly, and the massive snake head, like that of a king cobra, radiated scorching flames, its eyes like molten lava gleaming with uncontrollable murderous intent. The visitor was none other than Lee, who had just evolved from the underground. He had gained enough evolution points from killing the triangle-headed python to break through to Tier 2 innate stage, successfully achieving second stage evolution.
Crimson Flame Refining Snake.
At this moment, Xiaohei stood atop Li's head. His big eyes that clearly had cried were now filled with the fiercest hatred towards the snake tiger.
Big brother knife, make sure to avenge Iron Head.
The snake tiger sensed the opponent's Tier 2 innate stage level, especially seeing the true form of the crimson serpentine shadow. His eyes, now blood red from the intense pressure, were filled with disbelief as he screamed.
This is impossible. How could you reach Tier 2 innate stage at such a short time? This must be fake.
Yet no matter how hard the snake tiger tried to deny it, it was merely self-deception that currently truly possessed the strength to kill him directly, but he was in no rush to do so. After evolving, Li's body measured nearly 30 meters. He slowly moved closer to the snake tiger, who could no longer resist, flicking his tongue like a snake, exuding a chilling aura. And the crimson serpentine tail wrapping around the snake tiger was undoubtedly his tail. The snake tiger felt himself continually crushed by the power of the crimson serpentine tail, as his bones cracked one after another, the agonizing pain rivaling that of having his arm severed. He yelled in despair, "If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me."
Li chuckled coldly, "I will kill you, but before that, we have an account to settle."
Hiss. The next second, he activated Crush Tooth, easily tearing off the snake tiger's right arm in the most brutal manner, blood splattering everywhere.
"This is for avenging myself. I almost got killed by the magic trap you set."
Li's words were eerily calm, ignoring the other's emotional breakdown, like a heartless killer.
"Ah, you killed me. You killed me."
The snake tiger was in so much pain that his whole body convulsed. His eyes, filled with blood, reflected not just fear but also a desire for death. He never expected that after killing for half his life under the title of Blood Tiger, when it came to cruelty, he couldn't even compare to the Li in front of him. Upon hearing this, Li revealed a chilling smile that the snake tiger would never forget, a terrifying grin from the crimson flame serpent.
"Don't rush, this is just the beginning." Chapter 77, Level 4, Tier 2 innate stage.
Hiss. With a horrifying sound of ripping flesh, the snake tiger once again fainted from unbearable agony, only to be violently jolted awake by a surge of lightning, feeling worse than death.
"You killed me. You killed me."
The forcibly awakened snake tiger had completely lost his mind. He was now incoherent, mechanically repeating those words.
He was utterly desperate, his limbs twitching involuntarily from amputation.
This kind of pain is something most people cannot bear. If it weren't for the snake tiger having a 5-level Tier 2 innate stage level, he would have already died from the pain.
What I just did was for Little Black.
Li's serpent fan burned with scorching flames as he unleashed the shattering bite again, severing the last remaining leg of the snake tiger, his smile terrifying. "This time, it's for my own revenge. Your hidden weapon was thrown quite accurately last time." The excruciating pain left the snake tiger in utter despair. His body was tightly entwined by Li's tail, and with his limbs severed, he was completely crippled. At this moment, the snake tiger had disheveled hair, and his originally sickly pale face was even more ashen and bloodless. Seeing that the opponent had no longer any usable limbs, Li slowly brought his massive head closer. The snake tiger, in a state of unintentional spasms, had completely lost the glimmer in his eyes. He once had despair and regret, but now he resembled a walking corpse, blood continuously flowing from the corners of his mouth, unable to make a sound, merely muttering, "Let me die." At this moment, the snake tiger was filled with despair and regret. Had he known he would end up like this, he would never have chosen to provoke this guy. To him, Li resembled a demon returned from hell. However, the cause and effect was set, and these were the unavoidable fates. It was destined for him to have such an ending.
"You are a demon, a true demon."
The snake tiger spasmed helplessly, muttering without focus. Lee looked at the increasingly deranged snake tiger before him, showing no pity, with a cold and harsh smile.
That's right, you got it right to deal with a beast like you, I'd rather become a demon.
You originally could have avoided death. Losing a limb was the best outcome, but you insisted on courting death, so go down and apologize to Ironhead. With Lee's final thunderous roar, he opened his jaws, like when he killed the triangular-headed python, and directly bit off the snake tiger's neck.
This time, it's for Ironhead. You deserve to die.
As the neck shattered, the snake tiger's life came to an abrupt end. At this moment, at the northern border of the Demon God mountain range, there was one less Tier 2 innate stage human, the notorious Blood Tiger mercenary group leader, the Snake Tiger.
Ding! Host has slain a 5-level Tier 2 innate stage human, EXP plus 8,000, evolution points plus 30. Ding!
Host has leveled up to 4-level Tier 2 innate stage.
Ding!
Host's attribute panel has been updated, please check at appropriate times. After killing the Snake Tiger, Lee felt as if he had been released. He shrank his massive serpent body back to 4 or 5 meters and looked at the Snake Tiger's corpse and the bloodstains all around, as a fierce fire burnt away all the filth. In that moment, rain began to fall from the sky, and the flames on Lee's body didn't extinguish despite the rain, while Little Black quietly perched on his head, visibly downcast. Lee felt the cleansing of the rain, as if trying to wash away all the blood on him. He took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Ironhead, Brother Knife has avenged you. You and the heavenly spirit can now rest your eyes."
That night was tumultuous and dangerous for the Dark Night Forest. After the rain, the chaotic forest fell into tranquility once again. The next day,
under a clear blue sky without a cloud in sight, the sun's intense rays illuminated the entire Demon God mountain range, welcoming a new day. On a high hill with the broadest view in the plains, there lay a red demon serpent and a small black beast. They had been busy since morning, finishing only when the sun slowly moved to noon.
Ironhead, may there be no more suffering in heaven.
Lee looked at the small mound he had piled up, slightly bowing his head, his voice a little hoarse. At the most prominent spot on the hill, a wooden sign was planted at the front of the small mound, reading Ironhead's grave. Clearly, neither Lee nor Little Black could abandon the other's body, so they found such a beautiful spot to bury him. Little Black, having experienced a sorrowful night, had just barely managed to calm down. He climbed onto Leah's head and said, "Brother Knife, this is what humans call a tombstone, right?" Lee nodded slightly, placing the flowers he collected with his tail in front of the gravestone, quietly watching. Little Black jumped off Lee's head, came to the gravestone, and gently touched Ironhead's tombstone with his small paw, saying sadly, "Although we have known each other for a short time, I am really very sad." Lee watched Little Black's actions, feeling a warmth in his heart, silently approving. Although Little Black is a descendant of the ancient fierce beast, Hecatano, aside from having a nobler bloodline than other magical beasts, it doesn't resemble a ferocious beast at all. Instead, it feels more gentle and approachable. "Ironhead, I'm worried you'll feel lonely, so I specifically left this for you." At that moment, Little Black used its small paw to swipe at the air, and then pulled out a large bone with quite a bit of meat still on it from a spatial crack. It glanced longingly at its food reserves, then placed it in front of Ironhead's tombstone, softly murmuring. Using Brother Knife's exact words, "Big Ironhead, may there be barbecued meat to accompany you in heaven. I hope you can enjoy delicious barbecued meat every day over there, so you won't have to suffer anymore."
Did I really say it like that?
Lee shot a glance at Little Black, his facial muscles twitching slightly, wishing he could just give this guy a good punch. The originally somber atmosphere was turned upside down by this, leaving him both angry and amused. It's a shame that he just secretly praised the other person, but their sudden change almost threw his back out. Seems like even when this guy is sad, he doesn't forget to eat. He's simply a thorough glutton. Alright, Ironhead has received our heartfelt wishes, let's not disturb its rest any longer. Lee gently placed Little Black back on his head and started to move away. Little Black turned back every few steps, glancing over, its big dark eyes filled with reluctance. Though it's hard to tell whether it was reluctant to leave Ironhead or the barbecued meat. On the vast and boundless plain, a snake and a beast traveled against the wind. At that moment, Little Black crawled wearily on Lee's head, leaning its head forward and asked, "Brother Knife, where are we going next?" Lee didn't think twice, blurted out, "Kunlun Divine Mountain."
"Ha? Brother Knife is really going?" Little Black suddenly stood up, astonished. Indeed. Hold on tight, don't fall off.
Lee took a deep breath, looking around at the beautiful greenish plains, his gaze settled in a certain direction, his smile bright yet carrying a hint of coldness.
But before that, we have one more place to visit. Chapter 78, Slaughtering the Stronghold.
At the border of the Monster God mountain range, near the outskirts of Tianguan City, in the mountain cluster. Here stands a stronghold, with a grand and imposing main gate, and 2 blood-red tiger emblem flags flying at the gate, looking formidable against the fierce winds. This is the lair of the Blood Tiger Mercenary Corps, a notorious mercenary group that people dread to speak of. They are usually arrogant and domineering, disregarding others, and due to their mysterious backing, they kill at will and are aggressive, making no one dare to speak out.
Shift change, everyone stay alert.
Several mercenaries were exchanging shifts at the stronghold's main gate.
Who would dare to barge through the Blood Tiger Mercenary Corps' gate?
One of the soldiers disdainfully scoffed at the sturdy figures leaving after the shift change.
Shoo, wrong go, keep your voice down.
If they hear us, it'll lead to a fight.
One of the underlings advised from the side.
The former sneered in disdain, spat, and grinned, saying, he dares.
Wouldn't I, Rong Yuan, kill him first?
The next moment, one of Rong Yuan's underlings pointed ahead to the swirling dust and, seeing the shadowy figure within, said in astonishment, Hey, Rong Go, what is that?
Could it be that the captain and the others have returned?
Upon hearing this, Rong Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned his gaze outside. The next moment, his expression changed drastically, his eyes narrowing as he sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations and shouted, Enemy attack!
Bang!
As soon as Rong Yuan finished speaking, the gate of the stronghold was shattered in an instant by an uninvited guest in the most brutal manner. He and his underlings were blasted into the air, and as they landed, they finally got a good look at the true identity of their attacker. Before them was a giant snake covered in fiery red scales.
They couldn't understand how, after so many years on the mountain, they were encountering a magical beast invading their stronghold for the first time.
Put! Before Rong Yuan and the others guarding the gate could run away, they were instantly flattened into pancakes by the descending tail of the red-scaled snake.
What's happening?
Many of the mercenaries inside the stronghold rushed in at the sound. When they saw the broken gate and their comrades being killed, they instantly grabbed their weapons and charged at their attacker.
How dare a magical beast invade our stronghold? Kill this beast. Kill. Based on the memories in the mind of the snake tiger, this is its lair. Tai Tu, Dao Go have come to avenge you.
As a large number of mercenaries rushed in, Li remained completely calm. He flicked his forked tongue, his eyes filled with a chilling killing intent. His purpose for coming here was clear, to slaughter the base.
Kill. Puff, puff, puff. Aw.
Inside the stronghold, the shouts of killing echoed non-stop, mixed with the cries of the wounded, blood splattering everywhere, even staining the Blood Tiger Mercenary Group's flag. In just 1 hour, the mercenary group, which had originally numbered over 100 cultivators, was wiped out completely. The once beautiful courtyard of the stronghold had now turned into a hellish battlefield, with corpses strewn everywhere and rivers of blood. Today was supposed to be an ordinary day, but for those in the Blood Tiger Mercenary Group's lair, it felt like the apocalypse had descended.
We have no enmity or grudge with you, why must you slaughter us?
In the main courtyard of the stronghold, a middle-aged man with a goatee was terrified, sitting on the ground as he looked at the dismembered limbs around him, then turned to the red-scaled demon snake, his voice trembling, his eyes full of fear.
I know you can understand human speech, sir.
I am the deputy leader, Chi Hu, of the Blood Tiger Mercenary Group.
What do you want?
As long as our group has it, I can hand it over, I just ask that you spare my life.
Because in his view, Li at this moment was like a demon returning from hell.
As a level tier 2 innate stage expert, Chi Hu had completely lost his imposing presence as a powerful man, replaced instead by an overwhelming fear and a desperation to survive. He was terrified that this bloodthirsty and cruel red-scaled demon snake would kill with no more remorse than one would when harvesting wheat. As Li effortlessly broke the mercenary's tail, he turned to face the paralyzed red tiger on the ground, revealing a chilling smile.
Is this what a tier 2 innate stage powerhouse looks like? Scared to this extent? The red tiger dared not speak. Although he was also a strong individual who had crawled out of a pile of corpses, it was his first time encountering such a bloody scene, and he had lost all courage to fight. He just wanted to survive. When a person steps into a certain kind of despair, what arises more is fear and a desire to live. At that moment, Lee slowly advanced to the side of the red tiger, while his serpent body silently sealed off all possible escape routes. He realized the other party was genuinely terrified, not pretending at all, and he flicked his tongue to gauge the opponent, speaking in a flat tone. I have a question for you. If you answer correctly and satisfy my curiosity, I will let you go. How about that? Upon hearing there was a chance to survive, the red tiger's eyes brightened. He knelt on the ground and respectfully replied, My lord, please ask. Whatever the red tiger, no, I will not hide. Seeing the other party so obedient, Lee continued to flick his icy tongue, gently exhaling as he looked at the red tiger, his voice calm. I'm curious, when you kill a person or slay a beast, what do you think the other party feels at that moment? Ha! The red tiger was taken aback, having considered everything he knew, but he never thought the other party would ask such a question. He looked at the snake eyes that were as large as lanterns, his body trembling uncontrollably, and horrified he said, I don't know. Put. In the next second, the snake tiger's eyes froze, pupils dilating as his body was pierced from below by the sharp red scale tail. The sound of his skull shattering echoed as the tail's tip broke through. Actually, I don't know either, which is why I want to see what you think when I am killing you, Lee said, slowly bringing his snake head closer to the red tiger's side, speaking in a faint tone. From the very beginning, he never intended to spare anyone here, because in Lee's eyes, everyone here was guilty. And at this point, the red tiger was completely dead, unable to respond to the previous questions. His body had been entirely pierced from below to above, yet his limbs were still convulsing violently due to some nerves that hadn't completely died, finally settling down after a few seconds. Ding! Host kills a Tier 2 innate stage human of level 4, EXP plus 2000, evolution points plus 20. Feeling the increase in his EXP, Lee pulled his tail out of the red tiger's body and vigorously flicked it to scatter the murky blood. Lee scanned the surroundings and then directed his gaze to the other side, asking, Xiaohei, how's it going over there? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Xiaohei not far off, using his paws to cover his head, looking pale as he glanced this way. Lee looked at the little guy's confusing actions and expressions, his face slightly bizarre, and couldn't help but ask in surprise, What are you doing? Chapter 79, Unlocking Hidden Main Quest. Little Black looked at the ghastly demise of Red Tiger, his small face trembling wildly, and his complexion changed. Even for the Little Black One, notorious for its vicious lineage of the Blood Moon, it couldn't even come close to doing what Lee could. Especially when it recalled how Lee had pierced straight through from beneath to the head with a single sweep, just like threading a needle. The smoothness of the action sent a chill down its spine. Lee looked at the Little Black One in surprise and asked, What are you doing? And no. It's nothing, I just feel a bit dizzy. The Little Black One quickly shook its head and said, And also, Brother Dao, why does your attack method look so familiar? Why does it resemble my ultimate fatal poking claws so much? Hearing this, Lee glanced at the Little Black One and said, Be more confident. Just drop the doubt, it's your ultimate fatal poking claws. I have a passive ability that allows me to learn others' ultimate skills, so you'll get used to it from now on. But Brother Dao, that active skill isn't used like that. Upon hearing this, the Little Black One grinned slightly, putting on an awkward yet polite smile, and complained, I'm the one who should poke the enemy's backside, and yet you just went ahead and pierced through them completely. Lee shot a meaningful glance at the Little Black One and said, To cut grass, you must uproot it. If you don't poke deep enough, what if the enemy manages a desperate counterattack before dying? Wouldn't you be finished? And you can consider this a strengthened version of the ultimate fatal poking claws. Isn't it tastier if you poke deeper? Remember this, throughout history, only deep can win hearts. Listening to Lee's earnest words, the Little Black One seemed to fall into a state of enlightenment, feeling as if its mind had been awakened, and after pondering carefully, it quietly nodded. What Brother Dao said actually makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, among the pile of bodies in the distance, a blood-soaked figure was stealthily moving, having pretended to be dead all along. Hiss!
This guy took advantage of Lee and the little black one's inattention, slowly shifting his body, but unexpectedly got snagged by a belt on a corpse. The sound of his clothes ripping suddenly echoed. Lee and the little black one's sensing abilities were remarkably advanced. They looked at the startled figure in silence.
Run!
As a member of the Blood Tiger Mercenary Corps, this guy knew that his team had already been wiped out. Staying here would mean death. Since he had been discovered, he channeled all his mana into his feet and dashed away.
Although this man was running fast, he couldn't outrun the dark shadow of a beast pursuing him. Where do you think you're going?
The little black one leaped repeatedly until it got behind the fleeing man, sounding innocent, but to the man's ears, it felt like the voice of a devil.
To join your brothers, haha.
The little black one didn't give the guy a chance to respond. Its right claw suddenly lunged out, the violent force sharpening the claws even more, and in the next second, it viciously gouged into the man's back.
Ah!
Receiving a full-on hit from the ultimate fatal poking claws, the fleeing man let out a desperate scream before meeting his end.
Whoosh!
After killing the last escapee, the little black one flashed back with a flourish, proudly landing beside Lee, and with a triumphant look said, "Now that's the authentic ultimate fatal poking claws." As it spoke, it coolly licked its claw that had just used the active skill. This scene made Lee's facial muscles twitch. Oh my goodness. However, in the next second, the little black one's triumphant expression suddenly turned strange, then shifted colors, and it couldn't help but start gagging. Yuck, 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 why does this guy's blood smell so bad?
It's so disgusting.
Lee's body trembled. He stifled the urge to laugh, gently tapped the little black one's small head with his tail, and said exasperatedly, "Kid, don't do that next time." The little black one rubbed its little claws on the ground vigorously, trying to wipe away the disgusting blood, feeling wronged as it said, "Brother Dao, why didn't you stop me?" Lee rolled his eyes, feeling that this guy was hopeless in some respects.
After such a small episode, the atmosphere lightened considerably.
Lee looked around and sensed that, besides himself and the little black one, there were no other life signs, so he slightly lifted his head and let out a breath.
Tai 2.
Brother Dao has avenged you completely. You can truly rest in peace in the heavens.
Ding.
The host's hidden main quest has been unlocked. Please check it at your convenience. In the next second, the prompt from the evolution system echoed in his mind, and Lee finally remembered. Lightly nodding, he said, "Open the status panel."
Ding. Opening the status panel for the host. Host, Lee. Race, Monster Faction. Current status, Crimson Flame Serpent 2nd Evolution.
Passive, Swift Shadow, Charm, Perfect Fire Control. Active skill, Lightning Strike max level, Shattering Tooth max level, Blazing Flame max level, Ultimate Fatal Poking Claws max level. Tier, Level 4, Tier 2 innate stage. Physical defense, comparable to Level 9, Tier 2 innate stage.
Special profession, Alchemist, no rank yet.
Alchemist basics, Alchemy max level. Alchemist active skill, 9 Dragon Mystic Fire technique level increases with the rank of Alchemist. Each level up can control an additional type of flame, theoretically allowing control over up to 9 types. The more flames controlled, the better the alchemy efficiency and success rate. The host's original Crimson Flame and the acquired Black Skyfire cannot activate the 9 Dragon Mystic Fire technique. Please keep up the effort.
Flame control count, Crimson Flame, Black Skyfire.
Prescription, various quantities. If the host needs it, they can search the system's prescription database.
Evolution points, 6200. EXP, 2080-8066. Hidden main quest, Memory Fragment Reconstruction, completion 20%.
The host originally came from the origin world but descended for special reasons. Only after the host completes the 3rd evolution can the subsequent details be unlocked. For level Tier 2 innate stage, the active skill I learned by stealth, along with the black flame fire I obtained from the little black, has all been replicated.
Not too bad.
Lee looked at his attributes panel and felt somewhat satisfied.
However, when he looked at the hidden main quest line unlocked at the bottom, his expression froze slightly. Is that it? Just this one line?
Lee gazed at the introduction of the main quest, unable to hold back a roll of his eyes, constantly complaining to himself.
What do you mean my memory reconstruction is only 20% complete? And I can't check the rest until I reach Tier 3 evolution? Ding. Host, there's no need to be surprised. This is the main quest determined by the system.
The host only needs to follow the prompts to survive and grow stronger to unlock all memory fragments, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Lee shook his head slightly and then closed the system interface, thinking to himself, it's fine. I'm bound to become the strongest, eventually unlocking my memories is just a matter of time. Knife brother, where are we going now? Little Black happily asked, landing atop Lee's head again. At that moment, Lee shifted his gaze and casually glanced at the commander's loft where the snake tiger lived, a slight smirk rising at the corners of his mouth. As they say, heroes don't go empty-handed. Since we've come this far, we definitely need to gain something useful. Chapter 80, The Dark Door Appears. Creak. The door to the Blood Tiger Mercenary Corps leader's loft opened, and a snake and a beast walked right in. The ordinary decor, combined with the style of all redwood furnishings, emitted a subtle, ancient fragrance. Inside the loft, there were no upstairs steps, it was an entirely hollow layer of living space. Surrounding it were bookshelves filled with neatly arranged books, yet they held no reference value. There was also a huge chair draped with tiger skin, clearly large enough for several people, imposing and luxurious in scale. It was obvious this was the place where the leader, the snake tiger, normally sat. As for other items, a large tea table with several chairs, though a bit empty, still conveyed a sense of leisurely elegance. This place didn't seem like a bloodthirsty lair of a snake tiger, it resembled a fragrant sanctuary of some human poets. Such a contrast made Lee feel a bit surprised. Knife brother, the books here are all in human script, but there are none of the techniques and active skills you mentioned, or any other treasures. Little Black busily bounced around, quickly checking all the bookshelves. Overall, there didn't seem to be any valuable treasures. How can a leader's dwelling be so poor? Lee casually sat back on the snake tiger's tigerskin chair, looking around at the loft's decorations, lost in thought. This shouldn't be, such a powerful mercenary group doesn't even have any treasures? No money either? Lee frowned at the remark. He scanned the surroundings without missing any corners, attempting to uncover the truth. After a moment, Lee sighed helplessly and said, it seems this guy must not have placed the treasures out in the open but hidden them somewhere not easily found. Back when I killed the snake tiger, I only swallowed the memory of its lair's coordinates, ignoring everything else. Sigh, I miscalculated. Little Black then obediently returned to Lee's head, propping its little paws on its chin, boredly asking, Knife brother, what should we do now? Lee didn't respond to the query. His tail gently stroked his chin, pondering, unable to identify any leads. Finally, he slammed down on the armrest of the chair beside him, his expression vicious. Humph. This guy is lucky. I had planned to take all that bastard snake tiger's wealth. Since he is dead, those treasures remain a mystery. Let us go. Lee stood up to leave, but the next moment, he suddenly heard the sound of gears moving. He jerked his head around to look at the chair he had been leaning against. He saw that the enormous chair began to shift as if driven by the gears. The armrest slowly lowered, and then the chair expanded like a flower blooming. Roar! Meanwhile, the whole loft started moving as if connected. The surrounding bookshelves slowly merged into two bookshelves, revealing a hidden door at the spot where they once stood. The mechanism stopped, and everything returned to calm. The snake and the beast looked at the dark door that appeared on the wall. Little Black's eyes lit up, exclaiming, Knife brother, there's a hidden door here. Definitely that bastard snake tiger's treasure place inside. Let us go take a look. Lee looked at the dark door and smiled. This guy shows some intelligence after all, knowing that the treasures can't be placed in plain sight. Saying this, he suddenly swung his red-scaled snaketail like a diamond cannon, instantly smashing through the stone-built dark door, revealing a dark passage ahead. Whoosh! As if sensing the turbulence in the air, the walls of the dark passage suddenly ignited with flames. These were specially made air candles that only ignited when air currents flowed, providing excellent illumination. Knife brother, there must be good stuff inside. I can smell it, Little Black joyfully remarked, gazing at the brightly lit hidden passage. Let us go in and see what good things are hidden in there. Lee said with a smirk, moving his body and bringing Little Black along into the dark door. In the blink of an eye, their figures gradually disappeared into the dark passage. Chapter 81, The Soul Burial Stone.
Knife brother, I smell it, the good stuff is getting closer. In the secret passage, Little Black stood on top of Lee's head, pointing ahead excitedly and saying, "And there's a lot of it, looks like this place has plenty of treasures." Lee nodded slightly at this, trusting Little Black quite a bit. After all, it was known as a treasure seeker, and if it said there were good things, there surely were. The length of the secret passage wasn't very deep, and the two of them quickly arrived at a spacious and bright area. "This is..." Lee stared at the dazzling shelves lined with various gold, silver, and jewels, momentarily stunned. "This guy has so much stock?" Not to mention the numerous gold coins piled on the floor. Although this space was small, only about 20 square meters, the items here were incredibly valuable. "It seems all the savings of the Blood Tiger Mercenary Corps are right here." "Huh, Brother Dao, so many great things, we're going to get rich." Little Black looked at the shiny treasures, leaped down, and quickly darted to one side, diving into the pile of gold coins, looking utterly satisfied. "Ah, so much." Seeing Little Black so excited, Lee shook his head and smiled. He looked around and found that although the gold and silver jewels on the shelves were of decent value, they couldn't be considered treasures. "Little Black, you said you smelled the aura of treasures, where are they?" Lee asked. "Brother Dao, look. The treasures are here." Little Black transformed into a shadow and suddenly dashed into a hidden compartment, prompting Lee to follow. When he opened the hidden compartment's door, it revealed a special cold storage space, roughly the size of a cabinet. Looking at the overflowing contents, Lee's mouth twitched slightly, his expression was strange. "Little Black, is this what you call a treasure?" Inside the hidden compartment were various types of meat frozen with special techniques. These were the legs, spines, and ribs of unknown demon beasts. There were also large bones, all covered in meat. "Yes, Brother Dao, with so much meat, can't it be considered a treasure? There's spirit sheep meat, roast turkey meat, and vegetarian beef bone sticks, too much to count." Little Black hugged a frozen large bone stick, affectionately rubbing against it, and was extremely satisfied. "With so much meat to roast, this is just too blissful." "You glutton." Lee glanced at him and shook his head, thinking there might be some real treasures around. Lee turned to another direction, no longer paying attention to Little Black, who was busily stuffing meat into his storage space. When he arrived at the shelf of gold and silver jewels, he quickly picked up a glimmering gem with his tail, examined it carefully, not sensing any other fluctuations, and then tossed it into the system's storage space. "These are just ordinary jewels, albeit valuable." "Well, even if these are somewhat valuable, when I transform into human form to mingle in the human world, it's good to have a bit for emergencies. As the saying goes, even a fly, no matter how small, is still meat." Lee loaded all the gold and silver jewels into the system's storage space, including all the gold coins piled on the ground. After a while, Lee and Little Black quickly cleared the area in a whirlwind. "Brother Dao, I just calculated, this meat will be enough for us to roast for a long time." Little Black chuckled, his big eyes shimmering with excitement. For him, he had completely been won over by Lee's roasted meat. "All right, when we have the time, let us roast some meat." Lee levitated up, placing Little Black on his head. Just as he was about to leave, his tail accidentally knocked over a shelf. It was just an ordinary shelf that got knocked, not much to it, but it seemed to have hit a certain spot on the floor, triggering something, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lee stepped back a bit upon seeing this. The floor where he stood began to open outward, revealing a stone platform that slowly rose, quickly coming into view before him and Little Black. On the irate stone platform, there was only a jade box, yet it exuded a sense of oppressive and sinister presence. Lee looked at the jade box, wanting to feel deeper through it, but he only sensed that something seemed to be sealed inside. "Brother Dao, inside this, it must be a treasure." Little Black looked at the stone platform. Although he seemed a bit on edge, he still whispered cautiously, "But the feeling I get from what's inside is somewhat terrifying." Since it could invoke a sense of fear in Little Black, Lee also became serious. He examined the jade box and noticed a piece of paper beneath it. The paper read, "Capture the target and sacrifice it to me, and you shall gain endless wealth and glory. This soul burial stone is a down payment, Je Protector." Looking at the content on the paper, Lee glanced again at the contents of the jade box. He didn't rush to open it but asked Little Black on top of his head, "Do you know what the soul burial stone is?"
Upon hearing this, Little Black pondered for a moment and then shook his head slightly, saying, "I'm ashamed my heritage memories don't have any records of the soul burial stone."
Lee was somewhat surprised and turned to ask the system in his mind, "System, do you know what the soul burial stone is?" Ding!
In response to the host, the soul burial stone is a special product of the ancient continent known for its extreme cruelty, rare in number, mysterious in origin, and possesses cursing power. It is a treasure used to forge tools.
Ding!
The soul burial stone is a cursed gemstone that, when embedded in a weapon, causes the attacked party to suffer a blood curse. It is an ominous item.
Ding!
Possessing such a treasure as the soul burial stone, its background is either strong or prosperous. With the host's current strength, it is impossible to contend with.
So can I open this jade box now? Lee inquired within his mind. Ding!
The host's soul power is very strong, but your willpower needs to be tested.
It is advised that the host does not open it yet. When the host needs it in the future, it can be taken out then. It will affect the mind of the weak at best, they will go mad, and at worst, they will take their own lives. The meaning of the evolution system was very clear. The stronger the mana level, the better immunity to the negative effects brought by the soul burial stone. Listening to the system, Lee directly tossed the jade box into the storage space, then looked at the content of the note, thought simply for a moment, and suddenly realized, "I understand." What did Brother Dao understand? Little Black asked curiously.
"I know why this Blood Tiger mercenary corps wants to capture you. It seems they have someone pulling the strings behind them."
Lee looked at the words on the note, Guardian Yen, and analyzed, "It seems he wants to capture you. I have long been puzzled how can such a small mercenary corps easily recognize Haitian Zhao. It seems there are other people involved.
Moreover, the person who can provide the Snake Tiger Soul Stone is definitely not an ordinary person, because this item is not something an average person is qualified to possess. It seems that the forces behind the people wanting to capture you are definitely significant."
Listening to Lee's analysis, Xiao He scratched his little head and lamented, "Who have I offended? Why does everyone want to capture me?" "It's because you're too precious. You are the ancient beast, Haitian Zhao," Lee said with a smirk. "No problem, anyone who wants to capture you must ask me first.
Since we have the goods now, let's leave right away to avoid any mishaps." Xiao He climbed onto Lee's head, feeling an unprecedented sense of safety, and grinned, "Hee, Knife Brother is the best.
Little flatterer."
In the secret passage, the two left, chatting and laughing, their figures quickly disappearing into the passage. Hours later, inside the lifeless Blood Tiger mercenary corps stronghold, a foul wind swept through, and the stronghold, filled with corpses, resembled a hellish battlefield where even the blood had dried up. The only constant was the multitude of lifeless bodies. At that moment, several beams of black light descended from the sky, the light dissipating, revealing 5 figures in black robes. Among them, 4 wore white masks adorned with unique patterns, their oppressive black robes making them difficult to approach. "Reporting to the Guardian, it seems we've arrived late," said one of the masked men, his voice hoarse as he looked at the central figure with respect. Listening to his subordinates' reports, the leading figure in black robes stepped forward. He looked at the many corpses that had been dead for some time, saying nothing, but his black eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. No one knew what expression was on his face at that moment. His mask was clearly different from the other 4, being purple in color, and coupled with the respect shown by the others, it was evident that this person was the leader.
Chapter 82, First Alchemy Failure.
The wind swept over the Blood Tiger mercenary corps stronghold, stirring up a wave of foul air. Here, it was eerily silent, like hell on earth, with an alarming number of corpses in sight. At the top of the courtyard's attic stood a figure in a black robe wearing a purple mask, quietly observing. Whoosh! At that time, the previously scattered 4 black-robed figures quickly gathered, kneeling on one knee. One of them respectfully said, "Return to you, Guardian, the Snake Tiger is missing, and everyone here is dead." The subordinates suspect that the guy has already been killed outside and his stronghold has been slaughtered, perhaps because he offended someone. Listening to his subordinate's answer, the figure in the purple mask gazed into the distance, the strong wind causing the edges of his black robe to sway, leaving no one knowing what he was thinking. The kneeling subordinates exchanged glances, while the black-robed man who had reported earlier once again clasped his hands and said, "Guardian, the soul stone is gone, and the snake tiger's treasury has been looted. It seems to be the work of forces from Tianguan City. The soul burial stone has been stolen. Hearing this, the man in the purple mask finally spoke. He looked at his subordinates and said indifferently, "Those guys in Tianguan City don't have the guts to touch the snake tiger. They know we exist." Indeed, what the protector said is correct. "I was reckless," the cloaked figure quickly responded. The man in the purple mask gazed at the corpses in the courtyard and, with a detached voice, said, "Moreover, the slaughter of the people here was not done by humans. Just look at the scars on these bodies." Upon hearing this, the four men stood up and looked towards the corpses in the courtyard, all frozen in shock, exclaiming, "Bite marks? So it was the work of a monster. Could it be that target?" The man in the purple mask raised his hand to signal silence. In the eyes behind his mask, a purple light flickered, and his tone was very cold. "Hee, interesting. Not all of these were killed by the target. There's also a crawling beast. It's likely that the target sent that guy to raid the village and steal the soul burial stone. After all, the bloodline power of Haitian Zhao's snake commander is no joke." As subordinates of the man in the purple mask, the four cloaked figures exchanged glances, listening quietly and not daring to interject. The man in the purple mask then extended his hand, pointing in a certain direction, and said indifferently, "Interesting. It seems this target is smarter than we imagined. But if they think they can take the soul burial stone this easily, they'll need to ask me first. Although a lot of time has passed, they can't escape. We set off now. We must capture the target." "Yes. Protector." The other four cloaked figures cupped their fists in salute and then followed the man in the purple mask as they vanished into the mountains. The silent forest of the absolute dragon tomb. Sizzle. Sizzle. Lee borrowed the black fire from Little Black and ignited a black bonfire in a hidden place. Since it is nighttime, the sounds of beast roars can occasionally be heard within several kilometers, and the black fire resembles the night, making it hard to detect. "Brother Knife, is the meat ready?" Little Black rubbed its small paws, eyeing the roasted thigh bone on the black bonfire, drooling at the corners of its mouth. Clearly drawn in by the delicious food, it transformed into a pure foodie. Lee tore off a piece of the roast meat to taste, then rolled over the thigh bone and handed it to Little Black, who quickly seized it and started feasting. Its eating style was hardly commendable, lacking the imposing presence characteristic of ancient fierce beasts. Due to its intense eating, the little guy even choked for a moment. It pounded its chest vigorously before finally letting out a breath and continued to eat ravenously. "Take it easy, no one is competing with you." Lee looked at Little Black's endearing appearance, feeling both amused and helpless. He realized that since arriving in this ancient and desolate continent, he had been living through thrill and monotony, until Little Black's arrival added a touch of joy to his life. Although the bond between the two makes Lee somewhat unhappy, after spending so many days together, he has come to genuinely like this innocent and carefree Little Black. "Brother Dao, your barbecue is truly amazing." Little Black struggled to swallow the tender barbecued meat in his mouth, satisfied as he said, "My greatest happiness right now is following you, Brother Dao." Lee smiled, "If it's good, you should eat more, and I'll roast more if you need it." That's enough. "Aren't you eating, Brother Dao?" Little Black mumbled as he stuffed his mouth with meat. "I'm not hungry, you eat it." "I will look into some other things," Lee said as he took out a jade slip from the system's storage space, feeling a shiver inside as he sensed the residual aura of Dan Zunfeng Huang. He then turned his gaze towards the moon in the sky, resolutely making up his mind. "Rest assured, teacher, Lee, will definitely work hard to learn alchemy, bringing your unparalleled skills back to the peak of the continent, recognized and remembered by the world." Using his own soul force, Lee carefully opened the jade slip and focused on its contents. Return Condensing Dan, a low-grade first-tier pill. The user can quickly recover from internal and external injuries. Its effects are remarkable, making it a fairly cost-effective low-grade healing pill. Alchemy materials, condensing grass and flowing spirit elixir, alchemy methods. Looking at the contents, Lee slowly closed his eyes, entering a state of learning. Little Black watched Lee so seriously that even eating meat became a stealthy endeavor, afraid to disturb him, displaying much understanding. Who? After a while, Lee took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, with a glint of determination and seriousness not common in ordinary people. He took out some materials from the system's storage space, just enough for concocting the return condensing Dan. Of course, these materials were all obtained from raiding the Blood Tiger mercenary group, and none of them were particularly precious. All the materials are here, but I still need a container for brewing. Lee continued rummaging through the storage space, soon finding a jade vessel. Although it wasn't an alchemy furnace, it was somewhat similar. Can't use the Qianquan Ding, so I'll just make do with this. Lee quickly tossed the ingredients for the return condensing Dan into the jade vessel with his tail. The next moment, Lee unleashed his crimson flame, and the jade vessel was slowly lifted by the flames, hovering in mid-air. Brother Dao is so amazing. Little Black watched as Lee performed what seemed like a magic trick, his big eyes filled with curiosity, as Lee always brought a sudden surprise without noticing. Manipulating the jade vessel according to the alchemical method, Lee's eyes sparkled with light, and with a soft shout, the jade vessel finally shattered under the burning of the crimson flame. Bang! In the next moment, the jade vessel could not withstand the internal and external pressures and ultimately exploded, jade shards flying in all directions. Little Black hurriedly hid behind Lee. Combine! With keen eyes and swift tail, at the moment of the explosion of the jade vessel, Lee caught the pill shape that had formed inside in his tail, as if grasping it in his palm. As the jade vessel exploded, the furious winds that had initially risen gradually calmed down. Little Black cautiously peeked around and, finding nothing amiss, leaped onto Lee's head, looking at the item coiling in his tail, curiously asking, "Brother Dao, how is it?" In the next second, Lee slowly loosened his tail, and the pill shape inside had long since vanished, replaced by powdery residue that scattered in the gentle breeze. At this moment, both were silent. Lee looked at his tail, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, sighed, who knew alchemy would be this hard? Clearly, Lee's first attempt at alchemy ended in failure. Chapter 83, The Unexpected Guest. Second attempt at alchemy. Boom. Third attempt at alchemy. Boom. I'll give you one more chance, the fourth attempt at alchemy. Bang. I refuse to believe it, let's try again. Bang bang. Bang. When the final explosion occurred, both Lee and Little Black were left with darkened faces. Little Black's already dark little face looked even more like charcoal, as he coughed out a few puffs of black smoke, looking at Lee's now charred tail, playfully said, "Brother Dao, this is the 16th time, it should have worked by now." Lee took a deep breath, shook off the black soot from his face, and with the tense atmosphere, slowly opened his tail. Whoosh! The gentle night breeze passed by, and the black residue Lee held in his tail scattered in an instant with the wind, freezing the moment in an awkward silence. My fire control is fine, so why can't I succeed? Lee stared at the alchemical residue remaining in his tail, deep in thought, could it be my tail's fault? Little Black's gaze was calm as he said, "I feel it might not be your tail issue, Brother Knife." After several incense sticks worth of alchemy time, Lee ultimately faced failure. He never expected that alchemy could be so arduous. He thought he could easily become a first-grade alchemist. It turned out he was overestimating himself. By the river, Lee was washing himself together with Little Black. The former looked at his dark tail, a fleeting glimmer passing through his eyes as he sighed. "Forget it, when there's an opportunity in the future, I'll get a better alchemy furnace. It must be because I didn't have the right tools that led to my alchemy failure." Little Black, on the other hand, was excitedly playing in the water, fully engaged, with its eyes fixed tightly on the surface, preparing to pounce. Splash! In the next moment, Little Black moved with impressive speed, a claw piercing straight through a plump fish, proudly lifting it up and cheering, "Brother Knife, look! I caught a big fish. Let us grill it for breakfast." Lost in thought, Lee was pulled back by Little Black's voice. He turned to look at his companion, smiled slightly, and was about to speak. Ding! Host, be careful. High energy reactions detected ahead. The system's alert suddenly echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lee's heart suddenly dropped, and coupled with his instinctual sense of danger, he didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly whipped his tail to pull Little Black back. Bang! With a loud bang, the riverbed where Little Black had been was instantly shattered, the water splashing up several meters high, clear river water mixing with mud, blown dry.
Brother Knife!
Little Black, who was previously unperturbed, suddenly startled when Lee whipped over. Upon looking back at where it had been, it was utterly unrecognizable, startling it into jumping onto Lee's head. Lee's forked tongue flicked out, his eyes flashing with a cold light. As the waves broke apart, 4 figures in black robes appeared on the river's surface.
In the next moment, Lee's eyes narrowed. As he recognized these unexpected guests, he felt an unprecedented sense of urgency and fear.
This feeling was not something he desired, but one that arose from deep within.
Brother Knife, look at what's behind those guys. Little Black also stared at the arrivals, its voice trembling slightly with fear.
Lee fixed his gaze intently on the backs of the 4 black-robed figures, noting that behind them sprouted wings of mana conversion, sending waves of tumultuous feelings through him.
These are mana wings. Ding! Host, retreat.
For formidable enemies from the celestial void realm detected. Upon hearing this, Lee fell silent, simply watching the other party, his brain racing.
As long as you hand over the little guy on your head, I can even promote you to a king among monsters. If you're willing, you could even attain the strength of my subordinates instantly.
Not in a hurry, the purple-masked man continued. I know you can understand human speech, I'll give you a minute to think about it. Such attractive terms, had this been any other monster, they would likely have eagerly presented Little Black. After all, being able to become a celestial void realm expert is a dream and desire of all living beings.
Brother Knife, they're here to capture me. Little Black's fur bristled, its little paws gripping Lee's scales tightly, trembling uncontrollably from the oppressive aura of these unexpected guests. Don't be afraid, I am here. Lee quietly reassured Little Black.
Although the conditions proposed by the purple-masked man were indeed very tempting, he would never hand over Little Black. However, that said, Lee truly didn't expect that Little Black could be so important as to warrant the dispatch of a celestial ascendant realm powerhouse and 4 celestial void realm experts to come after it. Such a powerful lineup could even sweep through the spirit demon mountains. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a minute had passed.
The purple-masked man, standing in midair, looked at the fiery red-scaled fire snake ahead and smiled gently. Have you made up your mind? Will you obediently hand over the black heaven lamp on your head?
I will still strike you down into nothingness and take the black sky away.
Chapter 84, Protector of the Elders. Make your choice, my patience is limited.
On the riverbed where the current has ceased, the man in the purple mask stood suspended in the air, looking down at Lee and Xiao He with a detached voice, as if he didn't regard them at all. After all, he was a powerful figure at the heavenly connection level. If he wanted to kill Lee, he could simply do it with a thought. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Lee did not respond to the other person, but his brain was racing, searching for a countermeasure.
Xiao He stood on top of Lee's head, gazing at the several powerful figures in black robes ahead, and whispered, Brother Dao, just hand me over, I don't want you to die.
Upon hearing this, Lee slightly raised his head. He looked at the 5 overwhelming figures in black robes and smiled in the end.
Little fool, do you think that if I hand you over, they would really let me go?
As soon as the words fell, the purple-masked man suddenly exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect you could speak human language. Seems like you're not so simple after all.
That's boring. I originally wanted to toy with you. You bunch of big bad guys, I'll go with you, just let Brother Dao go.
Xiao He roared. Lee felt warmth in his heart and looked at the purple-masked man, saying calmly, Who are you exactly, keeping such a low profile?
This is not the demeanor of someone at the heavenly connection level, right? You even know I have the strength of the heavenly connection level?
The purple-masked man was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and shook his head, saying, That's surprising. Since you want to know, I'll tell you, I am the protector of the elders. From now on, not only that black sky must go with us, but you also have to return with me. I want to see what kind of rare beast you are that even I have overlooked.
Hearing this, Lee furrowed his brows and said, So, today you definitely won't let us go, no matter what.
At the same time, he was quite astonished. It turns out that the protector of the elders who gave the snake tiger the soul-burying stone was actually here. So there was actually a powerful figure at the heavenly connection level backing the snake tiger. You're right, but there are no rewards, and since you killed the snake tiger, you can forget about leaving. The protector of the elders nodded slightly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations.
Bang!
In the next moment, Lee's body, originally 4 to 5 meters, suddenly transformed into 30 meters tall, and his massive red scaled tail slammed down onto the riverbed, creating a violent shockwave that lifted the surface dozens of meters high, rushing towards the protector of the elders with the force of landslides.
Oomph, overestimating yourself.
Faced with the seemingly fierce assault on the surface, one of the black-robed men wearing a white mask scoffed dismissively, raising his right hand to make a stopping gesture, and vast amounts of mana materialized from above, instantly shattering the dozens of meters high surface. As dust flew and faded away, the river had multiple breaks, and the 5 black-robed figures stood above the river, but Lee and Xiaohei were no longer there.
Ha, still no to find cover to escape, this is interesting.
The protector of the elders chuckled lightly, then pointed in the direction where Li and Xiaohei had vanished, saying indifferently,
"They both must be alive."
"Yes, protector." After the 4 black-robed figures received their orders, they flapped their wings behind them and chased after the direction that Li had fled. On the ravaged riverbank, the protector of the elders extended his pale, slender right hand. As he clenched his fist, the originally destroyed riverbank instantly returned to its former state, and all the overturned surface was restored, incredibly remarkable. Having finished all this, the protector of the elders looked ahead and smiled faintly. "I enjoy the game of cat and mouse. I hope you can give me some surprises, otherwise, it would be boring." Whoosh! In the forest of the Absolute Dragon Tomb, Li, having restored to a 4 to 5 meter long serpentine form, was frantically fleeing with Xiaohei. Following the continuous guidance of the evolutionary system, he tried to take as complex and bumpy a route as possible. Only this way could they possibly shake off their pursuers, although Li knew it was merely a possibility. After all, the gap in strength between both sides was too vast. No one would believe that a mere Tier 2 innate stage Crimson Flame refiner, carrying a peak Tier 1 acquired stage Black Sky, could evade pursuit from figures at the Heavenly Connection level or even those at the Heavenly Unity level. Xiaohei firmly grasped the scales on Li's head, occasionally turning to look back, and said anxiously, "Brother Dao, I have a feeling our chances this time are slim.
Otherwise, you should leave me behind and escape. They want me."
"Less talking nonsense. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you." In contrast, Li roared with authority, causing Xiaohei to be too afraid to speak more, but deep down, it had completely come to view Li with familial affection.
Xiaohei seemed to have made a certain decision. It gritted its teeth and said seriously, "Brother Dao, I have a way that might help us escape."
"I have a method too, but let me use mine first. Your method is merely about forcefully boosting your power." Li glanced back occasionally and said, "Your method has tremendous side effects, and I can't let you gamble your life."
Xiaohei looked at Li in surprise, asking, "Brother Dao, do you know what method I'm referring to?"
"Less talking nonsense, just stay quietly on my head." Li huffed impatiently, continuing to dart through the forest at top speed. Having the evolutionary system at his disposal, he was quite aware of Xiaohei's Black Sky identity and knew what the other party was referring to. Although it could temporarily help them survive the crisis, Li did not want Xiaohei to endure the painful price.
Boom!
At the same time, Li felt that his body seemed to be slightly uncontrollable, as if an overwhelming force was crashing down in front of him, cutting off the escape route for both him and Xiaohei.
Do you still think you can escape in front of us?"
Meanwhile, a deep, cold chuckle came from behind. Hearing this, Li turned to look back and found that there were only 4 pursuers, all of whom were at the celestial void realm level, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. At least that guy from the heavenly boundary didn't follow.
There might still be a chance. Bang!
In the next moment, the direction Li was heading suddenly erupted with a thick wall of earth rising several dozen meters high. To his surprise, he could not break through this layer of earthen barrier. Even as he sprinted with all his might, the path ahead was blocked, and he turned to coldly glare at his pursuers. The 4 figures in black robes at the celestial void realm moved forward as if they were in an uninhabited place. Although this area was a forest filled with towering trees and rough paths, these obstacles were nothing more than fleeting clouds to them. With a flip of the hand, they could annihilate. What was once a forest-filled territory was forcibly carved into an open path by these few individuals. Roar! Many powerful beasts disturbed along the way roared in anger, however. Once they sensed the presence of several unbeatable figures, they all quieted down.
Even weaker beasts were stunned into immobility by the overwhelming aura of the celestial void realm. Stay where you are, we won't harm you for now. Don't make it difficult for us, as the Guardian Lord wants you all alive.
Without the Guardian, the one in the strongest white mask among them laughed dismissively. In his eyes, a mere tier 2 and 8 stage Lee was nothing but a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered.
You go first.
Lee saw his pursuers drawing closer and realized he had no time to hesitate. With a swift movement, he coiled his tail around the stunned little black figure, gritted his teeth, and forcefully flung him away, sending him across the earthen wall.
Chapter 85, Cleverly Slaying Celestial Void Realm Powerhouses.
As the little black figure was suddenly thrown, just as it was about to soar over the top of the tall earthen barrier, it looked down at Lee, who was about to confront strong enemies, and couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Brother Knife, how can you do this?"
"Less talk, you go ahead.
I'll catch up with you shortly." Lee did not look back. He had thrown the little black figure to the other side of the earthen wall, ensuring their safety while choosing to stay back and face the 4 formidable celestial void enemies. The little black was thrown by Lee to the other side of the earthen wall, and as soon as it landed, it began fiercely striking the wall with its claws, trying to break through. However, the powerful active skills released by the celestial void experts were beyond what its paltry tier 1 acquired stage mana could compare to.
Ultimately, the result was that the little black could do nothing. It hadn't even considered escaping.
The little creature pressed its head against the wall, trying to burrow through, but fatigue overcame it as it collapsed on the ground, constantly mumbling,
"Brother Dao."
Whoosh! At the same time the little black was flung towards the tall earthen barrier. The 4 celestial void realm black-robed powerhouses followed closely behind. They flapped their spiritual wings, gazing down at Lee, whose escape route was blocked by the earthen wall. The strongest among them, the white-masked man, stepped forward, his voice calm.
"Are you really sacrificing yourself to survive for your companions? You've made me look at you in a new light."
Lee snorted coldly and retorted dismissively, "Does being more powerful make one more verbose?" Upon hearing this, the 3 celestial void black-robed figures standing slightly behind exchanged glances, saying nothing. In contrast, the advancing black-robed figure let out a loud laugh, filled with scorn.
Being mocked by a mere beast, what an interesting twist.
He shook his head slightly, then extended his pale, thin right hand, slowly forming a fist as he coldly remarked, "Though the Guardian Lord commands that you cannot die, it is permissible for me to maim you.
Remember the name of the human who maims you, Chaos Sorcerer."
Roar! As the Chaos Sorcerer tightened his right hand into a fist, an imperceptibly powerful mana enveloped Lee in an instant. The surrounding soil seemed to be infused with a soul, and a large amount of dirt gathered and compressed, instantly wrapping around Lee's body tightly. Squeak, squeak! Surrounded and compressed by dirt, Lee felt the terrifying pressure coming from within. His body was being continuously squeezed and deformed, the overwhelming force causing him to sustain multiple injuries. The Chaos Sorcerer looked at Lee, who was wrapped in dirt and had no strength to resist, and sneered, "A mere tier 2 and 8 stage beast, and yet the Guardian Lord has taken a liking to you. You must indeed be lucky. However, just because you're lucky doesn't mean you won't endure the torture of pain. Enjoy my burial of thick soil, but I won't truly bury you, ha ha ha." Lee endured the sneering laughter from the Chaos Sorcerer, clenching his teeth as he withstood the crushing force from the solidified earth. The strength of a celestial void realm powerhouse was truly difficult to resist.
"Try my solid earth spikes."
Suddenly, the Chaos Sorcerer's clenched right hand opened, leaving only the index and middle fingers, which he then curled slightly. Puff, puff, puff. Lee's eyes narrowed suddenly. Several sharp, spike-like objects pierced into his body, thrust forth by the compressed earth. Those spikes were crafted from the earth itself.
Combined with the Chaos Sorcerer's mana, they easily pierced through his serpentine body.
Although the outer surface of the earthen ball revealed no signs, with only Lee's snake head and tail protruding, inside the ball, numerous soil spikes had pierced through his body, causing blood to lightly seep into the earth. After being pierced by the soil spikes, Lee sagged his head, appearing lifeless.
"Weren't you running just fine a moment ago? Why can't you now?"
The Chaos Sorcerer laughed mockingly at the sight, withdrawing the soil spikes and sensing Lee's weak aura, sneering, "Let me see what else you can do." However, everything seemed to respond to the words of the Chaos Sorcerer. Lee, who had originally been coiled around by the concrete sphere, abruptly raised his head, a chilling purple gold light flashing in his eyes, causing even the concrete sphere surrounding him to tremble uneasily. Seeing this, the Chaos Sorcerer frowned. As he gazed into Lee's serpent-like eyes gleaming with purple gold light, he felt an inexplicable sense of urgency surging within him. The Guardian didn't let you kill me, truly a misguided decision. In contrast, as Lee stared at the Chaos Sorcerer, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he mocked with a cold smirk. "Then let's have a little showdown." Bang! In the next second, the massive concrete sphere that had confined Lee's body shattered as a wave of purple gold light burst forth, its overwhelming force instantly enveloping everything. Overestimating yourselves. Although the Chaos Sorcerer was surprised to see his blocking active skill broken, he still sneered as he waved his hand, a layer of brown-yellow mana coating it, clashing against the destructive purple gold light. Boom! At the moment when the destructive purple gold light collided violently with the mighty force of the concrete, the shockwave generated by the battle surged forth like a dragon crossing a river, spreading outward to devour everything. "With your kind of power, you think you can contend with me?" The Chaos Sorcerer scoffed, eager to end this dull battle, but suddenly his expression changed. However, all of this was far from over. In that explosive wave of destructive purple gold light, it was as if a furious purple dragon soared in the sky, locking its gaze on the Chaos Sorcerer. In the next moment, the sorcerer couldn't even react and was instantly engulfed by the chaotic force of the purple gold light. In the split second before the Chaos Sorcerer was consumed, he seemed to see a terrifying scene that struck fear into his heart. That was Lee's bright red scales, now adorned with a purple gold hue, his eyes radiating a fierce and destructive glow. At this moment, all of Lee's power combined with the blood he had lost reactivated the divine blood, and he roared, "Abyssal Dragon God, finish him!" Awah! The phantom of the Abyssal Dragon God let out a long roar, summoning massive waves of destructive purple gold light that instantly enveloped and devoured the unprepared Chaos Sorcerer. In just an instant, the Chaos Sorcerer was disintegrated by the purple gold light. He didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated. A powerful being who could establish a clan in the ancient continent met an inexplicable end. Ultimately, the Chaos Sorcerer was too careless. He never imagined that Lee still had such a trump card hidden away. This was the fundamental cause of his demise. Ding! Host has killed a level 3 Celestial Realm human, EXP plus 70,000, evolution points plus 139. Ding! Since the host's evolution points do not meet the conditions, the third stage evolution and tier upgrade cannot be performed. Any excess EXP will continue to accumulate. In the midst of chaos, the evolution system's prompt rang in Lee's mind, and his attributes received a significant boost in an instant. Chaos Sorcerer. The other 3 sorcerers were horrified at the turn of events. They quickly formed seals with their hands, and 3 terrifying beams of mana, 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 purple, surged forth with overwhelming force directed at the phantom of the Abyssal Dragon God. Awah! The phantom of the Abyssal Dragon God looked down upon the 3 beams, once again enveloping them in purple gold light, clashing with the 3 formidable streams of celestial realm mana. Hiss, hiss. When the 3 dominant mana streams violently collided with the purple gold light, they quickly pierced through it with a force that could crumble mountains. Having learned from the fate of the Chaos Sorcerer, these 3 celestial realm sorcerers went all out. However, this time, luck did not favor Lee. The illusion of the Celestial Dragon was activated through his divine blood and could only launch one effective absolute attack. This second attempt evidently had no effect. The moment the illusion of the Celestial Dragon was shattered by the 3 sorcerers, Lee couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His serpentine body flew backwards, crashing violently against the earthen wall before collapsing, his form reverting back to that of the blazing red serpent. But he didn't suffer any fatal injuries, as the earlier death of the Chaos Sorcerer had given Lee some leeway. Yet even so, he was out of strength to fight back, as the power of his bloodline was depleted, needing time to regenerate. Destroy him! Avenging the Chaos Sorcerer. Seeing that Lee was unable to move, the other 3 sorcerers rushed in furiously, their figures flashing as they unleashed 3 torrents of mana to crush him.
Chapter 86, Earth Dragon Bear. If we can't kill this creature, then let us incapacitate him and avenge the Chaos Sorcerer. Seeing their leader killed by Lee's clever counterattack, the three sorcerers were filled with rage. Learning from the fate of the Chaos Sorcerer, they acted with caution, stepping back somewhat before simultaneously delivering 3 powerful mana palm strikes to suppress him. 3 torrents of mana came crashing down with the might of heaven and earth, causing the surrounding space to become turbulent and violent. The howling hurricane tore apart the vegetation in an instant. This was the true power of Celestial Realm experts. In the end, Lee was still outmatched in terms of mana level. Watching the 3 massive palm prints descending from above, he ignored the system's frantic alarm notifications, slowly closing his eyes, feeling an inner peace. Little Hay should have escaped to a safe place by now. I have held off for quite a long time. At this moment, Lee had no more hopes. His strongest trump card had already been revealed. Even in his last moments, he took the arrogant demon prince as a shield, which was enough pride. Bang! Roar! Just when things were extremely urgent, the earthen wall behind Lee was violently shattered in a brutal manner. A massive shadow of a ferocious beast broke through, exuding a wildly oppressive aura that was unstoppable. Bang bang bang! The imposing black beast shadow flapped its increasingly robust wings, launching a flurry of dark blades that instantly obliterated the marks of the 3 sorcerers. Hearing that familiar roar, Lee suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at the enormous beast shadow in front of him and angrily said, "Didn't I tell you to run? Why are you back?" As the black beast shadow dissipated, a gigantic little black stared fiercely, its hard and thick tail swung out like a spear, creating a powerful wind that struck the 3 sorcerers, knocking them back. Lee was also astonished to see the little black repel the 3 sorcerers with one strike, although he had no idea how they had boosted their strength. But at this moment, the aura fluctuations of the little black were undoubtedly on par with a heavenly void realm expert. At this time, the little black was already about 30 zhang in size, like a small mountain, firmly protecting Lee behind it. "Brother Knife, I'll carry you away." The little black took advantage of the attack's opening, placing Lee on its neck, then began to clear a path in the most brutal and primitive way. Any obstacles along the way were crushed beneath the little black's Qilin claws. The 3 sorcerers stabilized themselves, and one of them looked at the black Tianzhao fleeing in the distance, his masked face twitching as he shouted, "That beast's furious form lasts for a short while, let's chase after it." "Exactly, if it gets away, the demon prince will die for nothing." The other 2 sorcerers nodded and began to flap their wings, pursuing Lee and the little black's escape direction. Bang bang! In the massive Abyssal Dragon Forest, the thunderous sound of trampling was deafening, as the little black bulldozed through like a giant bulldozer, crushing everything in its path. Lee, clinging to the little black, felt his energy waning, as his body went into a frantic blood production mode. But even so, it would take some time. Lee looked at the road ahead, then glanced at the little black, which was many times larger than him, and weakly said, "Is this the method you were talking about? Won't you suffer any side effects from doing this?" "Don't worry, Brother Knife. I'm the ferocious beast Black Tianzhao. A short period of rage won't affect my training, I just need a period of recuperation after the rage." The little black replied while forging ahead. "You think you can kill the demon prince and still escape? Leave that to me." At that moment, an angry roar echoed from behind, followed by the descent of a massive hammer, crashing down with unstoppable force. If that hammer were to hit the little black, Lee would instantly be turned into a meat pancake. Sensing the danger, the little black flipped over, shielding Lee in its embrace, using its sturdy back to endure the violent impact of the hammer, with a loud crack of breaking bones making it roar in pain. The 3 sorcerers seemed to have predicted that the little black would desperately protect Lee, which is why they chose to unleash the spiritual weapon hammer. The outcome was indeed as expected. Having lost its balance, the little black and Lee were sent flying forward at the same time. Due to inertia, they scraped long trails on the ground before coming to a halt. Lee hurried to the now tiny little black's side, looking at the poor little guy who was constantly coughing blood and covered in scratches. "Little Black, how are you?" He felt his voice tremble because he knew that without the little black's earlier defense, he would have perished under that hammer. "Brother Knife, you need to run." I. The little black's breath was very weak, continuously coughing blood. Although it wouldn't kill him,
it was severely injured and unable to move freely.
Li's eyes widened in fury upon hearing this.
He suddenly turned around, standing in front of the little black, and shouted at the three sorcerers floating nearby, "Just you wait. If I, Li, get the chance to escape, I will definitely tear you all apart."
"Ha, even at a time like this, you're still thinking about revenge?
Take care of yourself first." One of the sorcerers scoffed dismissively, his right hand suddenly swinging out, once again unleashing the spiritual weapon hammer. The sorcerer's plan was simple: to ensure that Li and the little black would be just as incapacitated, unable to move on their own. As Li watched the spiritual hammer growing larger as it approached in the sorcerer's hand, he knew he could dodge it, but he wouldn't, because right behind him was the little black.
Ding! This system is powerless to help. The blood of the Abyssal Dragon God cannot be reactivated.
Good luck, host. At this moment, the evolution system also fell into silence, as if it, like Li, was awaiting the judgment of the hammer's suppression.
Humph! 3 little brats, dare to touch the young master?
In this dire moment, a deep and disdainful voice sounded from elsewhere, as the unstoppable hammer was grasped by a massive black hand. Li looked at the hammer less than 10 meters in front of him, gripped by a large hand covered in black fur. Following the thick black arm, his eyes suddenly widened, and his heart sank. Standing behind Li and the little black was a beast with the head of a bear and dragon horns. The mocking voices of the 3 demon magicians abruptly stopped when they saw the towering beast shadow that protected Li.
They couldn't help but scream, "This is impossible! Why is a mighty earth dragon bear appearing in this mere dragon-esque grave? Quick, retreat! Hurry and report to the Guardian Lord!"
The 3 demon magicians were like ghosts when they saw the shadow of the dragon horn bear, losing any thoughts they had about Li and the little black one. Their spiritual wings trembled wildly as they fled at the fastest pace. These 3 were strong enough to walk unchallenged in the realm of Tianshu, yet upon seeing the figure of this dragon horn bear, they fled in panic like lost dogs.
It's clear just how terrifying this giant beast named Earth Dragon Bear is. Chapter 87, The Beast Recognizes Its Brother.
The Earth Dragon Bear crushed the spiritual weapon, the fierce hammer, with one paw, gazing in the direction of the 3 frantic demon magicians. Then, it took a deep breath, puffing out its chest, and let out a furious roar that echoed throughout the forest.
Roar! The shockwave from the Earth Dragon Bear's roar cleared a wide gully ahead.
The 3 demon magicians, although quick to escape, were still knocked back, spitting blood as it trickled from under their masks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet even so, these 3 magicians, who had previously pushed Li to a corner, fled frantically without daring to look back.
They directly experienced what it meant for the wheel of fortune to turn. 3 powerful beings in the Tianshu realm appeared so feeble before the suddenly emerging Earth Dragon Bear. Just how formidable must it truly be?
With the danger gone, Li turned to face the colossal bear, a wave of indescribable weakness surging up through him, and ultimately, he collapsed helplessly. Just before falling, Li vaguely saw Little Black being carefully protected by the Earth Dragon Bear, a slight smile tugging at his lips.
Thankfully, it seems I've been saved.
Due to severe exhaustion, he finally closed his weary eyelids and fainted, feeling a sense of complete relief. Above the river, Guardian Jie stood with his hands behind his back, listening to the serious report from the 3 demon magicians. A cold glint flashed beneath his purple mask.
"Oh? You didn't capture the target, nor the snake, and lost the life of a mad magician?"
Guardian Jie, upon hearing this, looked at the disheveled 3 magicians, his voice chillingly cold. The 3 demon magicians exchanged glances. One of them mustered the courage to kneel on one knee and respectfully said, reporting to the Guardian Lord, that snake possesses the bloodline power of an ancient divine beast, and the mad magician was defeated by that bloodline power. Squeak, squeak. Before the magician could finish speaking, he suddenly felt difficulty in breathing. When he realized what was happening, he discovered his neck was already in the grasp of Guardian Jie. Moreover, as Guardian Jie tightened his grip with his right hand, the magician felt his breathing becoming increasingly labored, his eyes filled with terror.
Guardian Lord?
Crack. However, it seems that the Guardian didn't want to hear the other party's reason. With a quick twist of his hand, he instantly broke the other's neck, leaving this poor powerful figure from the heavenly void realm to die at the hands of his own. The fierce guardian tossed the corpses of his subordinates away like garbage, not even bothering to look at them. This person is a powerful figure of the heavenly void realm, revered by many strong factions, yet in the eyes of the fierce guardian, he is worth nothing. Master Guardian, we truly tried our best. The other two remaining magic envoys, seeing this, immediately knelt in midair, trembling with fear as they said, "We almost succeeded, but the Earth Dragon Bear suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and we were totally outmatched and could only retreat. We hope Master Guardian will spare us, we just need a moment to recover, and then we can go catch the target." Seeing his partner ruthlessly eliminated, the two were completely terrified at this moment. They were even more afraid to face their own master than the Earth Dragon Bear. The fierce guardian looked at his kneeling subordinates, his brow furrowing beneath the purple mask as he exclaimed, "The Earth Dragon Bear? This little broken place actually has an Earth Dragon Bear?" As a super strong being at the heavenly void realm, he naturally understood what the term Earth Dragon Bear meant. Looking at the two subordinates kneeling before him who didn't dare to utter a sound, his voice returned to calmness as he said, "Alright, I won't blame you for this, you can go back first. With the Earth Dragon Bear around, if you two go back, it's just sending yourselves to your deaths. Next time, I'll personally go catch that pair of beasts." Upon hearing this, the two magic envoys were extremely excited. They respectfully bowed to the fierce guardian and then flapped their spirit wings, disappearing. The fierce guardian remained standing above the river, listening to the sound of the flowing water. A hint of something unnoticeable flickered in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. When Lee suddenly opened his eyes, he looked at the strange rock walls around him and realized he was in a cave, rubbing his heavy head with his snake tail. "I've overused the bloodline power of the Abyssal Dragon God, I need to be more careful next time." Thinking this, Lee suddenly recalled his previous encounters, glancing around and spotting a black-haired fierce beast the size of a small mountain. Facing away from him, he knew that it was the one that saved him and Xiao He. The fierce beast that saved them, according to the fleeing magic envoys, was an Earth Dragon Bear. Ding! Host, be careful, a 3-level heavenly void realm monster, the Earth Dragon Bear, has been detected ahead. The system prompted. Though Lee was mentally prepared, when he learned that this Earth Dragon Bear was as strong as the mysterious fierce guardian, he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. It's no wonder that the several magic envoys fled in a panic upon seeing this giant. The power disparity was too great. Xiao He. At this moment, Lee was very worried about Xiao He's condition. It had sustained quite a bit of injury while protecting him. "Shoo, young master is resting, don't disturb him." The burly black-haired fierce beast raised a finger, gesturing for Lee to be quiet. Lee nodded. He quietly approached the Earth Dragon Bear, looking at the black light cocoon ahead in astonishment, saying, "Is this Xiao He?" The Earth Dragon Bear nodded, its deep voice still excited. "The young master is in a critical stage of breakthrough, do not disturb him." Breakthrough? Upon hearing this, Lee instantly understood. He chose to keep his mouth shut, watching the black light cocoon which pulsed like a breath, a huge rock in his heart finally settling. As long as Xiao He was alright, he felt much more relaxed. Time ticked by, and Lee looked at the Earth Dragon Bear beside him, unable to resist asking, "Excuse me, senior, what is your relationship with Xiao He?" Upon hearing this, the Earth Dragon Bear opened its eyes and looked at the black light cocoon, its gaze filled with admiration as it elaborated, "I, as a member of the Earth Dragon Bear tribe, am a subordinate clan of the ancient Dark Sunday. The young master's father is my master. Before my master passed away, he entrusted me to take good care of the young master. But once, during a battle with an enemy, I was careless at that time. The young master was still in egg form. I merely gave a few instructions but forgot to seal the cave entrance, resulting in the young master flying out on his own. It took me a long time to sense the young master's presence before finding him." The Earth Dragon Bear seemed less fierce than those titans like the Titan ape, but its mature and restrained aura was even more intimidating. Listening to the Earth Dragon Bear's explanation, Lee secretly envied Xiao He. Having such a background is advantageous. Even a close protector is a heavenly void realm monster. Such treatment is not something ordinary people possess. Moreover, to have a heavenly void realm monster willingly become a subordinate shows the overwhelming significance of the Dark Sun clan behind Xiao He. The young master communicated everything about you to me while you were in your coma. Thank you for taking good care of him all this time, Brother Dao. The Earth Dragon Bear clasped its black furry hands in respect.
Li was stunned upon hearing this. He felt he must have misheard and exclaimed, "Brother Dao? If I heard correctly, just now you were calling me Brother Dao?" Chapter 88, The Demon Temple. Li looked at the Earth Dragon Bear in shock. Clasping its fists toward him, he swallowed hard, feeling a bit dry in his throat, saying, "You just called me Brother Dao?" "There's no need to be surprised, Brother Dao, this is the young master's order." The Earth Dragon Bear shook its head. It bore no ill feelings towards acknowledging a Tier 2 and 8 stage monster as its elder brother and added, "But in my heart, the young master is always first and foremost, and only then comes Brother Dao." Listening to the Earth Dragon Bear's nonchalant response, Li felt a sharp pang in his heart. It was hard for anyone to remain calm in this situation. Who would have thought? He just wanted to grow alongside Xiao He, yet unexpectedly gained a subordinate of Heavenly Void Realm level. Such an unexpected windfall is comparable to the inheritance of the alchemist Feng Emperor. The Earth Dragon Bear glanced at the dazed Li, about to speak, "Brother Dao? My name is Li, just call me by my name, Senior, you really don't have to be so formal." Li cleared his throat, finding it a bit hard to bear. On the other hand, the Earth Dragon Bear shook his head and said, "Brother Dao doesn't have to worry about this. If you really feel uncomfortable, just call me Uncle Xiong like the young master does." Uncle Xiong? Upon hearing this familiar yet strange term, Li was startled and looked up at the big guy in surprise, saying, "So Uncle Xiong mentioned by Little Black before is actually you?" "That's right, it's me," the Earth Dragon Bear nodded. Li took a deep breath, looking at the still changing black light cocoon ahead, and asked, "Where are we right now?" The Earth Dragon Bear replied, in response to Brother Dao, "This is my home, the original Celestial Mountain." Original. Li's eyes widened, feeling both amused and helpless inside. This original Celestial Mountain is marked in red on the Magic Beast Mountain range map provided by the evolution system as one of the forbidden areas. I didn't expect the original Celestial Mountain to actually be the territory of the Earth Dragon Bear. Original Celestial Mountain. Li mumbled, then suddenly thought of something and asked the Earth Dragon Bear beside him, "Are we very close to Kunlun's Sacred Mountain?" Because he remembered that these two places were not far apart on the map. The Earth Dragon Bear nodded and said, "Kunlun's Sacred Mountain is right next door. If you look east out of the cave, you will see it." Li felt a moment of joy. There are always some coincidences in this world. He had been secretly troubled about how to choose a safe route to Kunlun's Sacred Mountain, and now he was almost at the doorstep. "Uncle Xiong, how do you compare with the Kunlun Snake King? Who's stronger?" Li asked. He needed to weigh his options. If the Kunlun Snake King wasn't stronger than the Earth Dragon Bear, wouldn't the transformation grass be easy to obtain? Kunlun Snake King? Upon hearing this, the Earth Dragon Bear furrowed its brow, pondered seriously, and replied, "Although it also belongs to the Celestial Realm, I estimate that one flick of its tail could knock me out. After all, I'm just estimating, I haven't tested it personally. I'm afraid I'd end up knocking myself out. They're both in the Celestial Realm, yet the power difference is so vast?" Li was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Glancing at the indifferently brushed-off response, his facial muscles twitched slightly. This guy really has an explosively good mindset. "Brother Dao, why are you asking all this?" The Earth Dragon Bear looked at him curiously and asked, "Could it be that you have business at Kunlun's Sacred Mountain?" "Well, there's a bit of personal business, but I intended to trouble you." "Forget it," Li shook his head and sighed. He originally wanted this big guy to help him get a transformation grass, but seeing the trend, it's definitely not going to happen. Brother Dao doesn't have to worry. The Kunlun Snake King is one of the guardians of the Magic Beast Mountain range. It's still quite friendly towards our monster faction, especially towards younger generations like Brother Dao who have ancient bloodlines. "It takes care of us quite well," said the Earth Dragon Bear. Li's eyes brightened at this. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the Earth Dragon Bear continued, "However, the Snake King has one flaw. It is okay with everything except for anyone daring to touch that thing called transformation grass, or they'll be slapped to death by its tail." He. Li laughed wryly in silence. It's said that the stronger the individual, the weirder their temper. It turns out to be true. A mere transformation grass, for the Kunlun Snake King, is like chewing gum, yet it guards this item so tightly no one else can match. Noticing Li's obvious disappointment, the Earth Dragon Bear exclaimed, "Brother Dao, you're not planning to covet the transformation grass from Kunlun's sacred mountain, are you?" Li took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, saying, "That's right, I must have that transformation grass." The Earth Dragon Bear looked at him with a face full of exasperation, lowering its head to look at Li, who was only 5 meters long, and said helplessly, "This really isn't doable. Transformation grass is a taboo item of Kunlun's sacred mountain, and the Snake King doesn't allow any magical beasts to transform and go into the human world. This is a strict rule of the Magic Beast Mountain range. As for whether other areas of the monster faction have such rules, I'm not sure. I haven't left the Magic Beast Mountain range since I was born." Li frowned tightly. He was worried that such a thing would happen, and looking at it now, it was obviously very tricky to obtain the transformation grass easily. "By the way, how did you encounter people from the Demon Hall?" The Earth Dragon Bear then changed the subject and asked. "Demon Hall?" Li was stunned upon hearing this, looking up at the big guy and asking, "Are you saying that the ones who captured me in Little Black are from a force called the Demon Hall?" The Demon Hall is a scourge of the entire continent. They are insidious, mysterious, and their whereabouts are bizarre. No one knows where their headquarters is. I don't know much about these guys, except that they always target those with special bloodlines among the monster faction. The Earth Dragon Bear shook its head slightly and said, "Brother Dao, there's a secret you have to keep confidential for me to tell you." Seeing how serious it was, Li nodded seriously in return, saying, "Go ahead, Uncle Xiong, I'll keep your secret." The Earth Dragon Bear took a deep breath, looking at the still changing black light cocoon ahead. A flash of ferocity and hatred crossed its eyes, and it said in a low voice, "The young master's parents, who are my masters, were taken away by people from the Demon Hall. To this day, their whereabouts are still unknown." Upon hearing this, Li frowned tightly, looking at Little Black inside the light cocoon, feeling a strange surge of anger in his heart. I didn't expect this force called the Demon Temple specializes in capturing monster factions' special bloodline monsters. It's truly despicable. Uncle Bear, what do the people from the Demon Temple want with the special bloodline monsters from the monster faction? Li said in a deep voice. The Earth Dragon Bear shook his head and said, "To be honest, I want to know what that group is really up to even more than you do. Even the Snake King probably doesn't know." Li rubbed his chin with his tail, pretending to be deep in thought while actually communicating with the system. "System, do you know about the Demon Temple in the ancient continent?" Ding. Responding to the host, the Demon Temple is the most mysterious organization in the ancient continent. I'm not sure who they really are either. The evolution system didn't provide a satisfactory answer, making the Demon Temple seem even more shrouded in mystery. "Brother Dao, were you being hunted down continuously, or was it sudden?" the Earth Dragon Bear asked. Upon hearing this, Li raised his head to look at the other person and said, "We encountered them midway, and before that, Shelby and I had never come across anyone from the Demon Temple, so I don't know how they found our trail." Encountered midway? The Earth Dragon Bear frowned upon hearing this and said, "Brother Dao, think back carefully. Before they captured you, did you or the young master have any peculiar or strange items? Or items related to the people from the Demon Temple?" Hearing this, Li finally realized he took out the jade box containing the soul burial stones from his storage space with his tail and wondered, could it be that the items here are causing trouble? Chapter 89, Erasing the Mark. The moment the jade box containing the soul burial stones appeared, the surrounding space seemed to respond to some kind of bloodthirsty aura fluctuation. The invisible, fierce emotions began to quietly permeate the air. Although this influence was inconsequential to the Earth Dragon Bear, it still frowned slightly. The Earth Dragon Bear took the jade box from Li's tail, examined it carefully, then sighed, nodding, "This is it. That so-called protector from the Demon Temple found you through this jade box." As it spoke, it used mana to levitate the jade box in mid-air, gently brushing its left palm over the box and then gripping it through the air. Crack! The jade box, which had been emanating a faint fierce fluctuation, gradually quieted down under the Earth Dragon Bear's control. Eventually, some kind of rune appeared on it, which then shattered. Li watched silently. When he saw the broken and disintegrating runes, he understood and murmured, "It seems this rune is what led that protector to know my whereabouts."
As the hidden rune on the jade box was destroyed by the Earth Dragon Bear, in a dark area of another part of the original Tongtian mountain, the protector, who had been meditating in the hall, suddenly raised his head, his eyes beneath the mask flashing with purple light. The protector stood up and approached the hall's window, looking in a certain direction, and coldly snorted, dissatisfied, "Humph, have I been discovered? It's likely that the Earth Dragon Bear erased the marking rune. Those two beasts are just lucky." The protector spoke indifferently, then sneered, "But that's what makes it interesting. I hope when we meet again, you won't disappoint this protector." Inside the vast and enormous cave, the Earth Dragon Bear handed the processed jade box back to Li, saying, "It's safe now. That guy from the Demon Temple won't know the whereabouts of you and the young master anymore." Li took the jade box with his tail and placed it back in his storage space, saying solemnly, "Thank you, Uncle Bear. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have known that this protector still had a trick up his sleeve." The Earth Dragon Bear waved his hand, not caring about this matter, but focused on the black light cocoon in front. As the guardian of Shelwy, it was naturally crucial to ensure Shelwy's safety. Li saw this and said nothing more, instead choosing to turn and walk toward the cave entrance. "System, open the attribute panel," Li commanded as he walked. Ding! Opening the attribute panel for the host. Host, Li. Race, Monster Faction. Current status, Crimson Flame Serpent 2nd Evolution. Passive, Swift Shadow, Charm, Perfect Fire Control. Active skill, Lightning Strike max level, Shattering Tooth max level, Blazing Flame max level, Ultimate Fatal Poking Claws max level. Tier, level 9, tier 2 innate stage peak. Physical defense, level 9, tier 2 innate stage peak. Special profession, alchemist, no rank yet. Alchemist basics, alchemy max level. Alchemist active skill, 9 Dragon Mystic Fire technique level increases with the rank of alchemist. Each level up can control an additional type of flame, theoretically allowing control over up to 9 types. The more flames controlled, the better the alchemy efficiency and success rate. The host's original Crimson Flame and the acquired Black Skyfire cannot activate the 9 Dragon Mystic Fire technique. Please keep up the effort. Flame control count, Crimson Flame, Black Skyfire. Prescription, various quantities. If the host needs it, they can search the system's prescription database. Evolution points, 199,200. EXP, 3008090,100. Hidden main quest, Memory Fragment Reconstruction, completion 20%. The host originally came from the origin world but descended for special reasons. Only after the host completes the 3rd evolution can the subsequent details be unlocked. Level 9 tier 2 innate stage peak, just one step away from advancing to the 2E realm. Evolution points 199? Are you stalling me again? Li said with a frown, too lazy to argue with this guy. Huff. As he got closer to the cave entrance, the wind blowing in became increasingly fierce. Li squinted against the gale and moved forward, and when he stepped out of the cave, he gazed at the scenery before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. He was now positioned halfway up the primitive Tongtian mountain, so when he looked down at the scene below, he was surrounded by an endless expanse of primeval forest. The surrounding primeval forest was eerily silent, seemingly devoid of any ferocious beasts. Perhaps it was because this was the territory of the Earth Dragon Bear. Li examined the map provided by the system and pondered. The realm of the primitive Tongtian mountain is located in the core area of the Demon God mountain range, and other regions are also inhabited by high-level demon beasts. He closed the map and gazed into the distance, naturally spotting what the Earth Dragon Bear referred to as the neighboring mountain. The endless snow-covered divine mountain loomed before him, imparting a majestic and overwhelming presence. 100 birds circled and danced at the foot of the mountain. Even the powerful demon beasts that passed by would bow their heads in respect, paying homage to the divine mountain. The Kunlun divine mountain was beset by fierce winds and snow, its peak surrounded by an unidentifiable halo, a majesty that dwarfed all surrounding mountains, far beyond what the primitive Tongtian mountain could boast. The peak of the primitive Tongtian mountain could already be described as towering into the clouds. However, it still paled in comparison to the distant Kunlun divine mountain. Moreover, there dwelled a ferocious beast that even the Earth Dragon Bear feared. Li looked at the vast snow-capped mountain area, about half a day's journey from here, and sighed, "This is Kunlun divine mountain, it truly is magnificent." Chapter 90,
first rank body refinement pill.
Inside the cave, the Earth Dragon Bear remained quietly by the side of the little black creature undergoing its breakthrough. It watched as the black cocoon had reached the later stages, sensing the Tier 2 and 8 stage mana fluctuations gradually emanating from within. The Earth Dragon Bear nodded slightly, a faint smile creeping onto its face. It seemed that the little black creature's growth made it happier than enhancing its own strength.
Uncle Bear. At the same time, Lee returned to the cave, quietly moving in, and softly asked, "Uncle Bear, do you have a human alchemy furnace or alchemy cauldron?"
Alchemy? The Earth Dragon Bear was taken aback by his words, gently tapping its thick finger against the back of its head, then smashing its right fist against its left palm, nodding. "I remember now, there is indeed a cauldron. This cauldron belonged to a troublesome guy who had offended me here, and I ended up eating him, but I couldn't use the cauldron, so it has just been gathering dust here." Saying this, the Earth Dragon Bear waved its large hand through the space, and then retrieved a bronze cauldron, taller than a person, from its storage space and set it before Lee, astonished. "Brother Knife, are you planning to use this for alchemy?
Are you an alchemist?"
Seeing the astonished look of the Earth Dragon Bear, Lee gently stroked the bronze cauldron with his tail, chuckling. "I can't really call myself an alchemist. I was fortunate enough to inherit some teachings from a human elder and have only recently learned the art of alchemy. Right now, I have some free time, so I intend to practice a bit."
"Brother Knife, you actually learned the art of alchemy?"
The Earth Dragon Bear's eyes widened. It lowered its massive body to get a closer look at Lee, saying excitedly, "Brother Knife, this means you could become an alchemist for the monster faction." Lee nodded, and seeing how excited the huge bear was, he laughed wryly. "Uncle Bear, it's just being an alchemist. You're a powerful being in the Tongtian realm. Why are you making such a big deal out of it?"
"You don't understand, Brother Knife."
The Earth Dragon Bear shook its head, repeatedly sighing. "Being an alchemist is a talent unique to humans. Although there are alchemists in the monster faction, they all learned it. No one is a natural-born alchemist, and the number of alchemists in the Demon God mountain range is exceptionally rare.
A demon beast that can refine pills is like a treasure to the entire monster faction.
If Brother Knife can become a powerful alchemist, it would be a significant contribution to the Demon God mountain range." Upon hearing this, Lee finally realized that alchemists were indeed too scarce within the monster faction. After all, it required sufficient fire control skills, a level of intelligence uncommon in ordinary demon beasts, along with immense spiritual power, and so on. Only after meeting these conditions could one possibly become a highly respected alchemist on the continent. Of course, he naturally possessed some of these so-called conditions inherently, while the others would be handed over to the evolution system. "I'm going to practice some pill making, Uncle Bear, you get busy," Lee said without further ado, directly rolling up the bronze cauldron and preparing to sweep out of the cave. The Earth Dragon Bear looked in the direction where Lee had disappeared, then turned to glance at the black cocoon that had transformed from the little black creature, its eyes flickering with brightness, and it sighed. "Young master, you are truly lucky to have met Brother Knife."
Time passed unnoticed, and 3 days soon went by.
As the first rays of morning sunlight shone on the primitive Tongtian mountain inside the cave, the black cocoon that the little black creature had transformed into had ceased moving. Crack! Gradually, cracks began to appear on the surface of the black cocoon, and then these cracks spread out like a spider web, resembling the shape of a broken egg. At that moment, a pitch-black Qilin claw burst through the black cocoon. At the cave entrance, Lee placed the alchemy cauldron before him, feeling the gradually forming shape of the pill within, occasionally using flames conjured from his tail to toss into the cauldron to maintain the heat. These 3 days were spent without leaving his spot. He could have finished refining pills in a day, but he chose not to do so.
Because he wants to gain more EXP and insights, this way his foundation in alchemy will be more solid.
"Brother Knife." Suddenly, Lee's neck was wrapped by 2 small Qilin claws. Without even looking, he knew who it was and said with a smile, "Are you healed?" "Not only did I recover, but I also managed to break through to the peak of 9 level Tier 2 and 8 stage. Shall we?" said proudly.
Lee raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "Don't you ferocious beasts have an upgrading process?"
"You jumped directly from level 1 Tier 1 acquired stage to level 2 Tier 2 and 8 stage.
I am the authentic descendant of the Black Demon bloodline.
I represent the tough points of breakthrough stages, but once I succeed, I will reach the pinnacle of Tier." Little Black grinned widely, flaunting his advantages.
Li shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. Truly, what a ridiculous situation. While some reach their peak, who do we even talk to about this? Little Black climbed onto Li's head and grinned, saying, Uncle Xiong just told me that if I encounter those demon envoys from the demon hall again, in my berserk state, I could even kill one. You are the ancient ferocious beast, Black Tianzhao. Those little ants in the demon hall are no match for you. Li chuckled, gently patting Little Black's head with his tail, praising him. Little Black affectionately rubbed against Li's head, its big, adorable eyes gazing at the bronze cauldron, and exclaimed, Brother Dao, are you preparing to refine pills again? We're already in the final stage, Li nodded. Roar! At that moment, a deep growl, resembling that of a beast, emanated from the bronze cauldron, marking the final and crucial step of the alchemical process. During the process of refining the pill, there could be instances where the pill furnace might explode again. However, this time it was different. Li now had a complete alchemical furnace and no longer needed to use his tail as a furnace. Consequently, the success rate would naturally increase significantly. Hush! With a soft call from Li, the tail suddenly swung towards the bronze cauldron. As the soul power was injected, the previously restless little Danchick began to calm down gradually. Bang! As the lid of the bronze cauldron shattered, Li, with quick reflexes, managed to grasp the soaring light orb in his tail. Li placed the tail in front of him, slowly opened it, and felt the rich aroma of the medicine gradually wafting out. Looking at the pale yellow, radiant pill, a faint smile played on his lips. The Supreme Body Refining Pill. This time, I finally succeeded. It seems the reason I failed to refine the core before was due to the alchemical equipment used. Wow! Xiao He was there to lighten the mood on the former's head, shouting, Brother Dao is amazing. Li was at a loss whether to laugh or cry upon hearing this, and immediately threw the body refining pill to Xiao He, saying, Eat this, it will help you refine your body and solidify your essence. Brother Dao, is this for me? Aren't you going to eat it? Little Black stared at the soothing body pill with wide eyes and couldn't help but ask. Li laughed and said, it won't do me any good if I eat it, so you go ahead. Little Black was deeply moved as he took the body-enhancing elixir. After hesitating for a moment, he swallowed it directly, showing a heartfelt trust in Li. In the next moment, Xiao He's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he jumped down, ready to run into the cave. Chapter 91, Capturing Another Little Brother Thanks to the Barbecue. Faced with this situation, Li turned around in surprise and asked, What's wrong? It's nothing, I just feel like I can break through again. Wait for me a few days, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Xiao He dashed into the cave. Li stood at the cave entrance, utterly astonished. His facial muscles twitched, and in the end, he exclaimed in shock, Truly, without comparison, there is no harm. He had an evolution system, which, while allowing for constant upgrades, required the accumulation of experience points and evolution points. But Xiao Wei is even more impressive. Once he breaks through to the next level, he will reach the peak. Li looked at the bronze cauldron in front of him and murmured softly, Why do I feel like Xiao Wei's bloodline power is even more monstrous than mine? Ding! Please don't be discouraged, host. This is merely a coincidence. Although the passive skill of Black Sun is simplified and does not show the upgrade process, it appears very powerful. However, as time goes on, their breakthroughs become increasingly difficult, and once they reach a certain level, a failure in a breakthrough during a solar eclipse means direct death, with no chance of recovery. Looking at the bloodline power of the Abyssal Dragon God, it has no side effects, and it can be said without hesitation that it can far surpass the heavenly illumination bloodline. The system's sound system comes alive, as if it were cheering Li on. Li took a deep breath and then focused his attention on the alchemy cauldron, planning. Little Black's breakthrough this time is to the two-instrument realm, and it's probably impossible without at least a week or two. Just taking advantage of this free time, I'll thoroughly study alchemy techniques and strive to stabilize at the first-tier alchemist level. The plan was set, and Li was a determined fighter who got straight to work. Before long, flames reignited in the cauldron, and after a while, the essence of the pill gradually spread out. The original Tongtian Mountain, being one of the forbidden areas of the Demon God mountain range, rarely sees human footprints. As for the demon beasts,
They were quite wary of the Earth Dragon Bear, but the latter didn't like to leave its cave, so it always tacitly allowed many monsters to inhabit the area around the primitive Tongtian mountain. However, when Li and the others arrived, the Earth Dragon Bear issued a special warning to other beast tribes during Little Black's breakthrough phase, considering the safety of both Li and Little Black. After all, the monsters that dared to inhabit the area around the advancement were not weak at all. Special warnings were still necessary, because just one of them could easily crush Li and Xiaohei.
Primal Jungle.
As a huge thicket surrounding the primal Tongtian mountain, Li and Little Black were standing opposite each other in a clearing in the jungle. The two were separated by a distance of more than 10 meters, both sides' gazes were fierce, as if they were in a standoff. Li restored his massive 30-meter-long snake body, flicked his snake tongue, and looked at the imposing black sky shutter in front of him, which could transform into a full 40 meters. He chuckled maliciously, saying, "Little Black, don't think that just because you broke through to the peak of the two-instrument realm in the past half-month, you can overshadow me. And my head is not made of clay. You better put all your strength into it." Hearing this, Little Black began to prepare for digging, looking playfully at Li, and said with a smirk, "Brother Knife, do your best, I guarantee you will be satisfied."
Bang!
In the next moment, Li took the initiative, using his tail to slap the ground and, with a burst of power, lunged forward with incredible speed. Even with his massive 30-meter body, it didn't affect his attack speed at all.
He.
Seeing this, Xiaohei grinned mischievously, using its qilin claws to dig into the ground and burst out like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, aiming to catch and kill Li, who was pouncing. "Brother Knife, your attacks are completely within my blockade." Little Black ridiculed, having broken through to the peak of the 9th level 2 instruments realm after half a month. His confidence had increased significantly. Especially now, looking at Li's attacking style, it seems full of flaws.
"Oh? Is that so?" Li smiled and said nothing.
He continued his assault, while a large, Earth Dragon Bear, about 4 to 5 meters in size, calmly observed from a distance, saying nothing. The two were getting closer and closer, and Little Black felt confident about winning. With a wicked grin, it quickly extended its claws and immediately reached for Li's snake body. "Hee, Brother Knife, my qilin claw comes equipped with barbed hooks. Once it embeds into your scales, you won't get a chance to turn things around." Seeing the situation, Li still smiled without saying a word, his offensive momentum growing stronger, and it looked as though he was about to attach his enormous black Kirin claw to Xiaohei. Swish! The next second, something incredible happened that made Xiaohei feel astonished. Li's serpent body twisted and changed, quickly wrapping around its Kirin claw and spiraling up along the Kirin arm. The speed was so fast that it didn't give the Little Black any time to react. It originally thought it could catch Li's body. "I actually think I overthought it a bit." Li had already wrapped his sturdy snake body around Little Black's neck and smiled, saying, "Kid, although you're strong, you lack real combat EXP, so without using any active skills, you lose." Little Black stretched out his claws, his face turning pale, overwhelmed, and ultimately had no choice but to keep patting the ground with his claws in submission. Released, Little Black returned to his previous small form and started coughing vigorously. Li also returned to his original length of 5 meters, moved closer, and said with a smile, "Having great power indeed allows you to do as you please, but you must understand that combat skills are also very important. At least at our level of mana, combat skills are still very effective." Little Black pouted, his small claws crossed over his chest, looking very unconvinced, and scoffed, "If I had used the qilin heavenly fire just now, Brother Knife, you would have lost. If you had used the qilin heavenly fire, the young master, Brother Knife, would have been done for." The Earth Dragon Bear watching from the side couldn't help but laugh. Li rubbed Little Black's head with his tail and laughed, "Yeah, if we're comparing active skills, even if we both activate our bloodline powers, I probably still wouldn't be your match. We've fought, how about we go eat barbecue now?" Upon hearing the words barbecue, Little Black's eyes instantly lit up with longing, nodding vigorously and enthusiastically saying, "Let's eat barbecue! Let's eat barbecue!" The Earth Dragon Bear watched as Little Black continuously took out various raw meats from the storage space, and curiously asked, "What's this for?" "What is barbecue?" "Hee, Uncle Bear, you'll find out soon. I guarantee you will love Brother Knife's barbecue," Little Black said with a mysterious smile. Sizzle, sizzle. As the bonfire for the barbecue was set up, a plump piece of thigh meat on the grill was already roasted to a crispy exterior and tender interior, with golden oil dripping from the meat onto the fire, creating a mouth-watering aroma. Lee rolled up a piece of barbecue, took a small bite, and turned to look at the funny sight of a bear and a beast drooling in anticipation, unable to help but chuckle. It should be about done.
Do you both want to try it?
Young master, you go first. The Earth Dragon Bear looked at Little Black beside him and folded his claws in a gesture of respect.
No, Uncle Bear, you go first.
Little Black said seriously. No need for mutual flattery, this one is done too.
Each of you can have a piece of thigh meat.
Lee suppressed his laughter and then threw 2 roasted thigh pieces to the Earth Dragon Bear and Little Black, who both dug in heartily. Although their eating manners were not exactly commendable, it attested to Lee's excellent barbecue skills.
So this is what barbecue is, fatty yet not greasy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This is the first time I've tasted such delicious meat. The flavor is simply incredible.
The Earth Dragon Bear was eating with grease dripping from its mouth, enjoying it immensely, and looked at Lee with excitement, filled with admiration, showing no airs of a powerful being. Uncle Bear, I said it earlier, Brother Knife's barbecue is absolutely unmatched in the Demon God mountain range. Little Black also had grease all over his mouth while praising. The Earth Dragon Bear even bit the bones into pieces and swallowed them, then looked at Lee and solemnly said, Brother Dao, I am truly your little brother.
As long as there's barbecue to eat, feel free to command me.
As long as it's something a little brother can do, I'm willing to go through fire and water for it. Lee listened and couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears inside. After all, he had managed to win over another little brother with barbecue, and this one was quite powerful. The next moment, after pondering for a few seconds, Lee nodded and said, Uncle Bear, I really have something I need your help with.
Chapter 92, Negotiation.
Sure. The Earth Dragon Bear nodded while tearing into the thigh meat. Lee fell silent for a few seconds, looked at the Earth Dragon Bear, and said seriously, Uncle Bear, regarding the shapeshifting grass, I'd like to request you to come out of retirement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei, who was gnawing on meat, paused, as if he had already guessed it, and shifted his gaze to the Earth Dragon Bear.
The atmosphere, which had been cheerful and relaxed, suddenly fell silent.
The Earth Dragon Bear stopped eating and looked at the barbecue in his hand, then stared off into the distance at Kunlun Mountain, lost in thought.
Uncle Bear, there are no outsiders here.
If this is really difficult for you, just say so. Xiao Hei swallowed the meat in his mouth, looked at Lee, and said repeatedly, Brother Dao, this matter might. Before Xiao Hei could finish, Lee raised a finger and promised, Don't worry, Uncle Bear.
As long as I'm Lee here in the Monster God mountain range, you'll have barbecue every meal. Deal.
The Earth Dragon Bear nodded without hesitation, as if they had reached a consensus. Xiao Hei was instantly stunned. He had initially thought that Uncle Bear would refuse, thereby embarrassing Lee, which would create a bad impact. But now it seemed he had overthought it. Then I'll leave this matter in Uncle Bear's hands. Lee's heart was filled with joy as he quickly expressed his gratitude. The Earth Dragon Bear continued to gnaw on the meat, somewhat uncertainly saying, But I can't promise that I will definitely get the shapeshifting grass.
I will do my best.
After all, I've been neighbors with the Snake King for so many years, so I can at least give a bit of face.
Lee nodded repeatedly and said, With Uncle Bear's word, I can rest easy.
With the Earth Dragon Bear's promise, he felt much more at ease. After all, no one understood the situation of Kunlun Mountain better than the Earth Dragon Bear. Once I finish eating, I will get up and fetch the grass, striving to bring it back as soon as possible. The Earth Dragon Bear didn't think much about anything else and continued eating meat.
Lee smiled and nodded, saying, There's no rush on that. As long as we have enough meat, I'll barbecue enough for you today. Xiao Hei, go get some more thigh meat.
I've been experimenting with a new double fire grilling method and intend to give you all a new flavor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei stopped his movements, looking at Lee with a face full of joy, and exclaimed, Brother Dao, you can roast meat with 2 types of flames?
Lee smiled and said, Did you forget?
I have the red flame fire and the black heaven fire I got from you, just wait. The summer sun is always blazing fiercely, even the primitive Tongtian mountain surrounded by the original jungle looks tired and lifeless under the scorching heat of the sun. Especially now that it's in the afternoon, the sun is mercilessly beating down on the earth from a distance, one can even see shimmering waves of heat. Xiaohei lazily sprawled on a huge, cool stone, watching Li, who was still perched on a branch, and said lazily, "Brother Dao, aren't you coming to cool off?" Li turned his head, habitually flicking his tongue like a snake, and said, "I'm not hot at all." He was currently in the form of a red flame snake, naturally full of energy, so he was not afraid of the summer heat. Bang! Bang! In the distance, a low thudding sound gradually approached, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Upon seeing this, Li's eyes lit up. He saw the earth dragon bear approaching, covering its face with its right hand, looking somewhat off emotionally, as if it had suffered some grievances. Li leaped down from the treetop, standing tall and looking at the earth dragon bear with hope, asking, "Uncle Bear, how did it go?" The earth dragon bear glanced at Li, sighed heavily, kept covering its right cheek with its right hand, revealing a self-satisfied smile, and said with grievance, "I'm truly ashamed, Brother Dao, I failed. Not only did I fail to bring back the grass, but I also got slapped." Chapter 93. A more firm belief because of her. That Kunlun Snake King, not only did it not show any respect, it slapped you too? Upon hearing this, Li's eyes widened in anger. What kind of nonsense is this Snake King? The Earth Dragon Bear is also a strong individual in the Tongtian realm. How can it bully its own kind like this? Uncle Bear, that Snake King is also from the Tongtian realm. Why didn't you fight back? Xiaohei frowned, equally discontent. If it weren't for the fact that he was still too weak, he would definitely go find trouble with that Kunlun Snake King. The Earth Dragon Bear looked at the two, and with a hint of grievance said, "To report back to the young master and Brother Dao, yes, I am in the Tongtian realm just like the Kunlun Snake King, but I am only at level 3 of the Tongtian realm, while it is invincible in the Tongtian realm. Even when facing a supreme level 3 enemy, it still has the strength to fight." Supreme? Supreme? Xiaohei was momentarily stunned, speechless. Li could only smile bitterly and shake his head, reassuringly saying, "There's nothing we can do. Although Uncle Bear is at level 3 of the Tongtian realm, that Snake King is invincible in the Tongtian realm. The Tongtian realm has various disparities with each level, not to mention the gap between level 3 of the Tongtian realm and invincible Tongtian. Looking at it this way, the so-called Kunlun Snake King not giving the Earth Dragon Bear any face seems a bit light. Brother Dao, I'm really sorry." The Earth Dragon Bear's face reddened as well, feeling a bit embarrassed for not being able to follow through on the promise. Li shook his head repeatedly, smiling wryly, and said, "Uncle Bear, you've done your best. I'm thinking of other ways. Don't worry, I will remember the roasting meat matter and won't forget it." Upon hearing this, the Earth Dragon Bear felt much more relaxed. It briefly recounted the process to Li before returning to its cave. "Brother Dao, that Snake King also said that it was only because it was me who went today. If it were any other beast, it would have been killed right off. I advise you not to go, that guy is ruthless." This was what the Earth Dragon Bear relayed to Li just before it returned to the cave. Xiaohei bit his lip slightly and asked tentatively, "Brother Dao, do we still need to get that transformation grass?" Hearing this, Li took a deep breath, looked toward the snow-covered Kunlun mountain, and said seriously, "No matter how difficult it is, I must obtain the transformation grass." At night, Li coiled alone like a snake at the entrance of the cave. He felt the cool breeze blowing against him, and as he closed his snake eyes, a faint halo of mana rippled gently like water. The mana fluctuations at the peak of level 9 tier 2 innate stage flowed like rushing river water, both rapid and concentrated. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough evolution points. Otherwise, just with the extra EXP, jumping 2 or 3 levels based on the 2-element stage wouldn't be a problem. By then, Li exited his cultivation state, opened his snake eyes, and gazed down at the primitive jungle around the mountain, then turned his gaze toward the eastern Kunlun mountain. In his resolute eyes, a barely perceptible sheen sparkled. He looked at the snow-capped Kunlun mountain in the east and declared firmly, "Transformation grass, I must have it." Under the calm night sky, Li suddenly recalled everything he had experienced since his journey began, feeling somewhat as if he were in a dream. Reincarnating into a magic trap, accidentally entering the black demon snake's den, successfully killing the snake matriarch and evolving. Encountering the blood tiger mercenary group, infiltrating the lightning scale snake's nest, and obtaining the spirit gathering pearl. By chance meeting Xiaohei, and running into the beautiful golden-haired girl in Dan Zunfeng Huang's tomb, and so on. Thinking of the golden-haired girl, Li felt as if something had imprinted on his heart. His pulse quickened and he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She had long, flowing golden hair that reached her waist, a pair of dazzling and fiery golden eyes, a perfect figure, and with her noble and elegant temperament, she was simply the perfect girl. He had never seen a girl as stunningly beautiful as her, and it felt like she had opened the door to his heart as a dedicated gamer in his previous life. That indescribable feeling made Li even more concerned. Li shook his head inwardly, sighing, I was such a coward back then. Even though I didn't find out where she lived, at least knowing her name would have been good. If I ever got the chance to find her. As soon as he finished speaking, Li suddenly raised his head and focused his gaze back on Kunlun Mountain, feeling that his determination to obtain the transforming grass seemed to strengthen because of her. No, I have to go find her and return the jade pendant. At the very least, I want to know her name. With this thought in mind, Li straightened his body and narrowed his eyes slightly. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. I refuse to believe that with my superb infiltration skills, I can't obtain just a single plant. It was now nighttime, and the surroundings in the forest were even quieter than during the day. Li chose this moment to go after all. During the day, most beasts were awake, while at night they were all resting. So, this was the perfect opportunity for sneaking in to steal the grass. Li calmed his emotions briefly and began to take things seriously because he knew he was about to face a situation where life and death could be at stake. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow darted out and skillfully climbed onto Li's head, grinning widely, as if it could see through everything, grinning mischievously. Hey, Brother Knife, where are you off to so late? Chapter 94, Target. Kunlun Mountain. Li looked up at the mischievous expression on Little Black's face and replied with annoyance, If I said I wanted to go out for a stroll and see the outside world, would you believe me? Little Black nodded earnestly, I believe you. Whatever Brother Knife says, I believe. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Li asked, Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? I was worried about you. I know you're definitely going to get the transforming grass, and trying to persuade you is pointless, right? Little Black's hind paws stood on top of Li's head, while its front paws were crossed over its chest, sounding helpless. Hearing this, Li turned his gaze toward Kunlun Mountain in the east, nodding seriously as he said, No one can shake my determination to get the transforming grass. Little Black nodded, then climbed onto Li's head and said, In that case, Brother Knife, let's set off. Ha! You're going too? Upon hearing this, Li's face showed surprise, then he shook his head and said, Get off me, I'm going alone. What are you joking about? That's Kunlun Snake King, a formidable invincible warrior. Saying this, he used his tail to wrap around Little Black's body to try to remove it from his head. But at that moment, Little Black was no longer the same as before. Now it was at the peak of the 9th level, 2-instrument realm, with 4 small Qilin claws firmly gripping Li's head, steadily like a rock. Even if Li used mana, he couldn't remove it. After all, he was only at the peak of the 9th level tier 2 innate stage now, and trying to wrestle with a peak 9th level 2-instrument realm Little Black was somewhat of a fantasy. I know, but I'm stronger than you, Brother Knife. Little Black refused to come down, grinning with its shiny teeth and a proud expression. Regardless, I am following you. Wherever you go, I go, and I'm a descendant of the Black Heaven Bright, not so fragile and timid. Oh. Li glanced aside, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. I didn't know who it was earlier, but in Teacher Feng Huang's tomb, I almost peed myself when I saw someone. That was an accident. That woman is at the Celestial Void Realm, anyone would be scared. Little Black defended itself with its roar to salvage its final stubbornness. After some playful banter, Li resumed his serious demeanor and said solemnly, Little Black, you can come with me, but you have to listen to me. If I tell you to come, you come. If I say to run, you run. If you don't agree, I absolutely will not take you with me. Looking at Li's rare serious expression, Little Black also put away its playful demeanor, nodded earnestly, and said, Don't worry, Brother Knife, I'll listen to you. When Li truly became serious, Little Black always felt an indescribable sense of submission, arising from deep within, impossible to resist. Target.
Kunlun Mountain, advance.
Lee grinned, and with Little Black, he leapt down the mountainside. Whoosh! Under the dark moon and high winds, a snake and a beast stealthily set off on their journey to Kunlun Mountain. The distance between the original Kunlun Mountain and Kunlun Mountain wasn't particularly far. Just at dawn, Lee and Little Black arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Whoosh! As a sacred mountain covered in snow all year round, Kunlun Mountain is never breached by the wind and snow, only blanketing the mountain range, while the surrounding peaks are all lush and green, only it stands out alone. Whoa, this place is really cold. Little Black was trembling slightly as a powerful beast at the peak of the two-instrument realm. Even it struggled to withstand such harsh weather with snow and cold. Lee looked up at the mountain, which was more majestic than the original Kunlun Mountain, feeling the biting cold of the wind and snow surrounding them. He turned his gaze toward the vast white world filled with snow and slowly ignited red flames to warm himself and Little Black.
Can you handle it? Lee asked. I can handle it.
With the warmth from the red flames, Little Black felt much warmer and replied seriously, Brother Knife, let's just do it.
All right. Let's just do it. Lee's spirit was also ignited.
He moved alongside Little Black along the snow-covered mountain path, maintaining a 5-meter size to prevent being discovered while allowing him nimbleness. However, in the next moment, the two suddenly landed in thick snow, vanishing from sight, with only the whirling snowstorm howling around them.
A few seconds later, deep beneath the snake-like piles of snow, a faint fragrant voice could be heard. What the hell, is this snow really this thick? Chapter 95, Shapeshifting Grass. Bang!
Transforming back into the massive 30-meter serpent form, Lee could barely expose a large head, while Xiaohei perched on top of his head like a little snowman.
Peh, this snow is just too thick, it's completely revamping my worldview. Lee exclaimed as he burst through the snow.
Blade bro, a little fire. Xiaohei shook off the snow on his body, his rows of sharp teeth clashing together, clearly feeling quite cold. The poor little guy's black flame inside was already of the type that belongs to dark fire in the shadows, so releasing it was futile, it would only get colder. This was only possible because he had the support of the bloodline power of the black celestial fire. Otherwise, an ordinary peak level 2 and 1 realm beast would have frozen to death long ago. Lee also felt a slight chill, so he intensified the output of his crimson flame, warming the surroundings a bit, yet the snow around him would not melt due to the heat. This surprised him a little. This temperature is definitely suspicious. The wind blowing is, in the words of my southern compatriots from my previous life, imbued with magical damage coldness. Lee thought to himself. With the bloodline of the Abyssal Dragon God, he naturally wouldn't be affected by the winds and snow with special damage. However, this wasn't a time to waste. Lee with Xiaohei jumped upward through the snow, needing to obtain the shapeshifting grass before the sky was completely bright. In the snowstorm-laden Divine Mountain range, the higher they went, the stronger the snowstorm became, and visibility was somewhat obstructed.
Blade bro, haven't we reached our destination yet?
Xiaohei stuck his entire body against the scales of Lee that were releasing flames, sounding weak. They had been here for a full hour already, and dawn was approaching, the moment when the sun would rise, leaving them with little time.
Almost.
Lee braved the wind and snow, looking at the tallest divine mountain, where he vaguely spotted an entrance resembling the habitat of an earth dragon bear. Though the snowstorm obstructed visibility, thankfully it didn't pose too much of an obstacle for him. After a while, when they finally climbed into a cave big enough to hold a 100-meter giant, the outside wind and snow were howling mightily, but it seemed to be restrained, with not a single snowflake drifting into the cave. Inside the cave was much warmer than he had imagined. Xiaohei stood upright, instantly regaining his lively demeanor, exclaiming, "I'm alive again." Lee observed the surroundings, noting that even the passage leading into the mountain was exceedingly spacious, even more spectacular than the Earth Dragon Bear's cave. Looking back at the wind and snow outside, he felt no trace of biting coldness. Lee shrank back to his previous 5-meter size and quietly said, "From now on, let's talk less. You focus on sensing where the shapeshifting grass is." As a living treasure-seeking device, Xiaohei naturally came into play here. He immediately entered work mode, closing his eyes to sense for a few seconds before opening them, looking astonished. Lee shifted his gaze upward to the little guy, whose exploration suddenly came to a halt, asking, "What's wrong?"
"Can't detect anything?"
"Blade bro, I found it, but why is it so close to us?" Xiao He said, somewhat disbelieving, then extended his little paw to point ahead, uncertainly saying, "That seems to be the shapeshifting grass." Upon hearing this, Li looked in the direction Xiao He pointed, his eyes narrowing. Before them, on both sides of the rock wall, grew. Although he hadn't yet seen the true form of the Kunlun Snake King, the faint yet sharp fluctuations made Li feel somewhat anxious. As expected from the Sky Realm, even though it's invisible in the Shadow City, one can still feel the overwhelming aura lingering.
"Brother Dao, should we pull this grass or not?"
Xiao He swallowed hard and whispered. Hearing this, Li shook his head and refocused on the crystal-clear transformation grass above, determination showing on his face.
"Pull it. We have to pull it. You hold on tight.
The moment I pull the grass, we need to withdraw, and I'll do my best to get you out of here. I believe that as long as we are fast enough, that big guy inside won't be able to catch up to us."
Having made up his mind, Li no longer hesitated.
Quick as lightning, he sprang up and pressed against the rock wall, looking at the transformation grass right in front of him with a victorious smile, opening his mouth wide to swallow it.
"Hee, you're mine."
Roar! Just as Li opened his mouth to swallow the transformation grass, a sudden howling wind erupted from the depths of the originally silent cave, followed by a strong black shadow that lashed out. The speed was so swift that even Li couldn't react in time. In the next moment, Li felt something flash in front of him, and he was uncontrollably hurled outward, along with Xiao He. The sturdy black shadow, similar to a tail, struck Li's body hard, sending him shooting out of the cave like a cannonball. As Li looked at the transformation grass becoming farther away, he felt himself uncontrollably flying outward. In an instant, he was pulled out of the cave, experiencing the cold world filled with wind and snow. His face changed dramatically, and he roared in anguish.
"My transformation grass!"
As his roar was gradually drowned out by the wind and snow, he fell silent.
What about Li and Xiao He?
They had already been pulled away from Kunlun's divine mountain, soaring uncontrollably in different directions. Inside the cave, the transformation grass that Li almost collected still shimmered with crystal-like light, growing quietly on the rock wall.
"Humph."
At that moment, a low grunt echoed from the depths of the cave, and a fierce wind howled out. The previously restless cave gradually returned to silence with the chilling grunt. At this moment, Li and Xiao He were still flying in midair. This was not their intention, but they had been flung by the creature inside Kunlun's divine mountain. A free-flying experience, this doesn't come around often.
"Brother Dao, we've been spotted."
Xiao He gripped Li's head, glancing at the jungle passing beneath them, feeling awkward. Li shot a glare at him, annoyed. "Let us focus on the situation at hand."
Ah!
Suddenly, he and Xiao He began to plummet downwards uncontrollably like free fall, their mouths wide open, screaming and shedding tears as they fell.
Chapter 97, The White Spirit Wolf Pack.
Hiss! In the vast primeval forest, a snake and a beast fell from the sky, crashing into trees and branches, startling flocks of birds, turning the once tranquil forest into chaos.
Bang!
That sound was the two of them crashing into the branches.
Bang!
That sound was the deep thud of them smashing into the tree trunk.
Thud!
Ultimately, Li and Xiao He fell into a wide pool of water in a splash, raising waves. Li's eyes turned white, and then he floated on the surface of the pond, bubbling from his mouth and struggling to ask Xiao He, "Are you still alive?" Xiao He stubbornly surfaced, clutching Li's scales, completely disoriented, and finally settled on Li's head, weakly replying, "I'm alive." Li took a deep breath, pulled out 2 recovery pills from his storage space, one for himself and one for Xiao He. After consuming them, their faces eased significantly, and the internal injuries from the crash started to visibly recover.
"Brother Dao, did that Snake King fling us out?"
Xiao He looked towards the direction they had come from, especially the snow-covered Kunlun's divine mountain in the distance, feeling a sense of dread.
"It seems so."
Li nodded, sighing helplessly. "We were so close, but that guy showed us no mercy and just flung us out."
"How can they treat us this way? We have the bloodline of ancient beasts." "Don't pull me, I'm not done talking. This is so frustrating."
Xiao He pulled on Li's head, turning it to another direction, his facial muscles twitching as he said, "Brother Dao, let us not think about the grass for now.
Let us figure out how to get out of this.
After hearing this, Li looked in the direction Xiao He was pointing and froze. He saw a dozen snowy white wolf-like demon beasts staring at them in shock by the edge of the pond.
Ding!
Detecting a large number of demon beasts ahead, the white spirit wolf pack, with the weakest being Tier 2 innate stage and the strongest, 3 at the peak of the two instruments realm. Hearing the evolution system's alert tone, Li couldn't help but complain, only misfortune comes in bunches.
Brother Dao, they have 3 at the peak of two instruments realm, we don't seem to be a match.
Xiao He tightened his small claws, murmuring.
I know.
Li gazed at the dozen white spirit wolves, feeling speechless as well.
Seems like good fortune won tea come to him, but misfortune arrives unannounced. Brother Dao, can you still activate your bloodline power? My berserk cycle is quite long, and I need a month to cool down.
Xiao He whispered. Upon hearing this, Li laughed heartily, offering an awkward yet polite smile.
What a coincidence, mine is also a month cycle.
The atmosphere suddenly fell silent as the two gazed at the pack of white spirit wolves by the water's edge, both lost in thought. Neither of them could tap into their bloodline powers, which meant escaping today would be quite a challenge. A dozen white spirit wolves that had been leisurely resting by the pool also froze in place due to the sudden arrival of Li and Little Black. One of the white spirit wolves looked at the creature in the water and exclaimed, "Wow, how did you come from the sky?"
Li was utterly astonished to hear him say wow.
It seems these two common exclamations of astonishment are not bound by race.
We were just passing by, you can continue resting, sorry to interrupt.
As he spoke, Li flashed a grin at the dozen white spirit wolves and tried to lead Little Black away from the pool. In the next moment, the leaders of the white spirit wolf clan, 3 large white spirit wolves, blocked their path, and the mana waves at the peak of the duality realm gradually spread out, with the scarred wolf king leading them sporting a mischievous grin.
Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay and chat with us, it's not every day that we have such delightful visitors. We are very hospitable. Chapter 98, The Showdown.
You're rare visitors, so stay and chat with us. The white spirit wolf clan is very welcoming. The leading white spirit wolf king had drool dripping from his mouth, pretending to be friendly. It's not every day that 2 delicious, beautiful friends drop from the sky, so we must extend our hospitality.
Hearing this, Li and Little Black were dumbfounded, with Li unable to hold back his roar. Could you be any more hypocritical? Really? You're all over the place and still trying to play it cool?
Upon hearing this, the pack of white spirit wolves were momentarily taken aback, and the wolf king posed in what he thought was a cool manner, sighed dramatically, and shook his head. Sigh, since you've already seen through us, we won't pretend anymore.
It's a showdown. We simply want to eat you such delicacies, how could we let you escape?
Listening to the other party's over-the-top response, Li rolled his eyes since they were already being so straightforward. They clearly had the strength to back it up. After all, among this pack of white spirit wolves, including the Wolf King, there were a full 3 who were at the peak of the duality realm.
Faced with this standoff, Li understood that they would definitely be at a disadvantage, so rather than wait, it was better to strike first.
Li sneered, then struck a cool pose and said lightly, "In that case, Little Black."
Here.
Little Black also confidently swooped onto the serpent's head in a serious combat stance.
The white spirit wolves, seeing the two gleaming with a strange radiance in the water, were inexplicably taken aback.
Li was surrounded by scorching flames, and the temperature of the pond began to rise. With wisps of steam rising, he stared at the pack of white spirit wolves on the shore and shouted, "Let us go!
Let us fight them!"
After a while, Li and Little Black found themselves tied to wooden stakes. They were thoroughly defeated by the 3 ferocious white spirit wolves in just a few exchanges.
So fierce in demeanor, battle intensely like a tiger. In reality, these fellows are utterly useless in combat. What is going on? Are you all just making a big fuss? Shouting louder than anyone else, are you playing sound suppression?
The Wolf King growled, a black line appearing on his head. At that moment, Li and Little Black had some bruises. Their inability to tap into their bloodline powers left them at a disadvantage, and they were no match for their opponents.
Little Black squirmed, trying to negotiate. "Wolf bro, take it easy, I can't escape anyway. Why tie me up so tightly? We're all comrades, this can all be negotiated." Fighting and killing isn't necessary. Li shot Little Black a glance. Can we at least show some backbone?
He hadn't expected that Little Black would give up struggling so quickly, and he found himself internally mocking his companion.
Bang! In the next moment, the white spirit wolf bindingly headbutted him sharply in the stomach, ignoring his increasingly red face, and barked, "Stop wasting words. Brother Knife, you don't understand, heh." Little Black chuckled wickedly and turned to the nearby white spirit wolf, seriously saying, "I command you in the name of the ancient ferocious beast Haixianzhao to quickly release us, otherwise, the consequences will be on you." The white spirit wolf responsible for binding Little Black slapped him with a paw, growling, "Behave yourself, being in this situation and still picky. It's the king's mercy that allows you to live a bit longer." Wait a minute. The next moment, the white spirit wolf king interrupted his subordinate. He slowly approached Little Black and asked, "Are you really Haixianzhao?" "Absolutely. You can verify it," Little Black said triumphantly, as if he had already won. However, after a brief moment of surprise, the white spirit wolf king scoffed in disdain, continuously swatting at Little Black, angrily growling. "Just because you say you are Haixianzhao, does that mean you are? Do you think I'm stupid? You should at least have an identity that fits. Do you think pulling out the name Haixianzhao can scare me? Look at yourself in the mirror. Can you even compare to Haixianzhao? Do you think just because you're black, you're the ancient Haixianzhao? I'm also an ancient Jade Qilin. You're just bluffing. Soon I'll eat you first, then get to see if Haixianzhao's flesh tastes good or not." Chapter 99, Is This the Lion's Roar? As soon as Little Black heard that he was going to be eaten first, he quickly shook his head in fear, panic written all over his face. "No, you can't eat me, you'll regret it if you do."
Li quietly observed from the side, feeling powerless to retort.
If it weren't for the current situation, he would have actually burst into laughter. What a prestigious ancient level beast at the pinnacle of the duality realm, and yet it couldn't break through your defenses. Now it's scared to this extent.
Perhaps Xiaohei has forgotten that the body refining pill he gave it earlier was meant to enhance physical defense based on its existing strength level. To put it bluntly, Xiaohei's physical defense is comparable to an invincible state at the two-element realm. Even the sharpest fangs of the white spirit wolf king cannot breach its defenses.
This fellow is just scaring itself. Hearing this, the white spirit wolf king revealed its gleaming fangs, smirking cruelly, and said, "What? Even in such a state, are you still hoping for other kin to rescue you?"
"That's right, my Uncle Bear is very strong. I advise you to show kindness towards me." The stubborn Xiaohei still nodded earnestly. The pack of over a dozen white spirit wolves burst into laughter, feeling that Xiaohei seemed completely stunned. The white spirit wolf king extended its powerful claws to hold Xiaohei's head, grinning and saying, "We have more than 10 partners on our side and not just one peak existence in the two-element realm. I don't believe your so-called Uncle Bear can beat me."
Li couldn't stand it any longer, shouted, "Hey, what are you picking on a little guy for? If you have the guts, come for me instead." The white spirit wolf king turned with a cold smile and said, "Oh, not bad. You two brothers sure know how to seek death quickly." It then approached Li, who was bound to a wooden stake, opened its vicious and foul mouth, and disdained, "Don't worry, once I finish eating that little guy, I'll deal with you. With your size, we could feast well." Li looked coldly at the white spirit wolf king and said slowly, "I advise you to be kind. You can lay a hand on me, but don't touch my little brother." Bang, bang, bang. The white spirit wolf king laughed arrogantly, raising its claws to strike down violently on Li with a series of savage mana waves. "With your half-baked innate peak strength, you still dare to take the lead? Who do you think you are? Have you looked in the mirror lately?"
Li endured the relentless onslaught, blood trickling from his mouth, but remained silent. The determination in his eyes was far from ordinary. With the power of his bloodline, his defense was naturally much stronger than usual beast of the same level. Yet even so, facing the white spirit wolf king, it still felt somewhat powerless.
"Brotherly."
Watching Li get injured anew, Xiaohei immediately felt a pang in his heart, and tears almost fell.
"Remember this, Xiaohei."
Li gritted his teeth through the storm of attacks from the white spirit wolf king, smiled, and said, "From now on, I won't allow you to cry even once. You are destined to stand at the peak of the world with me protecting you. As my little brother, you must never be weak."
Bang bang. Hearing these words, the White Spirit Wolf King felt disgusted, sneering and attacking relentlessly. With your half-baked mana, you think you can stand at the peak of the world? You all are nothing but food for me today. Future talks are useless. Listening to Li, Xiaohei froze, the tear stains in his eyes nearly repressed, and he took a deep breath, filling his belly, and finally unleashed his voice like a sonic roar. Uncle Bear! We are going to die soon, hurry! Xiaohei seemed to unleash all of his strength to shout this. The overwhelming sonic wave carrying his voice swept through the area, echoing throughout the entire jungle. The massive soundwave attack immediately knocked over the weakest few Tier 2 and 8 stage white spirit wolves, and the forest in the same direction trembled, shedding leaves. The grass was even flung up in huge chunks, dirt surged up, and the scene became utter chaos. Li gritted his teeth, enduring, watching as everything around him returned to quiet. His head felt a bit heavy, and he turned to look at the equally bound Xiaohei gasping beside him, feeling astonished. Is this the legendary lion's roar technique? Chapter 100, Dragon Bear Saves the Master. As everything around gradually calmed down, the White Spirit Wolf King shook its head, looking at its weaker compatriots behind, who were left in chaos, and it was enraged. It opened its bloody, ferocious mouth wide and lunged at the little black one. Li's eyes shrank, and he shouted, "You dare! You dare to hurt it, I will slaughter your entire clan. With such tongue prowess, you'll be next." The White Spirit Wolf King scoffed and opened its mouth to bite down on the neck of the little black one, which was tightly clenched in its teeth, saying, "Not even calming down before death? Then I'll help you out first." Just as the sharp fangs of the White Spirit Wolf King were about to pierce the little black one's flesh, it felt an explosion from the water pool behind it. The deep water surged up, creating a massive wave that drenched all the beasts present. After the huge wave passed, a low and fierce voice echoed. "Who do you claim you're helping?" The White Spirit Wolf King felt it might explode from rage. It suddenly turned around and roared, "Who dares to seek death?" Before it finished speaking, when it saw that the newcomer was actually the shadow of a bear with a dragon's head, it was so frightened it didn't dare make a sound, immediately dropping to its knees. "I greet you, Lord Dragon Bear." The other White Spirit Wolf clan members quickly followed suit, trembling as they knelt, thinking it was no joke. This jungle surrounding the primal Tongtian mountain was indeed the territory of the Earth Dragon Bear, and they could live here only because it allowed them. After all, in this place, no one dared to defy a Tongtian realm beast that would mean courting death. "Lord Dragon Bear, what brings you here?" The White Spirit Wolf King swept away its earlier anger and suddenly wore a fawning expression, grinning. However, before it could finish, it was interrupted by the little black. "Uncle Bear." Upon seeing the Earth Dragon Bear arrive just in time, the little black was overwhelmed with excitement. It had almost died a moment ago. "Young master, I'm late, please punish me." The Earth Dragon Bear immediately knelt on one knee by the water pool, its low voice filled with regret. The sight left all the White Spirit Wolves petrified. The White Spirit Wolf King was so scared its eyes almost bulged out, unable to speak clearly, uttering, "Bear." "Uncle? Young master?" It suddenly recalled that the little black had mentioned the term Uncle Bear while warning them earlier. But the White Spirit Wolf King never imagined that the so-called Uncle Bear was actually the master of the primordial Tongtian mountain, the Earth Dragon Bear. "Quick! Release them!" The White Spirit Wolf King was utterly terrified. It hurriedly ordered its subordinates to free Li and the little black. The Earth Dragon Bear looked at the White Spirit Wolf King contemptuously, its deep voice striking at its heart. "Do you know who it is?" In response to Lord Dragon Bear. "I really don't know." The White Spirit Wolf King's voice trembled, filled with fear. After all, this was the pressure of an absolute powerhouse to it. The Earth Dragon Bear was like a god. "Have you heard of the ancient ferocious beast, Haixianzhao?" the Earth Dragon Bear asked calmly. Upon hearing this, the White Spirit Wolf King was so frightened that its fur bristled and repeatedly bowed its head, saying, "I recognize it. I recognize it. And you still dare to harm the young master? You must be tired of living." The Earth Dragon Bear roared, causing blood to flow from the White Spirit Wolf King's ears. The latter was so frightened that it was nearly at death's door, repeatedly begging for mercy and banging its head until it was red. "It was my mistake, not recognizing Lord Haixianzhao's status. My blindness caused my offense. Please spare our lives."
The Earth Dragon Bear looked at the released Little Black and said respectfully, "Young master, these offenders are guilty of death, please allow me to execute them." Upon hearing the words guilty of death, the White Spirit Wolf King turned even paler. One of its companions fainted from fear at the prospect of judgment from the Earth Dragon Bear. Chapter 101: The True Intent Behind Such Actions. "It's okay, Uncle Bear, I'll handle this myself, alright?" The Little Black suddenly waved its paw, asking. Upon hearing this, the Earth Dragon Bear was taken aback. It glanced at the Little Black and then at Lee, who was subtly nodding, then nodded solemnly and said, "Then I will follow the young master's commands." Hearing this, the Little Black grasped its paw and approached the trembling White Spirit Wolf King, sneering, "I already said, you'd regret this." "Do you regret it now?" The White Spirit Wolf King hastily bowed and kept kissing the Little Black's chilinpaw, pleading, "Please pardon me, young master, I was blind and offended you. I am willing to do anything, as long as you spare me and my clan." The Little Black ignored it and turned to look at Lee, who gave it a do-whatever kind of look. Finally, it turned back to the White Spirit Wolf King and pretended to think, "Your attitude is acceptable, but I'm a bit hungry." Upon hearing this, the White Spirit Wolf King immediately ordered its clan members to gather all the fresh meat from the nearby food area, wearing a flattering smile. "Bro, do you have any other requests?" "Anything I have is yours." In a desperate attempt to save its life, the White Spirit Wolf King was truly hoisted by its own petard. It was a case of karma. Seeing the White Spirit Wolf King's extremely humble attitude, and noticing the mountain of fresh meat, the Little Black's anger dissipated considerably. It began to place the meat into its storage space, nodding with feigned maturity, "Not bad. Alright, I'm not angry anymore, you can leave now." The Earth Dragon Bear frowned at this but said nothing. After all, it had promised the young master not to interfere. Lee suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment, Little Black, I have something I want to ask the White Spirit Wolf King for help with." Hearing this, the Little Black nodded and then shouted at the kneeling White Spirit Wolf King, "This is my brother Dao, and also your brother Dao. Among the three of us, Dao is first, I am second, and Uncle Bear is third. Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand." The White Spirit Wolf King could only mechanically nod, sneaking glances at the Earth Dragon Bear, which just stood with its arms crossed, saying nothing. That tacit permission made its heart race. For a powerful being like him to be so obedient, it seems that this guy named Brother Dao is truly the real master. "Brother Dao, please command me, whatever I have, I will naturally offer it all." The White Spirit Wolf King nodded continuously, glancing at Lee's injuries, his heart tightening. What he hopes for the most now is to have the opponent beat him up. As long as this so-called Brother Dao calms down, the White Spirit Wolf clan will also be saved. Seeing the other party almost scared out of his wits, Lee couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He took a recovery pill to disperse his injuries, then approached the White Spirit Wolf King and said, "It's simple, turn around and stick your butt up." "Ha?" The White Spirit Wolf King thought he had misheard. "Brother Dao told you to turn around, are you deaf?" Little Black then gave him a hard kick, scaring the White Spirit Wolf King into hurriedly turning around and sticking his butt up high. Lee nodded in satisfaction, then he raised his tail, and under the intense gaze of the Earth Dragon Bear's twitching facial muscles, he forcefully thrust into the White Spirit Wolf King's backside. A deadly anal claw strike, the heartbreaker is far away. Oh whoa! With that sudden invasion, the White Spirit Wolf King's eyes widened in shock, as the intense pain seemed to send him to the heavens, causing him to cry out in agony, yet he had to grit his teeth and hold on through tears. Although it was humiliating, this was all for the sake of survival. This. Little Black gaped in disbelief, suddenly feeling a tightening in his butt. Put. Lee withdrew his tail, then washed it in the pond, while the White Spirit Wolf King lay on the ground convulsing. Ding! Detecting host has injured peak level White Spirit Wolf King, EXP plus 100, evolution points plus 1. Ding! The host has met the advancement and evolution requirements, should it be done now? Faced with the system's notification, Lee's mouth curled slightly, and he replied in his heart, "Let's talk about it later." This was the real reason behind his actions. He couldn't let the White Spirit Wolf King off easily. If he didn't deal with the opponent properly, where would his face be? Chapter 102,
for level 2 aspect realm. At that moment, with the help of his companions, the White Spirit Wolf King barely stood up, trembling as he said, "Brother Dao, Lord Black, Lord Dragon Bear, can I take my clan and leave?" The Earth Dragon Bear remained silent, while Little Black turned his gaze towards Li, seemingly waiting for him to decide. Li nodded and stretched out his tail to lift Little Black up, placing him back on his head, saying, "You guys can scram." "Yes, we'll leave right now, sorry for the disturbance." The White Spirit Wolf King, with the support of his companions, tumbled and crawled away. Seeing this, Little Black shouted, "White Spirit Wolf King, we had a lot of fun this time, hope we can play together again next time." Upon hearing Little Black's shout, the White Spirit Wolf King's eyes widened and he almost spat out old blood, anxiously saying to his companions, "Hurry! Let's get out of primitive Tongtian Mountain and go to another territory, we need to run overnight." As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of the rope. The White Spirit Wolf King was terrified like this, so one can imagine the extent of his psychological trauma. Seeing the crisis averted, Little Black lowered his head and looked at Li, puzzled. "Brother Dao, why did you insist on taking a shot at that guy before you were satisfied?" In response, Li mysteriously smiled and said, "Some secrets must not be revealed." In the distant jungle away from the pond, there were at least dozens of hidden eyes staring at Li's direction, their aura fluctuations no weaker than the White Spirit Wolf clan, and some even stronger. Clearly, these hidden guys were all drawn over by Little Black's earlier shouting. What the heck? What identities do these two have to be protected by a Dragon Bear Lord? I don't know, but it looks like that snake is just at the peak of Tier 2 innate stage, and with the protection of the Dragon Bear Lord, it definitely has some extraordinary background. They are probably some powerful demonic beast with a special bloodline. We need to be very accommodating when we encounter them in the future. Yeah, you're right, we don't want to follow in the footsteps of the White Spirit Wolf clan. The Earth Dragon Bear stood with arms crossed, its gaze drifting as it stared at the dense jungle, snorting coldly. "Humph, do you all want to die too?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All the figures that had been hidden in the shadows instantly vanished. "Uncle Bear, thank you very much this time." Li turned to the Earth Dragon Bear in gratitude, as without their intervention, today would surely have ended badly. The Earth Dragon Bear shook its head and said, "Brother Dao, it's the least I can do, no need to polite." "Brother Dao, I'm a bit hungry." Little Black weakly lay on Li's head, his stomach letting out a disgruntled growl. It's a good thing for the young master to eat during his growth stage. The Earth Dragon Bear smiled. Li laughed heartily and said, "Ha, that's right, Brother Dao will take you back for barbecue to replenish your strength, Uncle Bear can join too." Upon hearing about the barbecue, the Earth Dragon Bear rarely showed a somewhat simple smile. Although as a powerful being it no longer needed food to fill its belly, Li's barbecue was truly irresistible. After a few hours? After the barbecue, Li settled in at the cave entrance, took a deep breath, and said, "System, I can advance and evolve now." Whoosh! As soon as the words were spoken, Li felt changes occurring around his body. The turbulent mana fluctuations seemed to split into two opposing forces but fused together perfectly again, eventually returning to his body. Ding! Host's advancement is complete, plus the previously overflowed EXP continues to stack successfully. The host has advanced to 4 level 2 aspect realm. Ding! Host advancement completed, would you like to continue evolving? Upon hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Li's lips, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he nodded and said, "Evolve." Chapter 103, The Supreme Poison Spirit Snake. Ding! Host confirms evolution, the evolution process is underway. Splash! In the next moment, Li felt tremendous changes occurring within his body. The blazing red flames that were burning wildly inside him were, at that instant, compressed into the core possessed by the 2E realm. Li exhaled comfortably. The crimson scales on his body were also changing, being replaced by a jade white color. In an instant, his whole body became as translucent as white jade, radiating a warm glow under the sunlight. He looked at his own body, feeling the more powerful mana waves surging within. He then exhaled a breath of red flame, feeling relieved, and said, "Fortunately, the fire is still there, otherwise, refining pills would be troublesome." Not only that, but Li also felt as if there were 2 special powers added within him. One flowed like the source of life, radiating a healing light. and the other was filled with deadly darkness. Ding! The host's third level evolution has been completed, Supreme Venomous Spirit Snake. Ding! The host's attribute panel has been refreshed, please check. Ding! Opening the attribute panel for the host. Host, Lee. Race, Monster Faction. Current status, Supreme Venomous Spirit Snake 3rd level evolution. Passive skills, Swift Shadow, Alluring, Master of Medicine and Poison, Perfect Fire Control. Active skills, Lightning Strike max level, Shattering Fangs max level, Blazing Flame max level, Deadly Claw max level, Blood Poison Steps max level. Passive skill, Healing Spell max level. Tier 4, level 2 in realm. Physical defense, 4 levels, 2 instrument boundary. Special profession, Alchemist no grade certification yet. Alchemist basics, Alchemy max level. Alchemist active skill, 9 Dragon Mystic Fire technique level increases with the rank of Alchemist. Each level up can control an additional type of flame, theoretically allowing control over up to 9 types. The more flames controlled, the better the alchemy efficiency and success rate. The host's original Crimson Flame and the acquired Black Skyfire cannot activate the 9 Dragon Mystic Fire technique, please keep up the effort. Flame control count, Crimson Flame, Black Skyfire. Prescription, various quantities if the host needs it, they can search the system's prescription database. Evolution points, Shocked. 300. EXP, 66104000. Hidden main quest, Memory Fragment Reconstruction, completeness 30%. The host originally came from the origin world and descended for specific reasons, striving to survive, eventually becoming a peak existence on the ancient continent. The host can only unlock and view the subsequent content after completing 4th level evolution. Looking at the detailed updates on the attributes panel, Lee nodded slightly and said, there are a few more memory fragments. Although there aren't any important task updates. He had been curious about his memories more than once, but no matter how hard he tried to recall, it was all just blank. The Taishian Poison Spirit Snake? The snake species for this evolution sounds pretty formidable, and it even has 2 forms? Right now, I am in the spirit form, switching to the poison form. With Lee's command, the warm, white jade-like scales on his body were instantly covered by a special dark green hue. The wave of toxic aura rippled out, causing the vegetation on the rock wall to wither instantly. This poison form is a bit ugly. Let us switch back to the spirit form. Lee's facial muscles twitched slightly as he returned to his white jade-like scaled snake body. This time not only was passive updated, but there are also separate columns for active skills, both active and passive. Lee rubbed his snake tail against his chin and nodded silently. It seems that this promotion and evolution brought quite a few benefits. Hey, Brother Knife, what are you doing? At this moment, Xiaohei jumped out but was momentarily blinded by the reflection of light from the scales at the cave entrance, squinting as he looked at Li, who had transformed into a living snake, utterly amazed. Wow, Brother Knife, how did you change your appearance? Why are you so white? Chapter 104, The Imprint in the Heart. Brother Knife, when did you change your appearance again? So righteous, so dazzling. Xiaohei was slightly blinded by the reflection off Li's scales and quickly shielded his eyes with his hand. Li glanced at him and said flatly, so hypocritical, can you be any more fake? Hee, I'm just complimenting you. Xiaohei quickly flew over, circling around Li to examine him and looked astonished. Brother Knife, your aura has become stronger. Did you just break through to the 4 level 2 realms after eating some barbecue? Seeing Xiaohei's surprised expression, Li smiled and said, how is it? Not bad, right? I didn't hold you back, did I? Not just okay. Your growth speed feels even faster than mine, Xiaohei muttered. Bang! The next moment, the earth dragon bear flickered back to the cave entrance, looking at the newly transformed Li, surprised. Brother Knife, did you break through? Li nodded with a smile and said, I just broke through, Uncle Bear. What were you doing just now? I went around warning all the little brats near here, telling them to be polite if they encounter Brother Knife and the young master again. The earth dragon bear scratched his head and said with a wry smile, I gave a warning once before, but I only cautioned those who were not much stronger than me. I didn't pay much attention to the weaker ants. This time I warned everyone it won't happen like before. Li couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking to himself, are the peak 2 realms still considered ants? Brother Knife, is there any meat left?
The Earth Dragon Bear rubbed his hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed to ask.
Li nodded, it's inside, Xiaohei saved some for you. Then I will go in first, Brother Dao and young master, you all keep busy.
One could see the Earth Dragon Bear eagerly dashing into the cave, clearly unable to resist the temptation of the delicious roasted meat. Li smiled and shook his head, then turned his gaze eastward again, falling silent. As the younger brother of the former, Little Black could naturally sense the other party's thoughts and couldn't help but murmur, Brother Dao, should we still go get that transforming grass? Hearing this, Li nodded seriously. With the growth of his mana, he felt the imprint of that golden-haired beauty in his heart becoming increasingly profound. He originally planned to transform into human form and go to the human world, and now with this imprint in his heart, he felt even more resolute. Little Black, for the time being, I need to fight against that elusive Kunlun Snake King, so don't involve yourself, just focus on your training, that's your path. Li looked at the Kunlun Sacred Mountain and spoke calmly. Listening to the previous admonition, Little Black shook his head vigorously, climbed onto Li's head, and defiantly said, Brother Dao, I am not afraid of death, I want to stand with you through thick and thin. Li shot a disapproving glance at him and said, I don't want you to get hurt, you should really listen to me. Little Black shook his head fiercely, no. Absolutely not. Li, how about if I cook you more roasted meat? Little Black, no. I want to stay by your side wherever you go, I go. Seeing the stubborn look on the other party, Li shook his head and sighed, alright, but let us make it clear that all actions must follow my commands, otherwise, you don't get to call me Brother Dao. Although he felt helpless inside, Li was still moved by the other party's words. Don't worry, Brother Dao, I will definitely be obedient. Little Black grinned wide, showing his white teeth, and chuckled. Li laughed and scolded, you really are like a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Brother Dao, what kind of monster is a newborn calf? Is it really not afraid of tigers? Little Black scratched his head in confusion, while Li's face darkened as he realized he forgot that Little Black didn't understand his expression, so he opted not to continue the topic. The sun set behind the western hills, dusk arrived, and hundreds of birds returned to their nests. Li was perched at the entrance of the cave, glanced at the gradually darkening world, then shifted his gaze to the Kunlun Sacred Mountain, which was covered in snow year-round, a smirk creeping up his lips. I'll try again tonight, I refuse to believe that I can't get a single piece of grass. Chapter 105, 3 months. Kunlun Sacred Mountain. Known as one of the infamous forbidden places of the Demon God Mountain Range and a sacred ground in the hearts of the monster faction, it is covered in wind and snow year-round. It is said that only the purest of souls can be cleansed by this white snow. Once ordinary beings step into Kunlun Sacred Mountain, both humans and demon beasts alike will surely be struck by the wind and snow. They will either freeze to death or be on the path to freezing to death. Bang! At the originally serene entrance of the Kunlun cave, a loud bang erupted, and 2 figures, one white and one black, were once again blasted out of the cave like cannonballs, shooting towards the primitive jungle. So close again, my little temper. Li gritted his teeth, allowing himself to traverse through the sky, as if he had already grown accustomed to it all. Also traversing with him in mid-air was Xiaohei, who hugged his 2 little paws together, wearing an expression of helplessness, saying, Brother Dao, if I calculated correctly, this is the 25th time we've been sent flying by them, right? Li nodded and sighed, about that, it seems we need to think of another way. Hearing this, Xiaohei bitterly smiled and said, Brother Dao, why don't we let it go? The Kunlun Snake King Sr. has no malice towards us, otherwise, they would have squashed us with a single tail long ago. I think we should avoid touching the Elder's forbidden area. There must be a reason why the Snake King Sr. doesn't want us to touch the transformation herbs. Over the past 3 months, in order to accompany Li in obtaining the transformation herbs, he had been sent flying numerous times. Flying felt like a game. They didn't have it much better every time they were sent flying. He ultimately had to act as a cushion for Xiaohei, though there was no real danger. It was somewhat embarrassing. For these 3 months, he racked his brains calculating how to obtain the transformation herbs, using all kinds of methods, short of bowing to the Kunlun Snake King. But in the end, they were still sent flying by a tail. Moreover, Li and Xiaohe landed at random locations each time, causing the surrounding jungle of the original Tongtian mountain to become a potential range, leading many originally resting demon beast groups to face the disturbances from guests from the sky. Such occurrences were not uncommon. There were times they crashed into trees, smashing the nests that rested on them. On several occasions, when many demon beasts were guarding a ripening spirit fruit, they were suddenly smashed apart by the two of them. There was even one time they landed in a lake and stumbled upon many female demon beasts bathing. The outcome was predictable, being chased down by a mob of male demon beasts. The original jungle over these 3 months has become chaotic due to the arrival of Li and Xiaohe. Although the Earth Dragon Bear strictly forbade harming Li and Xiaohe, many demon beasts still laid their hands on them with a measure of restraint, merely taking it out on them, which counted as revenge. However, the experiences over these 3 months also brought Li many benefits. His alchemy skills became more proficient, and his mana level leaped 3 levels, reaching the 7 level 2 instrument stage. Only Xiaohe remained stagnant, just as the evolution system indicated. Progressing is tough even if one is strong. No way, I must obtain this transformation herb, I have to get it no matter what. In mid-air, Li's determined words and persistent energy made Xiaohe sweat nervously. Li, too lazy to look down, casually asked, "Xiaohe, where are we going to land this time?" Xiaohe crossed his arms and took a brief look below, expressionless as he said, "If nothing unexpected happens, we'll fall into Luoming Lake again in 3 seconds. Whoosh! As expected, Li and Xiaohe fell at the same time, but they remained surprisingly calm, no longer displaying the earlier panic, their expressions steady as old dogs. Splash! Li and Xiaohe fell into Luoming Lake simultaneously, causing waves to splash up and ripple out. Many of the resting monsters on the shore merely glanced over before boredly closing their eyes to continue resting, as if they were already accustomed to the sudden arrival of these two characters. At that moment, Li poked his head up, surveyed his surroundings, and finally used his tail to pull up the submerged Xiaohe, saying, "No other female monsters are bathing, so there's no need to hide." Hearing this, Xiaohe finally relaxed, crawled onto Li's head, and asked, "Brother Dao, what should we do next?" Although he was already at the peak of the 2-instrument realm, he still preferred to stay small, and lying on Li's head was his favorite thing to do. "The next step of the plan, let me think about it." Upon hearing this, Li also fell into deep thought. Roar! In an instant, the many resting monsters on the shore suddenly became restless and hurriedly ran away. At the same time, Xiaohe suddenly sensed a hurricane coming from behind, and instinctively turned around to see a towering wave, dozens of feet high, charging toward them, scaring him into urgently interrupting Li's thoughts. "Brother Dao, the wave is rising, it's rising." Chapter 106, The Beautiful Figure in White. Rising? Just as Li returned to his senses, he didn't notice the situation behind him and immediately began to dance wildly. He looked as flashy as one could be. "Is that enough, little brother? Is that flashy enough?" Li laughed wildly while awkwardly dancing in the lake. "Brother Dao, the wave I'm talking about isn't this kind of wave." Xiaohe looked frightened, and could only conformingly close his eyes in resignation, lying on Li's head as if waiting for judgment. Roar! In the next second, Li's awkward dancing came to an abrupt halt as he felt a powerful force behind him, and when he turned around, he was instantly enveloped by a massive wave, dozens of feet tall. However, at the moment the wave crashed down, he vaguely saw a figure in white dashing across the sky, and the mana waves accompanying the huge wave were clearly caused by her. "This is..." Li's gaze was remarkably keen, and through the gap in the surging wave, he saw an ethereal, stunningly beautiful face, along with her 3,000 strands of pink hair, flowing like snow. Especially that face, which seemed to repel anyone from coming near, suddenly stirred something within him. Bang! But before Li could ponder further, the roaring wave swept over, mercilessly tossing him and Xiaohe up onto the shore, so fierce that it knocked off the leaves from a row of towering trees by the edge. Cough cough. Li struggled to lift his disoriented head, choked on some water, and the intense soreness throughout his body was quickly healing thanks to the passive-active skill healing arts. Xiaohe! The first thing Li did upon regaining consciousness was to look around for him. "Brother Dao! I'm under you." Hearing this, Li quickly got up and moved aside, looking at Xiaohe, who was almost flattened like a photo, confirming that he was only slightly injured inside with relief. Fortunately, he was just stunned and nothing serious happened. At this moment, Xiaohei was lying on his back, looking pale, obviously shaken severely by the sudden onslaught of the huge wave. Li scratched his head with his tail and chuckled awkwardly. I thought you meant for me to splash around. Who knew you were talking about the water waves? Xiaohei burped, then turned over and lay there like a dead dog, still making soft noises. Brother Dao, I suddenly don't want to go with you to get the transformation grass anymore. Nothing good has happened in the past 3 months. Seeing this, Li let out a dry laugh, rolled Xiaohei up and placed him on his head, saying, Don't you find it strange? Why did such a tranquil lake suddenly have waves? Aren't you curious? Xiaohei weakly lay on Li's head and waved his adorable little paw, half-heartedly replying, Not curious. When I'm with Brother Dao, any strange occurrence becomes not strange. Li twitched his mouth slightly at this remark. Why did this guy sound a bit like he was officially mocking him? But that didn't dampen his enthusiasm to explain. He quickly said, I just saw a person rush across the sky. She caused the giant waves. Let's go take a look. Xiaohei rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, Brother Dao, she's just a human. She probably just passed by. What's so interesting? No, I just saw the direction she flew towards. It's Kunlun Mountain. Li's voice suddenly shot up several decibels. Without waiting for Xiaohei's reply, he took off into the jungle with a swift leap of his tail, disappearing from sight. After weaving through, Li found a vantage point on a large rock, and his gaze was fixed on the beautiful figure in white with red wings, who was standing in front of the cave on Kunlun Mountain, unaffected by the howling wind and snow. Void Realm? Li looked at that slender silhouette, his expression filled with astonishment. Is this girl really bold enough to challenge the Kunlun Snake King at the Void Realm? Xiaohei perked up as he looked at the figure in white confronting the Kunlun Mountain in midair, puzzled and asking, Is she seeking death? Chapter 107, The Girl Confronts the Snake King. Li looked up at the graceful figure in white amid the swirling snow and wind, furrowing his brow as he said, Who knows? The arrival of an unexpected guest seemed to amplify the ferocity of the howling winds and snow around Kunlun Mountain. However, beneath the fury of such a tempest, that figure in white remained utterly unmoved. Human, what do you want? At that moment, a deep and slightly authoritative voice emanated from the usually silent level of Kunlun Mountain. To enter the domain of Kunlun Mountain in the Void Sky Realm, you are no ordinary person. Leave, this is not a place for you. Listening to that deep, ethereal voice, Li felt a shock in his heart. He was far from Kunlun Mountain, yet that magnificent voice from the cave still resonated through his soul. No wonder even the earth dragons and bears are no match for it. They cannot achieve such a feat. What sort of heaven-defying power does the mysterious Kunlun Snake King possess? If an ordinary strong person heard such an awe-inspiring voice of authority, they would have long fled in terror. They wouldn't linger at all. But the girl in white seemed unfazed, her ethereal and cool voice gently resonating. It is said that Kunlun Mountain is one of the sacred places of the demon gods, and the Kunlun Snake King is unmatched in the world. Yet today, it has deeply disappointed me, a humble girl. Hearing that familiar yet strange voice, Li, who was watching from a distance, fell into deep thought. He felt that this voice was very familiar, but he realized it was not the voice of the same person. This feeling is contradictory. From the cave, a deep exhalation echoed slowly, like a sigh, as the ethereal voice of authority resounded again. Go back, this is not a place for humans like you to tread. The girl in white seemed disinclined to leave, her red wings fluttering slightly behind her, her dark eyebrows furrowing as she coolly said, Kunlun Snake King, are you afraid to come out? Or are you scared of a mere girl from the Void Sky Realm? Haha, afraid? I am the Kunlun Snake King. Even if you are a person of the Supreme Trilogy, you cannot do anything to me. At that moment, a low, disdainful laugh echoed from the cave. Brother Dao, this girl is a bit too arrogant, daring to provoke the Kunlun Snake King like this, Xiaohei said from Li's head, frowning. Li nodded silently upon hearing this. He also thought that the girl in white was being overly proud. For someone in the Void Sky Realm to challenge a being at the Heavenly Realm, anyone could see that it was a joke. Yet this seemingly farcical situation was now right before Li's eyes. In the next moment, the girl in white, who had not moved an inch amidst the snowstorm, gently grasped the void with her small hand and said coolly, I did not come here to provoke, I merely wished to exchange something with the Snake King and leave immediately. After about 10 seconds, a detached exhalation slowly emanated from the cave, the voice still deep and ethereal.
"Speak and let me hear."
Seeing this, Lee was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "When did this old fellow get such a good temper? This is the first time in 3 months I've seen it speak so much." Indeed, for 3 months, he had been racking his brains dealing with the Kunlun Snake King, but the latter had always refused to speak, just swatting him away with a tail. Moreover, in these 3 months, other powerful beings had also come, only to be either crushed beneath the snow mountain or forced back. It was truly rare to see the Kunlun Snake King speaking so much today. Lee's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the girl in white, whose red wings fluttered in mid-air amongst the snow, and thought to himself, it seems the Snake King recognizes that this girl has some background.
Is it afraid of her? Chapter 108, A Sword Breaks the Summit.
In the raging winds and snow, the girl in white quietly held the void with her right hand, her voice still cold and melodious.
"It's simple. I want a drop of divine blood from the Snake King. You can make any request you like. I need it to save someone."
"That is impossible. A drop of divine blood is like life itself to that fellow Kunlun Snake King,"
Xiaohei declared from Li's head as if he could see the outcome.
"Just wait, brother Dao. I dare say the Snake King will definitely swat her away with one tail." Upon hearing this, Li chose not to say much and merely observed silently. At that moment, in the quiet cave, a voice echoed slowly, "Little girl, although you possess a special physique, I greatly dislike your background, even detest it, so it's impossible. Since the Snake King understands my origins, it should think that I have what you desire," the girl in white stated coldly. "If you want to trade for something else, I might consider it, but in regards to divine blood, there's no need for negotiation.
Leave before I get angry."
After these words, there was no further sound from the Kunlun mountain cave, only the howling of the raging storm. At that moment, the already tense atmosphere of confrontation became even more stark and chilling.
Li glanced at Xiaohei on his head, who was staring wide-eyed at Kunlun Mountain, growling in frustration. "What is the deal with this Snake King? It was so quick to swat us away, yet it's struggling so much with that girl? Still trying to communicate with her? I'm, after all, a descendant of the ancient beast Haishians. How don't I have any pride?"
At this moment, Little Black felt his face getting a bit hot, as if he were experiencing a strange popping sensation. Li looked at the little guy's temper, stifling a laugh, but still directed his gaze towards Kunlun Mountain, sensing that something was about to happen. Sure enough, as expected, behind the girl in white, red wings gently unfurled, creating a red halo around her that protected her. Her delicate pale hands, already grasping the void, began to gather mana swiftly. In the end, a red sword hilt was grasped in her hands, as the wild winds and snow around became significantly calmer the moment the hilt appeared. At the same time, the sword hilt in the girl's hand began to gather mana, forming a red blade. She raised the red long sword high, and the turbulent air around danced, forming swirling red cyclones. "Since the Snake King is unwilling to trade with me, I suppose there's no other choice but to offend him." Buzz! As the girl swung the long sword down with great force, the surrounding space seemed to be severed, spreading like ripples on lake water, red light spirals twirling into the air, ultimately condensing into a crescent shape that struck fiercely towards the peak of Kunlun Mountain. At the moment the girl in white swung her sword, Kunlun Mountain felt the powerful and sharp crescent cyclone sweeping toward it. The raging winds and snow suddenly stopped. In the next second, under Li and Little Black's wide-eyed gaze, it suddenly condensed into a barrier. This barrier was astonishingly formed entirely from the gathered winds and snow, such a grand display, truly worthy of the name Kunlun Snake King. TCH, it's like hitting a stone with an egg, thinking you can break the Snake King's wind and snow domain with your realm. What a joke! Little Black said, still crossing his arms. Li cast a glance at him, not saying much. Bang! When the wind and snow barrier collided violently with the crescent cyclone, the wind and snow barrier exploded, while the crescent cyclone remained intact, ultimately crashing down heavily on the peak of Kunlun Mountain, leaving Little Black dumbfounded. The mountaintop trembled as if in an earthquake, an incredibly powerful sword energy breaking a corner away, shockwaves sweeping in all directions, even clearing away the snow accumulated at the mountain's foot. One could see just how much explosive power the girl in white had unleashed with that sword. Chapter 109, The Appearance of the Snake King. Wow, this girl is something else. Li said, astounded as he watched her take a chunk out of Kunlun Mountain's peak with a single blow. Although it wasn't a large area, she was still in the heavenly void realm, and he felt it was utterly wild. However, the little black, who had previously been very assertive, had now started to retreat into himself, mumbling, "I want to speak, I want to speak." Li looked up at the little fellow, burst into laughter, and said, "Little black, I've realized you really are a jinx." Little black huffed, refusing to respond. Roar! At that moment, the mountain body of Kunlun Mountain trembled. Alongside the surrounding crust of the original Tongtian Mountain, massive numbers of beastly creatures began to frantically flee. Especially when they saw a human girl openly challenging the Kunlun Snake King, they ran away in sheer panic. Run! If the Snake King gets angry, there will be millions of corpses. I don't want to be caught in this. Wait for me. I've still got some food to grab. What food? Just run. The Kunlun Snake King is getting angry. Countless beasts surged out of the primitive jungle, all fleeing in the opposite direction. The scene was quite grand in an instant. The once tumultuous forest, filled with the presence of beasts, became eerily silent and scattered. Only atop the original Tongtian Mountain did a great earth dragon bear sit calmly at the mouth of a cave, watching without a hint of fear. Humans! In the next moment, Kunlun Mountain trembled as if in anger. The previously deep and ethereal voice of authority now mixed with rage. The chunk that had been taken from the mountain peak reconstructed under the backdrop of the snowstorm, fitting back together through some mysterious force. The girl in white stood still, holding the red long sword, her stunning features emanating only a hint of coldness. Roar! At the mouth of the cave on Kunlun Mountain, a giant white serpent, towering 100 feet high, surged forth, its massive and robust snowy white scales on display as it emerged from the surrounding mountains. No way! Its body has been coiled outside the whole time? Li stared in astonishment at the 100-foot snowy giant, this scene instantly reshaping his understanding. The snow-white scales hardly reflected any light under the sun's rays, and its penetrating, celestial eyes seemed to have witnessed the tumult of the world. The snowy serpent flicked its tongue and slightly arched its body with an indifferent expression. Human, you have angered me. Little Black gazed at the majestic snowy serpent towering 100 feet high. Even its adorably large eyes seemed unable to contain the sight, murmuring, "So this is the Kunlun Snake King? It looks so imposing." Li also felt deeply affected by this, looking at his own form, which was only 40 meters long, feeling helpless. Compared to this 100-foot giant, he felt like a mere mudfish. The girl in white showed no signs of distress at the appearance of the Kunlun Snake King. Her melodious yet cold voice remained incredibly calm. "Snake King, I respect you as a senior of the monster faction, and you know I have what you desire. A trade will benefit us both. I need your divine blood to save someone." The previously raging wind and snow gradually subsided, revealing Kunlun Mountain's rare beautiful weather without the brutality of the storm. The holy mountain looked very pure and beautiful, spotless. The Kunlun Snake King loomed over the mountains, gazing coolly at the girl in white, and said coldly, "It's not a matter of trading anymore, it's whether you can leave here alive. Now that the Snake King has shown up, things are likely not going to be resolved easily." Whoosh! The girl in white charged forward with a red sword in hand, a red light slicing through the air, aimed directly at the Snake King's snow-white body, huffing, "Then I'll take offense." Chapter 110, The Dragon Family, Longiwu. Then I'll take offense. The girl in white flared her red wings, charged forward, and swept her sword outward at the Snake King. The red sword chi surged like it aimed to sever the shackles of this space. Humph! Seeing this, the Kunlun Snake King snorted coldly on its snow-white scales. Layers of special ripples suddenly rose, rippling like water. Bang! At the moment the girl in white swung her red light flow down, the air surged fiercely but met the Snake King's rock-solid scale defenses. The sword energy rampaged and slashed but couldn't break through even a tiny bit. In contrast, the Kunlun Snake King merely watched the opponent's attack with indifference, and the ripples of defense began to shimmer as they responded to the sword energy's thunderous impact. Although the white-clad girl's attack was ineffective against the Kunlun Snake King, the residual battle waves scattering were something even ordinary experts in the heavenly void realm could not resist. Li, who was observing from a distance, felt a bit puzzled upon witnessing this scene, unable to help but murmur, even if attacks from the heavenly void realm were powerful,
is it really reasonable to think they could breach the defenses of the heavenly realm? Not only Li but even the quiet black figure had been nodding in agreement, saying, since ancient times, the rules of cultivation have been supreme no matter how strong the heavenly void realm is, it's impossible to shake the heavenly realm. Just as Li had said, the white-clad girl's blow had no effect, and she decisively retreated, floating back into the air. Huff! However, at the moment she was returning, a muscular snow-white serpent tail followed swiftly with an attacking thrust, the sharp piercing tail slicing through the obstructing space, aiming to penetrate the girl's delicate figure. The Kunlun Snake King's serpent tail strike bore an overwhelming mana fluctuation, fully encapsulating the grand power of the heavenly realm. It was evident it had no intention to hold back. Open! Seeing the situation unfold, the white-clad girl let out a soft shout, her front resembling a protective scale armor that ultimately formed a seemingly indestructible barrier, successfully blocking a fatal strike that even the Earth Dragon Bear could not withstand. Minister Bu Mu Chao. Li felt a jolt in his heart, questioning how a body in the heavenly void realm could stand up to the power of the heavenly realm. What kind of mysterious girl is she? Absolute scale armor. The Kunlun Snake King slowly retracted its failed strike, snorting coldly, you seem quite well prepared. Crack! Snap! The white-clad girl's front, appearing like scale armor, shattered into pieces, scattering in the wind. No matter how hard the scale armor is, it merely blocked one strike from the Snake King, the girl said, her hand stroking the red long sword, her pink hair flowing gracefully, and she then performed a motion that left Li and others bewildered. Little Black looked at the pink-haired girl in the sky, puzzled, asking, what is she trying to do? Is she self-harming? In response, Li furrowed his brows, as he had not been in this world for long enough to decipher the situation. In contrast, the Kunlun Snake King seemed to have anticipated this, expressing surprise, oh? You dare to do this, it seems you are from the dragon family, this is interesting. I will show my skills, Senior Snake King. After respectfully addressing the senior, the girl's pink spiritual eyes sparkled with fierce light, and she drew her sword to cut open her left palm. Blood spilled out, landing on the red long sword, and in that instant, the white-clad girl's aura surged, making the space around her sharp and powerful, the wind swirling around her pink hair, picturesque and stunning. The Kunlun Snake King did not take the chance to attack instead, it simply waited, a display of confidence befitting a top-tier expert. Ding! High energy reaction detected ahead, a humanoid in the spirit journey realm has been found. Ding! High energy reaction detected ahead, a humanoid in the heavenly realm has been found. Ding! An even higher energy reaction detected ahead, a humanoid at the peak of the heavenly realm has been found. Li, observing from afar, heard the system notifications sounding consecutively, and his eyes widened, as if overwhelmed by waves of shock, gazing at the only human girl in the sky, utterly astonished. My goodness, what method did this girl use to elevate her level from the heavenly void realm straight to the peak of the heavenly realm? As Li had said, the white-clad girl slowly opened her eyes, and at that moment, a circle of runes was rotating in her pink spiritual eyes. This was the source of her elevated mana. Not only that, but there was also a faint sound of dragon roars surrounding her, not very clear, yet a dragon totem-like image vaguely appeared behind her. Her aura surged unrestrained, shaking the surroundings. The girl raised her red long sword again, pointing it at the Kunlun Snake King, her chilly voice carrying a hint of respect. Dragon Clan, Long Yi-Wu. Forgive me, Senior Snake King. Chapter 111, The Erupting Kunlun Snake King. At this moment, the surrounding mana around Kunlun Sacred Mountain was raging, and a stunning figure in white holding a red long sword was beautiful as a painting, skillfully wielding her sword. Hiss! The sword shadows were sharp and swift, transforming into countless forms. With the divine power of a god, they continuously struck against the Kunlun Snake King's white scales, producing waves of furious shockwave marks that rippled like disturbed lake waters. The Kunlun Snake King remained perched at the peak of Kunlun Sacred Mountain, coldly observing the opponent's attacks, as white shields manifested on its snowy scales, constructed from compressed wind and snow, astonishingly solid. Though its size made it difficult to maneuver, it was not passively taking hits. Instead, it was continuously monitoring Long Yi-Wu's battle process, seemingly looking for weaknesses. Li, watching from a distance, felt slightly stirred when he heard the white-clad girl announce her name. This girl gives me a strange feeling, as if she resembles that girl I met in my master's tomb?
If you say she resembles someone, he also felt that in style and appearance, the two have stark differences, which was quite puzzling. However, it might also be due to the distance, leading Lee to be unable to determine if the two girls really looked alike after all. He wouldn't think it coincidental to encounter the twin sister of the previous blonde girl. After all, that would be too coincidental, almost like winning the lottery. Whoosh! At that moment, Long Yiwu's pink hair danced with the wind. No longer needing spiritual wings to support her, she could stand in the air, her figure flashing like light, each attack ethereal and swift, fast enough that the naked eye couldn't capture it. Even the Kunlun Snake King felt some trouble upon seeing this, as every precise attack it executed could predict the intent of Long Yiwu's assault within a certain range, yet it couldn't land a hit accurately. With the passage of time, slight cracks have gradually appeared on its snow-white scales. These scars, which seemed almost trivial, ignited a fierce glint in the eyes of the Kunlun Snake King. After a series of rapid strikes, Long Yiwu swiftly darted back to her original position, distancing herself from her opponent, and coldly remarked, "Senior Snake King, dragging this out is pointless. Perhaps we should consider a trade? Trust me, the price I'm offering will undoubtedly be more valuable than your mythic blood drop." Through a special method, she, known as a powerhouse of the heavenly realm, was now geometrically stronger in her attacks. The formidable vortex blades formed by her red sword dance managed to exploit a slight opening in the defenses of the Kunlun Snake King. Because of this, Long Yiwu felt a surge of confidence, believing that the opponent was really no better than this. Xiao He couldn't help but frown as he feared what Li was thinking, saying, "Oh no, this girl insists on being superior at all costs." Upon hearing this, Li lifted his gaze and asked, "What do you mean?" He thought there was nothing wrong with what Long Yiwu was saying throughout the battle. The Kunlun Snake King had consistently been on the losing end, and now, negotiating clearly showed that she was giving it face. "Brother Dao, don't forget I have inherited memories." Xiao He shook his head, unable to suppress a sigh as he replied, "It's not the same. In my memories, although there has only been one Kunlun Snake King throughout the ages, and it has always stood guard over Kunlun's sacred mountain without straying, it is inherently extremely proud. Especially when it comes to dignity for the Kunlun Snake King, it is valued even more than its own life. This human girl named Long Yiwu seems to be quite proud herself, which is the root of the problem. Just think about it, Brother Dao. If two proud beings are together, the only outcome is fighting." Listening to Xiao Hei's analysis, Li widened his eyes in realization. He couldn't help but refocus on Kunlun's sacred mountain, and his eyes narrowed. Boom! Everything was as Xiao He said. Perched atop the mountain peak, the Kunlun Snake King's overall aura suddenly ascended to another level, and in an instant, it broke free from the shackles of invincibility. At this moment, the Kunlun Snake King underwent a dramatic transformation, both in aura and presence, especially in those indifferent spiritual eyes that now glimmered with a fierce white light. The so-called injuries inflicted by Long Yiwu before were nothing short of a humiliation for it. Therefore, after not having unleashed its full power for a long time, the Kunlun Snake King finally activated its restrictions today, and the mana fluctuations instantaneously reached a higher tier. Supreme Third Realm. Feeling the massive change in her opponent, Long Yiwu furrowed her brows, tightening her grip on her red sword, and remained silent. I've already said, it's no longer about whether you can negotiate, it's a matter of life and death for you." The transformed Kunlun Snake King had an exceedingly strange and ferocious tone, as its fierce eyes flickered with rage while its tail lunged out. The speed of the snowy white tail stab was beyond the naked eye, breaking through spatial barriers in an instant, heading straight for Long Yiwu's charming face. Chapter 112, The Comatose Girl. Facing the Kunlun Snake King's utterly brutal tail strike that exceeded the heavenly realm level, Long Yiwu had no time to dodge and had to retaliate forcefully, positioning her red sword in front of her graceful form. Bang! In an instant, Long Yiwu felt a blur before her eyes, as she was violently struck and sent flying, with the raging mana wave tearing multiple holes in her exquisite white robe. Li, hidden in a safe spot, realized that the white-clothed girl couldn't withstand even a casual strike from the Kunlun Snake King, and he knew the battle's outcome had become clear. At that moment, with clenched teeth, dragon-like blood flowing from her lips, she became aware that she was currently no match for the Kunlun Snake King. Moreover, the time for forcibly boosting her strength was running out, but having not obtained anything, she was unwilling to leave.
In my next life, I'll be a clever human.
However, time did not wait for the girl to ponder through the swirling snow. Again came a sharp tail strike. If it hit Longywu this time, it would lead to her demise.
Humph.
Seeing the danger, the girl in white let out a cold snort and swiftly slashed her left hand with the red sword. In the moment blood splattered, her figure vanished like magic, enveloped in blood, causing the Kunlun Snake King's strike to miss.
This can actually work?
Li stood dumbfounded, as he gained newfound knowledge. As the white-clothed girl disappeared, the Kunlun Snake King casually surveyed the surroundings. When it confirmed that it couldn't sense the other party's breath, its wild and fierce eyes returned to normal.
Humph.
Possibly annoyed, the Kunlun Snake King let out a cold snort, its figure stealthily vanishing, and the snowstorm surged furiously again. Soon, Kunlun Sacred Mountain returned to its original state. After the battle, Li and Xiaohei, observing from a distance like spectators, felt quite satisfied. To be fortunate enough to witness a battle between heavenly realm powerhouses truly excites my beastly blood.
Li instinctively exclaimed, then paused.
Ha! Beast? These are words that he unconsciously blurted out. Clearly, the beast bloodline within him has been continuously influencing the human soul he possessed in his past life.
Brother Dao, the battle is over.
Let's head back. Little Black said with a yawn, suddenly stating.
Upon hearing this, Li nodded.
Just as he was about to leave with Little Black, he suddenly felt an unusual disturbance behind him.
Rustle.
From the back of the jungle came a faint sound, causing both Li and Little Black to stop and watch. At that moment, when a frail-looking girl clad in tattered white clothes holding a red sword appeared before Li and Little Black, the three were instantly taken aback. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, enveloped in silence.
This.
Little Black stood on top of Li's head, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and astonishment. Li couldn't even imagine that he would suddenly come across Longywu, who had previously challenged the Kunlun Snake King. The girl in white, holding the red sword, plunged into the ground to support her weak body. Her 3,000 pink strands of hair were a bit messy, yet failed to conceal her exquisitely beautiful and slightly cold features. Her tattered white dress faintly revealed her delicate skin, making her even more attractive. Noticing the two weaker beings in front of her, a snake and a beast, she snorted coldly and drew her sword, entering a combat stance.
Ah da. Ha cha.
Li and Little Black looked incredibly formidable as they simultaneously took a combat stance to launch their deadly claw attack. The two were perfectly in sync after all. Faced with a human in the heavenly void realm, they had to be cautious and tense. However, this scene was somewhat amusing. The girl in white with flowing pink hair had a hint of unwillingness in her pink eyes, along with a tenacity and coldness not possessed by ordinary people. She bit her lip, wanting to eliminate her opponents, only to find she didn't have the strength to do so. In the end, this breathtaking girl who had fought fiercely against the Kunlun Snake King could not withstand the wave of weakness and fainted in the grass. Seeing the girl collapse, Li and Little Black were stunned, exchanging a glance as the question arose. Little Black swallowed hard and sighed, "Brother Dao, she must have passed out. Let's retreat quickly and leave this girl to fend for herself."
However, Li didn't think so.
He approached the fainted girl, his eyes flickering with conflict, and finally, under Little Black's shocked gaze, he wrapped the unconscious girl up with his tail. "If we leave her here, she'll eventually become food for other beasts, which would be a pity."
Chapter 113, Encounter in the Cave Part 1. Brother Dao, you can't be serious, right?
Little Black's eyes widened, watching Li go to help someone of unknown origins, and hurriedly said, "This girl can match the Snake King, and if she wakes up and sees us, she'll slice us to bits in a heartbeat, and we'll have nowhere to cry. Though this girl is very beautiful, shouldn't we prioritize our own safety, Brother Dao?"
Hearing this, Li laughed heartily and pondered, "It's fine.
Let's go to my usual alchemy spot. You can stay outside to keep watch. If anything happens, we can always use our bloodline power to run. It won't be easy for her to chase us down. This feels like playing with fire." Little Black couldn't help but roll his eyes. Rescuing a girl who might kill them at any moment was just too thrilling. Since Li had made his decision, Little Black naturally had nothing more to say and could only follow along reluctantly. Eventually, they arrived at their secret base cave where they usually rested. This used to be the dwelling place of the White Spirit Wolf clan, but during a visit to play, they had apparently moved without notice. With a clear pond nearby and shaded by cool trees, it was certainly a prime summer retreat. The cave's equipment was relatively simple. Lee had managed to set up a makeshift bed from branches and leaves, laying the unconscious girl with pink hair on top. "Little Black, go gather some mana-replenishing herbs around. I need them. And use your dark celestial fire to boil some hot water, and get plenty of fuel for the fire." After giving these orders, only Lee and the unconscious girl named Long Yi-Wu remained in the cave. Without the usually talkative Little Black, the place suddenly felt much quieter. Lee slowly approached the fainted girl. Observing her closely, he found his initial judgment to be somewhat contradictory. "Strangely, she does bear some resemblance to the girl I met before, but in terms of temperament and aura, there are clearly significant differences." The golden-haired, golden-eyed girl he encountered at the tomb of the Pill Sovereign gave off an energetic and vibrant sunlight-like aura. This girl now, however, exuded an aura that felt distant and unapproachable. It was fitting to describe her as fresh and refined. If one were to find a connection between the two, it would solely be their surrounded beauty, both astonishingly stunning. Such a stunning beauty, if placed in that world called Earth, would undoubtedly be captivating enough to topple cities. Is it true that the human world of the ancient continent is so rich in beauties? Lee observed the girl's tattered long robe and couldn't help but glance a few more times before shaking his head and turning to approach the alchemy cauldron. Dusk. As night fell, birds and beasts returned to their nests. Nocturnal beasts began to stir. Within the primeval jungle surrounding the original pathways, faint sounds of beast roars gradually emerged. Inside the cave, the pink-haired girl slightly moved her delicate nose, her pink eyes slowly opening to gaze at the unfamiliar world around her. She instantly sat up with a start, coldly surveying her surroundings. She found herself in an unknown cave, lying on a makeshift mattress made of branches and leaves, with a recently lit campfire flickering in front of her. "I'm not dead?" The girl in the white dress struggled to get up. The sudden weakness that surged through her body almost made her collapse again. She leaned against the rock wall and slowly dragged her frail body outside, gradually catching a whiff of a medicinal aroma. "Is this the scent of elixirs?" The girl in white slightly flared her delicate nostrils and sighed with relief, realizing she must have been saved by someone else rather than being food for a beast. As she continued to move outward, her expression brightened when she saw a bronze cauldron. Just as she was about to speak, she was surprised to find a large snake, its body as warm as jade, coiled in front of the cauldron. Lee had been refining elixirs at the entrance of the cave, and it seemed he sensed someone watching him from behind, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. "You're awake? You'd better not move around too much. Your body urgently needs to replenish its mana and warm up. It's best to rest for a while." However, before he could finish, a sharp whoosh of wind rushed toward him. Lee caught a glimpse of a red sword blade very close to the side of his throat and forced a smile, saying, "Heroine, let's talk this out. Swinging your sword will hurt our feelings. Think about it, if I really wanted to eat you, would I still keep you around?" Chapter 114, An Encounter in the Cave Part 2. Inside the silent cave, only a bronze cauldron burned with fierce flames, producing waves of medicinal fragrance, evidently indicating that the elixir was nearing its final stages. However, at that moment, Lee wasn't focused on the elixirs. Instead, he was reasoning with and emotionally engaging the stunning girl behind him. After all, who could feel comfortable with a deadly weapon resting right next to their neck? Upon hearing this, the girl with the red sword was taken aback, her brows slightly furrowing as she snorted, "You can speak human language? What do you mean?" Lee rolled his eyes, noticing that her tone was indeed reminiscent of someone he knew. "There are plenty of beasts that can speak human language, you know. Could you please lower your sword? Miss Long Yi-Wu." Upon hearing this, Long Yi-Wu, who had initially intended to lower her sword, instead pressed the blade closer to his throat, coldly saying, "How do you know my name? Who are you?" Lee rolled his eyes again and replied tersely, "You fought a fierce battle with the Snake King on Kunlun's sacred mountain. We know everything. It was quite the commotion, and very few Wun Ti have heard about it. Could you lower your sword first? Is this how you humans treat someone who saved your life?" Only then did Longiwu gradually retract her red sword into her body, her captivating gaze fixed on him, her pink eyes revealing a strong sense of vigilance. "Brother Dao, the herb you requested, is this the spirit herb?" At that moment, Xiaohei rushed in holding a bunch of sparkling spirit herbs, and upon seeing that Longiwu was awake, he was instantly scared pale. He hid beside Li, speaking in a feeble but fierce tone, "Just so you know, we saved you, you can't kill us." Li glanced at the little guy next to him and said, unimpressed, "Can you be any more cowardly? You're supposed to be a royal bloodline beast, could you not embarrass our monster faction like this?" Xiaohei shot a glance at the front and couldn't help but mutter, "Brother Dao, you can scold me all you like, but why are you shaking? What did you just say?" Li, using his tail, tugged at Xiaohei's mouth, angrily saying, No, Brother Dao, you misunderstood." Xiaohei's mouth was pulled wide open and quickly pleaded. Looking at these two comical guys, Longiwu's initially cold and calm face couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. She couldn't help but giggle, which drew the attention of both of them. Xiaohei immediately fell into it, whispering, "So beautiful." They seemed to acknowledge this, slightly nodding, while in the depths of his still relatively calm eyes, a touch of restlessness flickered, and his heart began to race. One has to say, the cold and distant Longiwu looked so stunning when she smiled, particularly gentle, as if she could melt even the coldest mountain snow. This kind of incongruous personality is incredibly rare. Observing the two dumbfounded guys, Longiwu retracted her smile and said slowly, "Thank you for saving me. I'm not unreasonable, and I will remember this kindness." Although her voice still carried some wariness and coldness, it had softened considerably compared to before. "Go, keep watch at the gate." Li paused momentarily, then cleared his throat and with his tail, pushed Xiaohei out before turning to the girl in white, saying, "Well, Miss Longiwu. Just call me Longiwu." Longiwu shook her head. "All right, then I'll use your name. I'm called Li." As he said this, Li took out several jade bottles containing elixirs from his storage space and tossed them to her. "These are gathering spirit pills to accelerate your body's recovery. If you're not worried about them being poison, you should take them." Longiwu took the jade bottle and sensed the authentic elixir fragrance inside, her delicate face momentarily stunned. "Elixirs? You're actually an alchemist?" No wonder she was surprised. After all, human alchemists are already rare, and a monster faction alchemist is someone she had never seen before. "Sort of, but I haven't completed a classification certification. Consider me a semi-inexperienced alchemist." Li retracted the crimson flames from the alchemy cauldron, and before leaving, tilted his head slightly and said, "There's a water pool outside. Xiaohei and I will keep watch for you, don't worry, we're too lazy to spy on you." Chapter 115, The Water Pool Incident. In the quiet water pool, clear living water flowed. Splash! At that moment, a figure as beautiful as jade stood in the water pool, feeling the gentle breeze around her. Her pink hair swayed in the wind, combining with the beautiful landscape. Alongside such a stunning beauty, it was like a poetic painting. Longiwu looked at her jade-like left hand, observing the two sword scars in her palm, took a deep breath, and closed her pink eyes. A special power flowed through her body. In the blink of an eye, the scar in her left palm slowly healed and disappeared, returning to its original state, as pure as jade, as if she had never been hurt. The girl submerged herself in the pool, with only her jade-like neck exposed. She gazed towards the east, which was the direction of Kunlun Mountain, and a hint of clarity flashed in her eyes. Nobody knew what she was thinking. Not far from the shore, Li was hanging on the tree's tip, idly chewing on a piece of grass, turning his back to the pool while looking into the distance. As for Xiaohei, he had been sulking with his paws hugged together since earlier, as if feeling aggrieved. Li glanced at him and couldn't help but say, "I mean, you can't hold a grudge this long, can you? It was just a little push." Xiaohei didn't respond, still pouting like a child, clearly not having calmed down yet. Seeing this, Li shook his head slightly, feeling both amused and exasperated. He then lifted his tail and rubbed the little one's head, smiling, "All right, in a bit, Knife Brother will roast you some meat in your favorite flavor as an apology, okay?" Upon hearing this, Xiaohei took a deep breath, blinking his eyes, then slowly stretched out his qilin claw, showing 2 fingers, and said, "I want to eat too. I'll roast you 3, how generous." Li laughed heartily. The little guy really was easy to please. Only then did Xiaohei smile, quickly climbing onto Li's head, proudly declaring, "Now that's more like it."
Ah!
Meanwhile, a sharp scream suddenly rang out. Upon hearing it, Li's eyes flashed with a chilling light, and he quickly rushed to the edge of the pool, shouting, "What happened?" He saw Long Yiwu suddenly standing up, pointing with her porcelain white finger at the slender black shadow writhing in the water, her expression flustered.
Eh? That's a huge earthworm.
Hearing this, Li was immediately speechless. He thought the other person was facing some kind of threat.
A strong individual who dared to fight the Kunlun Snake King was afraid of an earthworm?
While thinking this, he swiftly jumped into the pool, directly slapping the earthworm away under the girl's gaze.
The earthworm that got slapped away? Alright, the crisis is resolved, you can continue.
Seeing the earthworm disappear, Li let out a long breath, turned around, but before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned, his snake face suddenly flushed red.
What's wrong with you?
Seeing the unusual expression on him, Long Yiwu asked curiously. But when she saw a streak of fresh blood oozing from Li's nose, she suddenly realized something. Long Yiwu glanced at her own standing figure, then back at Li, whose nose was bleeding, her face immediately turning extremely red, the crimson color spreading all the way to her ears.
Ah!
With another even more furious scream, Long Yiwu put her left arm up in front of her, while the other pink fist suddenly condensed a vast mana ripple, mercilessly slamming into Li's snake face.
Li?
Due to the proximity, he had no chance to dodge and could only take the punch, immediately sending him flying back, crashing heavily into the bushes on the shore.
Knife brother!
Xiao He, seeing Li being ruthlessly knocked away by Long Yiwu, was startled, his face paling, and he quickly rushed to where Li was, calling out anxiously.
Knife brother, you can't die. You have to hang in there. You haven't roasted meat for me yet. Chapter 116, Attracting with Roasted Meat.
Seeing Li being punched away, the furious Long Yiwu gradually calmed down. She submerged her delicate body into the pool again, slightly raising her right hand, her crimson face not losing any color but with some reluctance.
Earlier, it seemed I didn't hold back. Is he going to be alright?
After saying this, Long Yiwu remembered that the strength she used earlier wasn't that strong because she couldn't still mobilize mana in her body, she had simply regained normal mobility. Even with the recovery pills provided by Li, her body strength at this moment was just stronger than an ordinary person. I overexerted myself before, which is why my mana is still sealed. Thinking along these lines, Long Yiwu let out a slight sigh of relief, then restored her cold demeanor, huffing, he deserved that punch after all, he saw everything. As night fell, the campfire crackled in the cave. On the fire, 5 legs of meat roasted to a crisp outside and tender inside dripped with golden fragrant oil, sizzling against the flames, releasing an enticing aroma. Xiao He was already drooling, rubbing his small paws together, clearly unable to wait any longer. And at this moment in the cave, it was quite quiet. Li ignored his swollen snake face, silently concentrating on roasting meat, slowly turning it with his tail, occasionally using it to pick up nearby jars and bottles, spilling special seasonings over the meat.
Gradually, the originally oily and fragrant meat, enhanced by the seasonings, ignited an irresistible appetite.
Long Yiwu, already changed into a new white long robe, was sitting on a rock on the other side. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, a trace of surprise flashing in her pink eyes. She didn't expect this guy to have such culinary skills. The roasted meat smelled so good, he could even alchemize, and yet he didn't carry the ferocity of beast blood.
Could he really be some kind of demon?
Such a skillful roasting method was something even some top human chefs might not manage. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really would have found it hard to believe.
Gurgle.
Gradually, perhaps because Li's roasted meat was too fragrant, her stomach protested with a growl, painting the girl's cheeks with a light blush.
Long Yiwu watched the certain guy focused on grilling meat.
Proud and stubborn, she swallowed her pride and decided to close her eyes to meditate, remaining silent. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. That's how Long Yiwu felt. Li glanced at the white-clad girl sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She remained silent, her swollen snake-like face still remarkably serene, continuing to roast meat by herself.
Humph, if you don't want to eat, fine, it's you who will be hungry. Let's see who can hold out longer. Brother Knife, are you done yet?
Little Black could hardly wait. This little guy had very little patience. Lee took a look at this guy beside him who only cared about meat, then picked up 3 skewers of roast and tore off a small piece from each, pretending to savor them with a full expression of enjoyment as he murmured, delicious, well cooked, here, go ahead and gnaw on it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of black light appeared, and Little Black bolted towards the cave entrance, clutching the 3 skewers of roast meat, as if afraid someone would snatch his treasure, obviously looking for a place to eat in solitude. A moment later, satisfied shouts emanated from outside the cave.
Oh my goodness, what kind of divine roasted meat is this? It's way too delicious. This guy really only recognizes meat.
Hearing this, Lee couldn't help but shake his head and smile as he looked at the 2 remaining golden roasted skewers over the campfire. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of the girl meditating with her eyes closed, feeling a bit surprised. He realized she could actually keep still. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure. Seeing that Longiwu stubbornly said nothing, Lee couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although he was upset about being abruptly punched by her, he acknowledged that it was somewhat justified. Forget it, I'm magnanimous enough not to sweat the small stuff, he thought, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. In that case, he needed to deploy a strategy to attract her attention with roasted meat. At that time, Longiwu was still diligently meditating when suddenly a fragrant smell wafted closer to her, and she gradually opened her pink eyes. Before her lay a skewer of roasted golden leg meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Lee, with his tail coiled around one end of the skewer, still looked like a swollen snake, and his speech was slightly slurred. Here, are you hungry? I don't know if this suits your taste. Conditions here are harsh, and there are no other ingredients, so please settle for this.
Chapter 117, Even Beautiful Ladies Struggle with Delicious Food.
Upon hearing this, Longiwu glanced at Lee with the swollen snake face and then at the aromatic golden roasted meat in front of her.
Without being pretentious, she gently accepted the roast.
Seeing her take the roasted meat, Lee turned around to pick up the last skewer of roasted meat from the campfire and began to savor it carefully, occasionally nodding and murmuring to himself, "This time isn't too bad.
The grilling is fine, but the ingredients could be a bit better."
Longiwu observed how Lee devoured the meat, and it was quite similar to how a human would grab meat with their hands, which left her taken aback and even more confused.
Is this guy really a demon?
Seemingly sensing her gaze, Lee turned around with meat still in his mouth, speaking unintelligibly, "Why aren't you eating?
Is my roasted meat not to your liking?"
Hearing this, Longiwu snapped back to reality, gently shook her head, and then reached out to tear off a small piece, eating it very gracefully. The moment the roasted meat entered her mouth, she felt that not only was the meat crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, but it also melted in the mouth. Although it was a large piece, it did not at all affect its smooth texture. The heat was evenly distributed, and it was grilled to perfection. Lee tore off another piece of meat and swallowed it, occasionally casting glances at the stunned pink-haired girl nearby, seemingly waiting for something. In the next moment, Longiwu tore off another piece of meat and put it into her mouth, her pretty face slightly reddening. A hint of surprise crossed her pink eyes, as she subconsciously whispered, "Delicious." As she spoke, the girl continued to eat several pieces of meat. For some reason, this roasted meat seemed to have a magical power, making her unable to stop wanting to eat more. Although a strong practitioner of the heavenly void realm could completely survive without relying on food, she was still human. Naturally, when she smelled something delicious, she liked to eat.
Are you really a demon?
Longiwu elegantly placed another piece of torn roasted meat into her mouth while looking at Lee with curiosity.
In response, Lee shrugged his snake-like fins, resembling a human shrugging, and said, "Asking whether a demon snake is a demon is like asking someone if they are human, isn't that a bit impolite?"
Upon hearing this, Longiwu slightly paused, shook her head gently. Her voice remained cool, but it was noticeably softer than before.
"But to me, you exhibit many human traits. As someone who naturally interacts with the monster faction, it's my first time encountering a demon that is so similar to humans in the realm of the monster faction."
Lee turned to her, surprised as he looked at the pink-haired girl, asking, "So what you're saying is, in the human world, can demons also coexist?"
"Of course. Who says the human world cannot have demons?"
Long Yiwu replied slowly, moreover, there are good and bad demons, just like people it's hard to define.
I have a good friend who is a demon.
Apart from her flaw of loving to fight, her personality is truly kind. As she spoke, Long Yiwu paused, looking at the shocked Li and continued, of course, it's not like you think. My friend is not only powerful but also comes from a prestigious background. The Kunlun Snake King might be considered a dominant figure in the Demon God Mountain region, but once you step outside the Demon God Mountain region, there are plenty of families in the monster faction that are even stronger. Hearing this, Li tore off a piece of roast meat and swallowed it thoughtfully.
Step outside the Demon God Mountain region? I really want to see what the outside world is like.
They are right. While the Demon God Mountain region is the territory of the monster faction, the ancient continent is vast and boundless, with plenty of places even stronger than the Demon God Mountain region.
Through this brief conversation with Long Yiwu, Li's determination to obtain the transforming grass solidified even more. Do they really expect him to stay quietly in the Demon God Mountain region for the rest of his life? Like the Kunlun Snake King, guarding that snow mountain with an air of solitude every day? Like the Earth Dragon Bear, staying lonely in the primal Tontian Mountain? This is definitely impossible.
Li will never be content with a life of seclusion. What he wants is a more exciting and thrilling life. Reaching the peak, knowing a more authentic primordial continent, coexisting with the strong, is what he desires. At that time, Little Black lazily returned to the cave with a burp, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, praising, Brother Dao, your barbecuing is way better than before.
How did you do it?
Li came back to his senses, looking at the little guy with a round belly, grinning. Of course, I added some seasoning. The spirit herbs I had you collect earlier had refined ingredients in them, which I sprinkled on the roasted meat to make it more fragrant.
Do you remember back then, Brother Blade?
At this point, Li suddenly stopped, feeling a mix of crying and laughing, nearly revealing a secret from his previous life.
Keep talking, Brother Blade.
Xiaohong looked at the former with big, innocent eyes, complaining. Li shot a glare at the other with little patience, tapping Xiaohong's head with his serpentine tail, saying,
Isn't it enough that the roasted meat is delicious? Why are you prying into it?
Here. At the same time, a clean branch suddenly appeared at the side of Li's snake fan as he turned his head to Long Yiwu, astonished, You finished so quickly? Upon hearing this, Long Yiwu lightly nodded, wanting to say something but stopping herself, her pretty face gradually flushed red. Seeing this, Li laughed, Just say it directly, no need to be so reserved with me. Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed even deeper. Her bashful demeanor added a hint of maturity and charm to her girl-like features.
After holding back for a long time, Long Yiwu, feeling shy, finally said, Brother Blade, is there any more meat? I didn't quite eat enough.
As she spoke, Long Yiwu buried her beautiful face between her long legs. The combination of her seductive charm and coolness was truly captivating. Upon hearing this, Li's expression froze for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh, saying, I'll roast you another one. We may not have much else, but we sure have plenty of roasted meat. He never expected his roasting skills to be so outstanding. Truly, even beauties find it hard to resist good food.
Chapter 118, Chastisement.
On the steep rock wall of the mountain peak, a large snake, pure white like jade, was slowly advancing.
Li glanced at the spirit herbs growing on the rock wall above, then looked down at the dizzying height below. If he fell, he would absolutely be finished.
Brother Blade, I can only sense this one yuan spirit grass around this mountain. Maybe we need to switch mountains.
Xiaohong, sitting on Li's head, said a bit shyly.
Hearing this, Li shook his head with a smile, then stretched out his snake tail, pulled down the glowing spirit herb from above, and threw it to Xiaohong, chuckling, Do you think spirit herbs are as common as jelly beans? It's better to find something difficult than to find nothing at all. Let's move on to the next mountain. After a busy morning, Li returned to the secret little base that belonged to him and Xiaohong, and finding it empty, his expression became startled. The campfire had long been extinguished, and the cave exuded a gradually cooling atmosphere, appearing somewhat desolate. Li quickly went to where Long Yiwu had been resting before, sensing that her presence had long since faded, his brow furrowing slightly. Clearly, she had left while they were out collecting spirit herbs. Brother Blade, do you think that girl has already left?
Xiaohong, perched on Li's head, couldn't help but ask. Li did not respond to him.
He followed the traces of Long Emu's departure. However, as he reached the cave's mouth, he instantly lost track of her presence, which made him frown even more. Impossible, she hasn't fully recovered yet. Logically speaking, she would need at least a level period before she can fully recover to the pre-Tianshu state.
Suddenly, Li moved his snake nose, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Huh? Is there a trace of a beast?
He quickly set out to search through a 10-mile radius, but still did not find any trace of Long Emu, shouting as he searched.
Long Emu. Where are you? If you can hear me, reply, are you alive or dead?
In the afternoon, a girl in a long white dress walked lightly over the smooth stones by the water pool, holding a number of rare treasures, her white cloak fluttering slightly in the wind, giving off an ethereal and tranquil beauty.
When the girl returned to the cave entrance, she saw Xiaohong squatting on a rock with his chin resting on his hands. Puzzled, Xiaohong? You came back so soon? Where's Brother Blade?
Upon hearing this, Xiaohong, with a pale expression, pointed towards the cave behind him, then his big eyes regained their luster as he looked at the tall and beautiful girl in front of him, astonished. Long Emu? You're not dead? What do you mean? How could I die when I'm doing fine? Long Emu cast a glance at him, her cool voice tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction.
You haven't told me where Brother Blade went?
I recovered pretty well today, so I went to gather some spirit herbs for him from other places, which can be used for alchemy.
Her voice always carried a sense of coldness that kept others at bay, but if you listen closely, you could detect a hint of gentle softness. At this point, Xiaohong shook his head with a wry smile, pointing to the cave behind him, sighing, Brother Blade has been silent in there.
Silent?
Long Emu raised her delicate eyebrows. What's wrong? Why is he silent? Did he fail at alchemy? Still because of you.
Xiaohong said irritably, hurry in, Brother Blade has been looking for you all afternoon, turning the surrounding mountains upside down. His anxious look nearly scared me to death. Hearing this, Long Emu's beautiful face froze for a moment, then she nodded lightly, freeing up a hand to gently rub Xiaohong's head, saying, got it, I'll go in first. Seeing Long Emu slowly enter the cave, Xiaohong sighed, continuing to lean on the rock with his chin, muttering, I've never seen Brother Blade looking for someone so frantically before. Long Emu made her way to the depths of the cave, watching the 5-meter-long white snake resting motionless by where she had previously rested, a glint flickering in its pinkish spirit eyes as she cleared her throat. Brother Blade, I'm back. Upon hearing this, Li's closed eyes suddenly snapped open. He spun around, looking at the unharmed girl in white, the fierce light in his eyes gradually fading as he roared reproachfully, where have you been?
Do you think this is your home? Just leave whenever you want? Do you realize you're only a bit stronger than an ordinary person right now? There are at least 2 level beasts around you that could easily wipe you out, do you know that? This isn't fun at all. Chapter 119, Pinnacle Spirit Cultivation Pill.
Inside the cave, a roaring sound gradually emerged.
After Li vented his anger, he suddenly realized something was off, stopped making noise, and looked at Long Emu, bitterly smiling inside. Why should I care so much about others? I have nothing to do with her.
Besides, her identity is quite high, and she must have protective gear on her.
I'm just worrying for nothing. Faced with Li's roaring reprimand, Long Emu was also taken aback. Holding the spirit herb in her arms, she looked at him, and for some reason, she couldn't feel any anger rising within her.
Under normal circumstances, if anyone dared to chastise her like that, she would have already struck with her sword, without giving them a chance to finish talking.
Not only that, but Long Emu was also more curious and puzzled by Li.
Although the other party was clearly a monster, in terms of actions, character, and conversation, he resembled a human too much. Even the way he threw a tantrum just now was just like a human elder. Although caught off guard by the scolding, Long Emu, who had a rather proud character, regained the coolness that was intentionally brought back to her pink eyes, and said softly, I just wanted to help you gather some spirit herbs, to aid in my quick recovery.
That's all.
As she spoke, she used her limited mana to push the spirit herb in her hand, directly flying towards the bronze cauldron at the cave entrance. For a moment, the cave fell into a complete silence, the atmosphere slightly strange. Li took a deep breath, moving his serpent body towards the cave entrance. As he passed by Long Emu, he paused and said slowly, I was reckless. I will help you restore your power quickly so that you can leave here as soon as possible. Feeling the faint fragrance from the beautiful girl beside him at such a close distance, Li showed no intention of lingering and continued to move straight toward the cave entrance. Longyu slightly turned her head, looking at the white serpent moving toward the cave entrance, a trace of subtle cunning flickering in her eyes, her tone still cold.
Are you worried about me just now?
Hearing this, Li halted his forward pace, slightly tilted his head, snorted, and said, "Don't think too much. I'm only worried that you will expose my secret base, especially that the Snake King old fellow cannot know I saved you." After saying that, he moved his serpent body and swept toward the cave entrance without looking back. In the quiet cave, Longyu watched where Li had left, her naturally cool and beautiful features seldom breaking into a sly smile. "This guy is quite interesting, forget it. I'll let you off for your previous disrespect as a gesture of goodwill from me." In the blazing bronze cauldron, red flames burned intensely, and inside, a pill's initial form gradually formed through combustion. Li watched the pill in the furnace, occasionally tossing in a flower of red flame, and intermittently pulling out a wisp of red flame, his expression extremely serious. Longyu sat not far from him watching his serious alchemy with boredom, the light in her eyes spreading gently like ripples on water.
With a gentle shout, Li's eyes erupted with two blazing flames in a formation, and his tail suddenly struck the alchemy cauldron, causing the lid to pop open.
The pill that had already formed gradually floated in the air. He quickly wrapped it with his tail, using his red flame to absorb the excess useless impurities inside. Steam released, and a pill, round and glossy like jade, appeared. "If all goes well, this should be the best among the herbal pills I have refined." Li gazed at the jade-like pill, murmured, then tossed it to the girl not far away.
"This is a top-tier spirit cultivation pill. It should completely unseal the mana within you.
Take it." Longyu looked at the pill in her hand without a shred of hesitation, directly placing it in her mouth. As she felt her internal spiritual meridians gradually unbinding like unshackling, she gently nodded and said, "It works. I can feel my mana fluctuations." Hearing this, Li smiled slightly, then replaced the lid on the cauldron with his tail, saying, "This medicine has 2 courses of treatment. I'll refine another batch for you later. I'm going out to gather some spirit herbs, just stay here and be honest."
"Got it."
Longyu sat on the stone, swaying her long, white legs. Suddenly, she thought of something and turned to look at Li, asking, "By the way, you mentioned you worried about the Snake King finding out you saved me. Do you have some sort of grudge against it?" Chapter 120, Strange Roasted Meat, Strange Feeling. Hearing this, Li, who was preparing to leave, stopped, looked at the sunlight refracting in from outside the cave, and shook his head slightly, saying, "No."
Longyu asked again, "Then why is that?"
"This is a long story in short, it has nothing to do with you. I'll help you recover quickly so you can leave the Monster God mountain range soon.
It's dangerous here.
Don't think just because you can fight against a heavenly realm expert that you are strong, at least until you recover, you are merely a weakling." After saying this, Li left the cave without looking back, leaving Longyu alone. "TCH, so fierce," Longyu pouted, suddenly recalling that the other person was somewhat similar to someone she knew, so she decided to ignore it and continued her meditation. This peaceful time lasted for over half a month, until one early morning. When the first ray of sunlight filtered through the dense jungle into the cave, illuminating Li's face, he was seriously focused on the burning alchemy cauldron in front of him, carefully watching the process of melting the pills. After such a long time of alchemy, he could not say he could do it effortlessly, but he had reached a level where he was nearly proficient. If he had to define a rank for himself, he would definitely be a first-grade alchemist. It's just a pity that the evolution system has already hinted that only after he received the certification from the Alchemist Guild in the human world can the attributes panel be updated to show. As the blazing red flames inside the cauldron began rising more vigorously, the nascent elixir gradually took shape and started to meld together. Li took a deep breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Fortunately, I succeeded this time. From now on, I think I'll refrain from casually trying first-grade pinnacle elixirs. This alchemy consumes not just mana and fire ability, but also a significant amount of spiritual power. Had it not been for his possession of the human soul from his past life, with a spiritual power exceeding that of ordinary people, concocting a first-grade pinnacle elixir would have been quite dangerous." Bang! In the next moment, the lid of the cauldron burst open on its own, revealing a brilliant elixir that shone like a precious jade. Li familiarized himself with it, feeling the immense mana and warmth it contained, and nodded in satisfaction. The quality of this spirit-nurturing elixir is actually better than the last time. Once again covering the cauldron, Li withdrew his flames, watching the tail end of the fiery, flame-like dance of red fire, a trace of helplessness crossing his eyes. Unfortunately, his red flames still couldn't activate the 9-dragon profound fire technique. The prerequisites for such profound skills are too high. What kind of fire is required? At that time, Li entered the cave with the spirit-nurturing elixir, catching the gradually wafting scent of roasted meat, his expression momentarily stunned as he quickened his pace. There, he saw Long Yiwu gracefully squatting by the campfire, carefully turning the roasting meat and occasionally sprinkling some seasonings. Looking at this scene, Li exclaimed, "If you wanted roasted meat, you could have just asked me. Why are you doing it yourself? It's such a tough job, let me handle it. It's not suitable for you with your delicate skin. Don't make it seem like I'm useless. I just want to learn your roasting skills so I can show off to that greedy guy back at home." Long Yiwu shot him an annoyed glance, noticing the spirit-nurturing elixir affected by Li's mana, then smiled. "Is the alchemy finished?" Li nodded, tossing the spirit-nurturing elixir to her, saying, "Yes, this is the last dose. After tonight, you'll completely recover your celestial void realm level." Long Yiwu caught the elixir and directly put it in her mouth without hesitation. Seeing this, Li's heart felt stirred. After spending these days together, she had become less frosty and a bit warmer, adding a touch of softness that made one feel comforted. Although these changes were subtle, they were real. However, this warmth was fleeting, as Li knew that once she returned to being a powerful being in the celestial void realm, there would be no connection between them. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a pang of loss in his heart. Long Yiwu took a small taste and then handed another piece of roasted meat to Li, smiling slightly. "Try the roasted meat I made and see if there's any difference from yours. I made it exactly the way you do it." "Ha, then I'll give it a try." The roasted meat made by the beautiful Long. Li laughed heartily and then directly swallowed the roasted meat she gave him. After tasting it thoughtfully, he nodded, saying, "It's good. I can't say it's exactly the same, but it's definitely fine." "Yes, that's great." Long Yiwu also took another bite of roasted meat. Despite her naturally frosty demeanor, a hint of satisfaction appeared on her delicate face. In the next moment, Li suddenly had an odd expression. After taking another bite of the roasted meat and carefully savoring it, he looked at Long Yiwu in confusion and said, "Why does this roasted meat taste a bit strange all of a sudden? Did you taste something unusual?" Chapter 121, all caused by the Union herb powder. Can roasted meat have a strange taste? Upon hearing this, Long Yiwu's delicate face froze slightly, then she tore off another piece of meat and placed it in her mouth, savoring it carefully. "No, I made it exactly the way you taught me. Did I do something wrong in the steps?" Hearing her say this, Li didn't think too much about it. After all, it was her first attempt at roasting meat. Not burning it to a charred dish was a miracle already. The taste was fine, so he didn't care about any strange sensations. What should have been a topic laid to rest, as time progressed, Li felt increasingly uneasy as he ate. He felt an inexplicable heat rising within him, a flame burning in his heart. In stark contrast, Long Yiwu grew quieter. She felt her body heating up as well, an irresistible heat that made her pink eyes appear somewhat dazed, adding a touch of enchanting charm. Looking at the unfinished roasted meat in her hand, Long Yiwu exhaled lightly, puzzled. "How strange. Why do I feel hotter the more I eat?" "Hot." Upon hearing this, Li looked at the roasted meat coiled by his tail, found nothing wrong, leaned in and sniffed, his expression suddenly changing. He turned his gaze to her and asked, "What seasoning did you add?" "Just these bottles and jars you put here." Long Yiwu pointed to the jade bottles beside the campfire, her cool voice unconsciously softening considerably, becoming incredibly gentle. Li hurriedly grabbed a few jade bottles, opened them, sniffed, and his face stiffened as he forced a smile, saying, "Why did you pour this in?" "This is the Union herb powder I prepared for dealing with the Snake King." "Union herb powder?" Upon hearing this strange name and feeling her own reaction, Long Yiwu's delicate face flushed with embarrassment and anger, turning her earlobes pink, making her even more alluring. "I originally thought you were quite a decent guy, but you can also come up with such disgraceful things." "Humph.
Li let out a bitter laugh in response, saying, "No, my dear, if I didn't use my head, how could I fight against the Kunlun Snake King? Are you asking me to confront him head-on? Anyway, you're just not a decent person." Longiwu snorted coldly, but her scoff only made Li feel more restless. "I can't be bothered to explain it to you. When this girl gets angry, there's simply no reasoning with her." Li felt the uncontrollable surge of heat in his body and the pure, restless heart within him. His teeth ground together, making a squeaking sound as he bore the torment. The same goes for Longiwu, who similarly used her mana to suppress the turmoil within her heart. Although she had regained quite a bit of power, she was still on par with Li, both at the two instruments' realm level. Sweat trickled down Li's forehead, his complexion was not good, his face flushed. Deep down, he was in a cold sweat and speechless. The amount of the joy consolidation herb was quite powerful. He had filled an entire bottle in preparation for dealing with the Snake King, but now it was all being wasted on himself. It was simply too dramatic. It's all because of this damn joy consolidation herb. As time passed, the atmosphere gradually shifted from peculiar to something indescribable. The two locked eyes from a distance, with neither showing a pleasant expression. "Brother Dao, guess what I got?" At that moment, Xiaohei ran in, biting a spirit herb. Sensing some indescribable aura fluctuations in the cave, it was momentarily stunned, only to look at the two with poor complexions before scurrying away. "Sorry to interrupt, excuse me." In the quiet cave, Li tightly closed his eyes, curled up in a corner, constantly muttering, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." He really didn't dare to look at the stunning beauty across from him. He was afraid that a single misstep would drive him wild. Crash! Then, with the sudden sound of a delicate jade bottle hitting the ground, Li instinctively opened his eyes. He saw Longiwu, staggering as she approached, and was instantly frightened, shrinking against the wall with his serpent tail protecting him, exclaiming in alarm, "What the hell are you doing? Don't come any closer. I'm telling you, you need to calm down." Chapter 122, I'm really struggling here. Seeing Longiwu, whose elegant face was in a daze, approach step by step, Li pressed against the wall, with no way to retreat. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Get a grip, calm down. Don't come any closer." However, ignoring Li's shouts, Longiwu gradually reached Li's side, stretching out her slender jade-like hand and forcefully prying apart his serpent body to step inside. The two locked eyes at that moment, in close proximity, and the atmosphere had shifted from indescribable to one that was about to spiral out of control. Li dared not move a muscle, and didn't even want to look into her eyes. He pleaded, in a tone filled with reason and emotion, "Just hold on, don't come any closer." At that moment, in Longiwu's pink, enchanting eyes sparkled with tears of struggle, yet her movements didn't stop, her pearly teeth clenching tight. The image of her aggrieved, angry, and alluring self only made Li's blood rush. Longiwu braced herself against the wall, closing in on Li like a wall push, her voice filled with shame and anger, stutteringly, "You, don't come closer, you, stay away from me." Hearing this, Li was so infuriated he felt like spitting blood. He rolled his eyes repeatedly, unable to hold back a roar. "Who's south getting close to whom? I'm practically embedded in the wall, how can you expect me to get farther away?" Upon hearing this, Longiwu took on a carefree appearance. Her uncontrollably trembling arms slowly wrapped around Li's core, and in that moment, inexplicably, they embraced. "I beg you, let me go, I don't want to die without knowing why." Li felt the gentle fragrance gradually radiating from her, and his inner turmoil was nearly uncontrollable, his expression panicked. He knew she had taken the last spirit-enhancing pill, and would regain her strength by tomorrow at the latest. If such an indescribable event were to lead to his demise under the sword now, it would surely be a grave injustice. In response to Li's words, Longiwu seemed somewhat awakened. She looked at her actions, and in her cold, stubborn eyes, a hint of tears shimmered. Yet even so, her actions did not change. She tightened her hold around his serpent head, her delicate face filled with rage and shame. "You, if you dare to bully me, I will kill you and then commit suicide." Upon hearing this, Li rolled his eyes wildly, feeling utterly helpless and wanted to cry out, "My dear aunt, who was bullying whom? I haven't done anything. Listen to this, does that even make sense?" She walked right into it herself, and now she blames him for bullying her? But Long Yiwu ignored Li's roar, gently weeping as she clung to his neck. Her demeanor made one feel incredibly affectionate.
Li unleashed all his mana to desperately suppress the restlessness inside him, cold sweat pouring down, a bitter smile almost turning into tears.
I'm really struggling here. At that moment, they had reached a breaking point.
Long Yiwu took another step forward, and Li's eyes reddened slightly. Finally, in a resigned roar, he pushed her away. In an instant, he moved with incredible speed and knocked Long Yiwu to the ground, rendering her unable to move. Li took deep breaths, gazing at Long Yiwu below, who was tightly biting her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes, as the temperature within him continued to rise, nearly transforming him into the fiery serpent form. Seeing there was seemingly no way out, Long Yiwu gazed at him with shame and anger but found herself unable to muster any strength. Ultimately, resigned, she closed her eyes, turned her face away, and wept.
Roar!
Li roared in anger and then bit down hard on his own tail, using the pain to jolt himself awake. In a daze, he stumbled out of the cave. Realizing she had not been bullied, Long Yiwu slowly opened her eyes, finding herself alone in the cave with a trail of fresh blood leading outside. Her beautiful face was momentarily stunned. She hugged her legs tight and buried her head between them, softly sobbing.
Nightfall.
Li stretched out on the only patch of grass on the mountain, gazing at the open level space with a hint of coldness in his expression. After enduring a whole day of forced suppression, the effects of the Huanyue grass finally wore off, and he considered himself to have narrowly escaped disaster.
So, you were here.
At that moment, a soft voice, cool yet slightly apologetic, came from a distance.
Li glanced towards the direction of the speaker before turning his head back again. Chapter 123, The Tranquility Under the Night Sky.
Li glanced at the newcomer, then turned his head to the other side, chewing on some grass in silence. The one seeking him was undoubtedly Long Yiwu. Seeing the displeasure on the other's face, Long Yiwu said nothing and didn't get angry.
Instead, she quietly sat down next to him.
She had returned to her usual appearance, intentionally bathed, and changed into a new red and white long coat. Li felt the refreshing and unique aura beside him and quietly shifted away, not wanting to die under uncertain circumstances. Seeing this, Long Yiwu's eyes revealed a hint of amusement, but her voice remained cold and melodious. I'm a little girl and I'm not afraid. What are you hiding from me?
You're small?
Li turned his head to glare at her, inspecting her from head to toe, and retorted, with such development, how are you small?
You!
Long Yiwu was speechless with rage. She wanted to punch him but remembered how he had bled for his own innocence. She then curled her legs up and pouted, saying, forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you.
TCH.
Li turned his head away, self-absorbedly watching the level space. Noticing that the other person was ignoring her, Long Yiwu furrowed her brows.
The proud side of her began to resurface.
With a snort, she decided to stop paying attention to him. In the night sky, the stars shone brightly, but dozens of level entities occasionally streaked across the sky, a truly spectacular sight. After a long while, Long Yiwu glanced over at Li, who was not far from her. She spoke softly this time, saying, I'm sorry, it was my fault that you got hurt before. Upon hearing this, Li's serpentine body quivered lightly. Listening to the gentle and sweet tone that the other person had shown for the first time, the dissatisfaction he previously felt instantly vanished. However, his stubborn nature made him choose to remain silent. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Long Yiwu did her best to suppress the small flames of anger inside her, smiling as she said, come here, stay by my side.
I'm not going. Hearing the unwavering rejection, Long Yiwu finally regained her calm demeanor.
She was so angry that she almost unsheathed her sword, but she constantly reminded herself that the other person was her lifesaver and that she couldn't resort to violence. The girl tried her best to keep her voice steady and gentle, forcing out a slight smile as she said, what's wrong? I, such a rare beauty, am here by your side chatting with you, what else could you possibly want? However, Li still held onto the long grass in silence, which finally caused Long Yiwu's smile to fade and her expression to become increasingly cold. After all, she was a proud master, so she pulled him over harshly, relying on her strength that had already returned to a profound state. She locked her gaze on Li's vital spot and said fiercely, what's wrong?
Am I really that terrifying? Li hurriedly shook his head and nervously chuckled. No, you look amazing. It's fine for me to stay beside you, let us talk it out and don't resort to violence. Humph, that's more like it. The sky was bright and clear, the moon round and smooth like jade, and the pure white silver light poured down, draping a layer of light fabric over the small plain nestled within the mountains. Li lay beside Longiwu on the grass, looking up at the bright sky, occasionally sneaking glances at her stunning side profile, feeling a slight tug in his heart as he asked, "You're almost fully healed, right?" Upon hearing this, Longiwu looked a bit surprised at him, then shifted her gaze to the dazzling sky and nodded lightly, saying, "Yes, if all goes well, I should be completely healed by tomorrow." Li nodded and continued, "Once you're healed, you'll be leaving, right?" Longiwu wrapped her arms around her long legs, lightly sighed, and replied, "That's right. I haven't gone back for several days, and if I don't, those fellows might start searching for me everywhere." Oh. Li looked at the bright sky. For some reason, when he heard that she was going to leave, he felt a slight sense of reluctance in his heart, quietly watching her. Seemingly sensing something, Longiwu glanced sideways at Li, only to see him instantly divert his gaze, watching the movements and expressions of a demonic beast, which were indistinguishable from a human S. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What's this? You don't actually have feelings for me, do you? You must be joking. Me, having feelings for you?" Li shot her a glare and muttered, "I just happened to remember someone. Before me, you met other humans?" Longiwu looked surprised, then curiously pressed on, "Quick, tell me, which blind girl managed to meet you? What are you talking about?" "I'm very serious," Li retorted, rolling his eyes. "I'm dying of curiosity. Quickly tell me," Longiwu asked. When she noticed that he was keeping silent, she summoned the red sword from her previous battle with the Kunlun Snake King and pressed it against his vital spot. "I just happened to meet a girl who looked a bit like you," Li answered obediently. Longiwu retracted the sword and continued to watch him, but she didn't receive any further words. She exclaimed in surprise, "That's it?" Li glanced at her lazily and replied, "Yeah, what else did you expect? I don't even know her name, it was just a chance encounter." Hearing this, Longiwu gave up on her questioning. She turned her gaze towards the calm and dazzling night sky, took a deep breath, stretched her body, showcasing her stunning curves perfectly, and sighed in satisfaction. After practicing for so long, it's great to finally relax like this. Li was momentarily lost in thought and then shook his head, equally looking up at the night sky. Longiwu laid her legs flat on the grass and softly said, "Thank you for saving my life." "It's nothing. It's my responsibility to save beautiful women. That's my duty as Li," he replied casually. "Why do you sound like some delinquent with that mouth of yours?" Upon hearing this, Longiwu furrowed her brows but then realized she was arguing with a snake, and couldn't help but burst into laughter, her laughter melodious and delightful. Then, Longiwu directed her gaze at Li, her bright eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief, smiling as she said, "Hey, as a reward for saving my life, how about I give you something special? And it's going to be one of a kind." Chapter 124, A Unique Reward. A reward? Upon hearing this, Li turned to look at the girl beside him, raising an eyebrow. "And it's one of a kind?" Longiwu smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, one of a kind." "What's the reward? Tell me." "Just so you know, my standards are pretty high." Li lazily stretched out his serpentine body, as if yawning, while closing his eyes to rest, speaking in a relaxed tone. "If you're willing to give me a piece of equipment that you used to resist the Kunlun Snake King's attack, I could make an exception and accept it." "Wait? So you're interested in my absolute scale armor?" Longiwu glanced at him and thought to herself how obvious she had been. But then she remembered she was conversing with a demonic snake and chose to ignore his logic, smiling lightly. "The reward I'm offering you is far superior to the absolute scale armor. No one has received this reward since my birth." Though Longiwu spoke casually, there were hints of the shyness often found in girls flashing in her eyes. However, her innate cool and beautiful temperament kept it from showing. "Ha!" Hearing this, Li suddenly opened his eyes wide, his mind racing as it processed the information. What did she mean by that? What does it mean to never have been possessed by anyone since birth? Could it be? No, that doesn't make sense. If that were possible, why did she look like she wanted to get rid of me before? This is a lot of information to take in. Ding. Please stop rapid thinking, host. The system can't keep up with your brain speed. Noticing Li's unusual demeanor, Longywu glanced at him and asked, perplexed, what are you doing? You're not thinking some weird thoughts, are you?
Upon hearing this, Li stood tall, reaching eye level with Longywu, gazing seriously at her and exclaimed, shocked, what you just mentioned about a reward.
It wouldn't be something like offering yourself, would it? Silence. An oppressive silence.
Longyuwu's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the beautifully pale snake head in front of her. Her expression suddenly turned serious, and her small hands couldn't help but want to grasp at the air. Seeing this, Li hurriedly used his tail to hold down her hand.
Sorry, I thought too much.
Please don't draw your sword, we can talk it out. Right now, he dared not provoke this little lady, who was steadily recovering to the realm of San Xuanzong, and climbing higher each day. Returning to the Tianshu realm was just a matter of time, and he didn't want to cut his life short over a slip of the tongue.
Get your tail away,
Longywu said with a serious expression. Li quickly pulled his tail back and quietly shifted his body to keep as much distance as possible from her. Seeing her afraid like this, although Longywu maintained a cold expression, inside she felt both amused and exasperated. If it were an ordinary person daring to be so brazen with her, she would have sworded them away long ago. Yet for some reason, she always felt unable to go all out against Li. Seeing that the other person hadn't moved for a while, Li cautiously slid closer and smirked, my lady, have you calmed down? Humph. Longywu said no more, instead extending her delicate arm, akin to a lock around the throat, and pressed Li onto her long, warm, fair thigh.
Ah!
Li was taken aback by this sudden action, his mind went blank for a moment.
What I meant by a reward is exactly this.
You oddball with your strange thoughts. Longywu placed her hand on the beautifully pale snake head, a hint of shyness flickered in her pink eyes, then a threatening look crossed her charming face. Only for tonight, and no moving around. If you dare have any other improper thoughts, I'll cut you. Upon hearing this, Li instantly straightened his body, standing as straight as a long snake in formation. In the night sky, shooting stars chased the moon, shining brilliantly like a river, truly a rare sight. Under the night sky, with a snake and a girl together, it held a strange sense of meaning. Li closed his eyes, enjoying this wonderful treatment, quietly experiencing it. This was a first for him. Even in his past life, he had never rested his head on a girl's thigh. This was quite an eye-opener. Longywu supported herself with her hands behind her and tilted her pretty face upward toward the gorgeous, twinkling stars, taking a deep breath and sighing, it's so beautiful, I wish I could always relax like this. Then you can choose to stay here a few more days, there will be enough barbecue. Li replied casually with closed eyes. Longywu turned her gaze to the creature resting on her thigh. Her naturally cool beauty gradually revealed a hint of softness, akin to an exceptionally beautiful face seldom seen.
Unfortunately, Li couldn't see any of this now. Longywu smiled, saying, Brother Knife, tell me about your future plans?
Upon hearing this, Li gently shifted his head, casually responding, I want to explore the world of humans, though it should be soon.
Explore the world of humans?
Longywu froze slightly, then smiled sweetly, asking, why would you have such a strange thought?
Most monster faction members are willing to protect their territory. Someone like you, who is not much different from a human, makes me doubt if you were born into the wrong body. That's right, you nailed it. I actually am human.
Li responded without hesitation, provoking a light laugh from the girl. To her, it seemed as if he was just trying to make her laugh. By the way, were you looking for the Kunlun Snake King for Mythic Blood Drop recently, just to save someone? Li suddenly changed the topic and asked. Hearing this, Longywu nodded lightly, laughing as she said, actually, it's not about saving someone, rather, I need the Mythic Blood Drop inside it to activate something I'm working on.
But even if I don't get it, that's fine, I'll think of other ways.
Li, upon hearing this, chose not to say anything more and continued to rest his eyes. Time passed slowly, and beneath the serene night sky, everything was beautiful and quiet. A snake resting on a girl's thigh didn't feel strange, rather, it all seemed so logical. Under the tranquil and beautiful night sky, a gentle breeze stirred, like the girl's hand, comfortable and graceful. Long Yiwu quietly felt the breeze, lowering her head slightly to glance at Li's snake face from the side, softly saying, "Brother Knife, I have a question, can you help me answer it?" Li replied with his eyes closed, either consciously or unconsciously. Long Yiwu's lively pink eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Compared to the girl you mentioned before, who looks better?" It seems that beauty does not differentiate between the strong and the weak. Even someone as powerful as her cannot escape such thoughts. However, Li did not respond, quietly resting his head on Long Yimu's lap, remaining silent. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Long Yimu looked down at him, noticed the slight sound of snoring rising and falling, and pouted in dissatisfaction. This guy really knows how to sleep at the right time. At that moment, it seemed Li was dreaming of something. His serpentine body unconsciously twisted around and gradually coiled up, like an injured child curling in on himself. Long Yimu tried to make him as comfortable as possible, looking at that face, which, though belonging to a demon beast, had a slight tenderness like that of a human boy, with his eyes curving cutely like a crescent moon. She reached out her slender little hand and gently stroked Li's head, a trace of imperceptible light flashing in her eyes. "Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I will remember you, Knife Brother. Your roasted meat is also delicious, but I have to leave now. Perhaps this farewell is forever." As the first ray of morning sunlight shone on the pristine Tongtian mountain, Li was awoken by the dazzling morning light. He sat up a bit groggily, looking around in a daze, yawning and thinking to himself, "Did I really sleep so soundly? But I slept so comfortably yesterday that I didn't even notice when I fell asleep. Where are my legs?" Realizing something was off, Li suddenly regained his senses, looked around, but found that the exquisite and delicate figure was completely gone. All that remained was a little black creature, sleeping beside him, and Li hurriedly shook it awake. "Knife Brother, what are you doing?" Little Black rubbed his eyes and sat up, looking bewildered. "Where is that girl? Where did Long Yimu go?" Li asked in rapid succession. Chapter 125, Silent Farewell. In response to Li's questioning, Little Black stretched and casually said, "She left a long time ago. She called me over after recovering to the Tianshu realm, then flew north." "Left?" Hearing this, Li was momentarily stunned, then asked, "How long has she been gone?" He still had things he wanted to ask her, but if she had been gone for so long, he wanted to know whether the girl he met at the tomb had any relation to her. "She left ages ago. After she recovered to the Tianshu realm, she called me over and then flew north," Little Black replied after yawning. Upon hearing this, Li turned his gaze towards the north, falling silent. Little Black looked at him and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh right, Knife Brother, this is for you. It's something that girl left behind for you before she called Long Yimu away. She told me to pass it to you." As he spoke, Little Black took out a white robe and a simple envelope from his storage. Li quickly took the envelope and opened it, examining the delicate and elegant characters, reading it carefully. "Knife Brother, thank you for taking care of me during this time. Although I've thought of eliminating you more than once, I, Long Yimu, owe you a life. I'm leaving, and I've left the absolute scaled armor for your protection. It's a rare defensive outer armor in this world. It can change its form based on your physical characteristics and can also change colors according to your thoughts and so on. You can research it at your own pace, seeing it as a gift of gratitude. Also, the time I spent with you has been the most relaxed and peaceful time of my life, and I will cherish it always. You said you wanted to go to the human world. I don't know if you will succeed, but since you have a goal, don't give up. Although the human world is filled with dark hearts, I feel that these things won't be a problem for you. If you truly go to the human world, then head to the ancient academy at the southernmost point of the eastern continent. I may still be cultivating there. Take care of the absolute scaled armor. If we meet again in the future and I see you've lost it, I will be very angry. Because I see you as my friend, not merely as a demon. Moreover, do not let those greedy people find out about the existence of the absolute scaled armor. Sometimes, the darkness in the hearts of people can be more vicious than that of demon beasts. Finally, thank you for teaching me how to roast meat. This farewell, perhaps, is forever. Until we meet again, Knife Brother. Sincerely, Long Yimu. Looking at the content of the letter, Li silently stored it in his storage using mana, then took the absolute scale armor. Feeling the warmth and special fragrance lingering in the white long coat, his expression became somewhat dazed. Seeing that his state was not quite right, Little Black simply squatted beside him in silence, inwardly sighing.
Ah, it seems my knife brother has some feelings here. Truly, what is love?
At that moment, Li also stored the absolute scaled armor away, then turned his gaze back to where Long Emu had left, his mature eyes flashing with a determined light.
The ancient academy, huh? Just wait, I want to just charge into the human world. I'll also find you at the ancient academy.
And I will tell you in person that you are also my friend, Li. As the breeze blew, Li used his tail to place Little Black back on his head.
The latter, seeing that he had returned to normal, couldn't help but ask, Knife brother, what are we going to do next? What are we going to do?
Of course, we'll carry out the previous plan. Li said without thinking. Previously I didn't go after the transformative grass because I was taking care of that guy for more than half a month, but this time, I'm going to find a way to get it. Upon hearing this, Little Black couldn't help but pat his face with his paw, smiling bitterly. Knife brother, you're too obsessed with the transformative grass. Li shifted his gaze toward the Kunlun mountain range in the east, squinted his eyes, and smirked.
I suddenly have a bold idea.
Chapter 126, Direct Confrontation with the Snake King. Inside the familiar cave of Kunlun Mountain. This time, there won't be any silent shadows sneaking around, but rather a brazen approach.
Li looked at the cavern, which was much larger than the lair of the Earth Dragon Bear, and shouted, Elder Snake King, I have something to discuss with you.
The little black creature on the head of the former anxiously said, Brother Knife, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to swagger in like this? Li shook his head gently and said, in front of him, it's best to be straightforward.
In the face of absolute power, our strategies are unlikely to succeed.
Humph.
You dare to come to my lair?
Do you truly think I wouldn't dare to kill you? At the same time, a cold snort mixed with furious flames echoed from deep within the cavern, and a violent, bone-chilling wind howled, striking fiercely against Li and the little black creature.
Brother Knife!
The little black creature clung desperately to the scales of its companion, looking anxious as it seemed on the verge of being blown away.
Li swiftly extended his serpent tail to wrap around the other to prevent it from being blown away.
He awkwardly maneuvered to the molten stone beside him, coiling his body around the stone to avoid being blown out of the cavern. Soon, as the bone-chilling wind dissipated, a massive serpentine head emerged, its state and emotions emitting an indescribable aura of malevolence.
You dare enter my territory with a bloodline of the Abyssal Dragon God and the descendant of the Black Sky? Is that your justification for crashing into my domain? Do you think I'll be afraid of these two ancient bloodlines that have long since disappeared, considering my lineage of generations?
Facing the cold, deep voice of the Kunlun Snake King, Li raised his head to look at the vast white and translucent snake face, especially when he saw the crystalline snake eyes that seemed to pierce through everything. He gave a slight bow.
In response to Elder Snake King, my peers and I did not come here recklessly. We only seek a transformation grass.
As long as Elder Snake King is willing to offer it, we will never disturb you again. He was determined to acquire the transformation grass, as it was critical for him to access the human world.
Humph. What's so great about becoming a lowly human?
The Kunlun Snake King suddenly shouted, interruptingly, and his expression turned agitated.
Humans are utterly evil.
We, the monster faction, only need to live in the territory that belongs to us.
Do you still wish to enter the dark human world? Are you seeking death? Are you afraid that others will not know you are a rare beast with the bloodline of the Abyssal Dragon God?
At this moment, the little black creature was trembling in fear from the authority of the Kunlun Snake King.
It exclaimed, Elder Snake King, please don't be angry. Brother Knife really needs this transformation grass.
Stop talking, Little Black.
Li interrupted.
Faced with the Kunlun Snake King's furious rebuke, he fell silent for several seconds, then raised his head, his gaze firm as he looked at the elder and stated solemnly, Elder Snake King, I respect you because you are one of the guardians of the Monster God Mountain. But you say that humans are all evil, so I ask you, have you ever been to the human world? Upon hearing this, the Kunlun Snake King's eyes narrowed slightly, and his previously calm voice suddenly turned icy cold as he shouted,
are you saying that what I said is wrong? Is humanity not evil?
In response, Li took a deep breath and replied firmly, nothing in this world is absolute. It is true that humans have their evils, just like the ferocious beasts of the monster faction, but humans also have their good sides.
Some even face evil humans unarmed, unable to defend themselves.
As he spoke, Li maintained a respectful attitude, saying, Elder Snake King, everything in the world has duality.
Then why was my brother taken away?
The Kunlun Snake King suddenly shouted angrily, causing the entire cave to tremble with its fury, as if responding to the elder's inner rage. Violent mana collided like a rain of swords around them. Li clung tightly to the molten stone behind him. A trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he had some faint scratches on his body, but it was nothing serious. The little black creature tightly covered its ears, feeling as if it were about to go deaf. Li stared at the suddenly furious Kunlun Snake King, and what first came to his mind was not fear, but confusion. According to Little Black's inherited memories, there has only ever been one Kunlun Snake King, but the elder had just mentioned having a brother? This was too surreal. In the next moment, the Kunlun Snake King took a deep breath, snorted coldly, returning to his usual indifferent demeanor, looking down at the two little guys in his eyes, and stated coldly, Kid, do you truly want the transformation grass? Chapter 127, Two Conditions. Hearing this, Li nodded earnestly and replied, Yes, Elder Snake King. The Kunlun Snake King looked down with its unique crystalline eyes, peering into the depths of the other, only to suddenly discover that within the essence of the latter, there seemed to be a thin mist enveloping it, making it appear both transparent and opaque. Little Black stayed obediently on Li's head, usually talkative, but now silent, its little face showing signs of tension. In the next moment, the Kunlun Snake King exhaled, dispersing the dust particles in the cave, and looked at Li, solemnly saying, Since you want the shaped grass, I can give you a piece. Hearing this, a hint of joy welled up in Li's eyes, and he quickly